ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, an astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Happy Friday to everyone out there. Tonight, Devin Booker and the Suns are on the road in Los Angeles for a date with Bradley Beal and the Clippers at the Intuit Dome. Tip-off will be at 7:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. With no Arizona Cardinal game this weekend, ASU on Saturday is the main focus. The Devils are 5-2 and will welcome a 6-1 Houston team to Tempe. And with Jordan Tyson being ruled out for Saturday's contest, the likes of Jaron Hamilton and Derek Eusebio are among the receivers that will need to step up in his absence. And here was Kenny Dillingham on the guys needing to be ready when their number is called.
I think it's a game where everybody's got to step up a little bit, right? Or just not even step up, just be ready for their moment. It's more just be ready for when your number is called, and it may get called more. It probably will get called more this week on both sides of the ball for people.
Kickoff tomorrow night will be at 5 p.m., and you can listen to it on ESPN 620. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot, remodeling your home from cabinets to countertops and everything in between. The Window Depot has everything you need in stock and ready to go. Browse online at thewindowdepot.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta,
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin,
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
and Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Lord have mercy, the happiest of happy Fridays to everybody. Vinny's been back for 2 days and he's already had it.
This week's been a real grind. Can't believe we finally got here.
I know, how about it, right? So the Washington Post, I don't know if you noticed this, but the Washington Post has 9 sports cities in America competing for the best sports city in the nation crown. And they had 9 different writers from different areas submit reasons why their sports town is the best.
Okay.
They did not contact me to make a case on behalf of Phoenix, Arizona. That should come as no surprise to anybody. The finalists: Seattle, Washington, Los Angeles, Kansas City, Chicago, Detroit, Cleveland, Buffalo, New York, and Boston. Yeah.
No, yeah, Kansas City is a good sports city.
But there's a big but. There's a big but there.
Yes, they only have 2 teams.
That's right.
But
And they don't really support the Royals. Come on.
yes,
They have a great football
Once
team,
every
yes.
50 years when the Royals are good, people catch the fever.
Right, exactly. It's Chicago, Boston, or New York, I think, right?
Philadelphia.
Or Philly.
You got to
and
put
Philly.
in as well.
But it's in
Yeah.
Midwest or East Coast.
Yeah.
I think Denver is a very good sports city. Seattle is a very good sports city. I got fixated on Kansas City. Can you repeat the list for me again?
Okay, Seattle, Los Angeles. I'll just sample the Kansas City one if you're curious.
Okay.
The LA thing has got me kind of confused too. LA's a very good basketball town and a borderline excellent baseball town, but
LA is maybe the best bandwagon fan base.
Yes.
Because when a team is really, really good, it does take over the city, like the Dodgers or the Lakers or USC football in the early 2000s.
They have a lot of candidates to join that bandwagon.
Yeah.
All right, here's the argument for Kansas City. You ready for this?
Yes.
It's easy to argue for a major metropolis as America's best sports city. Good for them, I guess. I prefer a town where the folks share sporting passions unanimously, not neighborhood by neighborhood, where new sports find warm welcome and sports history has a place of honor. I speak of Kansas City.
Who wrote that? Who wrote that schlock?
Yeah, how about it?
I may also be saying that because I have a ton of friends that live and or are from Kansas City, and to watch them and their fandom for it is only 2 sports teams. It's
here's the case they make outside of the Chiefs and outside of the Royals and George Brett
because it's
Mahomes.
It's a really good college area as well.
Right. So they've got Kansas basketball, which they claim is the cradle of basketball.
Not in Kansas City, but
Right. They cherish Negro Leagues baseball. They've got the museum there.
Okay. That hasn't been around in 100 years.
They call themselves Soccer City.
They do. It is a good soccer town.
They don't belong on that list. Vinny's right.
Seattle either.
Listen, and I like Kansas City.
Yeah, but we've said this for years, Bick.
Seattle's a tricky, good sports city.
But Phoenix, if you're going to include things like the Negro Baseball Museum, great, feather in your cap. That's awesome. They're the only place that has it, and it's a really, really cool destination. How many destinations does Phoenix have? Our teams are not very good.
But we've got everything else.
Everything else.
Except
for hockey.
Well, it's an interesting debate about because, all right, Kansas City football has unbelievable fans because they've been so good for a long time now. Is it better? Are you a better sports city if you passionately support your teams when they haven't been good for a long time?
I believe so. I believe that is a box that you have to check.
There's a fine line, though, because you can also say, what are these idiots doing?
Right. Don't you have homes?
Or lives?
Like Cubs fans for the longest time.
Well, Chicago mostly has been a lot of lovable losers in all sports.
Yeah.
It's so funny, though, because the Cubs are immune to it. They'll get the support even when they're bad. Another team in the same city, the White Sox, nobody cares.
Yeah, nobody cares. It's so.
Well, whenever you're the
such
second
a great
team,
point. It is so bizarre.
Yeah.
Whenever that's almost universal across the board with the second team in a city, the Angels and the.
To tie a bow on this, I can't sit here with a straight face and argue very vehemently that Phoenix is one of the best 9 sports cities.
I just
in
hope,
terms of options and availability of events, it's in the top 3.
I just hope that 40 years from now, when you and I are dead and gone, Vinny, that Sammy Sabolka and Brandon Murata and your little nephew,
Bennett,
you're doing a sports show together, and Phoenix will be the best sports town in the nation.
I'll be alive. I'll still be producing in 40 years. I'll be 83.
The day.
Can't wait to hear your nephew say, "Shut up, Jared."
Shut up, Jared.
Ask him. It'd be great because I could ask myself questions on generation gap and not remember the answers that I wrote.
All right, start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Suns on their first road swing of the season. They'll play their next 3 games on the road, starting tonight in L.A. against the Clippers at Intuit Dome. The Suns won the first ever regular season game played in Steve Ballmer's new playground in the season opener last year when they beat the Clips 116-113 in overtime. Of course, the Suns coming off an opening night win over Sacramento while the Clippers got blown out by the Jazz in their first game on Wednesday night. Guard Jalen Green still out for the Suns as he recovers from a strained right hamstring. Head coach Jordan Ott said yesterday of Green, quote, "He's obviously not going to play this weekend. I think that's pretty easy to see." Tonight's game gets going at 7:30. You can hear all the action here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 7. Suns will be in Denver tomorrow to face the Nuggets. Only 2 games in the NBA last night, both good ones. OKC goes double OT again to beat the Pacers in Indianapolis, 141-135. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, casual 55 points for the Thunder.
So he's averaging 45 a game through 2 games.
Not bad. They become the first team ever to go double overtime in each of their first 2 games of the season. Won them both.
Wow.
Another overtime game in San Francisco. Warriors topped the Nuggets 137-131. Steph Curry hit 6 threes. He scored 42 for Golden State. Aaron Gordon had 50 in the loss for Denver, including 10 3-pointers. Sports world still vibrating over Thursday's arrest of Miami guard Terry Rozier, Portland Trailblazers head coach Chauncey Billups, and former NBA player Damon Jones for their alleged roles in illegal gambling activity and fixed mafia poker games, which defrauded victims of millions of dollars. The Blazers put Billups on leave Thursday. Tiago Splitter has been named Portland's interim head coach. The Blazers will host Golden State tonight. That'll be an interesting study to see how. Hey, happy season, everybody. Wait, why is our coach being dragged off in handcuffs by guys at FBI windbreakers? Another big game for Arizona State. Kenny Dillingham's 24th-ranked Sun Devils hosting the 6-1 Houston Cougars tomorrow night in Tempe. Of course, the Devils will be without leading receiver Jordan Tyson for the game. He's out with a hamstring injury. Several key defensive players, such as Prince Dorba, Ghost Rouser, Boogie Wilson, and Jordan Crook, all with questions about their availability
How
as
cool
well.
are those names, though?
Very
that
cool.
series? Wow.
Yeah, right.
Prince, Ghost, and
Boogie.
Tomorrow's game kicks off at 5. You can hear all the action on ESPN 620 and Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 2. The Arizona Wildcats, they've got the weekend off. They're in their bye week for the second time this season. NAU on the road to face the Idaho State Bengals in Pocatello, Bick.
Why are you shaking your head, Jared?
2 bye weeks in a season that's only 12 games is stupid.
Don't they have a third coming up, too?
Do they have a third?
Am I speaking? Some teams have 3 bye weeks.
Well, you know those kids,
That's ridiculous.
Man. You gotta
concentrate on your studies.
Yeah, I know.
NAU ISU kicks off at 3 o'clock Saturday. Cardinals on their bye week as well, but Week 8 in the NFL got started last night. Chargers dominating the Vikings 37-10 at SoFi Stadium. Justin Herbert threw 3 touchdown passes. Chargers defense held Minnesota to a season-low 164 yards of offense. World Series gets underway tonight. Blue Jays hosting the Los Angeles Dodgers in Game 1 this evening at Rogers Center. Toronto going with rookie Trey Savage in Game 1 against LA Southpaw Blake Snell. Blue Jays making their return to the Fall Classic for the first time since they won back-to-back World Series in 1992 and 93.
You savage.
Yes, Savage.
Yes,
yeah.
Savage.
The Dodgers, the reigning champs, and in the World Series for the 5th time since 2017. You can hear Game 1 of that series tonight on ESPN 620. Starting at 4. Can I get through this before you jump
sorry.
in? First pitch getting thrown out just after 5. Yes, Jared, you had something to share?
The Diamondbacks played less than a month ago. Doesn't it feel like they haven't played in like 6 months?
It does.
Yes.
And that's why if the Mariners had made the World Series, I think it would be a real mind trip for us to watch Josh Naylor and Gino play. Because it feels like a million years ago.
And the baseball postseason is really fast, too. And it still feels like forever ago.
That is true. Mountain West men's basketball media days yesterday. Bryce Drew's GCU Lopes picked to finish 4th by the conference media. San Diego State, a unanimous choice to win the conference. Utah State 2nd. Boise State 3rd. Yep, the Lopes are in their first year in the conference after dominating the WAC the last several seasons. They will open their season November 3rd against Purdue Fort Wayne in their first conference game December 20th. In Laramie against the Wyoming Cowboys. Curious to see how that jump up in competition goes.
Yeah. I was at a practice the other day. They've got a nice class that they imported. They got a 6'7" point guard who's really interesting. I think they might have a decent shot. I also, when I was at GCU the other day, noticed that in their Colangelo exhibit room, did you know there is a statue of Kevin Johnson's dunk over Hakeem Olajuwon?
I did not.
It's not a big one. It's about 4 feet high, but it is outstanding.
I did not know that.
I'll get a picture for it next time I'm
there.
there.
Or I could just stop in.
You could do that. You could do that.
There's your splash for Friday, October 24th. Coming up next, Cardinals are on a bye, but still a big football weekend in the Valley. We will talk Cards and ASU. Next, here it's Bickley and Murata Mornings on this Friday, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Suns are now one of the NBA's youngest teams with a new style of play on the court that you can hear.
Dylan Brooks skies to the rim and throws it down.
On Arizona Sports.
Now a lob to Williams. He'll throw it down with a right-hand jam.
Suns at the Clippers tonight. Pre-game at 6:30, 7:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. If you're going car shopping this weekend, if you're in the market for a new ride, make it the ride of your life. Make sure you have high standards. Make sure you demand a great experience, a really good price, and a car you cannot wait to drive. That's what you're going to get from Chapman BMW and a whole lot more. This is a family-run, award-winning business for 58 years. They've got employees who've worked at their stores for 30 and 40 years, which is unheard of in the industry. Kind of tells you something about the vibe of Chapman BMW. They're a little bit different in all the best ways. Great reputation for elite service and handling. One listener of ours said it took less time to buy a new car at Chapman BMW than it did to buy a suit on a Saturday afternoon. Great reputation for making luxury attainable, meaning the ultimate driving machine is not as out of reach as you might think. Plus, you have got a friend in the business at Chapman BMW, so go take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for my guy by name, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. Great dude. He assures every listener of this radio station is going to get the ultimate hookup. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Takeback Day, October 25th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Help DEA keep our community safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Takeback Day, Saturday, October 25th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Swapping out your tires? There's nothing like it. With eBay, you find the feel you're looking for. From smooth highway rides to grip for rough terrain. Get all the tires you need at prices you'll love. eBay. Things people love.
Hey, it's Wolf. Can a depleted ASU football team take down 6-1 Houston on Saturday? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Well, coach the players better, you know? So that's, just doing a little bit more, the whole Latin phrase, magis, Michael and I talk about it all the time. Like, do a little bit more, So that's what I really meant by that is you got to take a critical look at what you're doing yourself and see where you can impact the team and impact winning and losing more,
I think it's a game where everybody's got to step up a little bit, right? Or just not even step up, just be ready for their moment. It's not, you don't need to step up, you just may get the ball more. And when you may get the ball more, you got to be ready for those opportunities. So step up may not be the right term. It's more just be ready for when your number is called. And it may get called more. It probably will get called more this week on both sides of the ball for people. And That's why you practice, and no excuses. We got to go play our best football.
Oh, a tale of two coaches going into the weekend here in the Valley. And speaking of the Valley, I want to send a good morning and a shout out to our great listeners in Queen Creek.
Queen
in
Creek.
The QC. What up, QC?
What up? Or as Wolfley would say, hey.
That was right on the money. Hey. Thanks to our listeners out in Queen Creek. Let's start with the Cardinals side of this, because you got the Cardinals going into the bye week, and that was Jonathan Gannon earlier this week talking and elaborating on a follow-up question, because after the loss last week, it came out, hey, I've got to do more. I've got to do more. And it comes down to very general coach speak, like I've got to coach the players better. I don't look at the Arizona Cardinals as a team that is unprepared to play. Kevin O'Connell came out last night on Thursday Night Football after his Vikings got just blown out, and he said, I did not have my team prepared to play. I've never seen that with the Cardinals necessarily this year.
Yeah.
The problem with it, obviously not getting things done, is the in-game stuff.
Yeah, listen.
That's where I view the problem.
I want to go all the way back to the start of the segment because I don't want to bury the lead here. Jonathan Gannon dropping Latin phrases?
Yeah. The Magis, yeah.
He could have dropped in vino veritas, which it means in wine lies the truth. Could have done that.
We could all get behind that.
We could all rally behind that. I didn't know that he was well-versed in Latin.
He could have said e pluribus unum.
He could have said that. He
which
could have
said, this goes on the coin. That's what that means.
Right. He could have said memento mori. You know what that means, Ferret?
Yeah, remember you will die.
Oh, look at Vinny. Vinny knows it. A round of applause for Vinny.
Wow.
Well, you know why I know
really
that.
That's really
How
all
about
the Latin.
Carpe Diem?
That sees the day.
You know why I know that?
No, I don't know why.
It was the name of Depeche Mode's last album.
See, this is the stuff we missed.
Of course it was.
This is the stuff we missed when Vinny was gone.
Yes, all this stuff.
Yeah.
That whole world was shut off to us while Vinny was gone.
Yeah, I
was just a phone call away. I had nothing to do.
You know what always bothered?
Would have been glad to hear another human voice.
Apropos of nothing, but related, but not sports related. And when I was at U of A, one of the buildings on campus was called Modern Languages. Modern Languages was the name of the building that had classrooms, and one of the classes they taught was Latin. And it always bothered me so much.
Not exactly modern, but
right.
Jonathan Gannon bringing it back into the fold.
All right, so the fact that he drops the word magis when talking to Michael Bidwell about how everyone needs to do a little bit more, is the answers really there? Is that where the answers really lie? I mean, because it's so vague. It's not a plan. It's just we need to work harder. We need to do more. Right?
Yeah, I mean, the reality is this. They've lost 5 straight games.
Mm-hmm.
They're a losing football team right now. They've lost 5 games in very close, frustrating fashion. I tried to do the research on 5-game losing streaks. I would venture a guess that losing 5 straight by, 14 points combined?
13, yeah.
13 combined? That's got to be some sort of record.
It has to be. It's got to be pretty close. I would like to know what is the best season a football team has cobbled together out of a 5-game losing streak. Get on that, Sammy. If you can find,
a good one, yeah.
You can find football teams that have somehow successfully dug out from underneath a 5-game losing streak to make the playoffs.
Just a 5-game losing streak at any point during the season.
But I would think more at the beginning would be a better thing to examine.
Right, because I think there's teams that probably started off really good, finished with a 5-game losing streak and backed into the playoffs kind of thing. I bet you that's happened.
The difference here, and we riffed on this a lot while you were gone, and Tim and I had a couple conversations about this, and you know this, but it bears repeating. In the NFL, we as football fans, we think about football, we talk about football. Your general garden variety fan might listen to their favorite shows, but the game comes on Sunday, and then that's really the time they're immersed. Mm-hmm. These football players live this 7 days a week.
Yes.
And when you have gone 5 weeks without a victory, can you imagine just the tensions and how sick of each other you become and how hard it would be to show up at practice optimistic and with good energy when you know you haven't gotten the results because you feel like you would be posing a little bit? And you know what I mean? And there might be some guys who are angry and want you to be angry. And there's guys who are like, no, that's not the way. The way is to stay together. it's a potpourri of weirdness is what it is. Because when you have failure stacked on failure stacked on failure, and you've gone 5 calendar weeks without a victory now, you've dealt with all the anger. You've heard football players talk about how in losing streaks, they don't go to dinner. They don't go out in public.
So what the Baltimore Ravens did.
Yeah.
They're struggling. What did they do? They eliminated fun from their locker room.
Yeah, that's it.
You want to play ping pong? Nope, you're
Not
losing.
anymore. That table's out of here.
Yeah.
The boom box is out of here.
Yeah.
So everything kind of gets constricted and cramped and contentious. It takes a hell of a football team to get out from underneath that, because the pressure of carrying and wearing those losses for weeks and weeks and not getting any reward, and then putting all the time into practice and convincing yourself coach is telling us the right way, except we're not getting any results. It's a very, very hard thing that they're going through right now.
There's 4 2-5 teams in the NFL right now. The Cleveland Browns, the Vegas Raiders, the New York Giants, and the Arizona Cardinals. I feel pretty confident saying the Cardinals are better than all those teams.
Yeah, I would say so, too.
I think the Giants have had higher highs, certainly, but
would you trade this team's future for the Giants' future? Because I would. So every place is different.
They have a future mapped out.
Yeah.
The Cardinals don't really have a future mapped out right now.
And that's really, to me, this has got to become the hyper-focus of the season.
Yeah.
I understand saving the season. They need to know what they're going to be next year.
And then on the ASU side of things, a different kind of challenge for Kenny Dillingham going into this weekend, and that is, and you heard him talk about, adjusting things, counting on players that maybe haven't had their numbers called a lot. The injury list is immense, and it's not very encouraging. Going up against a good team, the Houston Cougars are 6-1. Again, I shudder to call it fraudulent. It's not. You win games. They know how to win games, and they're a program on the upswing. They haven't beat a who's who of college football just yet. But when you go in this marginalized by injury, you want to talk about a challenge.
This to me is going to be such a moment for ASU's football team, because if they can grind through another one of these kind of games and get a victory, they're going to be that rare team that we can trust to always come through. And if they find a way to win this game,
almost always come.
Well, you know what I mean. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
But this iteration of it, this iteration will speak to something better than what we normally get here.
Absolutely. And we'll have our weekly visit with Kenny Dillingham coming up at 7:15 this morning. Arizona Sports and Redbird Farms Chicken are teaming up to bring you an exclusive tailgate package, including a grill set, Yeti cooler, and Cardinals tickets. Be among the first 25 fans to join Arizona Sports today at Safeway in Scottsdale on Frank Lloyd Wright Boulevard between 4 and 6 p.m. Claim your free shirt with proof of purchase of any Redbird Farms chicken product. Coming up next here on this Friday edition of Bickley and Marotta Mornings, the Suns hit the road, and we'll see a couple of familiar faces tonight. We'll talk Suns, Clippers next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A huge home win for Sun Devil football last Saturday. Now the Devils face Houston at home without Jordan Tyson.
Obviously a tough loss for us, but our guys have done a good job responding, coming out to work. I think their attitude's been fantastic in regards to how we've gone about the week and re-engaged.
Pre-game at 2, kickoff at 5, Saturday. Listen to ASU Houston on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and one of the coolest things I've noticed about doing business with Advanced Window Products is their company vibe. Their motto is to approach customers as friendships. They're family-owned and locally operated, and by the way, one of their co-owners, Nate Orchard, former NFL linebacker for 7 years, he's got a lot of experience in building successful athletic teams, and he brings that mentality to Advanced Windows. They're a great company that has a great special going on right now. You buy 10 or more windows, you are going to get $2,500 off. I took advantage of that, and folks, I can't rave enough not only about the look of the new windows, but the installation process. So professional. They were always on time. Their cleanup process was absolutely meticulous. Can't say enough good things about Advanced Window Products, their highest rated window company in the state that offers the most affordable, high quality custom windows you are going to find, and that's because there are no middleman markups. They've got their own factory in the valley. They'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they will guarantee them for life, and that lifetime warranty, transferable, which is a pretty big deal, and with great financing options available, now is a great time to invest in new windows. 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Low T, start for free. Yep, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Think better, sleep better, improve your sex life, nothing. Boost testosterone like actual testosterone. Don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone, and for a limited time, get started for free. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
This is David Kimmerly, president of Sanderson Ford, along with my good friend Glendale Mayor Jerry Wires. Mayor, tell us about your Great American Flag Tour.
I came up with this idea about 7 years ago, and when I finally figured out exactly what I want to do, and to do anything you have to have a purpose. And my purpose is to try to honor veterans, people that have served this country, the opportunity for you and I to sit and do what we're doing right this minute.
And you've already flown at over 49 of our 50 state capitals?
I personally taken this flag to all 49 states.
And you saved the best for last. Arizona's capital will complete the Great American Flag Tour.
I can't think of a place that I'd rather fly this flag at than over Arizona's capital to show our patriotism and what we believe in, our liberties and our freedoms.
Mayor, we're proud to be involved.
I've only got the one sponsor, Sanderson Ford, that agreed to do this.
Thank you, Mayor. Congratulations. We'll see you at the ceremony this Saturday at 10 a.m. at the state capitol.
Sanderson Ford.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right.
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing, where we believe there's only one way, the right way. We only use the most durable, top quality products at a fair price. As a third-generation roofing company, we believe that if you have a lifetime tile, you should have a lifetime underlayment, which is why we only use the best products and offer the best warranties in the business. Look us up at azroof.com for a free estimate.
We'll always keep you watertight.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns will be in L.A. for a matchup with good friend Bradley Beal and the L.A. Clippers in the first of a back-to-back. That'll end up in the Mile High City against Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets. And here was head coach Jordan Ott on the status of Suns guard Jalen Green.
No update. I mean, he's obviously not going to play this weekend. I think that's pretty easy to see. He's still working through it. I would say by the end of the road trip, there'll be more, but at this point, it's definitely nothing this weekend.
Tip-off from the Intuit Dome tonight will be at 7:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. No Arizona Cardinals this weekend as they continue on their bye week, but questions on who the quarterback will be Monday night in Dallas still loom. Kenny Dillingham and Sam Levitt, following a huge Big 12 win last Saturday, have to follow it up as Houston come to town, and the Sun Devils will be without one of their best wide receivers, or one of the best wide receivers in the country in Jordan Tyson, as he is dealing with a hamstring injury. But kickoff Saturday night will be at 5, and listen to it on ESPN 620. And this report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Hey, it's Wolf. What do we hope to see from the Phoenix Suns this weekend against Kawhi Leonard and Nikola Jokic? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
No update. I mean, he's obviously not going to play this weekend. I think that's pretty easy to see. He's still working through it. I would say by the end of the road trip, there'll be more, but at this point, it's definitely nothing this weekend.
All right, it's Jordan Knott, the head coach of the Suns, speaking at practice yesterday before the Suns' first road trip of the year. Begins tonight in L.A. Speaking of Jalen Green and his health, or lack thereof, Jalen Green has not played much, has been bothered by a hamstring issue since early in camp. Missed the season opener the other night against the Sacramento Kings. Won't play tonight, probably won't play tomorrow. But it was a little bit of a glimmer of hope to hear Jordan Knott say, hey, maybe by the end of the road trip, which is Monday. It's 3 games in 4 days. But maybe Monday against the Utah Jazz, we could see the debut of Jalen Green.
What worries me is that this was a condition he re-aggravated working out in China. So when you re-aggravate it, that means you think you're healed and you're not. And now you've got to be twice as diligent and not coming back at the wrong time.
Forget that you think you're healed. The trainers thought he was healed.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. Listen.
Nobody knows like the individual, though.
Yeah. No, listen, I think the Phoenix Suns have a very good chance to come back here on Tuesday with a 2-2 record. And to me, I think that would be, and it might be better, but to me, that's a very good start to the season, given their talent efficiencies. It would be a very good, okay, this culture thing is starting to take root. All right, let's just go down to the granular now. The Clippers, Bradley Beal, Chris Paul.
James Harden.
A team that was worked by the Utah Jazz on opening night.
Yeah.
A team clearly, listen, when you trail the Utah Jazz by 37 points in a game in a year, when you're still considered fringe championship caliber stuff, you got to wonder how much this investigation into Kawhi and Uncle Dennis is getting into there, is getting inside the walls there. If it is, I don't know.
Look, I think a performance like that on opening night with a full complement of players. I mean, how many times has Ty Lue been able to say, I've got my whole team available to me in a game?
Yeah.
And that's what you put out there on opening night against a team that's thought to be one of the worst rebuilding teams in the NBA? I think it's fair to ask those questions. Now, I also think it's fair to assume that you're going to get a much different version of the LA Clippers tonight. They're playing at home. It's their home opener. There's still that buzz about that new building.
No doubt.
They still have everybody available. And look, they saw what the Suns did in the second half against Sacramento. There's no way Ty Lue and the Clippers want to start 0-2.
No way. If the Suns could go on Saturday night and upset the Nuggets, that would be kind of an early, whoa, maybe they've got something. I don't mean playoff team, but again, we're talking contextually speaking about building a real foundation here that can be the root of everything we have for the next few years. Now, do I like their chances of that? No, but these are games in which they can show they are hyper competitive.
Is that enough? Like you talked about, it'd be amazing if they got the upset, but is it enough that they just don't get blown out? If it's like a really tough game versus them?
Yeah, I think the aesthetics matter a little bit.
Does that get old throughout the year?
Because you know what aesthetics do of a basketball team? They basically they encode your values. So what you put out on the basketball court basically is a showcase of what you value as a basketball team. And so if you continually put out those kind of performances, you are telling your fan base, this is becoming organizational. This is becoming institutional. This is who they are. That's it.
Well, also, one of the words that's been thrown around the Suns team since basically the beginning of training camp is vibes. And it was something that you couldn't throw around the last 2 years plus for the Phoenix Suns. I don't know if you saw the video of them just dancing. Just a bunch of grown men in basketball uniforms just dancing together. And it was to a person. And last year, look, I noticed being around and being fortunate enough to have the vantage point that I have on game nights. You notice certain things.
Oh, yeah.
And look, we talked about it in real time last year. That it didn't look like this team hated each other, but it didn't really look like they particularly liked each other either.
Yeah.
And when you see the camera shot in the tunnel before the Suns come out, before their final pregame warm-ups before tip-off, and you got like 5 or 6 guys in the circle, and they're all the end of the bench guys.
Yeah.
You notice things like that.
Of course you do.
So then, fast forward not even a full calendar year, and you see these videos of these vibes and grown men dancing at one game into the season. People might roll their eyes at that stuff. I don't.
Okay, I'm so glad you brought this up. For me, that started with that group picture they took after that first win in China, that really great comeback that they had. And they were just all kind of piled on each other, and they're happy, and they're taking a post-game picture, and it's like, fellas, this is a preseason game. But that's missing the point. It's a moment. It's a shared moment that tells you there are not walls up with this basketball team. And we know where those walls came from. As Gambo said on Twitter, from that person who shall not be named.
Do you think that person searches that phrase on Twitter?
But the point is when you get basketball teams with big name dudes who are like these legacy guys, and you don't know how to act around them, and you don't know how engaging they're going to be, and you know that they don't want to goof around the way you might want to goof around. This team is free to goof around. That's the sincerity of this team has to look the way it's been looking. And you're right. It's going to make a lot of people across the NBA roll their eyes. That's their problem.
Yeah. Dillon Brooks, one of the new Suns who played his first game and had a big role in that win over the Kings. He joined Burns and Gambo yesterday on Arizona Sports, and he's an interesting interview. There's no doubt about it. If you missed it, you can catch it on the Arizona Sports app, the YouTube channel, wherever you find your stuff. But the guys asked him about his early burgeoning relationship with Devin Booker, and here was Dillon Brooks on that subject.
He was my first call. You know, he was going on a camping trip, you know, near where he's from, and, you know, he, took my call, and, you know, we talked about, you know, how can we, you know, make Phoenix better. And he's excited to, you know, play alongside me and, you know, not, you know, be able to deal with me on the other side. And, you know, overall, we mesh, you know, pretty well. Our games are, you know, very similar. I've seen him, you know, play defense and have that competitive edge when he was on Team USA. And, you know, all he wants to do is find ways to win. And, you know, that's what I want to do. And, you know, with us, you know, playing together and playing hard, you know, we're making, you know, things happen, and having the young guys, you know, having us as leaders are going to be able to speed up their process.
Interesting to hear him say that we have that in common. We just want to find ways to win. I think their styles of doing that are completely different, but you saw both of them do it in that game against Sacramento.
Good point.
Because Dillon Brooks hit a couple big shots. He hit the 3 big free throws after he got fouled.
And that tells me a lot, too. When a dude makes all 3 free throws, that tells you something about the player.
Well,
especially in the fourth quarter in an endgame situation.
In that situation where you know bad free throw shooting, which the Suns were plagued by during that second half, that can be contagious.
Yes, it can.
So to shake that off, too, that was impressive.
Yep.
But he also did the other things, too. He got into it with DeMar DeRozan, got into his head, you know, affected him a little bit. Devin Booker, admittedly, he said, how did he describe his play? Nasty?
Yeah.
And not in a good way. But when there was a shot to be made to put the game away, Devin Booker made that shot. Also curious to see how they handle Mark Williams. First back-to-backs this week.
Great point.
Tonight and tomorrow night. And that's going to be a season-long question. That's going to be a tenure-long question with Mark Williams, quite honestly.
Yeah. It's a fascinating thing because even if you get that magical season out of him, are you going to pay him? Do you want to pay him? I'm sure Matt Ishbia will, right?
And then you're like, wow, you really used the top 10 pick though on another center.
Well, but then you're also investing heavily into another injury-prone player like we did with Bradley Beal. So listen, but that's down the road. I really, that's a great point. How will they deploy Mark Williams in these next 2 games?
Yep. Coming up next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. What are we doing next?
What are we doing next,
the L.A. Chargers last night. A very dominant performance on Thursday Night Football. We'll get into that and more NFL hash marks. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. Rates may apply.
Having a group over to watch some football at your place, you're in charge of the food, just know that Spinato's has got you covered. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Spinato's Pizzeria has been a Valley favorite for over 50 years, and part of the reason why is their catering menu. It is legendary. We're talking crispy Chicago-style pizzas, mouth-watering pastas, monster wings, meatballs, fresh salads, gluten-free options, everything you need to feed the whole crew, and you won't miss a play. And it's easy to do, too. Just hit up the catering menu at SpinatosPizzeria.com, place your order, and you will be the MVP of game day, regardless of how many people are in that group. And for just a few more days, one more week to be exact, during the rest of October, Spinato's wants to let you know they've brought back a fan favorite on the pizza menu, the Wizard of Za Spicy Chipotle Peach Pizza. Yeah, they're doing different things at Spinato's. They're pairing it with a hazy peach IPA from 100 Mile Brewing. It is bold, it's different, and it just works. So whether it's game day, pizza night, or you're just hungry for something awesome, Spinato's always has got you covered. 6 Valley locations: Central Phoenix, North Phoenix, Tempe, Ahwatukee, Scottsdale, and Gilbert. And, of course, Spinato's, the official pizza of the Cardinals, Suns, and Mercury. If you've got game day catering needs, take care of all of them and place your order online at SpinatosPizzeria.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hey, when it's time to ride, Arizona, time to tackle all the AZ has to offer. You know what's made for the desert, a Bronco or Bronco Sport at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Take that 2025 Ford Bronco, engineered to dominate. The Bronco off-road racing legacy, it's made on meticulous design, merciless testing, from rock-crawling showdowns to grueling desert courses. It is Ford performance at its best. Even better, right now, get $399 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,709 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend SUV. Or check out the Bronco Sport, because right now, get $299 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,219 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend SUV. Both exclude taxes, titles, and license fees. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's. But that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta. Hash marks.
Just losing the way we, lost.
just, coming off of last week, just trying to, get that quick turnaround and get that bad taste out of my mouth. And, we're left with the same taste, so it's just frustrating, just going out there and performing the way we've been performing and not putting up points and not, getting stops. That's all a team effort, and we're just not doing enough.
Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings on the frustration of losing last night, and they didn't just lose. They got thumped on Thursday Night Football by the L.A. Chargers. 37-10. The Minnesota Vikings, 7 games into their season, Bick, already have more losses this year than they did all of last year in the regular season.
Yeah, and listen, you know what I think of Kevin O'Connell as a coach? I think he's brilliant, but they, I think, made a really bad tactical blunder at quarterback. I think they kind of thought, okay, you know what? We're really good at this. And because they had Daniel Jones in that organization, obviously they had Sam Darnold in the organization. Obviously, Sam Darnold looks really, really good again this year. Daniel Jones is an MVP candidate, and they thought J.J. McCarthy was going to be the dude. Now, it's not J.J. McCarthy's fault that he's got this high ankle sprain, but this, I don't know where the Vikings go from here, because what a waste. You build a football team like that.
Yeah.
And now you're leaning on Carson Wentz.
He should be, by all accounts, McCarthy would. I mean, he was in uniform last night. He was the third emergency quarterback, but they're really, really kind of coddling him at this point. And I think had that been a Sunday game, he would have played, but he couldn't go on Thursday, and they wanted to play it cautious. So I think McCarthy's going to be back, but we don't have any answers on J.J. McCarthy.
No.
We know what we know what the Vikings look like with Carson Wentz, who. I mean, there's a lot of mixed reaction to Carson Wentz, and the mixed reaction is a blend of, wow, this guy stinks.
Yeah.
And the other reaction from last night's game especially was, God, I feel bad for him.
Yeah.
Because he got pummeled.
He did.
And I don't know if I've ever seen body language like that from a quarterback on the sidelines in responding to the pounding that he took. The way that he was slumped on the bench after he threw his helmet, I mean, that was telling.
It was almost to me like the Vikings were like, okay, you know what? We don't have any options here tonight. We're going up against a really fierce defense. And you know what? Carson is just going to have to go wear this game for us. And then we're going to move on. That was exactly my take.
That was the football version of a starting pitcher just getting his brains beat in baseball because the bullpen is taxed.
That's it, and you got to
take one for the team.
You got to.
It's a lot different because in baseball it's only affecting your ERA.
Yeah, they're not
in
coming
football,
out and tackling you.
It might affect your ability to walk for the rest of your life.
For the rest of your life, exactly. Yeah. So that was one of my thoughts. The other thought was, I don't know if you guys caught this. Did you catch Kirk Herbstreit calling Justin Herbert a top 5 quarterback in the NFL?
There's some people that believe that.
There are some people that
top
believe that.
5. I know he was
always look at the rankings and stuff every year.
I know he was really good last night, but come on.
There's this. I mean, it's never ending. The debates and the lists and the GOAT and all of this stuff. It just never stops. It's just it churns conversations. But 2 quarterbacks in particular. Justin Herbert gets elevated because of his raw talent, his arm talent, his physical ability. The guy's gifted. There's no doubting that. And you saw him last night doing it with his legs, too. But the caveat with him is, what has he won? Not much.
Yeah.
But he still gets elevated. On the other side, a quarterback that doesn't put up the great numbers, is physically gifted in his own way, but just wins football games and championships, Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
Doesn't get elevated to be a top 5 quarterback.
That's my point. That's exactly my point.
What are you looking for?
That's exactly my point.
Are you looking for numbers and production, or you're looking for wins?
And maybe you can make an argument it's because Kirk Herbstreit is, he's trying to do 2 jobs, college football and the NFL.
Well, 3 really.
Well, 3?
I mean, he's a full-time dog sitter.
That's right. That's right.
Cute dog.
It is a cute dog.
Yeah.
But goodness gracious.
Yeah, that's his shtick, though, you know.
Do you need a shtick? I mean, the guy's had a 25-year career.
I also think he's probably in charge of monitoring Al Michaels' Life Alert bracelet.
By the way, the other weird moment that came out of last night via Al Michaels. Did you hear that he got a talking to from the NFL? Talking about the one field goal kicker whose only miss came in, in London because it hit a wire?
Yes.
And then the NFL basically said, dude, take that back.
He said, he said something to the lines of the NFL was saying that it was an optical illusion.
Yeah, that didn't happen.
Yeah.
Like,
right.
what are we doing?
Yeah.
Like,
anybody who watched that game, and it was Will Reichard was the kicker for the Vikings, that is his only miss. He was speaking facts when he said that.
Right.
And everybody who saw the replay wondered, how did nobody see that in real time?
Exactly.
That's ridiculous.
And so the league is, because they don't want anybody besmirching the NFL Europe experiment. Don't make it seem like those stadiums aren't NFL worthy because they've got wires near the roof that's going to impede kicks.
Oh, it was a camera wire, right?
Yeah.
They have that. They have those in American stadiums.
just move it up. We don't put it in the middle of the goalpost.
That was wild.
Oh, that was really interesting.
That was, and maybe I'm wrong about this, that was the first real Thursday night bad blowout in a while.
Mm-hmm.
Remember for a while?
Thursday night games have been pretty good.
Yeah. They've been gruesome for a long time. Then they've been pretty good for a long time.
Yeah, it was the first one where, I mean, again, the NBA's back, but I happily turned the channel to watch the NBA games.
The NBA games that have been offered on primetime so far, goodness gracious.
Yeah.
I mean, opening night was crazy. Last night you had two unbelievable games on ESPN.
You had Steph Curry, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander pouring in 55. You had Aaron Gordon, would he make his first 9 threes?
10 for 11 from
10 for
three.
11.
He had 50.
He had 50.
And he's not even an elite shooter.
Yes. Perfect setup. Perfect setup because surely that's what everybody's talking about when it comes to the NBA, right?
Yeah.
Oh, exactly.
No, there seems to be something else going on in the NBA. And unfortunately, nobody's talking about what's happening on the court. And we won't either. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
But once it got rolling in the third quarter, they were up out of their seat. They were very ready for Dylan Brooks. They were very ready for the offensive rebounds, for the forced turnovers, for the running up and down the floor.
You couldn't start a season any better than what the Suns just did. And I know you can sit there and say, well, Wolf, they could have come out in the first half and they could have built this 20-point lead. They could have come out and treated the Kings like the Kings treated us in the first half. You know what? For me, it shows even more collective toughness. They came out and they had purpose, and it was almost like they were trying to show you this new culture.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Southwest Gas is very proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and whether it's cooking a traditional meal, providing hot water for invigorating showers, or creating ambiance for holiday traditions and family gatherings, Southwest Gas provides safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Natural gas bills remain one of the lowest utility bills a customer receives each month and continues to provide unmatched value for heating homes, warming water, cooking meals, and fueling business. In fact, a typical new home could save nearly $900 per year in energy costs by installing natural gas. More than 92% of Arizona customers prefer natural gas service in their homes, but natural gas is more than an essential ingredient in the home. It supports economic development and growth in the community as well. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. For more information about how Southwest Gas is supporting a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm proud to announce Sanderson Ford has teamed up with Arizona Sports as the tailgate sponsor of all football home games. Show up and tailgate in style in a new Ford F-150 STX Super Crew truck for only $44,899. Sanderson Ford is all about football and supporting our troops by providing seats for soldiers at every home game. Go online at SandersonFord.com for more info. This is Sanderson Ford Country.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name, but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000.
Hey, Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DIS. Doc, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
People come from all over the world to see you. Why is that?
Well, I think we've built a reputation for cutting-edge surgery, getting people back to life quickly and with less downtime. My father pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, which is an ultra minimally invasive treatment option for treating herniated discs and stenosis. And I guess the word's getting out.
You're being modest, Doc. Athletes from all over the world come here to see you.
It's certainly a privilege to take care of professional athletes, but most of our patients are just everyday people wanting to get back to work and back to enjoying life with their families.
If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then just moving in right away, not waiting around to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. That's it. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. I've tried to buy and sell at the same time before. The double moves are rough, let me tell you. But Orchard cuts that hassle right out of the process for you, which is huge. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. Orchard agents are local experts. They're some of the most experienced around town. Plus, they're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. This is what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes without the stress. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, buy before you sell, but still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Happy Friday to everyone out there tonight. Devin Booker and the Suns are on the road in Los Angeles for a date with Bradley Beal and the Clippers at Intuit Dome. Tip-off will be at 7:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. With no Arizona Cardinals game this weekend, ASU on Saturday is the main focus. The Sun Devils are 5-2 and will welcome a 6-1 Houston team to Tempe, and with Jordan Tyson being ruled out for Saturday's contest, the likes of Jaron Hamilton and Derek Eusebio are among the receivers that will need to step up in his absence. And here was Kenny Dillingham on the guys needing to be ready when their number's called.
I think it's a game where everybody's got to step up a little bit, right? Or just not even step up, just be ready for their moment. It's more just be ready for when your number is called, and it may get called more. It probably will get called more this week on both sides of the ball for people.
And be sure you're tuned in at 7:15 for our weekly interview with Kenny Dillingham. But kickoff on Saturday night will be at 5, and you can listen to it on ESPN 620. And this report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on. Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
This is obviously concerning. This is obviously something that the NBA has known is a danger and has taken steps to address. This does not shake the NBA to its core. This addresses gambling situations that the NBA has tried to manage for years and will now have to continue to address their situations and continue to try to manage. And this is something that everybody in professional sports understood was a reality when they embraced the legalization of widespread sports betting.
It's Brian Windhorst yesterday on NBA Today, and he did this on a couple of shows, and he wasn't the only one to do it, kind of downplaying the NBA's stance on all of this. Now, the reaction has been vast. When a story like this happens, when you see a sitting NBA head coach who, oh, by the way, a year ago was inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame, It's jarring. It is absolutely jarring.
Chauncey Billups, I wouldn't call him NBA royalty, but he's got a pedigree and had a reputation to him that is what really kind of put this whole thing over the top yesterday.
Yes.
Terry Rozier, we are all kind of aware this has been shadowing him for a while now, for a year, maybe two. I'm not sure why the NBA reinstated him. I'm sure they're going to have to answer for that. There's fears that there are a lot more names that are about to drop. And more to the point now, it's the consumer faith in basketball. Already there's a good chunk of the population who believes the NBA is rigged from the top down, from the league office through the officials to the final outcome. Now you've got any number of people. You probably saw some of this social media yesterday. There was a picture of Kevin Durant on the blocks on the free throw line in a basketball game. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think he was wearing a Suns uniform. And there was a guy in the stands, like in the fourth row, like pointing to his hat and making hand signals. And this guy interpreted this video. See, there's some guy who's compromised.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Giving Kevin Durant signals. Turns out the guy had a Golden State Warrior hat on. It was pointing to Golden State, and Kevin's like, no.
That was a story in real time, by the way, when that happened.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
And it was all about where Kevin Durant was going to end up.
That's it. But what it's done now is it's amplified this idea that what you're watching in the NBA is not real.
I don't know if you saw this. Cronkite News, the journalism school at ASU, had an interview with Sammy the Bull Gravano.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man.
He's still doing interviews. Quote, "I'm not shocked at all," he said during this interview. "Sports have been rigged for years and years and years." The reaction to this is, and look, we were dealing with a lot of this in real time yesterday. This is, and a lot of people automatically go to, well, the NBA welcomed this. They welcomed legalized betting. This is a much different thing. We're talking about mafia involvement here. And take away the poker game for just a second. This would have happened without legalized gambling. Don't you think?
The poker game, yeah, absolutely. But I don't think you can extricate the legalized gambling thing from it that easily. I think all of this falls under the same umbrella, to be quite honest with you. And by that I mean this. What I think we have found, and we're going to find out, is that prop bets in all sports, particularly basketball, incredibly easy to manipulate.
Yes.
Because there are things as minutia as X and X player will do, score this many points. And all you have to do as a player is to fake an injury. Oh, my Achilles. Right? And so there are people who are calling for an end to the prop bets, except the prop bets are what really fuel the parlays and the live betting component.
The live betting, for sure.
We talked about this a bit yesterday and wondered about that, if prop bets go away. You know what? Prop bets are going nowhere. You know why? Money. They generate way too much money. And if they did go away, then you're starting to infringe on the realm of fantasy football, which is kind of a prop bet in its own, in its own way. It's not going anywhere. And that's why the NBA and these other leagues finally let their guard down.
Yeah.
And they welcomed legalized gambling, some teams have sports books right on the facility of their arenas. The Suns did until this year.
Yeah.
Because there's just too much money, and money always wins.
And Stephen A. Smith caused quite a commotion yesterday by questioning the veracity of this investigation. He claimed this was Donald Trump coming after the NBA for all of the left-wing activism that we've seen in the NBA. And he made that point repeatedly on national television yesterday.
Well, he's getting ready for a presidential run himself.
Well, exactly. So my point is, you can look at this in any bunch of different manners, but the idea that sports leagues got involved with legalized gambling to the point that they do, normalizing it to the way that they have, this is one of the things that they knew that they were getting in bed with, because the prop bets element, the thing you got to understand about athletes, and I saw this with Jordan up close and personal, these dudes get off the basketball court, the competitive maniacalness doesn't end. They get on airplanes. If you've ever been on a charter plane with the sports team, you would have your minds blown by the amount of high-stakes card games going on in the back of the plane.
Because it's competition at the heart of it.
It's competition. And some of those pots get really big, and sometimes teammates get sideways with each other over these card games on planes. So the point is, this is just kind of part of what they do. And to think that these prop bets so easily manipulative that they'll have the moral and ethical restraint to not go down that road. I don't know, man.
And
it's a mess.
My perspective is different. I think your perspective is different because we don't partake in sports gambling.
Mm-hmm.
I could care less, honestly. I could sit here to say it with a straight face. I could care less if a prop bet is manipulated. I could care less that Terry Rozier told somebody, I'm going to play less than 9 minutes, bet the house on this. It doesn't affect me one iota because I watch sports for one reason, for wins and losses and entertainment.
Okay.
That's it. I could see millions of other people having a real problem with that.
Well, but if you're affecting the integrity of the game by a player not playing his hardest or not playing, with the team and the game plan and all that stuff.
With his most availability, I get it. A lot of people have pointed this out, too. Yesterday on ESPN on Get Up, when this news broke, and I've got a screenshot of it in front of me. Breaking news, Terry Rozier and Chauncey Billups arrested as part of a gambling investigation. And then under that, they've got the score ticker, and then off to the right, an ad for ESPN Bet. Bet $10, get $100.
See?
They finally realized it, and they took that off, but only during the NBA discussions.
Wow.
I can't make this up either. I got an email, a PR email today at 6:42 a.m. NBA FBI props for sentencing and next arrested. You can actually bet. You can bet on the next player.
You have got to be kidding me.
That will be arrested.
And also,
that is unbelievable.
And also, you can't make this up, Ometer. After their first game, Chauncey Billups' press conference included this phrase.
No, I don't. That pressure thing is nothing to me, man. I do the best I can and let the chips fall where they may. You know that about me by now, quick.
Well, and also, to piggyback off of it, so Aaron Gordon hit 10 threes last night. I'm sure you saw the weirdness of that's the most threes in an opening night since Terry Rozier.
Oh, boy. And finally, there was a dude who I forget what team he was a fan of, but there's stories coming out of basketball teams doing inexplicable things, like fouling late in games when a team is just dribbling out the clock, putting guys on the free throw line to change the line and the outcome. This stuff is all going to start stacking up.
Again, there is a part of it to what Sammy the Bull said, that this has always existed. And we're just more wise to it, and it's just easier to sort of be participating.
I got to find the clip. I played it for Bickley yesterday. There was a podcast from 2023 that had details of Chauncey Billups' involvement in a high-stakes poker game.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah, and this was 2 years ago. It's a crazy story, but Bobby Marks kind of went on the media rounds yesterday and said this is not that big of a deal for the NBA. It's a distraction right now. Brian Windhorst said the same thing. It's just something else for Adam Silver to juggle because he's still dealing with the Pablo Torre investigation and aspiration in the Clippers.
I'm not so certain it's really not a big thing yet. I mean, maybe we're over-sensationalizing it in the moment. I'm not sure. Chauncey Billups, if he's willing to participate in a rigged, mafia-run poker game, that's a hell of a risk to take. What else is he willing to do?
That's literally his defense, is why would I take this risk? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but the allegations also have him on the other front, too, on manipulating player availability and making that known to people that didn't need to have that information.
We'll see what, if anything else comes of it, but this is interesting times in the association.
This is a league that has survived a referee scandal,
I know.
So I think when you get to that level, that's where the league will be shaking, and I kind of agree with that point. But this is not nothing. Let's not just brush it aside like it's nothing.
Right.
We'll get more into that a little bit later on. ASU with a big game tomorrow night. Sun Devils welcoming Houston to town, and they'll be shorthanded when they do it. We'll talk to their head coach, Kenny Dillingham, for his weekly visit next here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
When you give a diamond, it's not just jewelry, it's a promise.
My dad, Diamond Dave, has seen it again and again, how one diamond can change everything.
I've helped people find engagement rings that start a lifetime together, anniversary gifts that reignite the spark, and holiday surprises that bring real tears of joy.
Because it's not about the size of the diamond, it's about what it means when she opens that box.
At Desert Wholesale Diamond, we make sure every piece tells a story, your story. Custom made or ready to go, you'll find something unforgettable.
And if you've been waiting for the right moment, this is it.
I'm Diamond Dave. Call, DM, or come see me, and let's create that memory that lasts forever.
Call Diamond Dave at 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow him on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
It's kickoff time, Sun Devil Nation. At Tim Hovig's Santan Ford, we're proud to stand with Arizona State football. And just like Sparky on game day, trucks from Tim Hovig's Santan Ford bring the fire, the fight, and the power. From the F-150 to the unstoppable Super Duty, Ford trucks are built tough and built for Arizona. Tim Hovig's Santan Ford is an easy drive from anywhere in the valley. Santan, 202 Freeway, and Val Vista and Gilbert. Tim Hovig's Santan Ford, proud partner of your Arizona State Sun Devils.
Check it out. At Gila River Resorts and Casinos, no one does it better. So, make a splash. Taste all the flavors. Pop in bottles all night long. And shake it till you break it. However you do you. No one lets you take it to a legendary status like we do. Gila River Resorts and Casinos. You do you.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you're planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Life's a sprint, and you need a quick pick-me-up. Meet G2G Protein Bars, your ultimate grab-and-go meal replacement. Whether you're hustling in the office or conquering the daily grind, G2G is the perfect fuel. Quick, delicious, protein-packed. Score an 8-pack in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local grocer. Or go online at g2gbar.com. G2G Protein Bars, setting the pace for your energetic lifestyle.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is Santan Ford's Activate the Valley, presented in part by Gila River Resorts and Casinos, Arizona State's official sports headquarters, and Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. We are Santan Ford.
Sun Devils coming off their big win over Texas Tech a week ago. Another team from Texas coming to town, the Houston Cougars, with their 6-1 record. Here to talk about it with us for his weekly visit, the head coach of the Sun Devils, Kenny Dillingham, joins us here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Coach, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Doing good. How are y'all?
Doing well. Last week, obviously, an emotional win for your program. And you called it probably the top win in your tenure at ASU. How is your team, with the emotion of that and some of the things that you said afterwards about the physicality of practice, how has your team responded to all of that the week after such a big win, Kenny?
Yeah, I think they saw the intensity of practice and how it correlated to game day. So I think anytime you see that, you have to understand that that's not a coincidence. So I think they brought it again this week. The difference is, we're a little dinged up, so a lot of our guys who may play in the football game didn't even get to practice. Mm-hmm. And if those guys don't play in the football game, then the younger guys, these guys that got all the reps in practice, they got to step up because nobody cares. So we got to get ready to play a 6-1 football team again. Another team with one loss or undefeated. We're really good at facing those teams. We faced them a bunch.
That's an amazing statistic, and I heard you bring that up too. But going back to the balance as a head coach, and you talked about the physicality, the intensity of practice, and then when you hold that up against the number of key injuries that you have, how hard is that to balance on a week-to-week basis?
Yeah, you only balance it good if you win, right? So if you lose, you balanced it poorly. If you win, you balanced it good. And I think that's, you don't know until after the game. But I think the one thing that we learned as a team is you can't sacrifice your culture. You can't sacrifice your mindset. We still have taken things off practice, Wednesday practices, just like last week and the week prior are shorter. We've cut out 5 periods, turned them into walkthroughs. So we didn't change the actual longevity of our practices. We just changed the intent when we were going.
Nice. Kenny, you have elevated this program to a point now where we get to see what it's like to stay near the top, to grind and fight and persevere against good opponents every week and come out on top. How difficult is that to do on a weekly basis? How mature does a football team have to be to put behind a win like you had against Texas Tech and get right back into the grind?
Yeah, it's very, very difficult. It's very difficult to keep the level of intensity needed over and over and over again. And right when you have success, it doesn't matter 24 hours later because this profession's so volatile. This league is so volatile in terms of you can be at the top of the league, then you can be dead in the middle of the league overnight. So it is very, very difficult to keep your process the same and keep your passion, growing every week. We say every single game is the most important game, and it's that simple. And every game that you win, the next game is more important because you already won the last one. So this one's even bigger. And if you have that mindset, this is the biggest game you'll play all year, all the time. And we try to preach that to our guys.
Kenny Dillingham, the head coach of the Arizona State Sun Devils, our weekly guest here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. One of the takeaways, and I'm sure I wasn't the only one that had it, because it was evident to anybody who watched that game, was Jordan Tyson's performance basically on one leg, especially on the fourth down play, scoring touchdowns, drawing pass interference calls, and beating good defensive backs one-on-one. And I know he's not going to be on the field tomorrow, but how much do you just sit back and shake your head and marvel at what he has become as a wide receiver, Kenny?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Getting to watch him it's crazy on the sideline. To be honest, it's like, you're watching a dude do something that shouldn't be able to be done. And so to be able to watch him on the sideline every single week, it's been a blessing for me. It's a blessing to everybody who gets to watch him because he's a special player. And even though he's not going to play this week, we got to have other guys step up. And he's been out there at every practice. He's, been talking to guys, helping guys, seeing how he sees the game. So even though he's not physically there, he's going to be there emotionally because he's a competitive individual, which is why, I was so proud, he put, himself underneath the team. A guy who's going to probably be the first wide receiver taken in the draft. He said, this team, this game, winning is the most important thing. Singularly minded last week, and that's so cool to see in today's generation. A guy who just wants to win so badly and loves his team that bad.
One of the super cool things that you do is when you have issues as a football team, you look them right in the face. You address them very candidly. You did that with your special teams, making them rewatch that whole thing in front of the whole group. And then we saw you were out there coaching up every element of special teams early in the week. Did you get all that fixed up, Kenny?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where, work does not guarantee success. It just puts you in the best position to be successful. And you can't just snap your fingers and say, whoa, we're going to be good in the red zone. Whoa, our defense is going to be really good at the end of games, right, in the last 6 minutes of games. Whoa, special teams is going to be top 10 in the country all of a sudden. That doesn't happen. It takes the process over time. So did we put in the work this week and were we detailed this week to go perform really well? Yes. Does that mean it's going to happen with 1 week? No. But we put ourselves in the best position to do it. So I hope it does. It just doesn't guarantee it, unfortunately.
With Jordan Tyson out, Kenny, and 57 catches, obviously far and away the most on the team. Nobody else in the receiving corps has more than 7 this year. So it is a challenge. But have you noticed in the lead up to this game, Sam Levitt's chemistry with any of those receivers that will be on the field? Is it building? Is it improving at this point?
Yeah, I definitely think so. I mean, last year, we had Guillory and Melquan Stovall, and those guys, when JT went out at the end of last year, those guys stepped up in the Iowa State Big 12 championship game, and there was an instant connection through the work. So I'm hoping that, this week builds a relationship, builds some connection with some of those guys, and then we can get hopefully JT back here in the future. And when we get him back, now there's JT and a connection with these guys that we've been working with. So, sometimes, you don't know why things happen, but we got to find a way to win this one without JT, and it may make our team better in the end.
You made it clear to the people who have sort of derided Houston's schedule so far that they're a 6-1 football team, and you don't win 6 games by accident. What areas do you need your team to really kind of thrive at? Is it ball security? Is it red zone offense? What do you need this team to do on Saturday?
Yeah, this is an old school team. We got to run the ball and stop the run. Like, this is a team that's going to go on a 22-play, 9.5-minute drive to start the third quarter like they did last week. We can't let that happen, right? We have to stop the run. We cannot let them run the football. We cannot give up explosive plays. And then on offense, we have to establish the line of scrimmage. They're an odd front team, so they're not going to get a ton of sacks without pressuring naturally, right? That's just the style of play. But they stop the run at such a high level, and they don't give up explosive plays. So we kind of have conflicting goals here. Their goal is to stop the run and not give up explosives. And our goal is to stop the run and not give up explosives. Right. So this is really a team that has similar beliefs and philosophies in terms of how they win. And when I look at them, I look at us last year. I look at a team with a quarterback that's a transfer. I look at a team with a whole bunch of new guys who just win. They win close games, and people don't give them credit. And then one day they're going to wake up, and they're going to be somewhere nobody dreamt they should be, and they're going to say, well, what happened there? Maybe they are pretty good, right? What I don't want our team to do or our fans to do is, look over a team that is 6-1 because they find ways to win. And, we kind of find ways to win too. So it's a battle of teams who find ways to win football games.
We were talking about this game a little bit yesterday, Kenny, and I mentioned that to Bick is that, the crowd last week in Tempe for the Texas Tech game was off the charts. We saw the field storm and all of that. But I said to Dan, like, ASU fans need to show up maybe more this week than they did last week. Do you agree with that?
Every game. Same thing I tell my players. It gets more important. Like, every single week, you have to get better. We have to get better as a team. We have to get better as a staff. It has to be louder. You have to get there earlier. Like, every single game, it gets more important. And that's what good programs have. That's what good cultures have, is it builds and it builds and it builds. Unfortunately, it breaks eventually, but it builds and builds, it builds, it breaks. You build and build and build and break and build and build and build and break. And then hopefully you're at a higher point than when you started. But we're building, and we need it louder than it's ever been. Yeah. And last week, the first third down, 3rd and 2, nobody appreciates it. 3rd and 2 to start the game. Okay, they're really efficient on 3rd and 2 last week. They get a full start because we're loud. 3rd and 7, we get off the field. Nobody has any clue how important that was to the football game, us getting a 3 and out versus them converting a 3rd and 2. And that was because the fans showed up. And we have another sellout this week. Sold out every game all year. Sold out, I think, 6 straight going back to last year. We're about to sell out. We're very close to selling out our next 2 games. We're creating a home field advantage here, and it's because of the fans and the community, and it's really cool to see.
Kenny, best of luck against Houston. We'll talk to you next week.
I appreciate it. Go Devils.
Thanks Kenny Dillingham, the head coach of the Arizona State Sun Devils, joins us every Friday prior to a Sun Devil game here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Coming up next, every morning at 7:30, we get a rundown of the big story. Sammy Sabolka is going to take us through the reboot. Straight ahead here on Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Santan Ford's Activate the Valley, presented in part by Gila River Resorts and Casinos, Arizona State's official sports headquarters, and Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. We are Santan Ford.
Your home for Sun Devil football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, we all know fall is the time when people in Arizona love to get up and get outside and enjoy all the great outdoor activities in Arizona, but it's really not that easy if you're stuck inside dealing with pain in your knees and your shoulders, your hips, or your back. But I've got good news. You don't have to suffer any longer. My friends at QC Kinetics can give you your life back. They're the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine. These are treatments that harness your body's natural ability to heal itself by restoring and repairing damaged joint tissue. They do it without surgery, without drugs, with zero downtime. And I'm telling you, this stuff really works. I know because QC Kinetics has a 92% success rate with its patients. I know because Emmitt Smith, the NFL's all-time leading rusher, raves about QC Kinetics. And I know because I've leaned on them twice. I went into treatment for my torn meniscus 5 years ago. They helped me avoid surgery. Just finished 4 treatments for a bad case of tennis elbow. I am markedly better. This is what they'll do for people. They'll help you walk and run and hike and play golf and move again pain-free. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get a free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
It's kickoff time, Sun Devil Nation. At Tim Hovic's Santan Ford, we're proud to stand with Arizona State football. And just like Sparky on game day, trucks from Tim Hovic's Santan Ford bring the fire, the fight, and the power. From the F-150 to the unstoppable Super Duty, Ford trucks are built tough and built for Arizona. Tim Hovic's Santan Ford is an easy drive from anywhere in the valley. Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista and Gilbert. Tim Hovic's Santan Ford, proud partner of your Arizona State Sun Devils.
Hey, Sun Devil fans, get ready for another rockin' season with a better tasting, healthier protein shake. Rockin' Protein. Whether you enjoy hiking, jogging, working out, or simply cheering on your Sun Devils, you need Rockin' Protein. Locally made right here in Arizona, this high-quality protein shake helps you get the results you want. And it's made with real Shamrock Farms milk, so it tastes delicious with no chalky aftertaste. Look for it in the dairy cooler. Rockin' Protein, proud partner of Sun Devil Athletics. Forks up.
Forks up, Sun Devil fans. Bar S, America's #1 selling hot dog brand, is a proud partner of Sun Devil Athletics. From hot dogs and sausage to bacon, lunch meat, and corn dogs, Bar S serves up an all-star lineup of mealtime and game time favorites. Craving something delicious at the stadium? Grab a Bar S pitchfork dog or a 100% beef frank and taste the tradition. Then swing by your local grocery store and bring home the flavor that fuels Sun Devil Nation. Bar S, proud partners of Sun Devil Athletics. Go Devils!
Everyone needs a checking account, so get the one with built-in benefits to complement your unique lifestyle. Mountain America's MyStyle Checking has perks no one can pass up. You'll enjoy sizzling restaurant deals, peace of mind mobile phone protection, timely telehealth access, built-in identity protection, and clutch loan rate discounts. Make MyStyle your lifestyle at Mountain America Credit Union. Visit macu.com/mystyle. Insured by NCUA. Membership required based on eligibility. Some benefits require no cost registration or activation. Terms, conditions, and exclusions apply.
Home sellers, no matter your situation, consider all of your options. Before you list your home, call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed multiple cash offer program, receive up to 7 cash offers plus her guarantee sale offer, where Carol guarantees the price and time frame of your home sale, or she'll buy it. Sell with certainty and don't risk your hard-earned equity. Call Carol Royce today at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
It's October everywhere, but at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford, it is Bronctober. It's Wolf here, and all Broncos are on sale right now. Tim's got all the Bronco trim levels, a legit selection, all on sale. When affordability is your game, then Bronco Sport is the ticket. Select Bronco Sport's price below $29,000. It's the original Bronctober sales event at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford, located at the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. All offers expire 10/31/2025.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns will be in LA for a matchup with good friend Bradley Beal and the Clippers in the first of a back-to-back that'll end up in the Mile High City against Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets. And here was head coach Jordan Knott on the status of Suns guard Jalen Green.
No update. I mean, he's obviously not going to play this weekend. I think that's pretty easy to see. He's still working through it. I would say by the end of the road trip, there'll be more, but at this point, it's definitely nothing this weekend.
Tip-off tonight from the Intuit Dome will be at 7:30, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. No Arizona Cardinals this weekend as they continue on their bye week, but questions on who the quarterback will be on Monday night in Dallas still loom. And Kenny Dillingham and Sam Levitt, following a huge Big 12 win last Saturday, have to follow it up as Houston come to town, and the Sun Devils will be without one of the best receivers in the country in Jordan Tyson as he deals with a hamstring injury. But kickoff on Saturday night will be at 5 p.m., and you can listen to it on ESPN 620, and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Time for the big stories on this Friday morning, and here's Sammy to take us through it. The reboot is here.
Good morning, guys. Thank you. As first and foremost, obviously, if you're listening to us, you can watch us as well. We're on YouTube at Arizona Sports. But I want to start off with ASU. We just had Kenny Dillingham on. Always good stuff with him. But with the absence of Jordan Tyson, who very easily could be the best receiver in the country, what is the recipe to finding another Big 12 win at home against Houston?
I would like this to be the week that ASU kind of unlocks a different, better kind of running game.
Yeah.
I think at times it's flashed, right? But I would like to see this be that kind of game that really open up the passing game by making Houston commit 9 guys to stopping the run.
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously where you go first, but there's questions there too. Kyson Brown still out. You don't have your full complement of running backs. Kanye Udo is not on the injury report, but they haven't really used him that much this year. Do they sprinkle him in?
Yeah.
There's questions on the offensive line. Ben Coleman's out for the year. Wade Helton at center is apparently good to go. They're down to their third-string center last week against Texas Tech, and they won that football game, and I don't think people talk about that enough.
No. Yeah.
But that would be the easiest way. I am morbidly fascinated by what the passing game will look like tomorrow.
And
because nobody really, I mean, Derek Eusebio's had a couple of really impactful catches. We saw last week Jaron Hamilton get on track, couple of big plays and had over 100 yards and showed that big play ability. But they need somebody to step up and be a steady target at that position for Sam Levitt, and nobody really has yet.
Yeah, and you mentioned it, at the helm is Sam Levitt. Kenny Dillingham a couple days ago described him and his involvement as a QB, I think, in a really interesting way.
He's starting to play a style of football where he is a distributor of the ball. You know, he's a true point guard, not a shooting guard playing point guard.
A true point guard, he says Sam Levitt is. How have you seen Sam Levitt kind of elevate his game throughout the year and become that quarterback that we expected him to be?
By just taking this mentality that we are going to get the job done and I am going to lead the way. I think it was real evident on that final drive against Texas Tech. I was amazed at how in control Sam Levitt was of everything. His emotions, the game, the clock, the situation. The 4th and 1 play, quarterback knows that this is the game and probably the season if I don't make this. He takes off rolling right, and it looks like he's just going to try to run the ball, use his size and his strength. He had the wherewithal to see Jordan Tyson streaking free, and he feathered a beautiful pass that broke the game wide open.
To me, I mean, it's kind of following the pattern of last year.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was kind of a rough start last year. Sam Levitt getting his feet wet as a starting quarterback at this level, and he got better as the season went on. The same thing has happened. He's getting better and better, and even last week at Texas Tech, they had a lead, and they were playing well, but I think he threw the ball much better as the game went on. I think Sam Levitt has a tendency to throw 100-mile-an-hour fastballs in the first half, and then has to dial it back and rely more on touch. And that 4th down play to Jordan Tyson was a perfect example.
Yes.
He made it look easy. That's not an easy throw.
That's it, on the run.
But, you know, he seems to – that seems to be the path, whether it's over a season or over a game, that Sam Levitt gets stronger as it goes on.
And you know what it is? It's the quarterbacks in those situations who always succeed are the ones who are not afraid to fail.
Yes.
And their play oozes of it.
Yeah.
And that 4th and 1 play just oozed of a guy that I'm going to make this play.
Yeah.
I'm going to make something great happen here.
Yeah, all right, so the Suns hit the road. They will have 3 games in 4 nights, starting with the Clippers tonight. And aside from Jalen Green, who I think we all can agree is one of the most integral pieces to this team, how would you describe what you've seen from the Suns as to what you expected from them entering the season?
I think the second half of what we saw against Sacramento was a continuation of some of the baseline that they put down in the preseason, mostly the first 3 games. I was really impressed by the last preseason win against the Lakers, even though nobody played, just because it was kind of indicative of what they are building. But that second half was very encouraging in a lot of ways.
That third quarter was really, I was really curious if that third quarter was going to be more of the same and it was going to be this really rude awakening for us. Like, wake up, Phoenix.
Yeah.
A try-hard team gets you nowhere in the NBA. I thought that was the slap in the face we were getting.
And
that second half made me feel like, okay, no, we're good.
Yeah, no, we are. So you guys know on Friday, I like to try to mix it up, do something a little fun. And no Cardinals this weekend, so just the Suns and the Sun Devils. And we start with who gets you more amped up? A fired-up Kenny Dillingham or a trash-talking Dylan Brooks?
Because Dylan Brooks is still kind of a newbie. I'm siding with Kenny Dillingham, and like I told him during our interview, what he's doing is remarkable because this is where all our teams always fail.
Yep.
Expectations, consistent excellence, all that stuff, and he's making it happen.
Yeah.
It's Kenny Dillingham for the reason that Bix 2 different approaches, obviously.
Absolutely.
And I think this gap, if things go well for the Suns, this gap will be narrowed, but Kenny Dillingham, I'm not breaking news here. You could go on Sunday morning, just hop around the internet to different websites and listen to post-game press conferences with coaches around college football, and you'd be like, all right, garden variety. That last guy said the same thing. Kenny Dillingham is almost 100% unique and refreshing to hear in his messaging.
Very much so.
And it makes a difference. What he just was talking about not calling players by their numbers, which is what all old school coaches used to do to impose their power. Hey, 24, get over here.
You're not a human being to me.
You're a number. I don't even know who you are.
You're a slot on the depth chart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about, real quick, how about this? And we kind of opened the show at the juxtaposition of the challenges with the 2 football coaches in town, Jonathan Gannon and Kenny Dillingham. But just this past week, Kenny Dillingham saying, hey, we've never gone through this before. I'm going to pick the brains of people that I trust outside the program and get some advice. And Jonathan Gannon was asked the same question and kind of almost scoffed at it and said, no, I asked the people in the building. That's what and it was a very, very short, terse response. But that's, again, Kenny Dillingham's got a different, and that's not a knock on Jonathan Gannon. That's more of a, hey, this is a refreshing approach to coaching that we're seeing.
Yep.
Yeah, lastly, real quick. So there's some injuries to both teams. Who needs to be the bigger spark plug this weekend? Colin Gillespie or Derek Eusebio?
Ooh.
I'm going to say Derek Eusebio.
Yeah, I would agree.
I can let you guys in on this. And again, nobody cares about my fantasy football team. I'm going to mention this. No, I don't.
Oh, you don't.
I had Malik McClain.
Oh, that's right.
I finally let him go after this week. And I told the people in my league, which includes Luke Lipinski, who might be in first place again, hey, Malik McClain's going to be available. I can't hold on to him anymore. I got other needs. I guarantee you he's going to have a 200-yard game. So this is setting up to be that's so Murata. So maybe it's him. They just need somebody to be a reliable target in the pass game. I don't really care which one of them it is at this point.
Big same answer.
Yeah. I want to go back to, if you don't mind, just one last thing to what Kenny said that I think we all need to realize. The idea that they are stacking sellouts at that stadium.
Very much.
Yeah. Because
Sold out for the rest of the season.
There was a little bit of a fear that there would be a letdown last week after such an emotional win against the number 7 team in the country, and here comes Houston. Good team. Certainly not the profile that Texas Tech has, not the buzz around them. No such drop-off.
Tomorrow, by the way, tomorrow will mark the 700th day since Arizona State has lost at home.
Oh, man. 700
That's stat courtesy
days?
of our good friend Dave Leonard. Because I would never have the wherewithal to come up with something that poignant and cool.
What was
700 days.
So that was the loss to U of A, right? That's got to be it.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
That timeline.
Yeah.
Wow. So there you go. Happy
So it's
Friday.
also been 700 days since U of A beat ASU in football. I know there's a clock for that, too.
Oh, yeah.
All right, we're all rebooted. Thank you, Sammy. Coming up next, Mark Williams had a nice debut as a Phoenix Sun, but now with back-to-backs and the schedule picking up, how will Jordan Ott handle his new center? We'll get into that and more Suns talk next. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Do you lay this all at the feet of Kyler Murray? And do you just think a reset at quarterback in the offseason
throw him
is
right
enough?
under that bus and make it all on him?
And just say, we're going to try this again with everybody else and just make a change at quarterback and see what difference that makes. See if that changes the equation. I don't know. This is where it gets complicated.
I love that question, and I think the fan base would buy that. We don't think it's any of these people. We think it's him.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Sweet James, and maybe you've wondered about that nickname, Sweet James. What is that all about? Well, his name is James Bergner. He's a world-class attorney. Our friend Petros Papadakis, former USC fullback, now Fox Sports analyst, gave him the sweet nickname because he couldn't believe a bulldog attorney was so nice outside of the courtroom, and it just kind of stuck. But know this, Sweet James and his accident attorneys, anything but nice to your opposition, primarily the insurance companies you're going to be battling if you're ever injured in an accident. Here's what they'll do for you. They'll get your car fixed. They'll get you the medical treatment you need so you can heal. Then they're going to go out and get you the most amount of money possible and the justice you deserve. Their attorneys have extensive trial experience, which means when they send a demand letter to insurance companies on your behalf, those insurance companies know who they're up against. They know they can't deny, or nickel and dime Sweet James. It's why these attorneys have not only win 98% of the time, they win big, consistently delivering some of the largest settlements in the country. When you hire Sweet James, you can expect maximum compensation, and you pay nothing until they win your case. 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
Swapping out your tires? There's nothing like it. With eBay, you find the feel you're looking for. From smooth highway rides to grip for rough terrain. Get all the tires you need at prices you'll love. eBay. Things people love.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Low T, start for free. Yep, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Think better, sleep better, improve your sex life. Nothing. Boost testosterone like actual testosterone. Don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. And for a limited time, get started for free. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then just moving in right away, not waiting around to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. That's it. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. I've tried to buy and sell at the same time before. The double moves are rough, let me tell you. But Orchard cuts that hassle right out of the process for you, which is huge. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. Orchard agents are local experts. They're some of the most experienced around town. Plus, they're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. This is what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes without the stress. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, buy before you sell, but still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Need a new HVAC system? Service Experts Fall Flash Sale is on now. Get $1,000 off a new high-efficiency heating and cooling system. Hurry, offer ends October 31st. Call 866-EXPERTS or visit ServiceExperts.com today. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey, and the Suns are visiting a few old friends tonight. Thankfully, we don't have to worry about whether or not Bradley Beal will play anymore. That's not our problem. We'll preview Suns Clippers today on the Burns and Gambo Show, 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Gillespie around a pick from Williams. Gives it to him rolling to the basket. He'll put it up and get it swatted in his face by Cardwell. Loose ball goes to Gillespie. Now a lob to Williams. He'll throw it down with a right-hand jam. And the Suns pull back within 5.
That was part of the action from Wednesday night. Season opening win for the Suns over the Sacramento Kings. John Bloom on the call on the Suns Radio Network. A dunk from their new center, Mark Williams. And that was kind of the unveiling, the first look anybody's had, really, outside of in practice of Mark Williams, because he didn't play in the preseason, Bick. And that was one of the storylines from that win. A lot of people will talk about Dylan Brooks. A lot of people will talk about the contributions of, Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal, Colin Gillespie, what Devin Booker was able to do in tough situations. Mark Williams was a big, big story. Didn't start, came off the bench. He said, hey, that felt a little weird for him because he's been a starter in his career. Mm-hmm. But when the game was on the line, Mark Williams was the guy that was getting the crunch time minutes. And I think first account, we all know how good a player he can be. That's not the question.
I'm not sure Suns fans knew, though, to be honest with you. This guy, he was trapped in Charlotte playing for a terrible franchise.
Trapped in Charlotte. Right? Is the perfect way to put it.
Yeah, but I think you saw that, wow, there's real big man skill in that dude.
Well, the last time...
That shot he swatted into the fourth row?
Aside from the glimpses of DeAndre Ayton, the Suns haven't had a very, very compatible center in quite some time, and I think he really is that. And we've been deprived of
that. Jordan Ott was asked yesterday how Mark Williams, that was his first action. He had been on this ramp-up, return-to-action regimen basically since the trade went down on draft night. How's he feeling after his first action? Here was Jordan Ott on that.
Yeah, I think that's something that we're assessing right now, and it's part of this post-practice, part of our day. We'll have all night when we get into town. But yeah, everything looks good.
And, hey, with back-to-backs coming, they're in L.A. tonight, they're in Denver tomorrow night, and then a third game Monday in Utah with one game in between. Does Mark Williams have the ability to play in back-to-backs, according to the head coach?
We're going to continue to assess. I think there is a build-up to all this, and it's a tough back-to-back to open the season. So see how he feels, and we'll take it a game at a time to see exactly how he feels tonight into tomorrow. But it looked on the court pretty good, and his initial reaction right here has been pretty good.
Yeah, and this comes with there's a little bit of another side of this discussion because, yes, I think Suns fans are excited about Mark Williams and what he could potentially bring because the talent is there. But on the flip side of it, the excitement in the offseason since the draft about getting Common Malowach, and he didn't get the sweats off.
Yeah.
And when do the Suns kind of integrate him into the plan? And does that depend on the health of Mark Williams? Is there
I think we're going to see him the next couple of nights.
Is there a safety net kind of feel to that?
Yeah. I think my belief is, like you said, you've got back-to-backs here. You've got to be very careful with Mark Williams in terms of what you're exposing him to because if keeping him healthy for a long-term kind of deal this year is imperative. You would expect that Common Malowach is going to get off the bench sometime in the next couple of days. Clippers are a team that you've got to deal with their centers, right? Ivica Zubac, Brook Lopez.
Yeah, they're and then tomorrow night, Denver, and then, Jokic, and they had Jonas Valanciunas, which is, I think, one of the most underrated acquisitions of the offseason for anybody. So that's 2 straight nights of really top-flight bigs.
So I do hope that is in the plans, because in real time we were sort of curious about the trade/draft pick combo and what that meant going forward this year and in the future. So I do hope they have a plan to sort of integrate both of them into the team this year.
Yeah, and I think they will. Like I said, I think they're going to be very judicious with how they use Mark Williams, especially early on. I don't think you'd want him to sit out the game against Denver. I don't know. I don't know how they're going to do it. I'm sure they're going to have a plan. Here's something that I think you're going to find very funny. Apparently, there are people in Los Angeles who believe that Bradley Beal is going to return to peak form because of Ivica Zubac. Apparently, Bradley Beal, after practice this week, claimed he hasn't had a center who's been able to set picks for him like Ivica Zubac. It's like, come on, really? Really? For all his flaws, Yusuf Nurkic could set a pick.
True.
Yeah, he could.
I mean, come on. What are we talking about here? That's going to unlock Bradley Beal.
Yusuf Nurkic was a pick.
That's what he was. That's really all he had, to be honest.
I just pulled up the injury report for tonight's games, the most latest publishing of it, and Bradley Beal not on the list for the Clippers. So
wow,
he's a full go.
Wow,
after his 5 points in 20 minutes.
They got 12 hours still. Change.
Right. Yeah, but these are going to be a couple of difficult nights because the Clippers are a good team, and they were absolutely embarrassed on opening night, their opening night.
Well, you made the interesting thing. You said if they come back 2-2, that'll be pretty satisfactory.
I think it is.
I think that's kind of looking at the whole season, is if they could hover around 500 this whole season and just be feisty enough to sort of see that play-in, tournament, I think that's a successful season.
I do too. I think that's a very reasonable thing. You avoid the 6-7 game losing streaks. You bring it every single night. You do that in the association, you're going to win a handful of games.
Right, because even the good teams don't bring it every single night in a long regular season.
Well, that's the thing is we've preached this feistiness, play hard every single night. There's an early test to see that. It's a back-to-back in Denver. How much effort is this team going to put into that game?
You got to make sure nobody on your team is taking the under.
Yeah, I know, right? The Suns' 64-win team was famously called a try-hard team because they were one of the very few teams that did play hard every single game. Yeah. And because they had the talent, they won a ton of games.
The basketball gods really did us wrong by not rewarding that team, by not making an example to the rest of the association that trying hard every night and stacking all the wins you can in the regular season, it does mean something.
Yes. Instead, just the opposite is now a meme of the video of Ayton and Booker working out after a game.
After a game. We now know that the basketball gods themselves laugh at try-hard teams.
Yes,
the basketball gods are going through some things right now.
To Jared's point about
some things,
hovering around 400.
They've tried that one already.
Hovering around 500. It sounds great, and I think it would be a major accomplishment for this team.
Yeah.
The problem is, where are those wins coming from?
I know.
And that's not a knock on the Suns.
No,
the West. Who do you feel comfortable in the West saying, well, that's an easy win?
There are very few.
New Orleans? They still have a ton of talent.
And this is a year that people think Zion is actually going to do something significant this year.
Talk about injury report.
Sacramento, we just saw what they're capable of, even though they're picked to finish last.
But they didn't have their best player.
Utah blew out the Clippers.
Got one. Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah.
That's it. That's sort of the downside of the first game is, oh my God, they had a dramatic come-from-behind victory, but they also fell behind 20 points to a team that didn't have their best player, and they had to desperately come back to win.
Yeah.
Versus one of the worst teams in the West.
Say this about Phoenix. At least the FBI isn't hauling our head coach off to jail. We got that going for us.
Where were they last season?
Listen, again, if you get up and over 36, and you get more than that team did last year with Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal, that's good enough for me.
And that's got to be the internal goal.
Yeah.
Especially the front office people.
Absolutely.
Maybe to start, I think if they're going along those roads, along that road, and there's a realization, hey, this is possible, I think the goals change. But I think right now, they got to be thinking
I think
that.
That's, and I think that's accurate.
That's probably one of the reasons why everybody's talking about playing hard and being proud of the effort that's put out there and having some grit, some gumption. What's another word gumption doesn't get used enough.
Some sandpaper. Gumption, you're right. That's
coming up next.
Forrest ruined that word.
You want gumption?
Oh, here we go.
You'll get gumption. In the form of the Bickley Blast, it's next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You don't don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. May apply.
They call Life Changer Loan the loan the big banks don't want you to know about, and that is because for ages, the home buying process has remained archaic. You apply for a mortgage, you make a big down payment, then you spend the next 30 years of your life paying it off. Many people reconcile it because they think they have a really good interest rate, like one of our listeners named Jack, who before he switched over to a Life Changer Loan, he realized it would take 22 years on that 30-year mortgage to pay more principal than interest, and in the end, he was going to pay $700,000 for a $300,000 home. There's a better way. At Life Changer Loan, you do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first. You have 24/7 access to your equity, which gives you the power to borrow back from yourself whenever you want. Lots of great stuff. Incredible amount of satisfied, grateful clients at Life Changer Loan. It's not for everybody. Give them a call. Find out if you're a good fit, because I can guarantee this. If you are a good fit, you are going to love the results. 480-504-0844. Online at lifechangerloan.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm proud to announce Sanderson Ford has teamed up with Arizona Sports as the tailgate sponsor of all football home games. Show up and tailgate in style in a new Ford F-150 STX Super Crew truck for only $44,899. Sanderson Ford is all about football and supporting our troops by providing seats for soldiers at every home game. Go online at SandersonFord.com for more info. This is Sanderson Ford Country.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
When it comes to your electric bill, saving energy means saving money. That's why SRP offers many ways to help you cut costs and boost comfort. From rebates and discounts that can save you thousands of dollars, to expert insights that can help make your home more energy efficient. SRP has tools and programs that give you many ways to save. Explore your options today at srp.net/savings. That's srp.net/savings.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Happy Friday to everyone out there. Tonight, Devin Booker and the Suns are on the road in Los Angeles for a date with Bradley Beal and the Clippers at the Intuit Dome. Tip-off will be at 7:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. With no Arizona Cardinal game this weekend, ASU on Saturday is the main focus. The Devils, 5-2, will welcome a 6-1 Houston team to Tempe, and with Jordan Tyson being ruled out for Saturday's contest, the likes of Jaron Hamilton and Derek Eusebio are among the receivers that will need to step up in his absence. Kickoff will be tomorrow night at 5, and you can listen to it on ESPN 620. And this report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football fans, legendary quarterback Phil Simms is joining the Sunday watch parties on October 26th for a live Q&A. Don't miss it at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Arizona Cardinal fans have the next 2 Sundays off. 2 Sundays to remove yourself from the NFL, or 2 Sundays to immerse yourself in games that will not make your blood boil or wait on hold to scream at Craig Grialou. But make no mistake about it, these are crucial days for our NFL team. They cannot run the ball. Their O-line has been disappointing. Their pass rush has been underwhelming. There are new concerns about this coaching staff and tactical decisions that have failed, particularly in endgame situations. And then there are growing questions about Monty Ossenfort, who seems to be in a Gino Suarez kind of slump. A GM who has 0 Pro Bowl appearances from his 28 draft picks over the past 3 years, when we were expecting at least a few home runs. And yet all of that pales to what they are doing with their quarterbacks and the hard decisions that must be made with Kyler Murray and Jacoby Brissett. After 2 years of trying hard, playing close, and exceeding expectations, the post-Kingsbury regime is suddenly falling flat, and in its place, a credibility crisis is beginning to grow. And this football team, they've got 2 Sundays to figure it out. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Oh, well, I mean, you just want an opportunity to win football games, right? You want to have an opportunity to be on schedule. I think the other thing is there's, from a continuity standpoint, from an offensive play calling standpoint, from just an execution standpoint, those things just as an offensive lineman, man, those are what I want. I don't want up and down. I want consistency.
That's Mark Schlereth, who joined Bickley and Marotta mornings on Wednesday for his weekly visit on the Cardinals locker room, what he thinks it might be like right now during the midst of a 5-game losing streak for the Cardinals. And this is not your garden variety losing streak where there's a stinker mixed in there. Mm-hmm. These have all been winnable games, 1-2 plays separating the Cardinals from a win that haven't been made or have been made by the other teams. And I hadn't really thought about it the way that you framed it to begin that blast. 7 games into this season has not been easy on the nerves of Arizona Cardinals fans. Every week has been white knuckle city.
Yep.
So the fact that you get 2 Sundays removed from it, you got a little time before you have to gear up before the next white knuckler.
Yeah, listen, and so what I would like this football team to do now, going forward, some of the things out of the Packers game, please never, ever, ever play that game with an elite edge rusher again, like Micah Parsons. Don't swing your running backs out of the backfield to catch little flare passes. Keep them in as protection. I would like this team to continue to do what Jacoby Brissett has done when they get near the end zone. Throw touchdown passes to Trey McBride. Stop doing everything short, hoping that the ball carrier gets in the end zone. Get the ball to Trey McBride. I was a little encouraged by the running game early against the Packers. I thought, that first quarter, it actually looked like that was going to be a featured component of their game. The Packers kind of shored that up a little bit, but Bam Knight showed me a little bit. Then there's the Jacoby Brissett, Kyler Murray thing, and the defensive side of the ball. That unit really, you would think that there's room for a big jump for that unit.
Yeah, whether it's creating turnovers, putting pressure on the quarterback, getting 3 and outs when they need to get 3 and outs, none of those have really been strengths for the defensive unit. Going back to what you said on the offensive side of the ball, on the offensive line, we talked a bit briefly yesterday, Bick, about I think you want to talk about a unit that has maybe been the most disappointing as a room. It's been the offensive line. I don't know if you agree. So we had questions about
as somebody who once again was fooled by what I thought might be the best offensive line they have put out in recent vintage. Yes. I would have to agree with you.
And I think there's maybe some talk going on now about after what we saw with Jonah Williams struggled, but he struggled against Micah Parsons. He was put in a situation to struggle, basically. You mentioned it. Keep your running backs in. There was a team, and I forget the stat. I found it somewhere, and I didn't note it, and shame on me for not noting it. But there was a team that I think ran 65% of its offensive plays with an extra offensive lineman last week. Why not that? Are the Cardinals talking about maybe switching out the right tackle? Jonah Williams for Kelvin Beachum. Kelvin Beachum is still on this team, and he does play, and he's the extra offensive lineman when they go jumbo.
Yep.
But do they need to shore that position up, or just maybe change the thinking, like you said? I was aghast at reading Micah Parsons' comments.
So was I.
After that game.
So was I.
They allowed me.
That's right from the player himself. That's
yes.
right from the player himself. You can't refute that.
And Micah Parsons, for all his faults, and there's been faults pointed out, he's a pretty honest guy. Whether he's talking on his podcast or with the media, he's going to tell it like it is.
Yeah, and what he basically was saying was, don't celebrate this game I just put on the field. This is what I can do when teams actually go attack me one-on-one. And then the Cardinals tried to adjust late, and it was better late, but then Micah just wrecked the game at the end, and it's that's the kind of thing that I think that the coaching staff has to button up. They have got to be a lot better at tactical stuff that won't get the players rolling their eyes. Do you know what I mean? Sure you do. It's one of those things, because this is what could make a football team unravel, is when the guys in the room go, these guys don't know what they're doing. Because when they think that, then they stop listening.
I think it was Bernsey who asked Jonathan Gannon the question post-game last week after the Packers loss, like, is the bye coming at a good time? And it's a question you hear every year, regardless of what situation the team is in. And I'm not like shooting arrows at Bernsey for asking the question. I thought Jonathan Gannon's response was interesting. He was like, I don't know. We thought the bye week was coming at a great time last year, and that team came out of the bye and couldn't win a football game. I'll say this, going into it and 2 days away from that bye week Sunday, I think this is coming at a perfect time, because this team needed to do a lot of reevaluation on how it has operated on game days for the first 7 weeks of the season.
You think about that. They were 6-4 at last year's bye week. Then Kyler Murray went to Manhattan, had pizza with ranch dressing, did a video.
That's the key.
That is the key. That's the key. They came back. They went 2-5 to close, and they've started 2-5 this year. So from bye week to bye week, this is a 4-10 football team. So what they need to do now is they need to come out of this bye week the way they went into the bye week of 2024.
Finish 6-4.
Hey, they have killed one narrative though, and that is Kyler Murray wins a lot of games and is really good in the first half of season.
Oh, that's true.
He doesn't finish well. They've killed that narrative.
That's a good point.
That's right. I forgot about
not
that.
Not that Kyler's numbers look that different, but
he's won the only 2 games, though, to be fair.
True. Well, we don't have to worry about it this week.
Nope.
It's a stress-free
2 Sundays. Yeah,
a stress-free Sunday viewing party.
Yep.
I like that. I am a fan of that. I want to remind you that this year marks the 10th anniversary of Character Counts. Parker & Sons has awarded over $100,000 in scholarships to outstanding Valley students who show great character. Your child or a student you know could be next. Just text character to 620-620. Nominate them for a $10,000 scholarship. Once again, that's character to 620-620. Coming up next, the NBA always wants to make headlines during their opening week. Not like this. We'll get into the latest headlines on an uncomfortable subject in the NBA next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios here at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A huge home win for Sun Devil football last Saturday. Now the Devils face Houston at home without Jordan Tyson.
Obviously a tough loss for us, but our guys have done a good job responding and coming out to work. I think their attitude's been fantastic in regards to how we've gone about the week and re-engaged.
Pre-game at 2, kickoff at 5, Saturday. Listen to ASU Houston on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app.
Vince Marotta back to let you know that the biggest savings of the season are going on right now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. That's where General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team have rolled out fall savings on their entire lineup of award-winning Buick and GMC models. Like on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab, you can save up to $12,000 off MSRP, or while they last, get 0% APR financing on the remaining 2025 units. You want to go all electric? You can do that as well. 2025 GMC Hummer EV, SUV, or pickup models with huge savings of up to $15,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR available on those two. These offers do require approved credit. They do end November 3rd. See dealer for full details. Stop in today and experience their noble way of doing business that's made Earnhardt a trusted name in automotive for over 74 years. They are located right off the 60 at Superstition Springs Boulevard in Mesa, or you can shop online anytime at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing, and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
We're calling professional wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, where are you?
I'm on my way to practice in my Arrowhead Honda. Man, I absolutely love it. The team at Arrowhead Honda takes great care of their customers, and they're really like family to me. The game isn't until Sunday, but I feel like I've already won with Arrowhead Honda.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
More and more these days, people who are in pain are taking control of their health and looking beyond the traditional medicine. That's why QC Kinetics is so successful. People with chronic joint pain are learning that there are other options besides steroids, meds, and surgery. Patients fighting pain are getting lasting relief using advanced cellular-level treatments. It's QC Kinetics regenerative medicine that can revitalize your joints using growth factors from your own body. It's a simple injection, not a hospital stay. It's fast and all-natural, no downtime. If your back or knees or shoulder hurt all the time, you need to explore all your options. Call QC Kinetics and get a free consultation. Look beyond the same old solutions. Find a better life with QC Kinetics' amazing regenerative treatments. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French Onion Dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
Hey, it's Wolf. What do we hope to see from the Phoenix Suns this weekend against Kawhi Leonard and Nikola Jokic? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app.
It's the Friday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings. Want to send a shout-out and a thank you to our great listeners in Maryvale this morning on this Friday. Thank you for listening. Maryvale, we appreciate you.
Maryvale.
That those guys will put their families and their careers in jeopardy. There's an old saying in the hood, all money ain't good money. So if you're making $9 million and you're dealing in certain things, like how much more do you need? Especially if you know you get caught, you can do jail time, lose your career. Put a bad image on yourself or your family on the NBA. I agree with you, Chuck. They dropped the ball.
That's Shaquille O'Neal last night on ESPN. Gonna take a while to get used to saying Shaquille O'Neal on ESPN.
Oh, I know.
But,
I know. It was a fascinating discourse between them because Kenny Smith brought up the word addiction, that the dangers of legalized gambling. The word addiction is very, very important to understand all that. Charles Barkley preferred the word stupidity.
Yeah, here was the exchange between those two last night on ESPN.
Man, this ain't got nothing to do with damn gambling addiction. This ain't got nothing to do with addiction. These dudes are stupid. Why are they stupid? Under no circumstances can you fix basketball games. Under no circumstances. I love to gamble. The notion, like, Rozier makes $26 million. Him betting, giving people information or taking himself out of games, how much is he gonna benefit taking himself out the game to get unders? How much money is he gonna make?
Well, if he did that, you're proving my point.
What do you mean?
That means
that's
that
not
it's an
addiction.
illogical thought process.
No.
If you're making $26 million to try to win 50,000, like that's illogical. So that you're proving my point.
No, that's not addiction. That's stupidity.
I think everybody's correct in this.
Mm-hmm.
I think Kenny Smith's point on addiction, that can certainly drive these actions.
Mm-hmm.
Greed can drive these actions.
Desperation.
I mean,
debt.
We've like the Dejounte Porter situation, and he's already been banned from the NBA for his role in all of this, and we know some of the facts on that situation, that he got in and had debts to some gamblers, and to pay the debts, he did what he did, and he's paid for it with his career. There is the desperation involved. There is greed. There's certainly stupidity. When you are an NBA player or an NBA employee of any level, you are very well versed on what you are allowed to do and what you're not allowed to do. So this wasn't, I thought I got away with it, as we saw so many times in professional football over the last 4 or 5 years. I didn't think it was that big of a deal. This obviously goes beyond that realm. But I think both of these guys are right when they say this.
I think, and I think there's room for that third element as well, the desperation born out of stupidity and addiction. If guys get racked up in debt, then they're compromised. And that, again, this is kind of why these prop bets are so problematic for all the people who do not want to acknowledge what the link between legalized gambling and these kind of scandals. You're being naive. It's not everything, and it's not all to blame, but it's certainly a part. There's a reason why when ESPN was talking about this story yesterday, they had their prop bet bug up on the bottom of the screen, and then suddenly it disappeared.
Yeah.
Somebody watching it said, can we get that off the screen?
That's a bad look.
That's a really bad look.
The Chauncey Billups part of it is even more fascinating to me because it goes beyond basketball and involves some kind of crazy illegal poker ring with
mafia.
Yeah.
And the details of the technology.
The Cosa Nostra family.
The details of the technology used in these games is pretty fascinating, quite honestly.
X-ray
tables.
X-ray tables. Yep.
It's nuts.
I haven't seen a fixed poker game like this since James Caan duped Nick Cage in Honeymoon in Vegas.
Wow.
Babe.
What a reference that is. Flying Elvi. But
love that movie.
Yes.
But now the NBA, suddenly we've had a series of amazing individual performances to start the year. And instead, look at the words we're talking about. Feds, mafia, rigged, conspirator.
Yeah,
an active NBA head coach.
Who's a Hall of Famer.
Who's a Hall of
and
Famer.
Here was Joseph Nacella, who's the U.S. District Attorney in the Eastern District for New York, talking about what Chauncey Billups was arrested for.
The defendants in this case orchestrated a scheme to use wireless cheating technology to run rigged poker games across the United States, including in the Hamptons, Las Vegas, Miami, and Manhattan. The scheme targeted victims known as, quote, fish, who were often lured to participate in these rigged games by the chance to play alongside former professional athletes who were known as, quote, face cards. The so-called face cards included the defendant Chauncey Billups, who at the time of the scheme was a former NBA player and is currently the head coach of the Portland Trail Blazers, and also Damon Jones, a former NBA player and coach. What the victims, the fish, didn't know is that everybody else at the poker game, from the dealer to the players, including the face cards, were in on the scam. Once the game was underway, the defendants fleeced the victims out of tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars per game.
Look, that's pretty terrible stuff. I agree with Bobby Marks and I agree with Brian Windhorst. The NBA doesn't give a rat's behind about these poker games.
No.
Obviously,
No.
it's a crime, and that will take care of itself. On the Chauncey Billups front, they're definitely more interested in his sharing of player availability information to those who didn't need that before it went public, and obviously on the Terry Rozier stuff.
I just love hearing like big old dorks try to use inside lingo like that. Like, have you ever seen the movie Rounders? Any of you?
Yeah.
I mean, everyone knows the term fish and stuff. It's just funny. As they call them,
known as fish.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're lured
face
in
cards.
by face card.
Yeah.
Well, Chris Canty also went off, and we don't have the soundbite, but it was Joseph Nacella making all these references to, like, you can't get away with it, and that you can bet on. And, like, it's just this cheesy terminology, like they're looking for their catchphrase at the end of an action movie scene. It's terrible.
Speaking
The
of
modern
round- speaking
FBI
of
is very
rounders,
performative.
My wife's cousin this is a funny bit of trivia. She was actually an executive producer on that movie. She works in Hollywood.
Rounders?
Yeah. And there's a story that they were waiting for John Malkovich for weeks to show up. And when he finally did, he busted out that accent from their character. And people are like, what the hell are we doing here?
Yeah.
And the rest is history.
And the rest is history.
You can't go very long without hearing somebody say the phrase, pay that man his money.
It's an awful Russian accent, but it's also like hypnotizingly like excellent to watch in a movie.
Good movie.
What a mess in the NBA, man. This is just, again, they've been off to such a scintillating start in terms of games. That Denver Golden State game was bonkers.
This is a league where the casual sports fan doesn't even pay attention usually until around
That's right.
Christmas.
That's right.
So for them to grab headlines this early, but it's something bad, is not what they had in mind.
We could circle back around to this at some time, too. What's a bigger problem for Adam Silver right now? This situation or the Clippers situation?
Oh, I would think this one.
Yes.
I don't think the Clip.
I think the Clippers situation is worse.
Do you?
Yeah.
They're both just.
I don't think the Clippers situation makes fans question the product. I think it's obviously a violation of the salary cap rules. But
It's also way more boring, the Clippers one.
Yeah.
This
is salacious.
This has headlines on like CNN.com.
Yeah.
Not like, it's not just inside NBA people that know the
It's
Clippers.
not just Pablo finds out.
Right,
Yeah,
exactly.
Right.
He might be the best investigator
I know,
in this country right now.
That's what I'm saying. Let's get him on this.
I think
he's going to end up with a Pulitzer.
Real quick, the Clippers situation, I think it definitely affects the purity of the game. When you're jamming these second apron rules in the CBA down everybody's throat, and now everybody in the NBA is like, oh, we made a mistake signing that CBA.
Yeah. But there's been so many people who have come out, like Richard Jefferson among them. Oh, who cares about this?
Mark Cuban.
Mark Cuban. Are these guys getting money on this? Who cares about it?
Yeah, because Mark Cuban was probably doing the same thing.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. I think the Clippers thing is easier to bury.
I agree with that.
I don't know. There's another podcast episode coming out soon.
The Clippers thing is about team construction and the team build. The Rozier thing is about what that team puts on the floor. I think there's 2 levels to that.
True. Arizona Sports Redbird Farms Chicken are teaming up to bring you an exclusive tailgate package, including a grill set, Yeti cooler, and Cardinals tickets. Plus, be among the first 25 fans to join Arizona Sports promo team today at the Safeway, located at Frank Lloyd Wright in Scottsdale between 4 and 6 p.m. Claim your free T-shirt with proof of purchase of any Redbird Farms chicken product. Coming up next, huge game for the Sun Devils. They are shorthanded. What does the head coach think about the matchup against Houston? We'll tell you what Kenny Dillingham had to say next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Suns are now one of the NBA's youngest teams with a new style of play on the court that you can hear.
Dunn in transition. He'll throw it down with both hands. Ryan Dunn explodes to the rim.
On Arizona Sports.
Booker has it in the forecourt. Jam time for D-Book.
Suns at the Clippers tonight. Pre-game at 6:30. 7:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Happy Friday, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and Arizona is finally cooling off. But before you kick on that heat, make sure your system is ready. A fall HVAC tune-up from Parker & Sons can make that happen. It's fast, it's affordable, can save you from a chilly surprise in the months ahead. So put that on your to-do list. Also, cooler weather means open windows in Arizona, which is absolutely fantastic. But what about the air quality in your home? From duct cleaning to air purifiers, Parker & Sons can keep your family breathing easy. Their Captura air scrubber cleans the air in your house 24/7. Great idea with cold and flu season ahead. Keep your family healthy. Get your home holiday ready by calling Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And remember, their technicians are all licensed, bonded, insured. They pass drug tests and background checks. They are the company you can trust in your sacred space. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You've got brothers.
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills, just like you.
Hey.
What's up? What?
We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer. You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns will be back in LA for a matchup with good friend Bradley Beal and the LA Clippers in the first of a back-to-back that'll end up in Mile High City against Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets. And here was head coach Jordan Ott on the status of Suns guard Jalen Green.
No update. I mean, he's obviously not going to play this weekend. I think that's pretty easy to see. He's still working through it. I would say by the end of the road trip, there'll be more, but at this point, it's definitely nothing this weekend.
Tip-off from Intuit Dome will be at 7:30, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Kenny Dillingham and Sam Levitt, following a huge Big 12 win last Saturday, have to follow it up as Houston comes to town, and the Sun Devils will be without one of the best wide receivers in the country in Jordan Tyson as he deals with a hamstring injury. But kickoff Saturday night will be at 5, and listen to it on ESPN 620. And tonight, the World Series between the Blue Jays and the Dodgers. Game 1 will get going at 5 p.m. right here on ESPN 620. And this report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? It's Arizona's largest roofer, an A+ with the BBB, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. Can a depleted ASU football team take down 6-1 Houston on Saturday? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
When I look at them, I look at us last year. I look at a team with a quarterback that's a transfer. I look at a team with a whole bunch of new guys who just win. They win close games, and people don't give them credit. And then one day they're going to wake up, and they're going to be somewhere nobody dreamt they should be, and they're going to say, well, what happened there? Maybe they are pretty good, right? What I don't want our team to do or our fans to do is, look over a team that is 6-1 because they find ways to win. And, we kind of find ways to win too. So it's a battle of teams who find ways to win football games.
That's Kenny Dillingham, head coach of the Sun Devils. You joined us earlier this morning for his weekly visit here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Talking about this week's opponent, the Houston Cougars, and we've had a lot of talk about ASU and their plight and their situation that they're in from an injury standpoint. Yeah. Kenny Dillingham makes a lot of good points, and there's a lot of similarities between the 2025 Houston Cougars and the 2024 ASU Sun Devils. Mm-hmm. For instance, this year's Houston team with a second-year head coach in Willie Fritz, who took over a team that won 4 games last year.
Yep.
Or 4 games in his first year. They do find ways to win games. And their wins right now, they are 6-1. They beat Stephen F. Austin, Rice, Colorado, Oregon State, lost pretty badly to Texas Tech by 24. Followed that up by routing Oklahoma State and then a 3-point win over Arizona last week. This is kind of the game, if you want to talk about similarities between the two teams. Mm-hmm. This game for Houston is kind of ASU's game against Utah last year. An opportunity for them to draw attention and open the eyes of people around the country. If they're able to win this game, mm-hmm. this propels Houston to one of the favorites in the Big 12. This is one of 3 massive Big 12 games this week.
Yeah, listen, this is a form of flattery for ASU. It won't feel like that on the football field on Saturday, but Texas Tech went all in, spent tons of money on this year's team because they saw ASU win a Big 12 championship and said, if they can do it, we can do it.
Mm-hmm.
And the Houston coach is saying the same thing.
Yeah.
Why not us? We saw ASU do it last year. Why can't we be that team? So it's a real credit to what Kenny Dillingham has built now that people are viewing and taking inspiration from the Sun Devils. But ASU's job is really to repel all of this. And this is what's fascinating to me, because if they win this weekend, and I still think they've got a real good shot without Jordan Tyson, and I know you pointed out that Jordan Tyson basically represents, 40% of the passing offense? Nobody else has caught a touchdown?
Way more than that.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's got 57 catches, just at the receiving core, 57 catches.
Okay.
Everybody else with WR on their position next to their name has 17 total.
Wow.
He has 8 touchdown catches.
Mm-hmm.
I think Shimon Mateer has 1, and that's basically it for the season. So this is taking away the biggest ingredient.
Jaron Hamilton had a decent game last week.
He did.
So you're going to need that. Malik McClain, as you pointed out, Derek Eusebio.
We haven't seen Jalen Moss pop yet.
Exactly. So, but in the big picture, finding a way to be that program that just knows how to grind its way to a victory week after week after week, it is so hard to do.
Mm-hmm.
But the really great programs make it look easy. Consistent excellence, and that's what Kenny Dillingham is striving for here. And you see week to week how difficult it really is being at the top. And we're seeing it with ASU football.
Yeah.
And they got through the Texas Tech game, which will be a huge swing game. If you can beat Houston, it's going to set up a road showdown with Iowa State, and you get that one, you are in great shape.
Yeah. But, again, from the Houston perspective, I know they're not preaching this in their locker room, but if you look at the reality of their schedule, they don't play BYU. They don't play Cincinnati.
Right.
They don't play Iowa State. After ASU, they have West Virginia, at UCF, home against Texas TCU, and then at Baylor. Those last two, tough. I think I can make an argument that both of those teams are better than Houston, but that's pretty favorable. So they might be viewing, again, as this is a climbing of the mountain for them. And if they get past this, it might be smooth sailing the rest of the way. Now, they do have one conference loss. There's 2 teams in the conference right now in Cincinnati and BYU that don't have a conference loss.
Yep.
And they're both involved in big games this weekend, too. Cincinnati's got Baylor at home.
Okay.
Iowa State is hosting BYU.
Ooh.
That is a massive game in the conference.
Yeah, it is.
If you're a Sun Devil fan, you're a Cyclone fan this weekend as well.
Absolutely.
You got to get BYU tagged with a loss here.
Definitely. Here's on that subject too of navigating the wide receiving core and the passing game without Jordan Tyson. Here was Kenny Dillingham sharing his thoughts on Tyson's absence and how it could be a benefit long term.
Yeah, I definitely think so. I mean, last year, we had Guillory and Melquan Stovall, and those guys. When JT went out at the end of last year, those guys stepped up in the Iowa State Big 12 championship game, and there was an instant connection through the work. So I'm hoping that, this week builds a relationship, builds some connection with some of those guys, and then we can get hopefully JT back here in the future. And when we get him back, now there's JT and a connection with these guys that we've been working with. So, sometimes, you don't know why things happen, but we got to find a way to win this one without JT, and it may make our team better in the end.
Here's one other similarity between Houston this year and ASU last year. Houston's got a running back named Dean Connors, who's not Cam Scadaboo, but he's like Cam Scadaboo light. He wears number 44, which is the number that Scadaboo's been wearing this year with the Giants.
Yeah.
He's a really good receiver out of the backfield. He runs really hard. It's not highlight reel stuff like Scadaboo, but they rely on him pretty heavily.
Yep.
Pretty good football player, and he came from a smaller school at Rice, transferred to Houston, so that's a guy to watch out for. And their quarterback, Connor Weigman's really good, too.
And you've got to watch out for Houston's pass rush because they've been pretty good at getting after the quarterback.
But what we do know, ASU has their streak alive.
Yes, I was just about to say.
Big 12 wins with Sam Levitt at quarterback is still alive. Their home winning streak is still alive. And they are 5-0 against teams from the state of Texas this year.
So they've won 10 games at home, dating back to the last loss was U of A, almost 700 days, 10 in a row, and it's in the top 5 in home winning streaks in the country. The largest right now, Alabama, 15.
That's all on the line.
It's all on the line.
Wow. Tomorrow at 5 here on Arizona Sports. To join the excitement at the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament presented by Sanderson Ford. November 14th at Dink and Dine Pickle Park. Compete for cash prizes and the legendary Golden Paddle. Proceeds benefit Operation Santa Claus. Don't miss the epic mascot matchup at noon featuring fan favorites like Big Red and the Suns Gorilla battling it out on the court. Text PICKLE to 620-620 to register your team now. That's PICKLE to 620-620 to secure your spot. Coming up next, we will talk football and Cardinals with a Hall of Famer. Kurt Warner joins us straight ahead here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Bailey Leisure. Suns' Dylan Brooks says he would be frustrated too if he had to go up against him. Mark Williams impresses off bench in Suns' debut as he is working through conditioning ramp-up. And ASU's Graham Bersini emphasizes importance of safety following Texas Tech game fine. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. I've been telling you for some time now why you should forego the big box stores if you're in the market for electronics or a brand new television and head on down to visit my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance. But you don't have to take my word for it. When you walk into Waltz, you will see the difference. A great selection of big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. Great selection of outdoor TVs. Great time to put one of those in your backyard, along with a very knowledgeable staff that's going to show you what products work best with live action sports. That's exactly the kind of insight you'll never get from the big box stores. You'll hear the difference at Waltz. They've got a great selection of audio components from speakers to sound bars, and when you put that right audio component together with the right television, you're going to have magic. You'll feel the difference, and I know because Waltz did that for me, gave me a great price. They'll do you one better. Head on down to Waltz this weekend. Drop my name. You're going to get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. That will be your call. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can find them online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, it's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, it's fall, and that means huge savings all month at Liberty GMC.
You are correct, Dave. Fall savings are here. You can lease an all-new 2026 Train right now for just $299 a month or purchase with $3,000 in savings. We also have the popular 2026 Yukon and Yukon XLs arriving daily. So fall is a great time to consider a new SUV.
For the best fall savings of the season, visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
This is David Kimmerly, president of Sanderson Ford, along with my good friend Glendale Mayor Jerry Wires. Mayor, tell us about your Great American Flag Tour.
I came up with this idea about 7 years ago, and when I finally figured out exactly what I want to do, and to do anything, you have to have a purpose. And my purpose is to try to honor veterans, people that have served this country. The opportunity for you and I to sit and do what we're doing right this minute.
And you've already flown at over 49 of our 50 state capitals?
I personally taken his flag to all 49 states.
And you saved the best for last. Arizona's capital will complete the Great American Flag Tour.
I can't think of a place that I'd rather fly this flag at than over Arizona's capital to show our patriotism and what we believe in, our liberties and our freedoms.
Mayor, we're proud to be involved.
I've only got the one sponsor, Sanderson Ford, that agreed to do this.
Thank you, Mayor. Congratulations. We'll see you at the ceremony this Saturday at 10 a.m. at the state capitol.
Sanderson Ford.
Hey, it's Gambo. No Jordan Tyson for ASU, so who's got to step up against 6-1 Houston? We'll discuss today on the Burns and Gambo Show, 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube. We continue here on the Friday edition, Bickley and Murata Mornings, coming to you live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, as Bick pointed out in the blast. No Cardinals football.
For the next
Sunday.
2 Sundays.
Next 2 Sundays. We will not see the Cardinals until a week from Monday when they take on the Dallas Cowboys. And so I think it's time for reflection, a time for recalibration, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen a lot of people suggest that 7 games into the season, hey, the season's over for the Arizona Cardinals. You could certainly build a case for that.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of football to be played. The only problem is that they are in such a hole in their own division.
Yeah.
There's, I don't know if there's enough shovels right now for this team if they do recalibrate.
Yeah, that is a problem because even if they do find some real answers and get some things straightened out, you're right. They've got 3 5-2 football teams in front of them. That's not ideal. And 3 5-2 football teams that all look really good in their own way. The Seahawks in terms of just how solid they are defensively and offensively, the Rams and how dominant they can be, and then the 49ers just how resilient they are.
Resilient is the word.
Yeah.
I mean, you want to talk about a team that's just been ravaged again by injuries and continues to win football games. As promised, we are joined now by Pro Football Hall of Famer, the one, the only Kurt Warner, who joins us here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Kurt! Good morning, sir. How are you?
Hey, guys. What's going on?
We were just talking about the Cardinals not having games the next 2 Sundays and this period of reflection that they're in.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to stop you right there. I got background music that's really loud. I'm having trouble hearing you guys.
Oh, okay. We're going to get that.
We're going to blame this on Jarrett. We'll get this thing settled, and we'll get right back to you, Kurt.
Sounds good.
All right, man.
We'll get back to you.
Yeah, all right. So some of the things that they really have to get settled on, obviously, is how do you end games? They're allowing 10.8 points per fourth quarter, which is an absurd number for a team that wants to be good.
That's part of it is coming up and making stops. And a lot of those points, too, were points that were scored in fourth quarter comeback attempts by teams that fell short, obviously, in the Carolina game and the New Orleans game. But, yeah, that's certainly something to shore up. And one of the you can't pinpoint these problems to one area. It's widespread.
Yep.
It is unlocking the potential of this offense. Unlocking the running game, which was supposed to be the identity of this team. Hasn't happened. Is Kurt still on? Is he on video?
We got him.
Okay.
I'm good. If you guys can hear me.
We can hear you, Kurt.
Oh, there we go.
All right. I'm good.
All right.
Sounds good.
Thanks for sticking with us, Kurt. Appreciate it. We're talking about a 5-game losing streak for the Cardinals and where this team is and where do you point the fingers. And I think there's a lot of things that have gone wrong so far. But what do you surmise that the mindset of this team is with the bye week coming at this time for a team that is just struggling to find a way to win a football game, Kurt?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the key is struggling to find a way to win, but not, playing bad football and not putting themselves in positions to win week in and week out. And so, there's definitely frustration in the locker room that, hey, guys, we could have a completely different record now if we've, find a way, offensively to make a couple plays or defensively to get a stop in the fourth quarter. So there's that frustration. But I think there's also the other side to say, guys, we're close and we can turn this thing around. We just got to figure out this little piece right here. And same with, Coach Gannon and the staff going, all right, the guys are playing hard. Our guys are out there competing and giving ourselves a chance every single week. Now, how do we pin down what it is that we need to do differently, down the stretch or in the fourth quarter to finish these games. And, we talk about it all the time in locker rooms is learning how to win. We're learning how not to lose in those big moments. And sometimes it takes time with different pieces and young pieces to realize what exactly that means in the biggest moments, and having your best players step up and find a way to make a play in those moments. Guys never, letting down and playing their best football when it matters most. But yeah, I think there's probably both sides of the equation. Definitely frustration, where a team could sit back and go, man, we could be anywhere on the spectrum from 7-0 to maybe what we are at 2-5, but feeling also good that, hey guys, this isn't all lost. It's not as if it's over and we're not playing good football and we can't win some games down the stretch, especially with a lot of what you see throughout the NFC is there's not necessarily that one dominant team that's out there or a bunch of really good teams. I think there's a lot of teams that are kind of middling at this point in the season. And so, I don't think they're a long ways out of it when you're talking about 7 teams that get to the playoffs, outside of the fact that obviously the division is playing really, really well.
Kurt, there was a time in Arizona where you were not the starting quarterback, but everyone in the locker room knew you should have been the starting quarterback. Take us to what you think is going on with the team, and how does the team get to the bottom of who to play, Jacoby Brissett or Kyler Murray?
Well, I think the bottom line is you've made your commitment to Kyler, and I don't know if there's really a chance to make a move. Again, whether it was Kyler in there or Jacoby, they were still playing close games. They were still in situations to win every football game. So it's not as if this team was struggling and getting blown out with Kyler, and now all of a sudden Jacoby comes in and and they're winning football. Like, it's not a drastic difference from that standpoint. And so I think your commitment is to Kyler to go, we're going to give him every opportunity to, see if he's that guy and that guy that can lead us, to the next phase of things. That Jacoby is probably not that guy for the Cardinals, as much as I love Jacoby and think he can be a starter in this league. They made the commitment to Kyler. And I think this is trying to figure out how to get him to his highest heights, or determine, is this, the highest heights, and is he the guy that that can lead us moving forward or not? So I don't know if there's really much of a debate here. Even though, Jacoby, like I said, has played good football, and the offense looks different because they're built a little bit differently as quarterbacks and how they play these last couple games. But to me, this is Kyler's job. And I guess you can say Kyler's job to kind of win or lose, just for the long term, of the team saying, hey, this is our guy and we're going to commit to him for the long term, or if they decide to go a different direction at some point. But I think this is Kyler's job. And I don't think this is one of those things where, you're looking in the locker room and going, oh, do we start Jacoby or do we start Kyler? If Kyler's healthy, I believe he's the guy.
Kurt Warner, our guest here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. On that subject, in the last 2 weeks, especially with Jacoby Brissett at quarterback, Kurt, we've seen an uptick in the production passing-wise, 107 yards passing, more increased. We've seen some better operation in the red zone. And a lot of what observers see from Jacoby Brissett is his ability to stay in the pocket, to step up in the pocket, to subject himself to some hits in the pocket. It has paid off for the offense. I agree with you that they've made their commitment to Kyler Murray. But in year 7, Kyler's ability to get out and run obviously is a strength, but I don't think this offense works as well if you don't have a quarterback that's willing to step up in the pocket and maybe subject himself to some hits. Is that something that a quarterback of any stature can learn in year 7 of a career?
Again, it's hard to ask me if you can learn something when it's something that I learned and something that I had to do from the time I was very young. Mm-hmm. I've made a lot of statements about how, our NFL now has more athletic quarterbacks than we've ever had, guys that can do things that, guys in my era could not do, and guys that, are better and better athletes. So they get further and further in their career being the best athlete on the field. And so their fallback, as opposed to a guy like me, my fallback was I had to process, I had to get it out, I had to get through my progressions, I had to stand in the pocket because there was no other options. For these guys, there's another option, and that option has been a great option for them their entire lives. And so to ask them to rewire and figure out the balance between the two, and having to do this more or learn this at the highest level when the stakes are highest and you're playing a football game, I think is a very hard ask. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm not saying that someone can't do it and they can't get better at it. I just think it's really hard to get to the highest level and then somebody say, okay, now you got to change the way you play. You got to rewire yourself to play a different way. And so I think that's difficult. Can it be done? I don't have any reference, personally to say it can or it can't, or how well of a processor you can become, at this stage in your life. Was I a good processor because I was a good processor, or was I a good processor because of the experiences that I had and the fact that I had to learn how to do it? And then maybe I played arena football where it was even fat. Like, I don't know the answer to that. So is it, he's not wired that way? Is it that, it takes a lot of time to learn that? And at this stage, is there enough time to learn that? I don't know the answer to that, but I do believe that, even with the great athletic quarterbacks we have in the NFL world right now, that you have to be able to consistently make plays in the pocket to be elite, to separate yourself, to give your team a chance to win in the biggest moments and on a consistent basis. That is something you have to be able to do when it's called for. And so I think your contrast to the two quarterbacks is very accurate. That Jacoby, and again, Jacoby's athletic, but he doesn't play that way. He plays as a pocket quarterback. And so he is used to that, and he's used to processing and standing in there and going through progressions and taking hits and delivering. Whereas Kyler is tremendous when his first guy's there and he can go back and throw it because he's such a gifted thrower of the football. But then, he hasn't developed that patience or that understanding or that processing to be able to quickly go 2-3 and work through it in the pocket, as opposed to, okay, that's not there. Let me go and do the things that I've always been great at and create in the out of structure stuff. But I just think at this level, to try to live in an out of structure world is really, really hard. To give me 3 or 4 out of structure special plays a game. Yeah. I mean, Kyler and Lamar and all those guys can do that at an extreme level. It's just living in that world as opposed to allowing the offense to work for you, I think is a tough formula to consistently win. You can win a game and, you can win a couple along the way, but to consistently play at that level, I believe the pieces inside the pocket are things that you have to be able to do.
Kurt, great stuff as always. Kurt. Thanks so much for sticking with us through the
all right, guys,
tech issues. Care. Kurt Warner, Pro Football Hall of Famer, joining us here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the Friday edition of Social Studies here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The future of Arizona sports. High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, fall is here, the time of year we live for in Arizona, the time we love to be outside with the family, enjoying the incredible weather, which means it's also a great time to call Turf Monsters, the award-winning one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams, a backyard you can enjoy every day of the week. It's a great time for that custom-built putting green you've always wanted if you're a golfer. Great time to install artificial turf. Turf Monsters can give you and your dog a beautiful, sparkling green lawn to enjoy without the hassles and the mess of installing real sod. And you know what? With artificial turf, you save a lot of time and a lot of money because you don't have to hire landscapers and you don't have to pick weeds on the weekend. And from fire pits to barbecue pits, from pavers to pergolas to pickleball courts, Turf Monsters can create that oasis you can enjoy every day of the week. Check out their work. Schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
For more than 50 years, the Fiesta Sports Foundation has been known for world-class events and unmatched hospitality. But our biggest legacy is off the field, where we're improving local communities through education, youth sports, and programs that serve millions of Arizonans. And we're just getting started. Fiesta Sports Foundation. Our season never ends. Learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org.
It's October everywhere, but at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, it is Bronctober. It's Wolf here, and all Broncos are on sale right now. Tim's got all the Bronco trim levels, a legit selection, all on sale. When affordability is your game, then Bronco Sport is the ticket. Select Bronco Sports priced below $29,000. It's the original Bronctober sales event at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, located at the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. All offers expire 10/31/2025.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America. Fighting for you, Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com. Or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Tonight, Devin Booker and the Suns are on the road in Los Angeles for a date with Bradley Beal and the Clippers at Intuit Dome. Tip-off will be at 7:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. With no Cardinal game this weekend, ASU on Saturday is the main focus. ASU 5-2 will welcome a 6-1 Houston team to Tempe, and with Jordan Tyson being ruled out for Saturday's contest, the likes of Jaron Hamilton and Derek Eusebio are among the receivers that will need to step up in his absence. Kickoff will be at 5 p.m. tomorrow night, and you can listen to it on ESPN 620. But tonight, the World Series between the Blue Jays and the LA Dodgers will get underway. Game 1 in Toronto. First pitch will be at 5 right here on ESPN 620. And this report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football fans, legendary quarterback Phil Simms is joining the Sunday watch parties on October 26th for a live Q&A. Don't miss it at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
I get those in-break laughs sometimes. It's time for some social studies. A little late because of the technical difficulties we had with Kurt Warner. Sammy's here to take us through the Friday edition.
Yeah, here we go. Down the stretch on a Friday. And if you're wondering where to find us, we are at Bickley_Murata on X, at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook, and on YouTube at Arizona Sports, where you can watch us every single morning. The first question. Bang. The first question for Cardinal fans: what is the one thing the team needs to work on during this bye, and why?
There's any number of things, but I think it would just be kind of diagnosing a way to win games in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I mean, I could go cop out and say, is everything one thing? Because it kind of is. But no, I would like to see the coaching staff get a little bit more daring in situations where a game is on the line. Whether it's dialing up a blitz when you need to come up with a stop, whether it's a really well-designed play or something out of the ordinary. I mean, go back to that fourth down sneak that didn't work last game with Jacoby Brissett. I thought it was a very vanilla play call. Yeah. And it wasn't like the coaching staff could say, oh, that was an aggressive call to go for it, because they just lean on analytics to go for it there. So maybe ratchet up the urgency.
Yeah, that was the one main response I did want to read from K2. It's just simply stop coaching scared. And then a couple other responses. Start blitzing more, some more aggressive offensively. I mean, those are things that come with the bye week. All right, so our next question, the Suns are going to L.A. to meet up with Chris Paul, Bradley Beal, James Harden, all guys that have spent some time here in the Valley. So Valley sports fans, who do you have more love for, and why? Is it Chris Paul or James Harden?
Yeah, that's a no-brainer to me. Chris Paul, 100 out of 100 times.
I haven't checked the percentages on this.
I want you guys to guess it.
Chris Paul is the answer. I mean, as a Sun Devil basketball fan, I appreciate James Harden for what he did, even though that last 3-game sample wasn't exactly the greatest in a Sun Devil uniform. But I assume this has got to be 90% or more. I haven't checked.
It's only Chris Paul, 76%.
That's it?
Yep.
Wow.
James Harden, 23.2% out of the nearly 130 votes. So kind of interesting. I wonder why that is.
Well, Chris Paul was kind of, I mean, he was not the final piece, but a huge piece of the turnaround of this franchise. And I've said this before, and I'll say it till the day I die. Watching Chris Paul play basketball every night and how he approaches what he does and how he influences teammates in winning was
fantastic.
Eye-opening and revolutionary to me.
Yes.
Totally agree.
A couple quick responses. Harden was a one and done and did nothing in big moments for ASU. CP3
He
helped.
was a two and done.
He was not a one and done.
See, get it right, our listeners. CP3 helped transform an organization and delivered in big moments, injuries aside. James Harden backer here says he's a Sun Devil to this day who gives back to the university. Love what CP3 did for the Valley in a very short time frame, but Harden still gives a lot of love to ASU.
Great point. J. Scott Everett with that answer.
J. Scott
And that's
Everett.
something that can't be.
Right.
He does. I mean, he's very, very present. He was at, there was one night recently, he was at ASU football game and the WNBA game in the same night.
Yeah.
And the interesting thing also is it might wind up being, probably will only be the only finals run that Chris Paul will ever have in his career. But I wonder when it's all said and done how he will look back as the Suns in the grand scheme of things when he talks about his NBA career. Will he consider himself mostly a Clipper and a Hornet and stuff?
Probably, but to your point, his only finals appearance.
Yeah, I don't think Chris Paul is going to affiliate himself with any single team.
Yeah.
I don't think so either.
All right, the last question. At the beginning of the show, we talked about great sports cities, the top 9, what makes a good one. So we simply asked, what does make a great sports city, and what are the best and worst sports cities in America?
When the sports bars are dedicated to the home teams, when your stadiums are 90% full of your fans, when the passion is unanimous and not just in bits and pieces, when you're there through thick and thin, bandwagons aren't allowed, that kind of stuff.
You said the word that resonated with me, and that's passion, because there's a lot of different tentacles off the word passion and big hit on a lot of them. But we talk about fan behavior, fan psychology all the time. It's fascinating to both of us. I don't want to give Valley fans that bad a time for it either. Because in the history of this sports market, I mean, this is a Phoenix Suns town. We can agree on that, right? When they're good, everything's good. But the Phoenix Suns also, for a large part of their history, have been a consistent playoff contender. None of the other programs or teams in town can make that claim. The Coyotes had one good year while they were here. The Cardinals haven't won a playoff game in 10 years. That's a really long gap in a league that's designed for parity. The Diamondbacks have only made the playoffs in back-to-back years once in their existence. And ASU, we talk about them getting close to the top and never staying near the top. That's what that city needs to build that passion, is to get more than a sampling of success in competing for championships.
Yeah, a couple quick responses. Ray said, history and tradition. I also think that teams based in Eastern and Midwest cities where people grew up knowing nothing else but their teams are important. So he lists the best of Chicago, New York, Boston, St. Louis. Eddie V says, a variety of teams with consistent playoff appearances, respectable results, combined with a balance of fantastic infrastructure, food, media, tourism, etc. And then one last one I want to read, and it's a pretty interesting thought, but he said, fans that are not championship or bust. I will take a decade of enjoyable games with no championships over one championship and a decade of sucking. Would you guys take that? A decade of enjoyable playoff appearances, good teams, no championships, or one championship over a decade, and the rest of it being poor?
There's a real good point there, because you do realize it is about the journey and not where you end up.
Yeah.
And some of our greatest experiences came with the Steve Nash 7 seconds or less Phoenix Suns, and that was, year after year after year, the trauma, the heartbreak. I don't know.
I've shifted my thinking on that. I think there needs to be a payoff on that at some point.
I think it's real easy to answer that it's great to have the consistency if you've already pocketed the championship.
If you have a championship in your back pocket and
and the Suns don't.
No,
so
we
I
do
think
not.
that's
that's a tough one. I go back and forth with it. But there you guys go. At Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook at
Thank you, Sammy.
Murata. There you go.
Thanks, Sammy. Coming up next, look at Week 8 in the NFL. Doesn't include the Arizona Cardinals, but we'll take a look at the rest of the league while the Cardinals are on bye next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. Rates may apply.
Did you know Sonic started as a root beer stand in Oklahoma way back in the 1950s? Back then, the experience wasn't a lot to shout about. You parked in a gravel parking lot, crossed a busy thoroughfare, placed your order, they handed you a little brown paper sack, and off you went. That was your experience. Today, you've got 46 states having Sonic restaurants. I think it's 3,600 different restaurants, and the experience, one of the stars of the show at Sonic, loves Sonic. You pull into a canopied parking spot, which is a fancy word for saying it's shaded. You've got this great menu outside your driver's side window with a great selection, great diversity, something for everybody in your crew. You place your order. You are being served curbside by an iconic car hop. You get done. You're back on the road just like that, just the way I like it. Huge fan of the Sonic burgers as well. They've got an all-star lineup. Make sure you check out the Double Sonic Smasher. I'm a big fan of the garlic butter bacon cheeseburger. Point is, no matter who's with you, no matter what you're in the mood for, you will find something at Sonic that everybody in your crew loves. Iconic classics, new favorites, drink menu that features 10,000 different combinations. Live free, eat Sonic.
Red Sea, rise up for Monday night. Wolf and Luke are live from Backyard Desert Ridge ahead of the Cardinals-Cowboys Monday Night Showdown. Score big, win Cardinals tickets and merch, and get up close with Wolf and Luke. Monday, November 3rd at Backyard Desert Ridge.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning 2 homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm proud to announce Sanderson Ford has teamed up with Arizona Sports as the tailgate sponsor of all football home games. Show up and tailgate in style in a new Ford F-150 STX Super Crew truck for only $44,899. Sanderson Ford is all about football and supporting our troops by providing seats for soldiers at every home game. Go online at sandersonford.com for more info. This is Sanderson Ford Country.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Hey, it's Wolf. Can a depleted ASU football team take down 6-1 Houston on Saturday? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Bickley and Murata mornings on a Friday. I want to send a shout out to our listeners in Buckeye.
Buckeye!
Out in the West Valley, Buckeye. Originally called Sydney.
Oh.
But changed to Buckeye.
Interesting.
I got the whole history here. We don't have
Interesting.
time to give it to it. But
Okay.
Thanks for listening out in Buckeye this morning.
The Cardinals will head to the bye with a 2-5 record.
I was gonna watch the Cards, but it's a bye. The season has been hard, and it's a bye. They got a whole week off, and I know why. Hey, hey, 'cause it's a bye. 'Cause it's a bye. 'Cause it's a bye. I wanted to see Marie, but it's a bye. See him back at QB, but it's a bye. The offense cooked without him, I don't know why. Hey, hey, but it's a bye. But it's a bye. But it's a bye. They keep losing close games, now it's a bye. They're driving me insane, but it's a bye. Can they turn the season around? They're gonna try. Hey, hey, after the bye. After the bye. After the bye.
I was hoping it didn't have as many verses as the original.
It only had 3. Not like 8.
Wow. Afro Man sent a handwritten note of thank you.
They call me Jufro Man.
It is a bye for the Arizona Cardinals. No such luck. It wasn't a bye week for Jarrett Carlin. He's still producing music.
Of course.
Week 8 in the NFL got started last night. A thrashing of the Minnesota Vikings at the hands of the Los Angeles Chargers, 37-10. The rest, it's one of those weekends where you get free. If you're a Cardinal fan, you get to watch whatever you want to watch.
Yeah.
You get to soak in the rest of the league. Some good games, and look, it's really time to start. The clock is past ticking for the Cardinals if they want to get back into this. But the rest of the teams in the division, 49ers on the road in Houston to take on the Texans. The Seahawks have the week off, as do the Rams, so there's not a lot of activity. So it's almost an NFC West free weekend, honestly, in Week 8 in the NFL.
Yeah, but there are some really interesting matchups, some real appealing kind of things. Obviously, the Packers going up against Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers, that is a game with a lot of smoke.
It is. And look, I got some interest in Rodgers' comments, too, saying, hey, when this is all done, this is probably my last year, I'd like to retire as a Packer. That's kind of like the first olive branch talk or movement by either side after that, because it got real weird at the end. We all remember with Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay.
Yeah.
And look, time heals all wounds or most wounds. I think that's a wound that'll be healed. But I thought that was interesting. But I know Aaron Rodgers for a fact wants to beat the Green Bay Packers this week.
He wants to beat the brakes off the Green Bay Packers this week. All of the ESPN analysts, to a man across the board, they all pick Green Bay to win this game. I think Pittsburgh's going to find a way to win this game. I wasn't all that impressed with Green Bay, to be quite honest with you.
I wasn't.
I mean, they're good, but they're not what I thought they were going to be.
But that's kind of the theme for the league too, and Kurt Warner alluded to that too. Like, there's not really great teams yet that have established themselves. I mean, a lot of people would argue that the Kansas City Chiefs at 4-3 are the best team in the league, and I can't disagree with them. But yeah, I feel the same way after seeing the Packers up close and personal.
Yet, even though the Chiefs are rolling now, you've got a couple other teams in that division who have sensed what's going on in Kansas City and have kind of upped their performances a little bit. The Chargers last night absolutely thrashed the opponent in a victory, and I guess it's not to be surprised, the Vikings being kind of a hot mess right now. But I think when you take a look at the Denver Broncos and you take a look at the LA Chargers, these are two coaches in Jim Harbaugh and Sean Payton, very competitive men, and I think they don't want this Kansas City thing to keep happening. So I'm real curious to see what this continues to look like. You know, I don't think Kansas City is going to struggle this weekend, but I do think that the AFC West is fascinating. I think the NFC North is fascinating. The Bears playing the Ravens this weekend. Is Lamar Jackson going to play? What kind of difference is he going to make if he does?
A huge game, not only for the Ravens. They're 1-5. It feels like their season's on the line this week against a Bears team that, remember when they started 0-2 and everyone was like, it's the Bears, like Caleb Williams, Ben Johnson. They've won 4 straight now. They're looking for their 5th. And if they get a win against on the road in Baltimore against Lamar, you kind of have to start taking them seriously, right?
Of course. 5-2.
5-2.
With a head coach who looks like he is maybe a difference maker. Yeah, that's an interesting game to me. Buccaneers Saints doesn't sound like much, but Baker Mayfield this week has accused the Saints of dirty play.
He said, other than that, I don't have much to say about them, other than that I don't like them.
Other than I don't like them.
Baker's priceless.
Yeah, and they're playing that game in New Orleans, and I said a lot going into week 1. It's a very, very hostile place to play football. So that's going to be a crazy scene there. You got this Giants-Eagles rematch. The Giants, if not for a couple of real inexplicable shoot-yourself-in-the-foot kind of moments, they might be on the verge of quite a renaissance, in-season renaissance.
I have Giant fans in my life that say once they beat the Eagles the way that they did, they were so bought into not only playoff mode, but that Jackson Dart and Cam Scadaboo could have them winning playoff games.
Isn't it amazing how in the NFL there are cities and teams that have drafted a quarterback and you're not quite certain about that quarterback, and then that quarterback pops and then everything changes overnight for you, right? Jackson Dart with the Giants obviously is just the latest. Drake May with the Patriots is another example.
Jaden Daniels last year.
Jaden Daniels last year,
yeah.
And then there's the ones who draft their quarterbacks are in Bryce Young.
I am very intrigued to see what the Giants put out there this week. Because losing a game like they lost last week in Denver, they haven't won on the road yet. And when your team is fueled by young players on the offensive side of the ball like it is, and that defense, I like the personnel on their defense a lot. They got some dudes over there. But the attention's gone on Jackson Dart, and it's gone on Cam Scadaboo, and that was their first real tough loss in the NFL.
Oh yeah,
and they're playing the Super Bowl champions, who they already beat
in Philly.
This could be it meets all the criteria for me for a team that's gonna suffer for a while in the Giants.
No, listen. So I agree with that. And so these are in a year where there hasn't been a ton of definition. You're starting to get to the point where these games and these weeks are starting to feel an added level of seriousness.
By the way, a couple of real quick fashion notes in the NFL. Unpopular opinion. I know I'm in the minority.
Chargers uniforms.
The dark blue Chargers uniforms that they wore last night are gorgeous, and they're better than the powder blues.
Nobody thinks that.
I do.
I thought you were going to go the other way and said that they sucked. I really like them, but the powder blues, just wear them both. Like, just keep them both around.
They do.
Yeah.
And the other thing, the Steelers in that matchup against the Packers, they're wearing those god-awful throwback uniforms with the gold helmets. Do you like those, Sammy?
No.
Oh, they're The Steelers have one of the most iconic uniforms in sports. What are you doing?
Yeah, I know.
There's a reason why they changed them back in the day.
Gotta sell more merchandise.
Any self-respecting Steelers fan buy that rag? It's awful.
Yeah, I saw that Steelers throwback to 1933 thing, and I agree with you. It's
what the hell are you doing, Yinzers? That's not the Steelers.
You know Damashek takes his uniforms very seriously.
Yeah, Yes,
Coming up next, Sports Kebab with Jared Carlin on this Friday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A huge home win for Sun Devil football last Saturday. Now the Devils face Houston at home without Jordan Tyson.
Obviously a tough loss for us, but our guys have done a good job responding, come out to work. I think their attitude's been fantastic in regards to how we've gone about the week and re-engaged.
Pre-game at 2, kickoff at 5, Saturday. Listen to ASU Houston on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hello, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth. And with Halloween approaching, here's a really good reminder for all Valley sports fans. Your costume should be scary. Your retirement should not. So if you are wondering about your future, if you're worrying about retirement, if you have a hard time making sense of it all, take the fear out of your golden years by scheduling a free appointment with Trajan Wealth, because it's one thing to save for retirement. It's quite another thing to feel totally prepared. And that's why you need the right game plan. Trajan Wealth will give you that. They'll give you answers and personalized strategies. They're not just advisors at Trajan Wealth. They're fiduciaries, which means they are duty-bound to act in your best interests all the time. And I'm a client today because they earn my trust. And if you want to take the stress off your shoulders, call Trajan Wealth. Get your plan started today. 480-990-3300. Online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
For over 50 years, they redefined rock. The spirit lives on.
Monday warrior, mean strike. Today's Tom Sawyer, mean pride.
Geddy Lee and Alex Lifeson celebrate 50 years of Rush 50-something tour. December 1st and 3rd, 2026, Desert Diamond Arena. Buy pre-sale tickets for City Card members Friday at 12 p.m. through Sunday at 11:59 p.m. Before the general public on sale Friday, October 31st at 12 p.m. Get tickets at rush.com.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Friends, it's Pat. I finally did it. Sometimes you just need to get off the grid and get some time to think, like way off. So I hopped into my all-new 2025 4Runner with available iForce Max engine and took off, which is me, the 4Runner and good old Mother Nature. Unfortunately, that's when I realized it was also Taco Tuesday. So I ended up coming back that night. I mean, priorities, right?
Get low 1.75% financing for 48 months on a new 2025 Tacoma SR or SR5, or 1.75% for 72 months on a new Tundra, or get a great lease deal on your favorite Toyota, including the all-new 4Runner. Stop by your closest Valley Toyota dealer or visit valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places. 1.75% with $21.59 per thousand borrowed for 48 months. 1.75% with $14.64 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 11/3/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns will be in L.A. for a matchup with good friend Bradley Beal and the L.A. Clippers in the first of a back-to-back. That'll end up in the Mile High City against Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets. And here was head coach Jordan Ott on the status of Suns guard Jalen Green right now.
No update. I mean, he's obviously not going to play this weekend. I think that's pretty easy to see. He's still working through it. I would say by the end of the road trip, there'll be more, but at this point, it's definitely nothing this weekend.
Tip-off from the Intuit Dome will be at 7:30, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. No Arizona Cardinals this weekend as they continue on their bye week, but questions on who the quarterback will be on Monday night in Dallas still loom. Kenny Dillingham and Sam Levitt, following a huge Big 12 win last Saturday, have to follow it up as Houston come to town, and the Sun Devils will be without one of the best wide receivers in the country in Jordan Tyson as he deals with a hamstring injury. But kickoff Saturday night will be at 5, and listen to it on ESPN 6:20. And tonight, Game 1 of the World Series between the Blue Jays and the Dodgers will get underway at 5, also right here on ESPN 6:20, and that's what's trending now.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is which ASU offensive player needs to step up most in Jordan Tyson's absence? Is it Jaron Hamilton, Raleek Brown, Shimon Mateer, or Malik McClain, or other?
We kind of talked about this earlier. Don't care who it is.
Yeah.
But of that list of nominees, I think there's one that can be counted on, and it's Raleek Brown.
I agree.
He's the guy that's done it.
Yeah.
If Raleek Brown wants to reel off 250 yards on the ground, it'd be good.
It's a good time for that.
Yeah, I agree. So that's where we'll cast the vote. 30% Raleek Brown, 30% Jaron Hamilton, so tie at the top, and then Mateer 20%, McClain 16, other 4.
All right, that's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
You know I like the funny. As a matter of fact, as you heard the one about the mushroom that walks in the bar, and the bartender says, "Hey, get out of here. We don't serve mushrooms in this bar." And the mushroom says, "Why not? I'm a fun guy."
It's sports news skewered. The Sports Kebab.
It'll be tough to top that joke, Jared.
I like when that one's there, so it sets the bar low, and then I limbo under it.
Yeah, that's when you get the week opener as a stand-up comic. There you go.
But this is the Sports Kebab, but I have to start by wishing my wonderful, beautiful wife, Karen, a slightly early happy anniversary. We have been married 11 years this Sunday.
Wow.
Yes, and we're still madly in love.
Beating the odds.
Yeah, but, well, you know, things change when you've been together this long. I mean, I try to be a good husband, but let me put it this way. Our love life is a lot like Terry Rozier. I'm in trouble a lot. People call me stupid, and take the under on the scoring. I'm just kidding, of course. Karen is the best. But you know, how about this multi-tiered gambling scandal in the NBA, right? Former players Terry Rozier and Damon Jones and current Trailblazers head coach Chauncey Billups were arrested this week by the FBI as part of a gambling investigation. Now, the timing could not be worse for Adam Silver, as not only is he busy this week as the sitting commissioner during the start of the NBA season, but he's even busier next week, sitting on front lawns, scaring children as they approach the door while trick-or-treating. Yeah, Adam Silver is upset, but you know, this is just the modern NBA. Things have changed. Nowadays, Silver has to fear prop bets and legalized gambling. In the old days, all he had to fear was garlic and the Holy Cross. And people are saying, how could Silver have let this happen? How did the NBA's investigation not find anything? Meanwhile, the FBI swooped in and made the arrest. Now, let's be fair, Silver could never have participated in something like the FBI thing. Not because he didn't have the same resources, but because the FBI arrest happened during daylight. But it's a complicated story. So let's start with Rozier, because that he wasn't famous enough to blame it all on a translator. And then there's Chauncey Billups, who is not only involved in the NBA scandal, but also in an illegal poker ring involving the mafia. Billups is the head coach of the Portland Trailblazers, by the way. Now, say what you will about Matt Ishbia making bets with the Suns right now, but at least Bill Simmons isn't the leader of the Cosa Nostra.
As far as we know.
As far as we know, yeah, it's true.
The Simmons crime family of Boston.
That's right. Now, this news has gotten reaction from everyone, including Shaq. Shaquille O'Neal just crushed those involved for doing what they did, saying, how rich does a person really need to be? There are some things more important than money. For example, the delicious Shaq-a-roni pizza at Papa John's, the cool, soothing sensation of Icy Hot, and the great deals from the General. That's what Shaq was quoted as saying.
That's good.
And then there's Damon Jones, who is suspected of providing inside info to bettors on, allegedly, the health of LeBron James. Now, to be fair, it must be said that James himself is not accused of anything related to the gambling scandal, though I did find it a little suspicious when LeBron immediately announced that he's retiring from basketball to play for the White Sox. Yeah, but speaking of Michael Jordan, he made his NBC debut earlier this week, and while what he said was interesting, did you see what he looked like?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, good gravy. His face looked like it was covered in good gravy. My goodness, he was shiny and puffy and swollen. My goodness, his face looked like Marvin Harrison Jr.'s bicep. His face, it looked like a poorly cased kielbasa. Did you see Michael Jordan's face?
No, what did he look like?
His face looked like an old vinyl couch. And how about his eyes? His eyes looked like Eastern Washington's football field. I haven't seen two red eyes like that since the ones in the words Soviet and Russia. And finally, interesting business news. Did you see this? Travis Kelce announced that he is investing money in Six Flags theme parks and will help make change. Did you see that
No.
story?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't see that,
Yeah.
no.
Well, it's an interesting thing, though. I'm not saying that Kelsey is dumb and immature, but the first move he's making is changing the park's name to 6-7 Flags.
Make the gesture.
How do you do it?
Like this.
There you go.
Kind of like juggling.
Hopefully you're watching on YouTube right now to see that.
You're so hip, Vic.
He is hip.
Still don't know what it means.
Yeah.
Nobody knows.
It doesn't mean anything.
It's provocative.
It doesn't mean anything. Yeah.
A catchphrase that caught on that means nothing.
Like the sports kebab, sports news
Like
skewer.
Seinfeld.
No, I said caught on.
Oh, that's right.
Oh.
There you go.
There you
There's
go.
Jarrett with
Thank
the
you,
Sports
Jarrett.
Kebab. Thanks, Jarrett. You can follow him on Twitter at JarrettGC. And if you want to stay up to date on all of our contests at Arizona Sports, from tickets to the Cardinals, Suns, Innings Festival, and more, just text the word contest to 620-620. We'll send you the latest on all our giveaways. That's contest to 620-620. Some final thoughts heading into the weekend, including filling out the checklist. It's next. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Suns are now one of the NBA's youngest teams with a new style of play on the court that you can hear.
Dylan Brooks skies to the rim and throws it down.
On Arizona Sports.
Now a lob to Williams. He'll throw it down with a right-hand jam.
Suns at the Clippers tonight. Pre-game at 6:30, 7:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
How do you stay humble when you're America's #1 wiper blade? That's what we're currently dealing with at Rain-X. Is it even possible to humble brag when you bully Mother Nature like we do? Do we sound too conceited if we keep repeating how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America? No, we'll take a lesson from our wipers and just keep doing our job with humility. As America's #1 wiper blade. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
We're here with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, what is that great ride you pulled up in?
Man, it's my Honda from Arrowhead Honda. Just like on the field, I know the importance of reliability and performance and trust my ride to Arrowhead Honda. Whether you're looking for a rugged SUV or a sleek sedan, Arrowhead Honda has you covered.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Hey, I'm here today with Dr. Justin Field of Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. When I had low back pain, I went to the experts at DISC. There are people who have low back pain and herniated disc. Doc, what is the treatment for a herniated disc?
When patients fail conservative treatment, they come to me with a herniated disc in their low back, and they've got pain down their leg, maybe weakness and numbness with that as well. When it comes to surgery, we do something called a microdiscectomy, which is done through a less than 1-inch incision, done under a microscope, under general anesthesia, and we're able to remove a little bit of bone to be able to gain access to that herniated disc. We remove it and people wake up and they feel so much better. Not only is their back pain improved, but that the leg pain, the weakness, numbness associated with it is gone.
Thank you, Dr. Field. If you suffer from neck or back pain, go see the spine experts at DISC at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the day.
Makes you want to do aerobics, doesn't it? Where's my leg warmer?
Yeah, okay.
This is a lesser-known early Madonna hit called Gambler.
Oh,
which kind of seems of the times, doesn't it?
It sure does. I didn't even know Madonna did this song.
You know the song?
No.
No. I don't know if it charted or not, but this is right when she was starting to get big. It's not a good song.
No, it's not.
Kenny Rogers was right there.
Yeah, I wanted to
try something new.
Yeah.
Try something different.
That's an odd concept.
Mm-hmm.
That's today's song of the day. Madonna
Bickley
Gambler.
and Murata going off the grid.
Good line, Vinny.
Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
How'd you guys do on your weekend checklist last week? I didn't tune in. You hit threes for threes?
I did 3 for 3 in the teams that I gave out to win. All the scores, I gave the scores incorrectly, but the team, they were all close though.
Gotcha.
But,
I think we're getting good at predicting things that could come close to coming true.
Yeah, we are.
It's when we get a little too broad and expand them. So I got to watch myself this week too.
I've got 3 good ones ready to roll.
All right. Start us off, Vic.
Okay.
What do you got on your checklist?
Prediction number 1, ASU is going to win 28-20 over Houston.
All
Number
right.
2, the Dodgers and the Blue Jays are going to split the first 2 games in Toronto, where the national anthem is going to be booed heavily. And number 3, Bijan Robinson, Tucson's own Bijan Robinson, is going to rush for 200-plus yards against the Dolphins.
Ooh, I like that one. All right. My weekend checklist. There's been a lot of points scored in the NBA by individuals and teams so far. I think that trend continues. We will have a 50-point scorer in the league either Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. I'm actually looking. I don't want this as an official part of my
I'll put it in
prediction.
parentheses.
But I'm looking at Tyrese Maxey tomorrow night against Charlotte to score 50.
Ooh, that's a good call.
I'm going World Series as much as I want the Blue Jays to win for a myriad of reasons. The Dodgers are going to be up 2-0 when we hit the airwaves on Monday morning. And I said it kind of in jest. I'm sticking with it. I'm putting it on the checklist.
Okay.
I'm not going 200 yards. But Malik McClain of ASU will have a breakout game of over 100 receiving yards in ASU's win over Houston.
Nice.
All right.
And this would be after you ditched him on your fantasy
that
team.
will be egg on my fantasy team face.
Exactly.
I agree with Vinny. Dodgers will be up 2-0, and I'll go further even. I'll say on their way to a sweep. I'm going to say that the Suns will split their road games this weekend.
Okay.
And I am predicting, this is bold, they were at one point recently the worst team in the entire Division I football. They are hot lately. UCLA will upset Indiana.
Wow, I love that.
At 9 a.m. in Indiana.
I considered that. And UCLA, Deshaun Foster must have been the worst coach
I know.
in the history of football because they look like a completely different team.
Yeah.
But I just think Indiana is too,
I know.
They're too good.
That'd be
I wanted
so
a bold
fun.
one in there.
Okay, mine, ASU will beat Houston 31-27. A little close for comfort.
Hey, a one-score game for ASU? That doesn't happen.
Right, exactly. Devin Booker will have 30 or more points in both games this weekend.
Okay.
And the Bird Parlay is back. All the Bird teams in the NFL will win. That's the Eagles, Ravens, and Falcons. The Cardinals.
Oh, you do that conveniently on a week where there's only 3 birds playing. And 2 birds are not playing.
You gotta kill 2 birds with 1 stone right there. I had to.
We haven't really elaborated on the World Series matchup. I don't know if you guys did before I got back. What the Dodgers have done so far, and again, this pains me to say, because people know how I feel about the Dodgers. From a starting pitching standpoint, through 10 playoff
it's been
games,
insane.
1.6 ERA for starting pitchers.
It's insane.
Shohei's ERA is 2.25. He's been the weak link.
Yeah. And he's been the weak link while putting together the best performance ever in the history of the game.
Yeah.
3 homers and 10 strikeouts.
I said this at the beginning of the playoffs. They have the best pitchers and they have the best hitters. They're going to win the World Series again.
They don't have the best lineup in this series. But Bo
the
Bichette,
top of their lineup,
Bo Bichette's coming back. Bo Bichette was the 2nd leading hitter in the American League. This is huge for Toronto, and they already have a really good lineup.
Isn't Bo Bichette a Star Wars character?
I don't know.
That's nice.
Bounty hunter, I
That's a
believe.
good one.
That's it. It's him.
Well, enjoy the weekend, everybody.
Yeah.
Your
Good to have you back,
Cardinal-free
Vinny.
weekend. Good to be back. We'll be back on Monday. Thanks to Kurt Warner and Kenny Dillingham for joining us. We'll be back on Monday morning at 6. Like I said, Wolf and Luke are up next. And we leave you with this.
I don't know if you ever listened to Luke Lipinski, Jarrett.
I tried to once, but the problem was I was driving. I caused a 6-car pileup as I fell asleep at the wheel. And I nearly had my license revoked, and they said, you never are allowed to listen to Luke. So now I man the knob when I listen to Wolf and Luke, and when Wolf talks, I turn it up on Luke.
I want to say this, but I don't know if I believe it.
That's my brand.
Let's bet, you jerk.
When you were under the gas, we chipped in and they replaced your spine.
This bleep never works.
This Blake doesn't work.
The full turd weekend.
The full turd weekend.
Maryville.
Maryville.
Tony Vitello. Boom.
Dude, no, we don't have any timeouts.
Come on, Bears. Daddy needs a new pair of shoes.
Hey.
Fire.
What?
Give me some blue suede whiskey, baby.
Only blue thing I like is Bombay Sapphire, baby.
What is up, Anthem?
What is up?
Thank you for listening.
Yeah, Suns, we're back, baby.
Yo, a big zucchini.
Go to hell in a handbasket.
Come on, Bears. Daddy needs a new pair of shoes.
Sun Devils avoid near catastrophe with falling goalposts.
Bradley Beal.
But it talks. But it don't sing and dance and it can't walk. But just as long as you are here with me, well, I'd much rather be forever in blue jeans, babe.
Suck it, Jarrett.
We could be the Jets, baby.
Our Dunkin' Drunk promotion.
Kenny Dillingham School for those who can't coach good and want to do other stuff good too.
Schmuck McJoe. Zlatan Ibrahimovic.
No! I'm big in the polo circles. I am very sparkly.
Yeah.
I am a fan of U of A, who continuously, every single week, loses close games.
And why is that?
Because they're losers.
Bickley and Murata. Song of the day.
Sweet Caroline.
What's going on?
I forgot all. I hit the open and I forgot
What is
to.
happening?
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Hit by Josh Sweat and dragged down for a sack.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
It's October everywhere, but at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, it is Bronctober. It's Wolf here, and all Broncos are on sale right now. Tim's got all the Bronco trim levels, a legit selection, all on sale. When affordability is your game, then Bronco Sport is the ticket. Select Bronco Sports priced below $29,000. It's the original Bronctober sales event at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, located at the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. All offers expire 10/31/2025.
Need space that's designed to last? Mueller Incorporated delivers pre-engineered steel buildings customized for your style. From garages and workshops to barns, warehouses, even airplane hangars. Our bolt-together buildings are designed to last decades with proper installation and maintenance. Designed for strength. Engineered to last. Visit us today at our West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or go to MuellerInc.com to learn more.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French Onion Dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
More and more these days, people who are in pain are taking control of their health and looking beyond the traditional medicine. That's why QC Kinetics is so successful. People with chronic joint pain are learning that there are other options besides steroids, meds, and surgery. Patients fighting pain are getting lasting relief using advanced cellular-level treatments. It's QC Kinetics regenerative medicine that can revitalize your joints using growth factors from your own body. It's a simple injection, not a hospital stay. It's fast and all-natural, no downtime. If your back or knees or shoulder hurt all the time, you need to explore all your options. Call QC Kinetics and get a free consultation. Look beyond the same old solutions. Find a better life with QC Kinetics' amazing regenerative treatments. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, it's Mitch Vareldis for Ojos Locos Sports Cantina, where bold flavor meets big energy. Ice cold 29-degree beer, massive 100-ounce bolones, and street-style tacos and wings that don't hold back. Wall-to-wall TVs, fight nights, football, and the kind of deals that keep the crew coming back. 4 Arizona locations, this is how real fans do game day. Ojos Locos, más tacos, más wings.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Happy Friday to everyone out there. Tonight, Devin Booker and the Suns are are on the road in Los Angeles for a date with Bradley Beal and the Clippers at the Intuit Dome. Tip-off will be at 7:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. With no Cardinal game this weekend, ASU on Saturday is the main focus. The Devils, 5-2, will welcome the 6-1 Houston Cougars to Tempe, and with Jordan Tyson being ruled out for Saturday's contest, the likes of Jaron Hamilton and Derek Eusebio are among the receivers that will need to step up in his absence. And here is Kenny Dillingham on guys needing to be ready when their number is called.
I think it's a game where everybody's got to step up a little bit, right? Or just not even step up, just be ready for their moment. It's more just be ready for when your number is called, and it may get called more. It probably will get called more this week on both sides of the ball for people.
Kickoff will be at 5 p.m. tomorrow night, and you can listen to it on ESPN 620. Tonight, the World Series, Game 1 between the Blue Jays and the Dodgers in Toronto will get underway. First pitch will be at 5 on ESPN 620. And this report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football fans. Legendary quarterback Phil Simms is joining the Sunday watch parties on October 26th for a live Q&A. Don't miss it at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Friday morning. It's the Wolf and Luke Show, and Jody Jackson's in for Wolf. What's up, Jody?
Hello, Luke. Good to be with you. Let me just adjust the microphone here. I probably should have done that before I hit the on button. Or maybe I'll just let it hang
more authentic
here. If you're
this
watching
way.
on YouTube, you just
Wolf does that.
Yeah, Wolf waits till the show
attack
starts.
the mic or something? Because
Yes.
this is this Bickley?
Is it
Who
Wolf?
was doing
Because
this?
Wolf always claims that somebody else, but he doesn't know who.
Well, I think he does claim it's Bickley, and
All
now
right,
that
well, I'll figure it out in the
Wolf-
break, but right now I'm good.
if Wolf isn't here and it's messing up like that, I think it's Bickley.
I don't know. Well, see, Wolf tends to blame the, quote, weekend people because I think that's more of a just
There's
like a generalization.
rope in here. This is very different than I've seen. I was in here doing Cardinals not that long ago.
Couldn't have been that long ago. It had to be
And
like a
it
few
didn't
days
look
ago.
like this, so I don't know what's going on.
Well,
but anyway,
either way, as long as it kind of works. Jody, how you doing?
I'm doing good. It's been so busy. It's such a busy time of year, especially with like going to see my son Connor's games. So it's like these travel weekends, and then sometimes we come back like in the middle of the night.
When he throws 7 touchdowns in a game, you have to go.
I know, right?
He's kind of obligated you to go now.
Yeah, and then my daughter's a senior in high school, so they have homecoming this weekend. So it's just very, very busy. And yeah, Connor's doing great. He's leading Division II in a bunch of categories, so that's
Sweet.
been kind of cool to watch. And just another game this week, so. And, the sports landscape is really busy. And the Cardinals, I did hear the guys talking about, Cardinals. I'll be working the Monday night game, doing pregame on the radio for that. But, yeah, it is kind of weird to not have Cardinals the next 2 Sundays. But I guess, for all of you, like we all do, we all just kind of do the things we're supposed to be doing on a day, maybe around our house or whatever.
Yeah.
So maybe we...
Or just watch Red
or
Zone.
just something, yeah.
Just watch more other football.
Yeah.
Fortunately for us, we've got a big ASU game coming up tomorrow, and the Suns starting up this week. So we're gonna get into both those. We'll talk Cardinals too, because I think it's kind of a good time to reset where we are 7 games in, especially Jody with you here, because you and I haven't got to do a show together since the start of Cardinals season.
I have all the solutions, Luke.
I
mean,
assume you can
that's
fix
why
every
you brought
problem.
me here,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, we're gonna walk out of here with nothing but answers.
So what's the path to the playoffs, right?
I'm expecting you to deliver us a specific blueprint that we can hold up to the YouTube camera and say, this is what they do. Now, I just did what you just
we'll tease that. We'll see how many people stick around for that later.
If you could guarantee answers for the Cardinals, I think everybody, including the Cardinals, would be sticking around for that. We're going to talk to Jordan Simone in a little bit, Lauren Sisler as well, who's going to be the sideline reporter for ASU Houston tomorrow. K-Ray will join us later as the Suns get ready for their second game of the season. Let's start with ASU, Jody, and what is suddenly a very big game against Houston, a 6-1 team
It is the 8th straight team ASU has faced this year that has either one loss or less coming into the game. I think a lot of people are mixed in terms of opinions on just how good Houston is. But the big story going into this one for ASU is they're not going to have Jordan Tyson, among others. But let's just start with not having Jordan Tyson and what that does.
Well, it's funny. The other day when I heard Kenny Dillingham talking about Jordan Tyson's performance the other day against Texas Tech, it was exactly what I said watching the game, is that he is, if his draft stock was going to rise anyway, it's already really, really high.
Yeah.
Playing like he did the other day, injured, and making the plays that had them directly win that game, I mean, it was unbelievable to watch. I mean, I'm like, this guy just raised it that much more.
That's a good point. I don't know how much higher his draft stock could really go.
Because I think I heard Kenny saying that exact same thing, and I'm like, that's exactly what I was saying at the tailgate when we were watching that, and watching it go down. And it's a huge win. And it wasn't all Jordan Tyson, but it didn't happen without Jordan Tyson. So you have to look at it closely. So how did they do it? Well, I think the other thing that we heard Kenny talk about was, what did they do? They changed the physicality. He said he tapped into some friends in the coaching world, or a person, right, that said, you got to get back.
I think it ended up being 2 that he ended up calling.
Yeah, I mean, that's huge, I mean, to get back to, because this time of year, no matter what level you're at, all coaches are very mindful of how beat up people are.
Yeah.
Nobody's at full health really in the game of football midway through the season. So to go that other direction and say, no, we have to be physical. We need to, and it paid off, because when you say how good is Houston, we found out with Texas Tech. I remember thinking, okay, how good is Texas Tech? We're going to really find out. Can ASU beat them? They came in at number 7, and they did. They showed the world that they could beat Texas Tech in that moment with their high-powered offense. And I think as much as Jordan Tyson was a big key, and Sam Levitt, of course, but the defense was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Boogie Wilson I thought he really beat Houston without Jordan Tyson. I think the big question for me is, can you keep up that effort on offense and defense, but particularly defense, when you have exerted all that energy last week? Can you just do it again? I mean, it's not that simple.
Especially when so many guys are. We're going to get into the full injury report in a little bit, but anybody you name on defense that's been really good this year is like questionable or doubtful for this game. So questionable doesn't mean they're going to miss the game, but to your point, the defense set the tone. Yeah. I mean, I think you said it just the right way. Jordan Tyson didn't win the game against Texas Tech by himself. They don't win it, though, if they don't have Jordan Tyson. I am and have been operating under the assumption that Houston is not as good as Texas Tech, but that doesn't mean Houston's not good,
And every game is different. You and I both know that. I mean, was ASU as bad as they were against Utah? Are they actually that bad? Clearly, no.
Yeah.
They're not. But in any moment, in any circumstance, and that one was just brewing. The weather, going up there, night game, all this stuff.
Revenge game for them from last year.
Not having Sam,
all that part too.
So, yeah, I mean, every game is different. The good news is you are home again. There's a lot at stake. They want to keep this home winning streak going. It is special what's happening there. I grew up in the era of the Orange Bowl, where they won the crazy, ridiculous streak.
Yeah.
50, I want to say 58. No, it couldn't have been that long. I have to look that up.
You did not.
It's embarrassing. I don't know that. I'm trying to remember how many games were. But, when you see that in college sports, it's very special.
Yeah.
And it doesn't happen in pro sports.
Well,
they
haven't. No, it doesn't. And they haven't won this many home games in a row since '82. That came out this week. I mean, anytime you're putting together a streak, that's something you haven't done since the early 80s. You're obviously doing something right. I did talk to Kenny Dillingham on Wednesday during Sparky's Den, where he's always on for the first half hour of the show, and just asked him, the injuries, like you said, everybody's banged up this time of year. I was like, do you just expect something like this? And I thought his answer was pretty good.
No, unfortunately.
I was hoping you were going to say yeah.
No, we've unfortunately had a few more guys banged up. Way more than last year.
Yeah,
that's for sure. I mean, right now, going into the season, there's 5 of our starters going into the season are banged up. 8 of the guys in our 2 deep on defense, so 8 of the top 22 are banged up in some capacity. But like I told the guys, nobody cares. In reality, the people in our little tiny circle care. And then the people that are fans of us don't care. You're either going to win or lose. The people that are fans of the opponents are probably happy, right? So the reality is you're either going to go get it accomplished or you're not, right? And then you got to work your butt back to get in good enough shape and get, rehab to get back in the field so we can go, play our best football.
So we'll get back into the injury issue later on in the show because it obviously is a storyline heading into this game, not just because of Tyson, but because of the rest of that availability report. When we come back, we'll get the national perspective on this year's Sun Devil team and tomorrow's game against Houston. We're going to ask ESPN sideline reporter Lauren Sisler. She's going to join us next. It's Wolf and Luke. Jody Jackson's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Suns are now one of the NBA's youngest teams with a new style of play on the court that you can hear.
Dunn in transition. He'll throw it down with both hands. Ryan Dunn explodes to the rim.
On Arizona Sports.
Booker has it in the forecourt. Jam time for D-Book.
Suns at the Clippers tonight. Pre-game at 6:30. 7:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, Vince Marotta here, letting you know that the biggest savings of the season have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC. General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are rolling out fall savings on their entire lineup of award-winning Buick and GMC models. Like on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab, save up to $12,000 off MSRP, or while they last, get 0% APR financing on remaining 2025 units. Or go all electric in a 2025 GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup model with huge savings up to $15,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR on these too. All offers require approved credit and they do end soon. All this and more in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 11/3/25.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, it's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hey Arizona, Tom Chambers here. I've learned that great teams are built by hard work, ethics, and perseverance. That's exactly what you get with Right Way Roofing. Right Way Roofing is a third-generation roofing company that has built trust in our community through their commitment to excellence. They use the toughest, most durable materials to handle Arizona's extreme weather. Take it from me, Tom Chambers. When it comes to your roof, choose the team that delivers excellence, because there's only one way, the right way.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Football season equals the tailgate season, which means the Ford F-150 at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvisi are just the best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. All right, so how? Why? Well, it's no one thing. It's the combination of everything, right? From smart tech to powerful engines. You want productivity? How about available built-in electrical power and a convenient tailgate work surface? You can customize the F-150 pickup to fit your needs. And right now, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 in cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. Yep, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 cash back.
Select Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Is it worth the can you even hear me?
Select Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Is it worth the can you even hear me? Starting with your spotlight on me. Not enough to feed the hungry. I'm tired.
Welcome back. It's Wolf and Luke on a Friday morning. Jody Jackson is in for Wolf. Want to thank our listeners in Deer Valley right now, Jody. Thanks to everybody. Thanks to everybody listening everywhere, but specifically in Deer Valley right now.
I love Deer Valley. When my friends were in town from, my college friends, we went in a hot air balloon. get that up in Deer Valley, and then you go around, and beautiful views.
I've never been in a hot air balloon before.
You should do it. It's fun.
Is it? I don't know. It's one of those things where I'm like...
Yeah, it was cool.
Yeah, okay. All right. I don't know if you've convinced me. It was cool,
Yeah.
but it isn't quite
No,
enough.
I mean, it was, I don't know. I don't have more memory of it.
I was like,
really
here,
good.
Jody's really going to drive the point home.
It wasn't like super long either. It's just you go up and then you have these beautiful views of the valley, and then I think you have like a picnic after or something.
In the balloon?
Dusk.
Or like
Yeah,
when you land?
no, when you land.
Okay.
It's pretty tight in the balloon.
Yeah, I was just
so,
figuring
yeah,
like you can't be
it's not
setting up a...
It's like a basket. You're in
table
kind of a little basket.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. Maybe.
Maybe. We should do a company thing and go.
Company hot air balloon
You, me,
ride?
Wolf in the hot air balloon.
Good luck getting Wolf. You have a better chance to get me in the hot air balloon than Wolf. All right, Lauren Sisler, ESPN sideline reporter, who will be the sideline reporter for ASU Houston tomorrow, is joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Lauren, thank you for the time. How are you doing?
What is up? I'm hanging out here with my best friend from Rutgers, my teammate. We're living it up by the pool and just enjoying this beautiful weather out here you guys got right now.
Oh, this is the perfect time of year, Lauren.
Perfect.
This is like what we live for.
I mean, so, I live in Alabama, and it is quite humid even right now. So coming out here, this heat definitely feels different, and I'm into it. So it's good.
Yeah, this is basically vacation weather for the next, 8 months?
Yeah, it's pretty nice till even May. We might get lucky, and May's not super hot, but yeah, it's really nice till May. Yeah. I'm going to jump in. I'm going to go backwards here. Luke, do you mind if I start with Lauren?
Yeah.
So, Lauren, I spent a lot of time on the ASU sidelines, years ago. So I haven't done it with Kenny Dillingham as the coach, but I'm just going to jump to the end of this thing. If they win this game, do you have a tactic for making sure kind of Kenny stands in? It's kind of like quarterback standing in the pocket, right? You want to have him standing in there answering the questions. Sometimes with all the chaos or whatever it is, and we may not see as much of that this week, but he tends to run off a little bit. Are you ready for that? If you have to physically restrain him, or if you have to ask him something that is just going to be something he can't walk away from.
I mean, it's ridiculous. I'll tell you. So we were here last week for the Kansas game. And so, my whole thing, I do this like sideline shimmy thing. It's silly. It's stupid.
I love
know,
that.
But it's like a viral thing. I mean, it's ridiculous. Okay. Well, obviously Kenny is known to get down. I mean, we see him do the worm. We see him light it up in the locker room. Well, here's the thing. And I'm going to a bone to pick because I'm going to go see him in a couple hours when we do our coaches meetings. I literally last year when they won that game was like on him about giving us something, giving us a little showcase of what that locker room dance is going to look like. He totally ducked me on it. And then the next week he was out there freaking crowd surfing with everybody. And I'm like, look, like you literally stood me up. So I told Raleek Brown, because we saw that fun little dance he did last week with his offensive line. So much fun. I told Raleek, I said, all right, buddy. I said, y'all win this football game. We're going to get down and dirty and do a fun little dance. And we're going to see if Kenny D will do it with us.
I love it. Okay? You're on it. All right, good.
Raleek will definitely dance.
But hey, I will tell you, speaking of ducking coaches, there's only been one that's ever done it to me in my entire career. And, I've been on the sideline since 2019. And the only person that's ever done it to me was Mike Leach when he was at Washington State. And rest his soul, that man, he just looked at me, ran right past me, did not care. And I was like, oh, and I just took off sprinting after him. And I'm like, well, there's your halftime interview, folks.
Yeah, it happens sometimes. And boy, the Pirate, love him, right?
Yeah,
like one of the great interviews.
Too,
yeah.
if
But
stop.
I mean, Kenny, he's going to be there and he's going to answer some questions. It's just a matter of like, how long?
Sometimes you have
how
to go
long
break
and
dance.
how locked in is he? Because he's looking around, he's looking at his people. He wants to get out there
fun.
and celebrate.
Hopefully.
So maybe we just need to change our tactic, and we just need to go to where all the fans are and all the students and all the the crowd where he's going to go to, and just stand in the middle of that. Like maybe that will help us secure the interview at the end of the football game.
Have him walk right into it. We're talking to Lauren Sisler right now of ESPN. Lauren, can you give us a sense of what the national perspective is of ASU right now? Because they come in ranked 11th, 12th, depending on the poll. They lose that Mississippi State game. They drop all the way out. It feels like they can't get back in no matter what they do. Then they finally do. They get blown out by Utah, but then they go beat undefeated Texas Tech. What do people nationally think of the Sun Devils right now?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's just a lot of up and down, right? Just kind of, a little bit tumultuous at times. And I think, coming into the season, obviously some excitement and some juice. And then, just kind of seeing the waning of their performance. And obviously, like you said, that Utah game just crushed them. Not having their quarterback obviously didn't help. But, I think that right now they're kind of starting to step back into that limelight. And I think after last week's win, you got to think about this too. Like, this is like injury season. We're heading into week 9 of the season. And I mean, every team's facing it, right? But with the injuries that they have, but the ability to still step in and do what they're doing, obviously it's not good that, Jordan Tyson won't be playing. Like that's frustrating. That sucks. That definitely kind of takes a little wind out of the sails. But I think when you have your quarterback, back nearly 100% this week, I think that obviously will add a little bit to the storyline, so to speak. But certainly having your top target in the entire country, one of the best receivers out, is challenging. But I think the overall, to me, this football game, I think the overall perspective from a national, mindset, I think will shift greatly depending on this performance. I mean, I think this is definitely one of those kind of make or break games for this football team to kind of garner some of that respect that they're looking for.
Lauren, give us perspective on the other side with Houston. I think we're trying to figure out just how good are they. The only common opponent, it was a loss for Houston by 20 with ASU winning that game against Tech. So tell us a little bit about what you expect from Houston here.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously, you have an incredible quarterback in Connor Wigman. I think that this is one of those deals that's going to go down in the trenches. You have Houston's obviously front against ASU's young O-line. You put Makua Pule as the starting center now. But to show what they did last week against Texas Tech, one of the toughest defensive fronts out there, I think that this game is going to come down to who can compete up front in the trenches, who can run the football, who can kind of shape the tempo of this football game and the running game. I think those are going to be the big keys in this. And then, like any other football game, but especially here, red zone and turnovers. To me, that is going to be a huge factor for both these football teams. I think the red zone offense has been inconsistent for Arizona State this year a bit. And so, kind of ranking middle of the pack nationally. So I think that being able to score is going to be huge, especially because Houston's defense is pretty good in the red zone and their efficiency. And so, to me, I think those are going to be the big things. And then who wins the turnover battle here? And I think the coaches kind of line it up every week, run the football well, and then who can win that turnover battle. And I think that's going to be huge for them. And really, that is the game plan for Houston. That is Coach Fritz's plan to win. That's what they have plastered all over their locker room is don't turn it over, control the run, win special teams, don't beat yourself with penalties and finish the fourth quarter. Like that is their blueprint for winning. And so I think that is what is going to be essentially the blueprint for ASU to come in is to, fight that and be able to come out with a win. But I think, the atmosphere, just really the environment's going to play into this. And I just think that coming off the win that they did last week, to me, just is going to amplify this game and give them the best chance. And again, I go back to Jordan Tyson being out. I think this was probably a smart move for them in the sense that they're staring down an opponent next week that they really need him back for on the road. So hopefully they can use some of this atmosphere to help them to, without their biggest threat, to be able to still come out here and win this football game.
Lauren, this was great. Thank you so much. Good luck tomorrow post-game, hopefully after a Sun Devil win.
Yeah, thanks, Lauren. Enjoy the weather.
I appreciate y'all. Maybe we'll see y'all out there. Excited about it. Love a good, mid-evening kick. And, I think it's going to be a good time.
Yeah, it should be. Thank you. Thank you very much, Lauren. That's Lauren Sisler joining us right there from ESPN. Well, she's not joining us from ESPN. She's already here because of the weather.
Getting ready.
But ESPN sideline reporter for that game tomorrow between ASU and Houston. It's funny she brought up Makua Pule. I didn't know this. I don't think anybody knew this. But the story I learned on Wednesday night during Sparky's Den is that, he started at center against Texas Tech. He didn't tell anybody he was starting. He told his teammates that he didn't tell his family until Wednesday night. And I was like, what was your family's reaction afterwards? And they're like, hey, you started.
Yeah, right. We would have been, it eliminated the nerves maybe, right?
Yeah, I think that.
We just missed out on that whole nervousness.
Yeah.
And there he is. He's on the field.
I think he just wanted to focus on
doing
playing.
the job.
He played really well, too. All right, thanks to Lauren for that. When we come back, just how much pressure is on ASU tomorrow against Houston. We're going to talk to former ASU safety Jordan Simone. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake, limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond is worthy of a Shane Company engagement ring. Our team travels the world to see diamonds in person and handpick each one. That type of dedication only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. No matter your budget, your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Yeah, sure. I'll call it a guilty pleasure. It's football season, and football is best served with food, wings, chips, veggies, you name it. I love it, and I love it even more with Daisy French Onion Dip. Dave Burns here. You're sitting down to watch a game with friends, and your football just isn't complete without your snacks and your Daisy French Onion or your Daisy Ranch Dip. It goes perfectly with everything you've got while watching the game. It's a staple of the weekend grocery list during football season, so give it a try. Look for Daisy French Onion Dip at a grocery store near you.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns look to start their season 2-0 tonight when they take on the Los Angeles Clippers. Tip-off is at 7:30, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU football hosts 6-1 Houston tomorrow at Mountain America Stadium. Pre-game coverage begins at 2 and the game kicks off at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. And game 1 of the World Series is tonight between the Los Angeles Dodgers and the Toronto Blue Jays. Pre-game coverage begins at 4 on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale and online at sandersonford.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Previewing this week's ASU football matchup and talking about this season of Arizona State University football. This is Sun Devil Sessions with former ASU safety Jordan Simone on the Wolf and Luke Show.
Boy, we're starting ASU heavy today. A couple guests already. Thanks to Lauren Sisler who joined us.
Bringing in the heavy hitter.
Segment. Yeah, well, Jordan Simone right now stepping in to join us on the Arizona Sports Line ahead of ASU's matchup with Houston tomorrow. Jordan, thank you for the time. How's it going?
Hey, guys, what happened to my dad? He's taking some time off. He didn't even tell me last night at dinner. What the heck is going on?
Grandma's here, Jordan.
Jody! My Aunt Jody, my great Aunt Jody is filling in. I love it. Hi, guys.
Hey, Jordan, I'll tell you what was your reaction after that Texas Tech game? Let's just start there.
Well, I was inebriated, of course, as most of us were at that game. So I stumbled my way out of the stadium with a big old smile on my face. But I'll tell you what, guys, it got a little dicey there at the end. The special teams unit just had an absolute meltdown. I mean, our punter was kicking the ball 23 yards on a punt, just setting them up perfect. But put the ball in your best player's hands and good things happen. Sam Levitt, that 4th down to Jordan Tyson, marched down the field. I mean, drive of the year. And look, Texas Tech obviously is missing their starting quarterback. Their backup, I think even in Texas Tech fans' own words would say they have a QB1A and a QB1B. That kid is good. Baron Morton can throw the ball. He threw some good passes. But, clearly our defense showed up. But Texas Tech's defense is legit. They're a top defense in the country in the Big 12. And ASU did exactly what they had to do when it mattered most. They went down and scored and did what they had to do on defense, stop a Hail Mary and win that game. So I had a blast. I had too many, probably 3 or 4 too many, of course, with the nerves kicking in. But damn, it was fun.
You and another sellout of fans all having fun, and it's just been an incredible atmosphere. So yeah, good for you. Enjoy it, especially with what we saw the last few years before Kenny and Kenny's first year. So let me ask you, Jordan. I'll just jump into the big question that Luke and I are talking about, and we of course we want your take. We saw what Jordan Tyson did late in that game on one leg. He's not going to play. How do they beat Houston without Tyson?
You know what? It's going to be tough, right? I mean, you can't replace a guy like that. It's like asking, how do you replace Scadabo last year? You just don't. You got to have other guys step up. And luckily we have. Relief Brown has stepped up in the run game pretty big this year. Not the same guy Scadabo was clearly with the red zone issues. We can't just hand it to Scadabo and ask him to bowl over 3 people and score. It just hasn't happened that way. But, Tyson's going to be tough to replace. I think, he's obviously Levitt's favorite target. The one thing I will say is that it might make Levitt actually read the defense more than actually just going like, is there 3 guys on Tyson? That's fine. I'll just put it up there. He'll get it. So I think he's going to have to go through his reads a little bit and go like, okay, I got to just facilitate the ball to the guy that's open. So get the tight end involved. Hamilton last week, just absolute coming out game. So you got the deep ball threat there. But look, Houston's obviously 6-1, but you look at the teams that they've played this year. They played Texas Tech and they lost to Texas Tech. Now they played them tough, but ultimately Texas Tech pulled away. But they beat SF Austin, Rice, Colorado, Oregon State, Oklahoma State, and Arizona last week on a game-winning field goal. So these guys have not gone through the gauntlet of the Big 12 at all. Now, I'm not saying that they're not a good football team. They are. They're well coached. Their offensive line is absolute dog. I mean, I don't want to drop an explicit on here. I will. I'm not afraid. You know that, Luke, but they are terrible. I mean, they're like one of the worst in Power 4 in the country. So, I mean, ASU is going to be able to get after their quarterback, and their quarterback, Connor Wigman, he's not great against pressure as well. So I think if ASU can mix up some blitz packages and try to force them to make a few mistakes. ASU's got as good a chance as any to dominate this game.
So we're talking to Jordan Simone. Jordan, the other side of the injuries, it's a little cloudier on defense, but I mean, they're already playing without Xavier Alford. Prince Dorba is listed as doubtful. Ghost Rouser, Boogie Wilson, Jordan Crook, Tate Romney, all listed as questionable for this game. Doesn't mean they're not going to play. Maybe all those guys do play. But when you have that many guys banged up and potentially missing games on that side of the ball, what's the biggest key on defense to sort of absorb those injuries?
I mean, this is where you're going to find out how well coached you are, right? How, like as a backup, our coaches used to always say, like, you got to take mental reps, and it's really hard to do. It's really hard to stay locked in when you're not actually doing it. But this is where you find out, just how good those mental reps were that those guys were taking. And then, obviously they've had a week or so to prepare for Houston, but it's not easy. I mean, you go into a year with a ton of returning starters, and then all of a sudden you don't have them in a game. It makes it tough, and I think, like if you're going to have guys banged up on the defense, this is probably the week that you want them out just because of the issues with Houston's offensive line that, it's night and day difference. Even the defensive front for Houston compared to Texas Tech last week. I mean, you would think, I just hope that these guys, they stay as fired up as they were last week to play, because when they play like that, they could beat anybody in the conference. They could win the conference again. So I think with Levitt healthy, we got a chance no matter what, every week. But, defensively, they're going to have to stop the run and force some turnovers, with this offensive line having so many issues.
That, I think you hit on it, Jordan. That's what it didn't really surprise me, but just how good that defense was, how fired up they were. Boogie Wilson kind of leading the way, and with him banged up, I guess that's, we don't know if he's playing or not. But what else did you see from that defense that you think could be a big key again this week? Some other guys to keep your eye on that if they play with that kind of intensity, that the defense could set the tone, which is nice, especially when you're missing Tyson.
Yeah, and I think last year that was something that, all of us were excited about at the beginning of the season with very little expectation. Was like, wow, this defense flies around to the football. They fly around, they hit people, they gang tackle. And I think that was the first game of the year that you really saw that. Now, it's insane because a week ago on the show, we were talking about just how bad the defense was against Utah. It's like the team didn't even show up. And then sure enough, they play a top 10 ranked team at home and then decide to be, one of the best teams in the Big 12 again. So it's been up and down. You just hope that they caught something in that game and some confidence and some swagger to help propel them into the rest of the year. And it's really what happened last year. If you think about last year's ASU team, they lost a couple Big 12 games early. Then they just blew the brakes off Kansas State, and it felt like they got so hot and believed in what they were doing. And the coaches found it, started just calling these great games offensively and defensively. So, which led to some increases in paydays for both of our coordinators. But like ASU will not continue to win games if they cannot figure it out in the red zone. I mean, ASU could have gone up 3 touchdowns in that game last week. If they just find a way to get it in the red zone. And clearly Texas Tech has a great defense. So I don't want to take anything away from them, but they have got to figure out those issues. Otherwise, they're not going to win football games. It's just you can't continue to win football games on the road if you cannot punch it in the red zone. And then the special teams issues, which we talked about earlier, you clean up those two things, and you're talking about another championship football team at Arizona State.
Jordan, it's always great to talk to you. Ron Wolfley Jr., if you see Ron Wolfley Sr., let him know we say hi, all right?
Where is the guy? I mean, is he in Hawaii? Is he hitting the bench press right now? You never know what this guy's up to.
He's just taking the bye, I mean, the Cardinals are on a bye, and
gosh.
I think that's it.
He's probably bench pressing in Hawaii, actually. I think Jordan's right. Thank you, Jordan. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Jordan.
I feel like that guy could bench press the whole island of Hawaii. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Talk to you.
That's Jordan Simone joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. When we come back, all right, we are at the bye week. We haven't talked Cardinals yet today. Jody, you and I haven't really talked Cardinals on the air since the season started. So what do we make of the Arizona Cardinals 2-5 going into the bye? We'll kind of reset that and get Jody's thoughts next. It's Wolf and Luke. Jody Jackson is in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Are A huge home win for Sun Devil football last Saturday. Now the Devils face Houston at home without Jordan Tyson.
Obviously a tough loss for us, but our guys have done a good job responding, come out to work. I think their attitude's been fantastic in regards to how we've gone about the week and re-engaged.
Pre-game at 2, kickoff at 5, Saturday. Listen to ASU Houston on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. If it feels like everything's going on right now, that's probably because everything is going on right now. Football is all around you, college and pros. Whoever your favorite team is, watch them at Twin Peaks. Follow along with your fantasy football lineups as well. Plus, baseball is down to 2 teams, and we're going to decide a winner here over the next week or so. Basketball and hockey are going now as well. Call some friends, grab a table, order up some food and drinks. You're good to go. Twin Peaks also has all the fights. You won't miss 1 second of the action with all their TVs. And while you're there, enjoy their outstanding food selection because they've got an entire menu made for MVPs. Burgers, wings, loaded fries, flatbreads like the Italian or the OG pepperoni, plus nobody does happy hour like Twin Peaks. 3 to 6, 10 to close every weekday. Don't even wait for the weekend. They're serving scratch food and pouring quality drinks every day after dark so you can experience the best late night in the league today, tomorrow, whenever you want to do it. Whatever you're looking for, Twin Peaks has you covered, so never settle. Stop by and experience the great scenery and lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Help DEA keep our communities safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, October 25th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, an astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
Every Friday during football season is a Red Friday.
This is Cardinals tight end Trey McBride, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Wolf and Luke, Red Friday.
All right, thanks to Jordan Simone and Lauren Sisler for joining us on the show already. Jody, now you got me hitting the mic too. Like, what is this? Is like...
among all the kind of situation here with the kind of length of it or whatever, I forgot to put the windscreen on.
You've also got like 9 drinks over there. You've got
I like to hydrate.
Tea?
Not Jordan Simone type drinks.
No. It's definitely you got water, tea,
it's a bourbon.
something.
No, it's a tea. It looks like a bourbon. Though,
I'm gonna move these Clorox wipes away so you don't accidentally.
I can
drink
get rid of this. I'm gonna put the ice in there, and I'm just trying to. Do not let me go get another donut.
I didn't even know there were donuts
don't let me
today.
What do you mean? mean? You work here.
It's Friday.
It's Friday. That's the first thing Oh, sorry. Was I supposed to say I was just happy to be here to see you guys?
Yeah, totally.
See the radio show? No, I'm here for the donuts.
Absolutely going to believe that.
It's always like I haven't been in for Wolf in a while, and the first thing I did was walk over to the little
now that
area.
I think about it,
Jamal's got a donut.
Jamal has one too.
And they had my favorite kind, which no one ever has. Chocolate cream filled.
Oh, like the
so
Boston
it looks like
cream
a
ones?
Yeah, it looks kind of like just a plain glazed, but with no hole. Like a filled glazed, and then inside it has chocolate.
I saw. You're talking not a Boston cream, like chocolate.
No, I
cream.
don't. I hate Boston cream.
Oh, that took a harsh turn.
I hate that custard stuff. I like the stuff that's basically like chocolate icing.
Jody Jackson, I hate that custard stuff. All right.
I like Boston, just don't like the cream.
I like Boston. I like donuts, but I don't like cream.
I like lobster.
Lobster donut. That'd be something. All right, we've delayed this long enough. We have to talk Cardinals.
Yeah, I have
here.
all the answers, right?
Well,
I've teased that.
Did promise definitive solutions for the Cardinals. How shocked are you that they're 2-5? I was thinking that driving in today, like now that we've had a few days of they're not preparing for a game. It's the bye week, whatever. It's like it is kind of stunning that they're 2-5.
It is stunning. I was okay. Again, the first two games, it's the NFL. I'm okay with like barely beating. I mean, they beat the Saints. They made that play at the end, Jalen and Buddha, and then they made the play. And the Saints are what 1-6 or they're not good. Carolina. They let them kind of come back at the end. It got dicey, but that's the NFL.
Carolina
wasn't too
Carolina's
concerned.
not good, but they're not bad. Aren't they 4-3?
They're actually pretty decent. Yeah. So look, I think what was shocking was the Titans game. What was a little surprising, and then there's just been these themes. So overall, it's the stuff we all know, right? It's and our listeners, if they're following the Cardinals, they know they haven't been able to completely shut anybody out at the end defensively. I mean, at times I've really had a hard time hanging it on the defense, but I heard Bernsey the other day talking about just the terrible fourth quarter defense, and you have to look at that. I mean, that's real.
I feel like that's really been the last 2 weeks, which is almost more concerning to me because it's like, is the defense starting to break? Because the defense did close out the game in week 1, and they closed out the game in week 2. I know they gave up a bunch of points in the fourth quarter in week 2, but the Cardinals were botching onside kick recoveries. Like the defense was out there for the entire fourth quarter. But yeah, now the last 2 games, I don't know what to make of that because you were also facing Jonathan Taylor and you were facing Josh Jacobs. So, I mean, that's not easy. But if the defense is starting to break now late, they're in real trouble.
Yeah, and I think the bye is always at a good time. It's never like a better time. Everybody needs to get healthy. Guys that are coming back like a Will Hernandez, they need to be continuing to get better, coming off injuries. Jonah Williams has been injured a lot the last few years, so he's kind of in that category for me too. Let's just see, are we going to see more from those two? Because that's kind of, the O-line hasn't been as good, even though it's kind of who you want out there. It's who you chose to be out there. So just going back to kind of the dynamic, though, because you're thinking about, okay, defensively, you want to see them continue to play 60 minutes. But then the thing that's been more disappointing for me is, and Kyler Murray even said it after one of the early games, is like, and I think it was maybe both the early games, right? New Orleans and Carolina, we need to finish, meaning you've had the chance. Like I know one of the games that it might have been the last game, they got it back with 7 minutes. It's a little too much to ask to hold the ball for 7 minutes, right? But especially when your run game's struggling. But in those other games, in many of these other games, it was like, okay, here it is with 3 minutes or 2 minutes, and how do you possess the ball and how do you finish? Because I feel like the defense can do it. They haven't concerned with can they. And look, the other big thing is they've had one of the best running games in the league the last 2 years, and this year they do not. And it's easy to hang that on the O-line, but it's not just on the O-line. It's missing your backs. It's missing Tip Ryman. If you don't think those things are a big deal, they are. And just since we're looking big picture, I'll go back to the DeMercado thing. I got into a little bit on social media with people about, well, just cut him because the next guy is just, they're a dime a dozen. It's like, no, I mean, they're not. As you
Especially
go down the depth chart, there's a reason why people are on the practice squad, or there's a reason why people are on the waiver wire, or or on another team, or are available for trade. I mean, who you pick is who you want for certain reasons.
Yeah.
And when you have, no disrespect to Michael Carter, I love Michael. We've talked to him on the show. I mean, but when he's the guy that's responsible now for blocking defensive ends and linebackers and stuff, I mean, it makes everything harder when you don't have the pieces to your run game. So the run game has struggled, and now we come to the quarterback, right? Because we're waiting on that topic. Kyler Murray's been disappointing in the fact that, again, it's struggling to play the 60-minute game.
Yeah.
I mean, even that is what is so frustrating about that Titans game is that you can hang it on everybody, but to me, that's a game that you need the quarterback to step up and be. The quarterback just does mean more. And he can't just be not the problem. He's got to be the solution or the answer many times. So, and then you have Jacoby Brissett coming in. He's got the different skill set. He's standing in the pocket, throwing the ball downfield. All of a sudden now Zay Jones is a weapon. All of a sudden Michael Wilson is a weapon.
Trey McBride's a weapon in the end zone.
Yeah. And, Kyler, I've looked a lot at this and I have a whole bunch of numbers here, but I mean, yeah, eyeball test works too. I mean, Trey McBride is the one guy that Kyler has been able to get the ball to consistently, hence the monster year last year, but again, it's a problem with using all the weapons. Yeah. But you come back around and you say, well, it looks a lot different. It almost couldn't look any different, right? Any more different, Jacoby and Kyler, but it's been the same result. So now you're back to square one on how good is the roster? How good have the decisions been? What have you been able to adapt to with the injuries that you have? And I think that's why this bye is so important, because they got to come out firing on all cylinders. And I don't care really who it is back there. I think fans, and look, I'll admit, I grew up watching that type of passing game,
stand in there, take a hit, go through progression.
I mean, that's kind of the football that I knew when I learned the game, when I started in the game. And then even with Kurt Warner, I thought Kurt Warner, I can't say it any better than Kurt Warner did on the show this morning with Dan and Vince. Mm-hmm. And I thought he laid it out. There's just some, and I think and we'll probably play some of that later, but the bottom line is every quarterback has some limitations, and the Cardinals have guys that do things well and both have limitations. And we know what those are. We've seen it. And all I know is right now is you have to come out firing against Dallas. And if Kyler's healthy, it's going to be him. He's been good in Dallas. I just think a lot has to go well and a lot has to be set up for Kyler to have success. Yeah. Where with Jacoby, the kind of game that he plays, you have that puncher's chance. So, I mean, but again, as Kurt mentioned too, is the commitment is to Kyler Murray, and I think that's who we're going to see when he's healthy.
This will tell you how crazy it is that they're 2-5. Jody, I think that's the longest answer you've ever given to a question I've asked. And the only reason I know that
it's all been bottled up for
so
weeks
it sounds
and weeks.
Like it's all been bottled up, because I want to go back to something you said a while ago about closing games. These were their drives at the end of the Saints game and the Panthers game. Games they won, okay? The Cardinals' last offensive drive against the Saints, 3 plays, -9 yards, 53 seconds. And their last offensive drive against the Panthers, 3 plays, 4 yards, 34 seconds. So
that was the worst thing for me. And because I did the post game for the Carolina game, and that was the worst thing for me about those first 2 weeks. And because the concern is that's something that should happen once or twice a season.
Yeah,
that can't happen 2 weeks in a row.
It immediately became a warning sign, because kind of like you were saying, the New Orleans game, they won that game. I remember talking about it the next day. I remember talking about that night on something where it was just like, I remember saying like, I don't want to hear about how they struggled to close it out. They closed it out. It's a road game in the NFL. You won. That was week 1. When they won the Carolina game, it was like, okay, something's wrong. And I can't remember a time when with a team you see like, hey, they're winning the first couple games, but there's a pretty clear warning sign. And to your point, Kyler said it after both the first 2 games. Like, yeah, we got to finish these games better, even after wins. And it has burned them every single game since. This has been a weird season. I know there are people driving around saying, well, yeah, same old Cardinals. They're 2-5. Yeah, I mean, I can't argue with you because they weren't supposed to do this and they're doing it, but it just, I don't know.
Yeah, it's excruciating because they have been so competitive. They've not been blown out. It's not even close. They're all, what are the last 5 losses by, did I hear 13 points?
13 total points.
I mean,
their point
insane.
differential this season is the same as the Buccaneers.
And
how weird is
crazy.
that?
And that's why Jonathan Gannon said it, and it was from the heart. You could tell. I was sitting in the room at his last presser when it was like, we we need this mental. I mean, he talked about mentally and physically. I think people think the bye is more physical. I think emotionally, it's been extremely draining.
Got to get away from this
to
for a little
lose
bit.
these games like this, because it's like how good you can be, but none of it matters unless you get the win.
Oh, yeah, in the NFL, that's it right there. You just said it. When we come back, how about some basketball? How fun was that Suns win over the Kings in the opener, and what does it mean now going forward into this weekend? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Jody Jackson's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. Rates may apply.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Southwest Gas is committed to delivering safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Every thriving community starts with a strong foundation. From warming homes to fueling industries that drive our economy, natural gas provides the energy you can count on. Because energy does more than fuel your day, it provides comfort, reliability, and connection. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. For more information about how Southwest Gas is supporting a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
Football fans, the ultimate watch parties are happening every Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. On October 26th, a legend steps into the spotlight. Phil Simms, former quarterback and game day icon, is joining the watch parties for a live Q&A. Ask your question, hear his stories from the field, and catch every play in an electric atmosphere surrounded by fans like you. Don't miss Phil Simms. Don't miss a moment. Only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 27 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns look to start their season 2-0 tonight when they take on the Los Angeles Clippers. Tip-off is at 7:30, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU football hosts 6-1 Houston tomorrow at Mountain America Stadium. Pre-game coverage begins at 2, and the game kicks off at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. And Game 1 of the World Series is tonight between the Los Angeles Dodgers and the Toronto Blue Jays. Pre-game coverage begins at 4 on ESPN 620 AM.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey, and the Suns are visiting a few old friends tonight. Thankfully, we don't have to worry about whether or not Bradley Beal will play anymore. That's not our problem. We'll preview Suns Clippers today on the Burns and Gambo Show, 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
We're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Wolf and Luke, Jody Jackson's in for Wolf. Yeah, probably a good thing this one's in L.A. for the first rematch with Bradley Beal.
Yeah, Bernsey brought up some PTSD there with the Bradley Beal. You and I did so many. I mean, you and Wolf did hours and hours of it, but even the last 2 winters, you and I talking about Bradley Beal playing or not playing. I love Bernsey's like, that's not my problem anymore.
I tell you, we're going to talk to Kevin Ray later in the show today because it is a game day. The first game, I might just do this every game until he's like, I'm not calling in anymore. I'm just going to ask him for a Bradley Beal update every time. Like the first game, he was like, oh, that's funny. We'll see how many games it takes before K-Ray's like, I'm hanging up and not, if you're going to ask me about Bradley Beal.
I mean, tonight it would make sense because they're playing Bradley Beal, who had 20 minutes of play the other night and 5 points. So I was all right with that.
Yeah, I mean, I like how he's suddenly healthy and playing, and Jalen Green, who never misses games, has already missed a game and is out for tonight's game too. But
hopefully that's just kind of a blip on the screen and not something.
I think it will be.
And don't get me wrong, like it's nothing personal against Bradley Beal. It's just it was a rough couple of years there.
It was time for everybody to break up after last season. Let's put it that way. All right, Jody, what were your impressions of that first game against Sacramento? Because I will tell you mine, since I wasn't here yesterday, were this is a lot of fun. I like this team's personality. It's only one game. But it was also indicative of how far we are lowering the bar right now, that we all went crazy because they just tried hard and beat Sacramento. That's how far the bar was lowered last season, I guess, is a better way to put it.
Yeah, and I think that's a great overall look. I think for me, the best thing was just the way that they finished. I heard Burns and Gambo talking about just how few times that actually happened, coming back from the deficit, being down like around 20 points, and even coming back at like 2 times. I mean, it's crazy to think that. I think it's really a sign, more than a sign. It's something that happened for a reason. That happened in the first game of the season. Yeah. And I don't care that the Kings were missing their big gun, and I don't care that it's the Kings. The fact that they did it. And in front of the home fans, and the home fans were vibing on that, I think, that goes a long way for that moment, in that first game. Does it mean how many games are they going to win? What are they going to do? I don't know. Like, how good can this team be? But the thing that I still can't get over is that last year's team with Kevin Durant on it and Devin Booker on it and all of the other guys were 36 and 46. I mean, if they're 36 and 46 and playing like that, I'm fine.
Yeah. No, I don't
care.
Last year, 36 and 46 was embarrassing given the talent they had, but didn't it feel like 6 and 76? Like it didn't feel like they were even 130. I don't remember 36 wins last year. I don't know
Well, and then the year before it was 49 and 31, right? I think I have them
49 and 33.
Yeah, exactly. It has to add up to 82. So thank you, Luke. It's my University of Miami education there, rearing its ugly head.
It's a Friday. You can make up any numbers you want.
And that we didn't have fun covering that team. We didn't have fun talking about that team. There were a couple of good wins.
That was at least a lot more fun, though. Last year was just and we're always going to wonder and debate, who was the most to blame for it. I cannot get out of my head that the first year they had Durant, which was, half a season or whatever, a quarter of a season, and they still had Chris Paul, and that was fun.
Yes, it was.
I mean, they went to the playoffs. They nearly beat I don't want to say nearly beat it. It wasn't like a buzzer beater in Game 7, but that was the year Denver looked unstoppable. The Suns actually played them close, and Booker and KD were going off. So it's hard for me to just say, oh, that was all KD's fault, which I know a lot of people like to say. But either way, things had to change, and Wednesday was indicative of that because if you think about Suns fans have been through so much over the years. I'm saying Suns fans specifically, not Valley sports fans, specifically Suns fans. They've put up with so much, and they don't really ask that much of you. Suns, that fan base. I mean, they want a championship. I'm not saying that they want a championship, not one. They want a championship, but I mean, it's become obvious already at the start of the season and even at the end of last year. Like they just want you to go out there and show that you care. Yeah. Put some effort into it, man. I mean, that's the team that's been here longer than any other team.
And that's why you hear people talking about, Dylan Brooks. Is he a revelation? I mean, that's what he does. And that's why he's a part of this roster. That kind of, agitation that happens, but it's all about heart. I mean, fans if you're not displaying heart and to some degree of grit, fans see right through that.
Yeah.
And it really is a shame because sometimes, we were watching one of the best players of all time in Kevin Durant. And for whatever reason, the team could not come up with those qualities late in games that would cause them to, preserve a lead or charge near the end or do all of those things. So yeah, I think I'm excited to see. It's all about the ride, right? Like you mentioned the championship. Okay. So it was 93 and it was 2021, right? And those were really awesome moments. Did they win it? No. But I think, look, it's just about the ride you're going to take your fans on and how enjoyable can it be. And I do think, and it's exactly what Matt Ishbia said after the season last year. Look, we're gonna try to play an enjoyable brand of basketball. So if they can keep that up on a regular basis, I think a lot of us are all in for that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that felt like it's one of 82. Obviously, we got to see how they play against the Clippers tonight, and then
this
Denver
is a big
tomorrow.
challenge. Yeah,
right
the next couple days are going to be a huge challenge. So we're going to learn a lot more.
But you control your effort, and look, we're not all going to be talking about this team, be like, oh, this is great. Look how hard they're trying. If they're 10 and 42 halfway through the season, but you got to win some games, obviously. But that's what gives me hope for this year's team and retroactively makes last year's team that much more frustrating. You can control your effort. You're going to go play the Clippers tonight. That's not going to be an easy game. And then to go back-to-back in Denver tomorrow with the altitude, and Denver's great. That's not going to be an easy game either. But you control your effort. You can still show up in these games and make life tough for the Clippers and Nuggets. And that just last year, it was just like, oh, here's a couple weeks for that, whatever. We'll just write all these games off.
It flew by in a bad way, right? The weeks just piled up and nothing got better. And yeah, Jesse mentioned it. We were talking pre-show about Denver back-to-back. Why? That's not great for the Suns.
One of those scheduling quirks where the league's like, you're going to lose this game. We'll just put that right in there for you.
But,
so nice.
We can talk about this later, but I'm curious your take also on Jordan Ott, because that was sort of cool seeing him get that win, get the first win. And, I think later in the show, maybe a little bit
in
more
on
what he... I think so, too.
Not just because of one win on Wednesday, but I am in on him.
He strikes me as a grinder. Yeah, there we go.
That was kind of clouding things in the offseason, but I feel like quite a few of us have managed to separate Jordan Ott from the whole everybody from Michigan State gets hired thing, because it's become clear he was going to get hired somewhere soon anyway.
Right, and you have to be able to, you shouldn't prevent that from being something that's like, okay, this guy is talented, this guy might be a rising star in the coaching ranks.
I think his personality is what this team needs right now.
So, Luke, are you now aligned?
I'm not fully aligned. I'm not aligned with only hiring people from Michigan State.
Organizational
but I do like
advocacy?
Oh, that's pretty much what it is. Arizona Sports and Redbird Farms Chicken are teaming up to bring you an exclusive tailgate package, including a grill set, Yeti cooler, and Cardinals tickets. Plus, be among the first 25 fans to join us today at the Safeway located off Frank Lloyd Wright in Scottsdale between 4 and 6. Claim your free shirt with proof of purchase of any Redbird Farms chicken product. Organizational advocacy. There's like 20% of the audience out there right now that just like
if you know,
is laughing or cringing. All right, when we come back to college football, how concerned do you need to be about ASU's suddenly very depleted defense going into tomorrow's game? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Jody Jackson's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Suns are now one of the NBA's youngest teams with a new style of play on the court that you can hear.
Dylan Brooks skies to the rim and throws it down.
On Arizona Sports.
Now a lob to Williams. He'll throw it down with a right-hand jam.
Suns at the Clippers tonight. Pre-game at 6:30. 7:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, brothers, Ron Wolfley here. When it comes to getting a great night's sleep, there's only one name I trust, and that's Brooklyn Bedding. As someone who knows the importance of rest and recovery, I can tell you that Brooklyn Bedding delivers the comfort and support you need to wake up feeling refreshed and ready to tackle the day. Whether you like a firm mattress or something a bit softer, Brooklyn Bedding has a wide range of options to suit your needs. Brooklyn Bedding expertly designs and engineers all of their mattresses in their very own state-of-the-art factory and have sleep experts ready to help you find the perfect fit. And the best part? You can try their mattresses risk-free with a 120-night trial, and the shipping is always free. Get ready to sleep like a champion. So why wait? Visit brooklynbedding.com or stop by one of their 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding. Go to brooklynbedding.com. That's brooklynbedding.com.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Home sellers, no matter your situation, consider all of your options. Before you list your home, call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed multiple cash offer program, receive up to 7 cash offers plus her guarantee sale offer, where Carol guarantees the price and time frame of your home sale, or she'll buy it. Sell with certainty and don't risk your hard-earned equity. Call Carol Royce today at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Come elevate your game with the 2026 Bunker to Bunker Club membership. You get an official USGA handicap, invitations to Bunker's two-person scramble golf events, and exclusive rewards throughout the year. Get in now on early registration and save $5 off the membership, and you're automatically entered to win tickets and a shot at walking inside the ropes with pros at the Charles Schwab Cup Championship as an honorary observer with full VIP hospitality. For more information, go to bunkergolf.com Live.com.
Hey, Paul Calvisi here. Let's talk estate planning, because I think most people either ignore it or think they've got it covered with a simple will. I know I was that guy. That's why my guy is Matt Dagus from Bright Wealth Management. Matt.
You're right, Paul. And ignoring it is like playing a football game with no defense. A will alone might not protect your family from probate, legal fees, or the unnecessary stress.
All right, so what should people be doing instead?
Well, they need a real plan, and we help folks in the Phoenix area build an estate plan and make sure that their assets go where they want them to go.
It's about control, clarity, and protecting your loved ones, right?
Exactly, and it doesn't have to be overwhelming. Just give us a call at 844-726-9116 or visit us online at brightwm.com and set up a legacy planning session today.
Yeah, get your next move ready before the game changes. Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hey, it's Gambo. No Jordan Tyson for ASU, so who's got to step up against 6-1 Houston? We'll discuss today on the Burns and Gambo Show, 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
I want to thank our listeners in Santan Valley. Everybody.
Hi, Santan Valley.
Yes.
Thanks for listening.
Santan Valley. It's nice out there.
It
Building
is.
up very quickly.
It's kind of like when I moved here, there was there was like not a whole lot of Gilbert south of Warner.
Well,
and then it became, now there's Queen Creek, South Chandler, and then Santan Valley.
Well, Santan Valley is huge out there. I want to thank our listeners in Santan Valley right now. And I want to get back into this ASU story because, yes, Jordan Tyson is the headliner, and obviously a big deal that he is not going to play, and that's the one everybody, even nationally, is looking at and being like, okay, well, this guy's probably going to be the first receiver off the board in the NFL draft. He's not going to play. He's not the only one, unfortunately, Jody. We already know Kyson Brown's out, Xavier Alford's out, among others, and that's not even accounting for guys that are out for the year, like Zyrus Fiaseu and Ben Coleman. Mm-hmm. But on the defensive side of the football in particular, Prince Dorba, who has been a beast, is doubtful. I'm going to read doubtful as probably not. That's what doubtful means.
I remember when I saw him leave the field. We all saw him leave the field in that game, and didn't look great. You know, I don't know exactly what it is. You probably know more. Maybe we don't even, Kenny's probably pretty tight to the vest on some of the injuries. So either way, it didn't look great in that moment. So, if we just worst case count, if we're looking at worst case right now, you're missing some pretty big pieces of that defense.
Well, and that's the doubtful. The questionable is, it's going to be tough without Dorba, but questionable, you have Miles Rouser, Adrian Wilson, Jordan Crook, and Tate Romney. And, specifically, you talk to anybody on the team, and they will tell you Rouser is the hardest hitter on the team. They say that in practice. They say it certainly watching, during the games. Boogie Wilson's played out of his mind. He was everywhere in the first half of that Texas Tech game, and he's the guy replacing Xavier Alford. Like, how deep do you have to go on the depth chart? And then Jordan Crook is just like, he's as solid as it gets. So those three guys in particular, I don't know how many guys you can lose and expect to beat a 6-1 team. There's a lot of mystery around Houston because they really haven't beaten anybody good yet this year, but they are 6-1. So they're clearly not a bad team. You need to have some of your defensive players at least.
Well, it's interesting to hear Jordan Simone talk about just how bad, he said it unequivocally that their offensive line's one of the worst.
Yeah.
In college football, at least Power 4. So, I don't know all the metrics behind that, but I do know that if that is something that is out on film and seen, look, it's up to your, we all know it's more than the D line. You can bring some exotic things. You can bring up some other guys. You're right, though, about the luxury of how deep is that safety position, though, when you have like Alford and then Wilson was great last week. But yeah, you're going into the depths there as far as the DBs. And then I don't, I just look at it and say, if you can win that battle up front, though, you're going to disrupt a lot, the quarterback, the ability to run, all of it.
Yeah, I don't want to oversell it and say ASU has no chance. It's not that at all.
It's concerning though. Yeah, it's a lot of injuries, and you did the show with Kenny the other night, and you played the clip earlier about, I think he said on the 2 deep, 8 of the 22 are injured.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of where you are at this point in the season. You're at the end of October here, but you have crucial games that you have to win. So it's always, like you said, Dorba being out is tough. But that's the other thing when you look at the opportunity, and we talked about it on the O-line with Poulet stepping in. I mean, those are the things that you find out in these moments.
Well, they are. They're a deep team on defense. So I don't doubt that they can absorb some of these hits, but it's just like, okay, how many of these questionable guys are going to play? That, I think, is really going to determine a lot of this game because, if you're going to tell me Jordan Tyson's not playing, well, that's a huge hit to the offense. Do I think ASU can win without Jordan Tyson? I do. I mean, they won the Big 12 championship last year, and they should have beat Texas in the college football playoff. But they also had Cam Scatterbo. I mean, it's a different team. But part of why I was so optimistic, me specifically was optimistic this season, Jody, was because of the defense. And you're really chipping away at it when you're like, okay, well, these three guys aren't playing, and now these three guys might not play. And it's almost like somebody went down the list and was like, okay, give me all your best defensive players. Those guys are all going to be, out or questionable. And they still have CJ Fight, and they still have Keith Abney, and they still have some, Abney might be their best defensive player. I don't know. It's a different guy every week, but I mean, Dorba in particular, that's a guy who, if Houston's offensive line is really that bad, Dorba might just get you 3.5 sacks. And if he's doubtful, he's probably not getting you any sacks.
Maybe go out there on, with 70%. No, I agree. But I think that's interesting. What you just said speaks to, as to is it Abney, who's their best defensive player? The fact that it could be a number of guys is the thing that you love about this defense. It's not just... It's not just one guy. I mean, Alford is one guy that was, you would always point to last year, like the heart of the defense. And he's missed quite a bit of time. So I just think it's going to be, they're going to coach it up. They're going to have different things in place. I trust this coaching staff to, a lot of this is going to come down to that. They've shown it in the past, and there's a lot at stake. It's not just the fact that, the debate of can you afford to lose another game in the Big 12, but it's also just the home, you have another sellout. It's officially, as of 3 hours ago, it's another sellout. It's a home winning streak, and there's a lot of pride in that. So it's finding a way to do it. And if you can take advantage of an offensive line that has been exposed, if you can... when Jordan talked about their quarterback not doing well under pressure, a lot of guys don't. So that's, not surprising. But the more that you can do to apply that pressure or disrupt that game, they did it wonderfully against a very good Texas Tech offense. So a lot of those principles, totally, a different team, but can they apply some of those principles? Hopefully they can.
Yeah, having that mindset that you're going to play even if you're not necessarily going to play, like Jordan was talking about too, where you're going through and taking the mental reps, would serve ASU well this weekend. And they've got, look, Justin Watley, I could rattle off 5, 6, 7, 8 players on defense that you all know driving around right now that are going to play no matter what, regardless of if those guys that are questionable play or not. But it's just, at a certain point, how many pieces that make your team potentially great can you survive without? And if they can still get pressure, then they're still going to have a really good chance to win this game. I know most people are still picking them to win this game. It's just, it's going to be a challenge. Like I remember talking to Kenny about this on Wednesday, not this game, but going into Texas Tech coming out of that Utah game. And he's like, yeah, you if you have the right guys, you want to avenge the Utah loss by going out and playing the best team possible. Do you want to go out and play some weak team? That's not really going to answer questions. You go out there and answer all your questions if you can go out and tackle and beat Texas Tech. And which I agree with, and obviously it ended up working out. But if you're this beat up, there's other teams I'd rather be playing than Houston. Like, you give us West Virginia this week if everybody on ASU's defense is hurt.
It's West Virginia. Do I do my Ron Wolfley impression now?
You could do that. I don't know any other words though than it's West Virginia.
It's West Virginia. Fighting Mountaineers or something.
Something about the Mountaineers, yeah.
Well,
we haven't won a game in years.
Speaking of, one quick one on pressure before we go to break. 24 sacks last season. They have 21 today, which is top 15 nationally. And so they have had, they've done a good job getting pressure. Prince Dorba's been a part of that. They don't blitz a lot, But if they have to get that pressure, that'll be something to keep an eye on.
I think you said it though in all that of you trust the coaching staff. That is an advantage that ASU has, and Houston's got a good head coach. But I'm just saying in general, most of these games, ASU has gotten better as the season goes on, and they get better as most of these games go on. And as long as they still have players to work with, you feel like they have a pretty good chance to win this game. But it's not great timing for all the injuries, because if you win this game, depending on what some of these other games are going on in the Big 12, like it's very possible that BYU and or Cincinnati could lose a couple games with the opponents they have down the stretch, and they play each other. If you win this game, you're potentially in the driver's seat in the Big 12. But if you lose it, I mean, you're back behind Texas Tech. You're behind Houston. If you lose it, you probably don't have much of a chance at getting to the Big 12 championship. All right, when we come back to the NFL, if you were running the Arizona Cardinals, what trades would you make ahead of the trade deadline, which is in like a week and a half? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Jody Jackson's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620.
Hey, this is Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DISC. How you doing, Doc?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
DISC has been a pioneer in endoscopic spine surgery. What is endoscopic spine surgery?
Endoscopic spine surgery is a cutting-edge, ultra-minimally invasive procedure designed to relieve pain from herniated discs and spinal stenosis that causes sciatica. With a tiny incision and advanced imaging, we can target the problem with greater precision, leading to faster recovery, less pain, minimal scarring, all without a hospital stay.
Amazing that you can target the issue through a tiny incision. If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One question I'm always asked is, how did you become the largest injury firm in the world with over 1,000 attorneys and $25 billion in verdicts and settlements? One way was our financial strength. Medical malpractice is the third leading cause of death in America. To prosecute a typical case costs up to $250,000 in case cost. We advance them all. Product liability cases can have similar costs with an army of lawyers on the other side. Automobile insurance companies have the resources to fight. Guess what? So do we. Many law firms simply may not have the financial firepower to work up your case the way you deserve. And we don't charge by the hour. No recovery, no fee. If you have a question about your case or wish to become a client, go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer. 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Help DEA keep our community safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, October 25th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
Hey, when it's time to ride, Arizona, time to tackle all the AZ has to offer, you know what's made for the desert, a Bronco or Bronco Sport at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Take that 2025 Ford Bronco, engineered to dominate. The Bronco off-road racing legacy, it's made on meticulous design, merciless testing, from rock-crawling showdowns to grueling desert courses. It is Ford performance at its best. Even better, right now, get $399 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,709 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend SUV. Or check out the Bronco Sport, because right now get $299 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,219 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend SUV. Both exclude taxes, titles, and license fees. Just click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns look to start their season 2-0 tonight when they take on the Los Angeles Clippers. Tip-off is at 7:30, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. ASU football hosts 6-1 Houston tomorrow at Mountain America Stadium. Pre-game coverage begins at 2, and the game kicks off at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. And game 1 of the World Series is tonight between the Los Angeles Dodgers and the Toronto Blue Jays. Pre-game coverage starts at 4 on ESPN 620 AM.
It's Red Friday.
This is wide receiver Greg Dortch on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Come on, man!
Wolf.
Come on!
And Luke.
I'm real!
Red
I'm real!
Friday.
All right, Jody Jackson's in for Wolf today. Jody, you're getting some compliments on the YouTube live chat.
I am?
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't been in here much since the YouTube chat is a real thing.
People saying Jody is awesome.
Oh, wow. Thank you, whoever you are.
That might have been you. I don't know if you're like...
I haven't. I got to be honest. I haven't been on it. Maybe later.
And some of
I'll take a look.
Some of the solutions, I mean, this has been going all week. Some of the solutions for the Cardinals that people are writing in there are
what do you
pretty
got?
Good, pretty hilarious. No,
Nothing you can speak about?
I don't know. I'll just leave them on there. But we're going to try and solve some problems right now. So the trade deadline is November 4th. But the Cardinals only have one more game before the trade deadline. If ever the league set a team up to make trades, it was the Cardinals bye week and then a Monday night game the night before the trade deadline. I mean, generally speaking, if you were going to trade somebody or trade for somebody, you like to do it when you have some time to acclimate them, or, you know, if you're trading somebody away, acclimate the replacement. So the reason we're talking about this now is because they have one game before the trade deadline, and it is the night before. They've been fairly active in the past at the trade deadline. Last year they brought in Baron Browning. I mean, it's not like
Baron
Major League
Browning's
Baseball.
been good. I've liked that move. You know,
Yeah.
at first you're kind of like he was working his way in, and I think that was solid. They've needed help with the pass rush, even with, you know, when Calais Campbell at age 38 or 39, I don't know, 39 now, is your, you know, I guess his pass rush win rate is the highest on the team. I mean,
He's been arguably their best player.
It's a bit of a concern. So you look at every position, you know, if you're saying let's put on our Monty Austinfort hat and
do it.
see what we would do, you know, you look at anything that can help you. You look at short term, you look at long term. I think a lot of people are generally saying at 2 and 5, is Calais your biggest chip?
Well, he's definitely your biggest chip because he's like 6'10".
Yeah. 6'8" or 9, but
I
he's
guess,
definitely your biggest. But if he's the most attractive chip to get something back, you know, the other thing, if you win the game against Dallas and things look totally different, I shouldn't say totally different. Again, we've talked about they've been very competitive. They've done a lot of good things, but then they haven't been able to finish. So, you know, if you win that game, I don't think there's any. This isn't like baseball where you're going to sell everything off or anything like that.
Yeah, you
know,
don't really have to make a distinction in football necessarily.
No, I mean, you make most of the time, even the teams that are looking to make, sometimes you see a big splash, but mostly it's tweaks, right?
Yeah.
It's things that are, what can he do for us in the long run, or asset, acquisition, I guess, is what you're really just looking to improve your roster. But so, with Calais, I just thought I would address that. I mean, yes, he can help another team. And yes, I'm sure he would like to. He came here because he wanted to play for a Super Bowl. And I guess the thing with that is, what are the chances that you're going to actually end up on the team that goes that far? I don't know. But if he feels that, if it's a situation like, okay, it can go to a team and play more meaningful games, if the Cardinals are, in fact, looking at this as a lost season, which I'm not ready to say completely lost yet. Or did he, but there's part of it of this is comfortable for him. He loves the organization, and I think he was excited to come here and probably is still excited to play here for the Cardinals.
Yeah,
so.
I don't think he came here with the intention of leaving here,
No, for sure. So I don't know. I've heard a lot of people bring that up to me on Calais Campbell is going to be gone, or, I don't know. I mean, I see both sides of that.
I understand the logic. I mean, look, football's different from baseball in the sense of it's not like there's going to be 50 moves at the deadline. No. It's not like you have to decide, okay, we're going to, it's just not set up the same. You're not like, okay, we're going to be sellers. We want to go out and trade for a bunch of prospects. We don't have a farm system. So there are no prospects.
It's totally different. Yeah.
I mean, it's not, you could trade Calais for a pick, I guess. And it's not inconceivable. I mean, I understand the logic of like anybody that you don't think is going to be here next year.
I really like the other thing that I wouldn't, look, his leadership is so important.
I think you need that,
and they have, this is not a young Cardinals team. When I've heard, sometimes you hear people say, and they do have some youth on the back end defensively. Marv's is just his second year, but all in all, this is not a young team. It's a veteran team.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's mostly, when we've seen, Rabbit, Max Melton, those guys, they miss Garrett Williams, who hopefully will get back out there eventually. Trey Benson, those guys are young, but it's overall, I just look at this and say, you need leadership. So Calais is providing that.
You don't have James Conner right now.
You don't have, and that's
leadership.
Really hurt. And yeah. I think though, putting on the hat of what would I do, I would for me, the biggest thing is not finishing games offensively, even more than defensively. How can you do that? Well, is it beefing up the O-line? Is it, again, you're getting Trey Benson back if all goes smooth. I don't know exactly when, but I know he's coming back sooner rather than later.
He could be back as soon as in a couple games. I mean, we'll see.
So for me, if I was going to add anything, it would be something to bolster the offense in the trenches. Or maybe of course they've been needing running backs because you've lost a couple now.
Yeah.
You're really down to Bam Knight, Michael Carter. So that's where I would go, is see where you are in the O-line. And I'm just hoping too that they are really improved from the that we will see improvement coming out of the bye, being that a couple of the guys have been coming off injury.
Yeah, it's funny too. You mentioned Garrett Williams. This isn't all because of one player being available or not. I mean, they've lost a few key players, but they were 2-0 when Garrett Williams went down and when James Conner went down during the San Francisco game. And to me, those two players in particular, you lose Garrett Williams and James Conner, I don't think it's a coincidence they're 0-5 since then. I'm not saying that's the only reason, obviously.
Those are big pieces.
But those are, and we all look at James Conner, we're like, well, yeah, they need him. I mean, I can't imagine that they fold like that against Tennessee if James Conner's playing. I just don't think he allows it. And I agree. I think that's a game that they win, even with the ridiculous play by DeMercado and then the just dumb luck on the Rabbit interception. I think they still find a way to win with James Conner if he's around. But, injuries happen. I get that. Garrett Williams is the one that certainly nobody nationally talks about, but should we really be surprised the defense hasn't been as good since their best corner got hurt?
No, and he's great. Garrett Williams is everything you want. The way he prepares, I think as a young guy, he has shown he's shown that he can be a leader in the way that the standard that he sets when he's out there. Now, the other wild card is Walter Nolan, who I asked Jonathan Gannon about him on Monday, and he said, that's one of those guys that the bye week is going to be, it's different for every guy.
Yeah.
Some are going to just rest and do the minimum physically.
He doesn't get a bye week.
Of course, this is going to be a huge week for him to continue to progress.
Yeah.
So what can he add? That's probably the one guy that you look at returning, when will he play? We don't know.
I think like you were saying, if you could get offensive line help in the trenches, and this is where you got to be able to evaluate players that are maybe not on everybody's radar and identify them, because any team that is contending right now is not going to trade you an offensive lineman. And any team that isn't contending probably doesn't have a whole lot of good offensive linemen. That's why they're not contending. But if they do, the contending teams are going to go out there and be willing to pay up for them. You need to identify guys that are maybe in year 2 or year 3, and they're on a team that, this is what's tough. You talk about teams that record-wise are out of it. The Cardinals record-wise are in the division they're in. They're 3 games out of 3rd place in their division. All of their games have been close. I'm like you, Jody. You could easily find a few more wins here, and people hear that and they're like, yeah, well, you could say woulda, coulda, shoulda with everything. Yeah, but if you're evaluating your team and trading players away, you have to honestly evaluate how close you are to winning these games. You're very close. But at 2-5 and everybody else in your division's 5-2.
Well, and then the schedule is Dallas on Monday night, the 3rd.
That's the easy game.
Then it's Seattle and San Francisco, I believe.
Yeah. And you still have the Rams twice. You still have
the Rams
Tampa.
are really backloaded on this schedule, which is crazy because that's always a really physical game.
Yeah.
So those type of games.
This is why you need to beat Tennessee when you're about to go up by 22.
Why'd you have to bring that up again?
Because that just hangs over everything. Arizona Sports and Redbird Farms Chicken are teaming up to bring you an exclusive tailgate package, including a grill set, Yeti cooler, and Cardinals tickets. Plus, be among the first 25 fans to join us today at the Safeway located off Frank Lloyd Wright and Scottsdale between 4 and 6. Claim your free shirt with proof of purchase of any Redbird Farms chicken product. Would we come back? We got Jody here. We're going to talk a little baseball.
Let's go.
Would you bring back a certain team legend this season?
Oh, yes, I did. I did see that.
Might be a possibility.
This will be interesting.
We'll get into that next.
Okay.
It's Wolf and Luke. Jody Jackson's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I'm starting to think about, if you look at sacks, the Denver Broncos lead the NFL with 34.
Ooh, I like where you're going.
The Rams are 26, the Lions are 23, Seattle's 23, Pittsburgh's 22, Tampa's 20. The Arizona Cardinals have a measly 12 sacks in 7 games.
Okay.
I think they got to blitz more.
You got it. That's it.
I think they got to bring. I think they got to blitz more.
That's where I was hoping you were going. That's a big reset of what they need to do.
They're not getting home.
Nope, they're not.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found the home you want to move into and you could just do it? You just move in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first. That's the ideal situation, and it's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program allows you to do. Buy your new home now. You already did the hard part. You found it, so buy that now and then sell the old one later. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. You don't have to wait around. You don't have to do showings or double moves. Trust me, you don't want to do the double moves. Those are just a mess. Orchard cuts the hassle right out of the process for you. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. That way you can attract the right kinds of buyers because Orchard agents are local experts. They're some of the most experienced around town, and they're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. It's what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their home without the stress. Their Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, then sell your old home later. Buy before you sell. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Need a new HVAC system? Service Experts Fall Flash Sale is on now. Get $1,000 off a new high-efficiency heating and cooling system. Hurry, offer ends October 31st. Call 866-EXPERTS or visit serviceexperts.com today. Terms and conditions apply.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. BMW, ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Nation.
At Fry's, you never compromise. You get high quality and low prices. Like you never compromise your meal with our spring salad mix that's guaranteed fresh. And you never compromise your budget with low prices in every aisle. Fry's shoppers never compromise. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
Right now, you can save on large avocados. They're perfect in so many dishes and are just 99 cents each with your card. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Right now, get a rugged 2025 Tacoma SR or SR5 with 1.75% 48-month financing. Or get low 1.75% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota. Let's go places. 1.75% with $21.59 per thousand borrowed for 48 months. 1.75% with $14.64 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 11/3/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
Red Sea, rise up for Monday night. Wolf and Luke are live from Backyard Desert Ridge ahead of the Cardinals-Cowboys Monday Night Showdown. Score big, win Cardinals tickets and merch, and get up close with Wolf and Luke. Monday, November 3rd at Backyard Desert Ridge.
It kills me not to know this, but I've all but just forgotten what the color of her eyes were, and her scars or how she got them. Has the telling signs of age rain down, a single tear is dropping.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. We won't be talking about a Cardinals loss, but we will be covering the Suns and everything else that happened in the NFL. Join us starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Welcome back to the show. It's Wolf and Luke on a Friday. Jody Jackson is in for Wolf today. And Jody, we were going to do this conversation anyway, but it's perfect that you're here because now we're definitely going to do it. Although I can't get my computer to work, so.
Yeah, did everything just go blank over there?
Yeah. It was Gambo. Gambo's the one who brought this up, this idea earlier in the week.
Okay.
I guess it was late last week.
It was a week ago today.
Okay, a week ago today that, maybe the Diamondbacks could be interested in Paul Goldschmidt, bringing back Paul Goldschmidt.
That was a conversation also last November or December.
It was.
Right? It's a good topic for sure. Remember Goldie here, and, he was a homegrown talent and had a great career here before going on to St. Louis, of course, and then the Yankees most recently. And I think so why it's even a topic is because now with Christian Walker gone, the D-backs needed a first baseman last year. And I don't think at this point last year we were really sure what was going to happen. I know that the minute that I got word that they were getting Josh Naylor via trade for Slade Ciccone, I loved it. And I didn't, but I got to be honest, I didn't see that coming. I didn't know. I mean, I had heard some names thrown around.
You and I did the show last year.
Did I say Josh Naylor?
I did give out. Might have.
I did give out 3 or 4 names, so I think he was on that list. So, but I just wasn't.
Yeah, because you were the first. I believe you were the first person to mention that name because you and I were talking, and you're right. Goldschmidt's name was out there, and there's a few others. We were looking through the free agent list at first base. There wasn't anything amazing, and
who was in their final year. Who was gonna.
And I remember saying you can't rule out Hazen just going out and getting somebody we're not even thinking of, and then you threw out a few names, and you're the first person that ever mentioned Naylor to me. and then they made the trade for him. And I'm glad you brought him up.
Okay,
because,
so I looked smart, and I didn't even realize that.
You got to play these things up.
I know. I don't know.
But
I know he was on the
hate
list
that they gave
of
up
guys.
Naylor.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, and boy, what a great resume that he put on. As far as in the playoffs, getting that hit lefty against Skubal, and then stealing a bait. I mean,
third.
The guy was now more well known in the league based on going to the Mariners. When he got there, he started stealing bases too, and everyone was like, "What's going on with this guy? He's different. He's not your average dude. He's doing some different things out there." And yeah, I mean, with Josh, the other thing, though, if I'm being honest about Josh, and I loved his game, you're not going to get a more professional at-bat.
Yeah.
But I did think he was going to hit more homers. I'm just being honest. I thought he was going to hit, coming off the 31 homers. He did say in spring, he said he wanted to marry the good batting average, the higher batting average, with the 31 homers, which it's hard to do, especially when he swings so hard that I thought many times he was here, I thought his shoulder, I thought he was going to be on the IL with that shoulder, and he just fought through it.
Yeah.
And but I did love Josh Naylor as a part of the team, and I liked that move. So are we going to see a move like that, or is it going to be? I mean, you have Pavin Smith, left-handed hitter. You have Tyler Locklear, who you traded for. And, he ended up batting 175 to end the season. We saw some pop in the bat. We saw Tim Tawa over there a little bit. It got down to...
We saw Tim Tawa everywhere last year. He played every position.
It got down to Ildemar Vargas, who Torey Lovello lovingly would say, we don't have a first baseman. But it's Vargas out there,
That's great.
So Vargy, I think everybody loves Vargy. He's a utility guy, But as far as who's going to be out there getting the bulk of the at-bats,
I think everyday
we
first
don't
baseman.
know again. We're kind of back in that same space where we don't really know.
I think if you go out and get Goldschmidt, to me that says, okay, we're bringing him back for a year. This front office isn't going to do it for sentimental reasons. They're going to do it because they feel like he can help for a year. To me, that says you believe Tyler Locklear is the guy big picture. Now, you can't go into next season if you're really trying to contend next season and have a guy who's hitting 175 at first base. He's very early in his career, but I think you need another answer there until he is up to speed. Because, and
he's coming off a surgery where, it ended up being kind of complicated. I think he's still going to be, healthy by the season, But, again, he's coming off injuries, and you never want to take that for... We sometimes I feel like as media, we talk about that. Like, he's
totally
going to have surgery.
Yeah.
It doesn't work
just
that way.
Just a couple surgeries. He'll be better. It's like rookie of the year.
Certainly not discounting him in any way. I think, like you said, he's still a young player, and he's got some potential for sure. But I could see it happening. Will they do it? I don't know.
The Goldschmidt move?
I could see it.
I think you have to do
he's
something.
He's from the right side. He's going to hit the numbers show later in his career. He is very good, but he's very good against left-handed pitching.
Yeah.
But you don't see as much left-handed pitching, so then you have to have, a plan in place. And what is that plan going to be? Or are they going to go out and make a trade for a guy that's going to play almost every day?
I would prefer that. I'm not totally comfortable going into next season and saying, okay, because I do think whether you are planning to contend or not, you're now in Corbin Carroll's prime, you're in Ketel Marte's prime, you're Geraldo Perdomo. Like, you can't waste these years. So how comfortable are you going into next season? And you already have been dealt the hand that you're not going to have Corbin Burns at the start of the year. Justin Martinez, AJ Puck. If you can hang around till those guys come back, that's a pretty good influx of talent at some point in the middle of the season. But are you comfortable going into next season when you're probably going to have to lean on your hitters more than you would normally like to? And you're going to say, yeah, Jordan Lawler's starting at third and Tyler Locklear is starting at first. You don't know that those guys can hit major league pitching consistently. I think we all believe Lawler will figure it out, and maybe he was towards the end of the year. And hopefully Locklear figures it out too. He his average wasn't great. He had a few hard hit balls that would go like right to the wall and got caught. There's still outs though. But do you feel confident with those guys as your everyday starters at first and third right out of the gates?
Not really, no. And that's the thing where you look at it and say, it kind of points to, will Mike Hazen do something like he did last year? But they also have, they have to look at the big picture. I do think that, the other thing that we saw is young athletic team really worked for them post-trade deadline. Mm-hmm. So even though I think we've always felt like Paul Goldschmidt is way more athletic than he kind of looks on the surface, I guess is the way we would put it. But he's also 38 now.
Yeah.
So do you lean into, and they have the farm system has some really intriguing, not necessarily at first base though, that's the problem, but they have a lot of talent down there. They have really stockpiled some outfielders. The infield maybe. There's a lot to question and a lot still to unpack there that we're going to find out more and more because you have guys playing in the Winter League. You have guys trying to expand their role. Jordan Lawler is playing this winter, and he's going to see some time in center field.
Yeah.
So, and then you've got guys, again, the farm system is loaded. Do you use that to trade for pieces? I think that's definitely going to happen.
I think it is,
It's definitely going to happen because that's exactly why you stockpile that farm system the way that they have.
I think whatever they do at first base is going to tell us a lot about their approach to this season. Is that fair? And vague at the same time? It doesn't really answer. It doesn't give you a definitive path, but
Yeah, but Mike Hazen has always surprised me. I mean, I shouldn't say surprised, but he's always come up with that move that tells you, they're very serious about contending for a World Series. And like you said, you named the players on the team that are at that caliber. They have so much talent. Now, does that mean they're loaded at every spot? No, I mean, most teams aren't.
No, but if they were healthy,
you have
they
a Corbin
could
Carroll,
reload.
you have a Perdomo, you have Gabriel Moreno. I mean, you have all these guys, and they're gonna. They can contend. So I have no doubt that Mike Hazen's going to make some moves that put them, like you say, you're going to learn about you're going to learn about it. I think we're going to learn again that they're going to be all in, whatever that looks like in the constraints of what they can do with the budget.
And the budget. Like I don't know how much that factored into letting Naylor. They didn't let him go. They traded him. I mean, I know. At a certain point, if you don't think you can bring him back, you have to trade him, and they did.
And they
got pieces back.
They got pieces to actually pitch in the bullpen like the next day.
Yeah.
So they had to trade those guys to get arms to pitch to get through the season.
No, you're right. You're 100% right.
Not to try to get this crazy playoff run going, just to get through the games coming up the next day.
Then bring Naylor back or something. Find somebody at that level.
Oh, yeah, that would be fun.
Coming up next, because when you traded for him, it felt like a long-term solution too, so we weren't going to be in this spot this year. Coming up next, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke. Jody Jackson's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Harrison goes up and stabs it for a touchdown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. When you imagine retirement, brothers, what do you see? I bet all of us have different goals, of course, and different goals require their own unique plan for the future. That's where Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors come into play. Let Trajan Wealth help you craft a plan that will meet your goals. Call Trajan Wealth today. Basinonians, just like I did. I thought I had things in good shape until Trajan Wealth gave my plan a second look. Turns out there were some big opportunities I was missing. Now, of course, I've got a clear path to retirement and way more peace of mind. Pick up the phone and give Trajan Wealth a call, 480-360-7900, 480-360-7900. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC, registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Help DEA keep our communities safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, October 25th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm proud to announce Sanderson Ford has teamed up with
Arizona Sports is the tailgate sponsor of all football home games. Show up and tailgate in style in a new Ford F-150 STX Super Crew truck for only $44,899. Sanderson Ford is all about football and supporting our troops by providing seats for soldiers at every home game. Go online at SandersonFord.com for more info. This is Sanderson Ford Country.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Mitch Vareldes here for Ojos Locos Sports Cantina, the home of the 29-degree beer and the legendary 100-ounce Balón, served ice cold and even better during happy hour, Monday through Friday, 2 to 7 p.m. Wind down with more deals that bring the flavor and the fun. With 4 Arizona locations, the party's always close. Ojos Locos, más tacos, más wings.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns look to start their season 2-0 tonight when they take on the Los Angeles Clippers. Tip-off is at 7:30, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU football hosts 6-1 Houston tomorrow at Mountain America Stadium. Pre-game coverage begins at 2, and the game kicks off at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. And Game 1 of the World Series is tonight between the Los Angeles Dodgers and the Toronto Blue Jays. Pre-game coverage begins at 4 on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T. Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it's noon on a Friday. We are live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Jody Jackson's in for Wolf, and Rick is here with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. Rick?
Arizona State football has a big game tomorrow against 6-1 Houston, but the Sun Devils will be without wide receiver Jordan Tyson. Do y'all think ASU can pull this one off without Tyson?
Yeah, they can. I think if you force me to pick who's going to win, I'm still going to pick ASU at home, but it got significantly tougher with the injury news this week.
Yeah, I think I'm going Sun Devils for sure, and we were talking about red zone woes earlier. I think you gotta run the ball, and you gotta. Sam Levitt is an X factor with his legs. I don't know. Again, he looked pretty good last week coming off the injury. So is he another week healthier or is he not? I don't know. But
you
either
never know
way,
with those things.
with Sam Levitt, the whole find a way. I trust him too. When you talk about trust, and he's been undefeated at home, I believe, in his career, right? So it's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Sticking with the Sun Devils, our Sanderson Ford poll question is up now at ArizonaSports.com, and it asks, which ASU offensive player needs to step up the most in Jordan Tyson's absence? Jaron Hamilton, Malik McClain, Shimon Mateer, Raleek Brown, or other?
All of the above?
Yeah.
That's a cop-out, right?
That's a Wolf answer right there. I'm assuming other doesn't include Sam Levitt, right? We're setting
I
that
think
aside.
it can. Honestly, I think you could just say this is a big game for Sam. He needs to have a massive game.
Then I would probably say other, because my biggest worry about the Tyson thing, and you kind of hit on it right there, Jody, was like when they really need to score has been Tyson.
Why not Mateer more? Is that, I don't know.
Yeah, that would be, yeah.
I would say my first reaction is I do think Raleek Brown is going to be a huge factor in this game and needs to be.
Yeah.
I also think Hamilton showed a lot last week. And so why would he not continue to ascend that way? But I would like to see Mateer be a little more part of that, especially in the red zone.
He's good in the red zone. I mean, they've used him there. If you're going to make me pick a name that's not other, I'll say Raleek Brown, because any of the guys in the passing game, you could say somebody else could step up. They have to be able to run the ball.
And I'll go to actually decide. I'll say Mateer. Let's look for that.
I like Jody's answer, Mateer, because I think he needs to get more targets in the red zone. And, I think this could be a game where they figure out how to do stuff in the red zone without Jordan Tyson. And I think that player could be Shimon Mateer.
It's a good answer, too, just to pile on both of your guys' answer, that usually if there's a long run, Mateer sprung it with a block. So you can go with him in a number of different ways.
So, I'm going to go with Shimon Mateer. Jaron Hamilton is 31%. Raleek Brown is 29%. Shimon Mateer, 20%. Malik McClain, 15%. And other is 5%.
Okay.
All right. Over to the Phoenix Suns. They have a tough back-to-back starting tonight against the Los Angeles Clippers. And then they go to Denver tomorrow to play the Nuggets at altitude. What can we learn about this Phoenix team this weekend?
I think any of these games early in the season, we're going to learn a lot. It felt like we learned a lot from just Wednesday's opener against Sacramento. We were talking about this earlier, Jody. They went out and beat a Sacramento team that didn't have Sabonis, and we're all reacting, myself included, like this is huge because of their effort level. And because anytime anybody does anything good right now on the Suns, you feel like this is the start of something. Anything anybody does well, you're like, okay, and that's going to be their floor, and it's only going to get better and better. So just the more games we can see from this group where they don't give up in these games, or they do bring that intensity, and Dylan Brooks is already out there getting into DeMar DeRozan's face in the very first game. Like, just we're going to learn about this team's identity, and it feels like we learned a lot in one game, but it's also one game, so you need to see it for more than just one night.
I think Devin Booker being pretty hard on himself after that first one, that was interesting to see. So, he talked about all the deficiencies while he did do some good things. And so if he's elevating his game, what does that even look like?
Yeah.
Because I think the other thing is we're really caught up in the fact that they came back from being down 20, but they did. It's the part about getting down.
They were down 20.
They were down 20. So the ugly stuff that you saw there, that's a concern.
Yeah.
We have some new developments in the NBA betting scandal since yesterday's show. Here's ESPN's Brian Windhorst from the Rich Eisen show. I believe this was yesterday.
What Chauncey is being accused of is, there was a tanking job going out in 2023 going on because people were really interested in getting their hands on Victor Wembanyama. And the Blazers weren't participating in that tanking situation. And there was a moment in March of that year where the Blazers basically seemed to have decided to put their tank in overdrive. And they decided they were not going to play their regulars anymore, but specifically they were not going to play Dame Lillard. And there was this day, I can't remember who they were playing, maybe the Jazz. But Damian was listed as probable, with a calf tightness. And according to the indictment, I'm not saying it happened, I just said according to the indictment, Chauncey told somebody that Dame wasn't going to play amongst other players, even though he was listed as probable. As the day went along, he was then switched to questionable and then out, and then he never played again the rest of the season. And the Blazers lost 15 of their last 17 games and ended up with Scoot Henderson, the number 2 pick, but not the number 1 pick.
Pablo Torre is also reporting that NBA Hall of Famer Kevin Garnett participated in private poker games that were organized by people indicted by the DOJ in quote-unquote Operation Royal Flush. What do y'all make of these latest developments?
This whole thing is getting ugly.
Is that really the name, Operation Royal Flush?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
That's the Department of Justice.
The Department of
name
Justice has
Wow.
called this quote-unquote Operation Royal Flush.
This is crazy.
It really
Honestly,
is. The
this
fact
feels like a
that these
movie.
guys would put their careers and their lives
Your
on the
legacy.
line for all of this is crazy to me. And just we're a day into this. It happened early yesterday, right? We all got word
I
early.
woke up to it.
Early, yeah. I did as well. And to think, like, what else are we going to find out? That's the concern.
Yeah, I mean,
and it's bad enough for those that it is affecting Rozier and Billups, and you just feel terrible for them, but they put themselves in the spot, and you just think, like, why? They have money already.
Yeah.
So what are you doing? Is it gambling addiction? What is it?
It must be, but some of this stuff doesn't sound like a gambling addiction. I mean, I'm sure that's part of it. Some of it sounds like it just. They felt like they had a surefire way to make money, but when you already have that much money, why do you? I don't know. I'll never be able to grasp having that much money, but you feel like if you had that much money, you'd want to hold on to it. Like Wolf always says when he's here. Like, you know, it's like if you have it, why would you risk it? And
or get
this is more than
involved with
that.
the other part is once you get involved with, the mafia, as Billups, was, then you're into a whole nother layer,
That's a whole
a
different
web
level.
that you just don't want to be entangled in.
I know this wasn't the point of what Brian Windhorst was talking about, but man, whatever happened to Scoot Henderson?
He's been pretty good.
Has he?
Yeah, he took a jump from year 1 to year 2.
Okay,
for sure.
I just feel like I don't know.
He scooted.
They
up
moved
a
him to
bit.
the bench, and that worked wonders for him.
Okay.
Last one for you
Portland
guys.
was supposed to be a team on the rise too, and now this is a mess for them.
Who knows? Tiago Splitter might be the answer. He's their interim coach now.
I thought Tiago Splitter was still playing like a year or two ago.
Yeah. Last one for you guys. The World Series starts tonight between the Dodgers and Blue Jays. What excites y'all the most about this series?
I mean,
Dalton Varsho. Like the last answer you expected from me. I'm just going to say I'm bummed that it's not the Mariners, but kudos to George Springer. Great dude. But I did see Dalton Varsho in a lot of the postgame stuff, so I am rooting for Dalton Varsho. But, it's just hard for the Dodgers. Like, Shohei Ohtani's been incredible. But I just don't enjoy it as much as just the average fan of baseball that's like, wow, this guy's incredible. And because he's a Dodger.
Yeah, I'm right. I think most of us are right there with you. It's like I appreciate what Shohei's doing. I would enjoy it more if he wasn't on the Dodgers. I would enjoy what Mookie Betts is doing if he wasn't on the Dodgers. I don't even mind like an LA team with history winning. It's just, does it have to be the Dodgers?
I'll even take it another level, though, too. Is it going to be competitive, or is this just going to be blowout
I
city?
think it'll be competitive. I think the Mariners allowed the Blue Jays bats to wake up, and I think it will be competitive. I think the Dodgers are clearly the better team. I do think there is something cool, and cool's not the right word, but like historic about World Series games in Dodger Stadium. I'm just kind of sick of it at this point. But I think Toronto has a chance.
Well, like, it's all really great if we didn't dislike the Dodgers.
If it just wasn't the Dodgers. All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. Join the excitement at the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament presented by Sanderson Ford, happening November 14th at Dink and Dine Pickle Park. Compete for cash prizes and the legendary Golden Paddle. Proceeds benefit Operation Santa Claus, so don't miss the epic mascot matchup at 12 p.m. featuring fan favorites like Big Red and the Suns Gorilla battling it out on the court. Text PICKLE to 620-620 to register your team now. That's PICKLE to 620-620. That way you can secure your spot. All right, in addition to the injuries, are you worried at all about a letdown for ASU coming off that Texas Tech game going up against Houston tomorrow? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke. Jody Jackson in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A huge home win for Sun Devil football last Saturday. Now the Devils face Houston at home without Jordan Tyson.
Obviously a tough loss for us, but our guys have done a good job responding, come out to work. I think their attitude's been fantastic in regards to how we've gone about the week and re-engaged.
Pre-game at 2, kickoff at 5, Saturday. Listen to ASU Houston on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information right now. When you choose Presidential Pools and Spas, you're choosing peace of mind. Their industry-leading 5-year warranty ensures your investment is protected. Plus, you'll enjoy exclusive presidential perks with every pool sold, adding extra value to your purchase. For over 3 decades, Presidential Pools and Spas has been the Valley's premier pool builder. They're APSP certified, hold an A rating from the Better Business Bureau, and are proud members of the prestigious United Aqua Group. Their cabinet is packed with awards, Basinonians, including Best of Our Valley 2024 and multiple Pool of the Year titles. Their team is made up of a lifetime of Arizona residents who grew up around pools and around water, and that's what's in their DNA. Go to presidentialpools.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REP AIR for Parker & Sons.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Help DEA keep our communities safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, October 25th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us Monday morning as we dissect another huge game for Arizona State's football program. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, or the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, thanks to everybody who's watching on YouTube. Thanks to everybody who's listening all around the valley and specifically in Mesa right now. I want to thank everybody listening to the Wolf and Luke show.
Hello,
in
Mesa.
That's Jody Jackson. That's clearly not Wolf talking. She's in for Wolf today because I don't really know what Wolf's doing. It's Friday. He's taking the day off, going into the bye week.
He's hanging out with Hoopy.
He is hanging out with Hoopy.
Hoopy's
that's
in town.
fun.
Yeah,
Hi,
she came in on
Hoopy.
Wednesday.
I'd love to meet Hoopy someday. I've heard so much about her.
He said he might bring her in next week.
I believe she's coming in at some point.
Yeah,
That's so
that'll
cool,
be great.
yeah.
He can tell. I hope if he does that, he can tell the Jack Lambert story in front of her. He's told it on the air before, where he was going out there, trying to act all tough about to play the Steelers, and she was yelling to him from the stands.
I remember this, yeah.
Jack Lambert's like, "Hey, your mom's calling." of all the people, it's Jack Lambert.
I think I remember one of his milestone birthdays. She called in. Aaron got him.
Hi, darling boy.
Oh, that's so sweet.
That's great. Yeah, I hope he gets to bring her in next week. That'd be cool. All right, let's get into ASU right now, and we've been talking about the injuries, and that's obviously a story here, Jody. But how about you can factor the injuries in, but how about just the simple fact they just pulled off a huge win on the national stage against one of the last few remaining undefeated teams, and I think we all believe Texas Tech is legit. Like that's not some team that their record looked better than they are. Do you worry about a letdown after a game like that? Wolf's been saying this is the game he's the most worried about because you're at home, too.
There is always the chance of an emotional letdown when you exert so much energy and hype yourself up for a game like that, which they did, and they came out and they did it, right? They came out, especially, again, I go back to the defense with the type of energy and intensity and physicality that they had for that game. That is what's tough about the game of football, coming out and generating that each and every week. It's why it's tough, when the Cardinals play 3 games in the division, or or even out of the division, a team that's known for physicality. That's why it's difficult. So, are they capable of overcoming that? Yes, but I think there's absolutely a chance for a letdown, and that's what you worry about.
Yeah, and this goes back to what you were saying before about coaching, and you got to trust that you have, especially at the college level, coaches that are able to keep guys on track and keep them motivated, and they have done an excellent job the last season and a half now of when they have a loss, good luck playing against ASU the next week. ASU loses, they're not losing 2 games in a row. They're just not. You saw it last year. You've seen it this year. They bounced back from the Mississippi State game with 3 straight wins. They bounced back from that Utah debacle by beating undefeated Texas Tech. If both of these teams were at full strength and played to their potential, ASU wins this game, I think, fairly handily, with all due respect to Houston. But neither of these teams are at full strength. ASU's nowhere near full strength. And, it's college athletics. Anything can happen in one of these games. I do think that that Kenny's going to have his team ready for this one. He was already talking about guarding against a letdown in the post-game press conference after the Texas Tech game. So it's clearly been a point of emphasis. And, the other thing is most of the guys that played in that game might not be playing in this one.
Well, yeah. And then the big ones, Jordan Tyson. And, what he did on the 4th down, scrambling, figuring, who is Sam Leavitt going to go to in those moments? Who's going to be there for him when he has to have a completion?
Yeah.
Or is Sam going to be able to run in those moments? Like, how is this going to look without Jordan Tyson? That's probably your biggest question on offense.
Yeah, it's funny you bring that up because I asked Kenny Dillingham about that during Sparky's Den on Wednesday. And now looking back, maybe I should have framed it a little bit differently because the way I worded it was, on unscripted plays like that, how much is that coaching, preparing these guys, and how much of that is just Sam and Tyson know where they're going to be on the field at all times. And I think because I put coaching in there as an option, he didn't take any credit for it. He's like, that's 5% us, 95%, Sam and JT out there. So that's a problem. It's a problem in the red zone. It's a problem if there's a key play where they need a first down. It's a problem on first down on the first play of the game. Like Houston wouldn't have an answer for Jordan Tyson, and now they don't have to. Here's Kenny Dillingham on with Bickley and Murata earlier today talking about his team and how they respond week in and week out.
Yeah, I think they saw the intensity of practice and how it correlated to game day. So I think anytime you see that, you have to understand that that's not a coincidence. So I think they brought it again this week. The difference is, we're a little dinged up, so a lot of our guys who may play in the football game didn't even get to practice. And if those guys don't play in the football game, then the younger guys, these guys that got all the reps in practice, they got to step up because nobody cares. So we got to get ready to play a 6-1 football team again. Another team with one loss or undefeated. We're really good at facing those teams. We faced them a bunch.
The nobody cares is spot on. I mean, not that nobody cares, but the way, like, nobody's going to feel sorry for them.
Yeah, and
that
I feel like Kenny kind of has said that. I mean, I always think back to that, to his first year, and he was under so much. They didn't have enough offensive linemen to practice with.
No, they didn't have enough.
And they went out there
quarterbacks on the
against, was
roster.
it UCLA? And I mean, they did some. You might say 3-9. I think it's what they were.
Yeah.
And you might say, why would we even talk about that? Like, what does that mean? If you watch the games, there were some pretty unique things
Coming out of what they were coming out of that he had nothing to do with, and those players had nothing to do with, to even just like field a team was unique.
Yeah,
that
and to try to coach your way out of losing, your quarterbacks and losing your offensive line, and so when he says no one cares, he's just saying no matter how good you think you are, no matter what you think you're owed, now they're good, right?
Yeah.
Now we saw what they did. They won the Big 12. They went to the Peach Bowl. Still, every week is going to be different, and if you don't win, no one's going to care why.
No.
What were you up against? What did you not have? Do you not have now, Boogie Wilson? Do you not have Jordan Tyson? The one loss that they when they didn't have Sam, the one game they didn't have Sam, they lost that game. But again, it's still a loss. It's on the record, and hopefully it won't hurt them too badly. But yeah, that's why he says that, and I feel like he's been saying it since day one because he understands that that's how college football goes.
I'm sure Houston, not that they're rooting for injuries, but I'm sure they're not feeling real bad for ASU that Jordan Tyson's not going to play tomorrow. I'm sure Houston's not sad, we really wanted to go up against Jordan Tyson. They didn't want to go up against him, and they caught a break there, but that stuff happens over the course of the season. It'll happen in ASU's favor as well.
And you talked to Jaron Hamilton this week?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we'll talk about that later because I think that's interesting. He's that downfield threat now that looks like it could be more involved in the game plan. So I'm interested to see that.
They have that ability to stretch the field. He was supposed to be the guy, even during camp. It was all the talk was, Jalen Moss could be like a possession guy and Jaron Hamilton's going to stretch the field. And then Moss, was sick. They were both hurt. Hamilton just never really got going early in the season. He had that kickoff return that got called back, and he had another long play from scrimmage that got called back. But yeah, good timing to get him going last week. Hopefully that keeps going now. All right, we come back. How much are we reading into what the Phoenix Suns did against the Kings? How much should we be reading into that one game? We're going to ask Suns broadcaster Kevin Ray. He'll join us next. We could ask him about Bradley Beal. This would be great. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Suns are now one of the NBA's youngest teams with a new style of play on the court that you can hear.
Dunn in transition. He'll throw it down with both hands. Ryan Dunn explodes to the rim.
On Arizona Sports.
Booker has it in the forecourt. Jam time for D-Book.
Suns at the Clippers tonight. Pre-game at 6:30. 7:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Southwest Gas is committed to delivering safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Every thriving community starts with a strong foundation. From warming homes to fueling industries that drive our economy, natural gas provides the energy you can count on. Because energy does more than fuel your day, it provides comfort, reliability, and connection. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. For more information about how Southwest Gas is supporting a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a game plan for your appetite. Meet the Sonic Smasher, the QB1 of burgers, 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, always made to order with melty cheese and Smasher sauce. And this month only, buy 1 Sonic Smasher, get a free large drink when you order in the Sonic app. Hydration, covered. Flavor, elite. Open the app, call to play, and score yours now, only at Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Because we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see lots of lawyers' ads. Most seem to be bragging on results, but are they true or misleading? For example, in some cases, a firm may try a case even though the at-fault party has no lawyer, then brag in the ad about their results. My son Matt got one for nearly $50 million, but we never collected one dime. Some lawyers may say they got a result even though they were sitting second chair at a firm like mine, and even though they had little to do with it. Happens all the time. All that glitters is not gold. At Morgan & Morgan, our results are real. Visit forthepeople.com and go to Settlements and Verdicts to see for yourself what your case may be worth before you hire a law firm. Do your homework. Fact check. It's easy and too important not to. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donald Arden Nation.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns look to start their season 2-0 tonight when they take on the Los Angeles Clippers. Tip-off is at 7:30, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. ASU football hosts 6-1 Houston tomorrow at Mountain America Stadium. Pre-game coverage begins at 2, and the game kicks off at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM in the Arizona Sports app. And Game 1 of the World Series is tonight between the Los Angeles Dodgers and the Toronto Blue Jays. Pre-game coverage begins at 4 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football fans, legendary quarterback Phil Simms is joining the Sunday watch parties on October 26th for a live Q&A. Don't miss it at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
What are we watching in tonight's Phoenix Suns game? It's Staring at the Suns with Wolf and Luke.
K-Ray's going to move to 1. He's going to join us at 1, Jody.
Okay.
I think he heard us plotting to ask him about Bradley Beal. He's like, I'm pushing this back a half hour. So we're going to do Staring at the Suns right now. So the concept here is simple. Just give me a player, or you can go, bigger, something you're watching for in this game tonight.
I'm going to go Dylan Brooks because I just think he's entertainment.
He is. He's
just total entertainment for me. He had 22 points last time out. He's going to be one of my favorites on this team. I can tell right away.
That's not something I would have believed a year ago. But after watching the Suns get pushed around a lot last year, like the only overcorrection would be bringing in Dylan Brooks. and I'm here for it. And the fact that he was in DeMar DeRozan's face in game 1 all game, yeah. I mean, Dylan Brooks, I think, could be my answer almost every time we play this game.
I know. So I'm a little bit. This is my first staring at the Suns, and I don't know when I'm playing again. So I'm going for it. I'm staring at Dylan Brooks, and it should be interesting because just looking at like the Clippers last time out, not a good game. 129-108 loss. Kawhi Leonard had just 10 points.
Yeah.
Did not have a good game at all. So, and there's a lot of players that you can look at and say for the Sun, who are you going with?
I'm gonna cheat a little bit because there's a game tomorrow too. So okay. I'm lumping these together, the game tonight and the game tomorrow in Denver. And because of that, I'm gonna say Mark Williams because I just want to see if he plays in the back-to-back. I want to see how he does with 3 games in 4 nights. When he played, it's kind of like you expect. On Wednesday, he was impactful in 24 minutes. The biggest thing with him is how much he can stay on the floor. And, so far 1 for 1. So we'll see.
And we just expect the minutes to go up and up as we go on. Is that kind of where the restriction... maybe that's a chance for K-Ray to chime in on that, too?
I think they're trying to just build that up. I don't know what a back-to-back looks like, especially this early in the season and, with the second half being in Denver. But, okay, so you're watching Dylan Brooks, and I'm watching Mark Williams. And just in general... I want to see, and I think we all do, how the Suns follow up that first game with Sacramento. Like you said, far from perfect when you fall behind by 20 to Sacramento. But the attitude collectively, the toughness from the team was encouraging. Here's Jordan Ott yesterday talking about Mark Williams and how he feels after that first game.
Yeah, I think that's something that we're assessing right now. That's part of this post-practice, part of our day. We'll have all night when we get into town. But yeah, everything looks good.
He also addressed the idea of back-to-backs this early in the season.
Yeah, we're going to continue to assess. I think there is a build-up to all this, and it's a tough back-to-back to open the season. So see how he feels, and we'll take it a game at a time to see exactly how he feels tonight into tomorrow. But it looked on the court pretty good, and his initial reaction right here has been pretty good.
A lot of what they want to do, attitude-wise, just the identity of the team, it's going to be a lot more evident, I feel like, when Mark Williams is out there. Now, that's not to say if they have a specific plan for how they want this to work, where he plays a lot more than 44 games, which is his career high this season, if they decide that, playing a back-to-back within the first few days of the season where the second half of the back-to-back is at elevation, if they decide that he doesn't play both these games, I'm not going to be mad about that. You know what I mean? Because they're doing this for a reason. They're trying to get him a lot more available this season.
Yeah, 7-1. He's that presence in the middle that you want to see, even though, I just think he's not a guy that you can rely on right now, like you said, because he's not going to be out there playing the minutes, so you're not going to revolve everything around him being in there. The other guy that's not on the trip is Jalen Green. I don't know when he's coming back, but I'm also, speaking of just your thought of, what are we going to see from this team, and how are they going to use their guy? What are they going to run? How are they going to use people? I'm excited to see that. I'm getting ahead of myself here. Because I'm not, if I don't do staring at the Suns next week, I'm just going to share this now.
I would be staring at the Suns for the next couple weeks.
At Jalen Green when he returns, because I just want to see how that looks as well.
Well, Jordan Ott talked about that too. He was asked about Jalen Green's health, and for people that have missed it, he's already ruled out for tonight, like you said, Jody. He's not on the trip. Here's Jordan Ott on that.
No update. He's obviously not going to play this weekend. I think that's pretty easy to see. He's still working through it. I would say by the end of the road trip, there'll be more, but at this point, definitely nothing this weekend.
The frustrating part of this, we were, talking about this earlier in the week too. It's the right thing to do if he's got a hamstring issue. That doesn't just you can't just snap your fingers and play through that.
Jordan Tyson, Jalen Green.
The hamstring problems here.
Oh, hamstring problems here.
You can't rush back from that, or you just miss more time. So there's nothing anybody can do, and they're doing the smart thing. You don't rush them back, but he didn't miss a single game last year. He played 82 games. He was on the Mikal Bridges plan. The year before, he was on the Mikal Bridges plan. He played 82 games. The year before, he played 76 of 82. You know how rare it is in today's NBA to get a guy who misses 6 total games over the course of 3 seasons? What is that, 246 games? Yeah. And he played in 240 of them? And he gets here and he's going to miss at least the first 3 with the Suns.
I'm trying to not overreact to that.
Okay.
So, because we've been burned a little bit here with the availability thing.
Yeah, we have.
Are you really going to ask K-Rate about Bradley?
No,
Beal?
I won't ask.
I mean, he is playing tonight.
No.
Where they're playing Bradley Beal, so that's kind of a topic.
Yeah, well, okay, yeah, you can ask him then.
Okay,
this will be your only chance to do it. I'll ask him again on Monday or whenever we have Monday.
You're just gonna continue it. I will take the legitimate shot at the question because they're actually playing the Clippers.
Perfect.
tonight.
I'll ask him when they're playing Utah on Monday. I'll be like, "What is your problem?" The matchup tonight against the Clippers. You are going to learn a lot. I think we are going to learn a lot about this team. In almost all of these games early, because I don't know, like they got Utah coming up twice in these next 5 games. I don't know that there's any gimmies for this team. You know what I mean? Even Utah, if there was ever going to be one, it'd be Utah. But I want to see what that threshold is of teams that are supposed to be good to really good to potentially great, where the Suns are still going to compete with them or still have a chance. And the Clippers are kind of a good measuring stick right there. I don't know. Do any of us expect them to go into Denver in the second half of back-to-back and win tomorrow? That's going to take a crazy effort from a few guys.
I don't. But, I mean, again, I think right now we're just – the beauty of the Suns right now is we're all excited to kind of see it, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Like, good or bad. I think we're just in that discovery period. Like, oh, what's that going to look like? Or because we saw last year the team that they had lose to the Spurs in a back-to-back.
To Portland, yeah.
So it's like – you know, again, the bar has been low. And so you just want to know what's this group about. And yeah, the pieces, there's a lot of similar pieces, a lot of the same guys that were here. But then the new pieces, how does it work? How does it come together? And I think that's the one thing that was really encouraging. Like when you can come back from being down 20 and win a game by 4 points, that tells me that automatically that chemistry right out of the chute, something good is happening there. Like there's enough chemistry to be able to make that happen because the chemistry is exactly what was missing the last few years.
Spot on. I mean, that's it. They play the Clippers 6 of the next 9 games. So 6 of their first 10 games, not 6, 3 of their first 10 games.
Wait, what?
They play the Clippers tonight, and then they play them again on November 6th and November 8th.
Oh,
so it's a lot of Clippers games early
unique.
in the season. Yeah, but you're right with the chemistry. I don't know how much you can read into this, but when Wolf and I were out there doing the show on Media Day, you just got the sense that there's obviously a lot of new guys on this team, but new guys who came to this team know this is Devin Booker's team. They knew what they were signing up for, and there's a certain personality trait or characteristic that wants to be a part of that. So for them to show chemistry on the court that quickly, that might have been the most encouraging thing about the game on Wednesday. All right, when we come back, Jody, you almost dodged this conversation, but not completely. Who should be the Cardinals starting quarterback when they take on the Cowboys Monday Night Football coming out of the bye week? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Jody Jackson in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620.
Braun Wolfleader from my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com for more information right now. A little shout out to my boys over there. I've been around a lot of great teams, and when I wanted to upgrade my outdoor space, I looked for a team that shared my values. I kid you not, brothers. I'm talking about trust. I'm talking about hard work and doing things the right way, and that is exactly why I went with Legacy Green Solutions. Basin O'Neill's, they are family-owned and operated right here in the Basin for over 25 years. And they're rooted in the Midwest. I love that, man. That's what I'm talking about. Good blue-collar guys like I grew up. My dad being a truck driver, of course. They show up, they work hard, and they treat you like it's their own yard. What you need to do is text GREEN to 620-620. That's GREEN to 620-620. Or go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com. PioneerLandscapeCenters.com.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One, bringing you more inventory, better prices, and 14 Arizona locations. From hardscape to irrigation, we've got it covered. Visit PioneerCO.com and order today. Again, that's PioneerCO.com.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, it's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hey, let's talk about your financial future. Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. As we know, the best football coaches, right? They make the best halftime adjustments, and that's a great analogy for people heading towards retirement.
It's perfect. And if you're 5 to 10 years out, it's time to stop playing offense and start protecting the lead.
All right, so what kind of adjustments should folks be thinking about?
Risk, taxes, income planning, healthcare, the things that didn't seem to matter when you were just saving, and we help people create a full strategy for the next phase of life.
And you're not just selling products, you're offering real planning.
Exactly. And if you want clarity on what the next chapter of your financial life looks like, give us a call at Bright Wealth Management, 844-726-9116, or visit us online at brightwm.com.
Again, halftime is a perfect time to get the plan right, and Matt's team can help. Call Bright Wealth Management today at 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Football Red Friday.
Hey, it's Safety Buddha Baker, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Wolf and Luke, Red Friday.
Let's get it!
All right, Jody. Jody Jackson's in for Wolf today. It's Wolf and Luke on a Friday, and
what do you got for me?
you're now you get dragged into this conversation. There's no way to not have it when you talk about the Cardinals and you talk about 2-5 and you talk about how much different the offense has looked over the 2 weeks where Jacoby Brissett has started as compared to Kyler Murray. They didn't win those games. There's still losses. That's actually where I'm going to start with you, okay?
Okay.
If they had won those games, because they were right there, and I don't think anybody watching says, oh, it's Jacoby Brissett's fault that they lost to the Colts, who are 6-1. If anything, Trey McBride was getting held in the back of the end zone on that play that they could have won it. If they had won those games, would that change your opinion on who should start coming out of the bye week at quarterback?
No.
Okay.
And I mean, it shouldn't, right? Like, we all can agree, I think, if we're just looking analytically at it, it shouldn't change it because it's a team win or loss. But the numbers are the numbers. And when you're watching film and evaluating the quarterbacks, which is what they do every week, you would have to base the decision on that.
Yeah, the only reason
right?
yes. The only reason I ask it is because I think anybody that's trying to view this impartially would admit Jacoby Brissett in those 2 games outplayed Kyler in the first 5 games. So that doesn't mean Jacoby
Yeah, I mean, the
Brissett's,
yardage has just been, that's what we've been waiting
it's
for.
just the way it looks. It's not
I've
even the
been
yardage.
waiting for the team to have, 300 yards of offense, no less passing. Okay. Because they had been the first few games, you're like, it's like 296. Why is this not
29th in the NFL in passing yards?
And to see Jacoby go out there and dice up a defense to some extent, right? It was a little more sporadic. I really, especially that Colts game, just coming out and doing what he did. And then using the wide receivers. I mean, here's the thing. I will say this. A lot of people are talking about, well, to be a fly on the wall, or like, what about the decision making? And because Jonathan Gannon has said, and we should mention this just for everyone listening, if you haven't heard it already, he said when Kyler's healthy, he'll be out there.
Yep.
And that has been the case with Jacoby having more passing yards, better third down conversions, converting a 3rd and 23, converting things that Kyler just hasn't done consistently in 2 games. Yeah. He's done all of those things. He hasn't been perfect, but he's done a lot of those things better than Kyler.
That right there is it, because the pushback, and I go back and forth on this. If they're not going to make the playoffs, I want to see Kyler the rest of the season because I want some clarity in the offseason. If you're not going to make the playoffs. If you don't
already have it?
Well, yeah, maybe they already do. And as Wolf says, if they already have it, then the trade deadline's in 2 weeks if you already know you're moving them. But what you just said right there, I think it's the part that gets lost in this. For the people that are like, hey, really, you think Jacoby's that much better than Kyler? I don't think Jacoby's better than Kyler. But Jacoby Brissett doesn't have to be Patrick Mahomes to raise questions about Kyler Murray. It's not Jacoby Brissett had a good drive against the Colts. He looked better against the Colts than Kyler has in any game this season. He looked better against the Packers than Kyler has in any game this season. And that's including Kyler going up against New Orleans and Tennessee. The offense looked better. Now, if you're telling me I have to pick one of these 2 guys to start at quarterback for the next 3 years, I'm still taking Kyler because on raw talent, I'm going to go with that. But the fact that Jacoby Brissett can step in and do that as the backup that quickly leads me to believe there's somebody out there who would fit this offense better. And unless Kyler comes back, and this is why I want to see Kyler the rest of the season, I want to see how he responds, because that's still the best case scenario for the Cardinals. He just comes back and responds and is great. But if you can't at least ask the question based on what we've seen through the first 7 games, then you're just cool winning 7 games every year. Like, you're just cool missing the playoffs and finishing 3rd or 4th.
That's the thing. You're chasing wins, and the sad part about it is you still haven't gotten even with the better quarterback play. But it's interesting what you said about fits this offense. I think that's an interesting thing that you brought up, and a lot of people talked to me about that, and fans. And I think what this offense wants to be and planned to be with Kyler the last 2 years was to have the run game lead the way.
Yeah.
To have turnovers be limited, to be able to get yards on the ground when you can, to be able to use Kyler in the run game a little bit. And the biggest problem is that they still haven't, this year, they're really struggling in that area. So that's one of my issues with the offense in general. But yes, if you think that, so even as I'm asking myself about Drew Petzing and this, I mean, when you have to dial up a 3rd and 23, there's some joy in having a guy convert that, and that's not, there's no denying that. So, and having Zay Jones be mentioned in the broadcast, or having Michael Wilson be mentioned and catch balls. I mean, I know one thing, if you walk in the wide receiver room, what does that sound like?
That's
a no-brainer,
they've
right?
all been activated.
Yes. And that's not to say, and again, are they going to try to throw the ball down the field with Kyler Murray? I think they should, but I think it isn't something that, because you don't convert it as often, it hasn't been as good of an option. It hasn't been. Is that why they didn't do it on 3rd and 8 against the Titans? I'm not sure, but I know that, the play call was something that surprised me.
Yeah.
To run the ball in that moment. But I looked at Kyler. So the answer is, if Jonathan Gannon, I don't expect him to change because he hasn't all week, is that Kyler, if it's a mid-foot sprain, if it's ready, he'll play. Mm-hmm. If the foot's not ready, it'll be Brissett. Mm-hmm. But what I look at more is not really Kyler compared to Jacoby Brissett. I've looked at through the years, his highest quarterback rating ever was 2021, no surprise, 100.6. The most touchdowns he's thrown in the season, 26. That was in 2020, 24 the next year, by far the most. In recent years, then he had the injury, and so the next 2 years he played like half a season each one. And then it all comes down to, I think the biggest reason he's had success in Dallas for the most part was that first game they won 38-10. He was just 9 for 24 for 188 yards, but he had 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. I think the biggest key, as always, with Kyler or any quarterback is going to be protecting the ball, not throwing that horrible interception that we sometimes have seen, or not, I think he's been pretty good despite sometimes the chaos we see behind the line when he gets pressured and then eventually sacked, or if, maybe he has to go down in that moment because nothing good is going to happen. He's actually pretty good about not losing the ball in those situations.
Yeah, no, that's true.
I think with Jacoby, because he's exposing himself because he's trying to throw in the pocket, sometimes that's almost worse.
Running more of a risk there.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's all of these things you can look at. But for me, the bigger question, Luke, is just when you look at that rating, I mean, it went from 100. The next year it was 87, 2023, 89, 2024, 93. I mean, all of the elite, the top 10 to 15 quarterbacks in the league are all around 100 or more.
Yeah.
So why is it not getting better?
That's the biggest thing for me with Kyler. I mean, to reset my stance on this, especially early in his career, I was all in. Kyler's the guy. I mean, you don't have a lot of guys at this position that have the talents that he has. But, you can't ignore the fact that they weren't really ever doing anything in the second half of the season, and everybody just blamed it all on Cliff. And I'm not saying Cliff wasn't part of the problem, but, now you've switched and you've gone with an entirely new coaching staff. And that's where I'm kind of hesitant when people are like, well, just keep switching coaching staffs till you find the right one for Kyler. Like, well, you did that already. And I think we were all on board when you did it, but now you brought in this new coaching staff. At a certain point over the years, to me, it was like, I'm in on this guy early. And then when they switched coaching staffs and he was hurt, I'm like, okay, well, I want to see it for more than 8 games. He's coming back from injury. Okay, I want to see it for more than last year. But now we're going to be 7 years in. And they're probably going to have one playoff game in those 7 years. And I know he was hurt for a year in the middle of that. But at a certain point, what are you trying to do? Like, are you just trying to have an exciting quarterback and win 6 games every year? Or are you trying to actually make the playoffs and do something? And that I think that question was already there coming into this season. It's not Kyler's fault that they're 2-5. It really isn't. But it's more than 7 games.
But has he been... The thing is, again, Luke, I go back to he has not been part of the answer, and that is just on the quarterback. For people and everybody knows that.
That's why you get paid that much, because you're the quarterback.
I mean, everybody knows that the quarterback, it lands on you. It lands on you to make something happen in those moments. And so is it all your fault? No. But, every quarterback in this league finds themselves in those situations late in games where you have to drive the ball downfield. And, and for Jacoby, he did a lot of good things, but he came up short. So that's how hard it is. It's hard. It's not easy to do.
But the most important part about this is it's not a Kyler versus Jacoby thing.
Right.
It's a
But
Kyler.
I was just using Jacoby as an example. But
the fact that he stepped in and was already able to do it better is like...
Yeah. So his quarterback rating in 2019 was 87.4. And I'm just using quarterback rating is not the be all end all, but it's so consistently been, he's had 1, 2, 3, 4 years in the 80s. And this year is one of those too, 88.6.
Yeah.
So it's the bigger question is, and I think everyone's asking it, is just why has he not come a long way, or at least somewhat of a path to better performance in 7 years?
Yeah. I mean, it's risky if you really, and I'm not talking about during the season, I'm talking about in the off season. If you switch quarterbacks away from Kyler Murray, if you just keep him, you're going to be competitive every year, but you're probably going to miss the playoffs every year. I mean, that's what history has shown us, but you're going to be competitive. If you switch away from him and you draft somebody, or you go out and pick up somebody from a different team that's a backup right now or whatever, I don't even know who that would be. J.J. McCarthy? I think they want him to eventually start. I don't know. So there's a risk where you're just bad next year, but it's also the only way to ever get better.
There are guys that can step in and give you, the other thing, you mentioned something, I know we're going to break, but exciting player. Maybe we can discuss this a little bit later too, of just what that looks like. What type of, I want to ask fans, what our listeners, what type of excitement do you want to win or lose? And even in the losing, do you want to go down with a quarterback like a Kyler Murray, or do you want to go down with a quarterback like a Jacoby Brissett?
Yeah,
and if you're asking why is she asking about losing, I just think it matters. It matters who you want to be in.
Coming up next, how do you want to lose? We can get into that actually at 1:30 because that's kind of where
and Kurt Warner had some good stuff too.
Yeah, I want to play
today.
that too at 1:30.
That was awesome stuff.
We're gonna hit the break now so we can talk to K-Ray when we come back about tonight's Suns game against the Clippers. It's Wolf and Luke. Jody Jackson's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Do you lay this all at the feet of Kyler Murray? And do you just think a reset at quarterback in the offseason
throw him
is
right
enough?
under that bus and make it
just,
all on him?
And just say, we're going to try this again with everybody else and just make a change at quarterback and see what difference that makes. See if that changes the equation. I don't know. This is where it gets complicated.
I love that question, and I think the fan base would buy that. We don't think it's any of these people. We think it's him.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available here in the Basin. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. There's over 1,000 of them. Installation is all done by their in-house team. No subcontractors. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades here in the Basin. They'll work around stucco or tile or work on your pillars for a seamless fit, allowing you to close in your patio with shade and then open up that same patio with a touch of a button. These shades are commercial-grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors, durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Choose from manual or motorized, sealed track or cabled shades. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com.
For more than 50 years, the Fiesta Sports Foundation has been known for world-class events and unmatched hospitality. But our biggest legacy is off the field, where we're improving local communities through education, youth sports, and programs that serve millions of Arizonans. And we're just getting started. Fiesta Sports Foundation. Our season never ends. Learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org.
Protect your home with residential metal roofing from Mueller Inc. Strong, stylish, and designed to last, their metal roofs handle wind, hail, and heat with minimal maintenance. With a range of colors and styles, you'll get lasting beauty and proven durability, all backed by paint warranties up to 45 years. Visit one of their sales representatives today at their West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or check out MuellerInc.com to learn more.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
Little help. A little help over here.
Thank you for calling Bench Press Assistance.
What?
Due to excessive gym volume, all available spotters are currently lifting heavy weights off the chests of other bench pressers.
Seriously?
Please continue to hold, and we will remove the barbell from your chest in the order in which your cry for help was received.
Getting assistance should be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey, Vince Marotta here, letting you know that the biggest savings of the season have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC. General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are rolling out fall savings on their entire lineup of award-winning Buick and GMC models. Like on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab, save up to $12,000 off MSRP, or while they last, get 0% APR financing on remaining 2025 units. Or go all electric in a 2025 GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup model with huge savings up to $15,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR on these too. All offers require approved credit and they do end soon. All this and more in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 11/3/25.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns look to start their season 2-0 tonight when they take on the Los Angeles Clippers. Tip-off is at 7:30, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU football hosts 6-1 Houston tomorrow at Mountain America Stadium. Pre-game coverage begins at 2, and the game kicks off at 5. Over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. And Game 1 of the World Series is tonight between the Los Angeles Dodgers and the Toronto Blue Jays. Pre-game coverage for that one begins at 4 on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Catch it in from the corner.
Wolf and Luke.
Brings the boom and catching bodies on his way to the rack.
Suns, game day with K-Ray.
I'm ready for whatever.
This is great. Final hour of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. I see Eddie Johnson on one of the TVs in the studio in here.
That's right.
And now Kevin Ray is going to join us on the Arizona Sports Line to talk about Suns Clippers Game 2 of the season. What's going on, Kay?
Hey, boys and girls. How we doing today?
Hey, how's it going?
Kay, I feel like you
Doing
always...
good.
Is that looks like... Is that a Suns jacket? I feel like you always have like cool Suns-related stuff every time you're on YouTube with us.
You gotta fly the brand, right?
Yeah. Well, you know what? Let's get into it. And that win on Wednesday, there was so much anticipation for this game and the start of the season and this new era of the Suns playing basketball. What'd you think?
In many ways, look, you get the win. So first and foremost, that was huge, considering what this fan base had kind of experienced the last year and a half, last 2 years. But in a lot of ways, in getting the win, it was the way that they did it, because it really kind of underscored what many of us had been talking about with the style of play, with this roster construction, the personnel, the way that they were going to play, the grit, the fight, a little bit of the carryover from preseason. But I don't think anybody, had on their bingo card, hey, let's get down by 20 and then we'll rally for a win. But I've told this to a couple people in the last few days. The thing that I noticed is, and again, it was home opener, season opener, so there's always a level of extra energy. But even when they got down 20, like I saw the fans in the seats, like still engaged, because they saw a team that was continuing to fight and scrap and hustle and do the things, as we said, it doesn't take a lot. If you are a fan, like just give me my money's worth. And even when they were down by 20, the fans, I think, felt that energy and that, authenticity coming with the players. And then the payoff came obviously in the second half.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, for you calling the game, it's got to be a lot of fun too, just seeing that type of a team out there, that kind of energy and grit and fight. And the reality is we haven't seen that many comebacks like that over the last couple of years. That's something that all teams, to show it means something, but to show it on night number one, what did that tell you?
Well, it's in many ways, Jody, and this, like with a new coach, new system, and so many new faces, new executive staff, you really, if you're Jordan Ott, if you're Brian Gregory, if you're, Josh Bartelstein, Matt Ishbia, there's been a lot of talk about the change, the philosophy being aligned, but proof of concept is really what it comes down to, right? Like, you could tell me all this, and I can see little flashes of it in preseason and training camp, but at the end of the day, it's proof of concept. And I think that in a lot of ways, and again, one game, but in a lot of ways, we saw proof of concept on display there the other night.
Talking to K-Ray, yeah, K, along those lines, I mean, it's one game out of 82. It's the start of a whole new era of Suns basketball. So that's a very small sample size. But did you see elements in that game that you think are sustainable? I mean, obviously spotting teams 20-point leads and coming back to win is not sustainable. But were there parts of that where you're like, okay, I think this is going to be a part of what they do?
Yeah, and look, the simplest part is the hustle. Just continue to play hard. Dylan Brooks talked about it the other night. And he'd even said it in the days leading up that, their practices have been so intense and so spirited, and these guys have gone at one another for so long, 2+ months, that you get into a game and the game almost becomes easier. And we knew going in that this was a deep team, young athletic team, and that Jordan Ott was going to tap into that depth. And there'll be nights where, you might see 12 guys play. I mean, we might see that by the end of the weekend because it's a back-to-back. You got LA tonight, you got Denver at Elevation tomorrow night. And I think that's the one thing that the messaging from this coaching staff is the one thing you can always control. You can't always control making shots. You can't always control maybe getting a rebound, but you can control how hard you play. And that is the one thing that I think will be consistent throughout the course of the season.
All right, so I know that Luke is joking about asking you about Bradley Beal every day maybe this season, but he is actually playing in the game tonight. So there's that. Did you want to give us a snapshot of the Clippers? I know Beal had like 5 points in 20 minutes the other day, so I don't know how much a factor he'll be, but your thoughts. Well,
yeah, I mean, look, Brad, let me say first and foremost, like, Brad was great to be around for me. He was part of a team that just didn't work out. I certainly won't put it all at, and on the shoulders of Bradley Beal, but availability, as we know, becomes way more important than ability at the end of the day. It'll be interesting. I'm curious to see the energy level because they absolutely got housed by Utah. That game was over in the first quarter. Not many NBA games are over in the first quarter. That one was over in the first quarter. So they got embarrassed. This is their home opener. Certainly, I think all eyes will be on Brad to see how he plays against, this former team, against his former, teammate. And let's not forget they got Chris Paul as well. Now, Chris isn't starting, probably won't play big minutes. But this is the oldest team in the NBA, and Brad still got plenty of game. I think that in a lot of ways that they are going through a feeling out process because of the new pieces that they've got.
Okay, game one was pretty fun, so we'll catch up with you again on Monday. We'll have a couple more games to talk about. Thank you.
Sounds good, guys. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, K-Ray.
Right, that's Kevin Ray joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Yeah, for people that didn't catch the Clippers' first game, they lost to Utah by 21.
Yeah.
So they are beatable for sure, although they're probably going to be pretty angry too.
Yeah, they're an interesting group. I mean, obviously a lot of potential there but it's cool. Like seeing K-Ray, it kind of reminds me like when baseball season starts and you're on the road. And it's an exciting time, and it's like you're kind of back to that life. And so good for him and love watching that broadcast. And hopefully this is the start. I know we're all like, it's one game, but hopefully some of the things like the energy and the, like you said it earlier, he said it again, the effort is what you can control. And I think that's all we're asking for.
I think people would still feel better about this season, even if they had come back and lost that game by 2. I mean, it's better to win it, but just the way it looked and the vibe around the team. But, you got to do it all season. I want to stay up to date on all our contests on Arizona Sports, from tickets to the Cardinals, Suns, Innings Festival, and more. Just text contest to 620-620. We'll send you the latest on all of our giveaways. That's contest to 620-620. When we come back, ASU Houston tomorrow. Who needs to step up for the Sun Devils to win this game with Jordan Tyson out? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke. Jody Jackson's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Suns are now one of the NBA's youngest teams with a new style of play on the court that you can hear.
Dillon Brooks skies to the rim and throws it down.
On Arizona Sports.
Now a lob to Williams. He'll throw it down with a right-hand jam.
Suns at the Clippers tonight. Pregame at 6:30. 7:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, Bay Sidonians, Ron Wolfley here. You know when it comes to finding the perfect vehicle, there's only one place I trust, and that is Santan Ford. Whether you're looking for a rugged truck, a sleek sedan, or a family-friendly SUV, Santan Ford has got you covered. And let me tell you about the Ford Bronco. The beast is built for adventure. With its powerful engine, advanced off-road capabilities, and iconic design, the Bronco is ready to take on any terrain. Whether you're hitting the trails or crushing through the city, the Bronco delivers an unbeatable driving experience. Their team at Santan Ford is dedicated to providing top-notch customer service and making sure you drive away in the car of your dreams. Plus, with their unbeatable prices and financing options, you'll get the best deal in town. So why wait? Head on down to Santan Ford and check out the incredible lineup of Fords. Tell them Ron Wolfley sent you. I am Santan Ford.
Progressive Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance might be the easiest part of owning a home. Definitely easier than this.
Psst, honey. Honey! What? Shh, there's a salesman walking up the driveway.
Oh no, he's got a clipboard.
What do we do?
Get down.
Down?
On the floor, you...
Shoot, did he see us?
Why are you breathing so loud?
Home ownership isn't easy, but with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, shopping for home insurance is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Here are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Bailey Leisure. Suns' Dillon Brooks says he would be frustrated too if he had to go up against him. Mark Williams impresses off bench in Suns' debut as he is working through conditioning ramp-up. And ASU's Graham Bersini emphasizes importance of safety following Texas Tech game fine. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
All right, we are back. Wolf and Luke on a Friday. Jody Jackson in for Wolf. Want to Give a quick shout out to our listeners in Scottsdale, Jody. I'm actually going to Scottsdale right after the show. So I can go individually shout out everybody listening at Scottsdale.
I actually am heading that direction also.
Look at that.
And I don't go there all the time.
But you're so inspired by this conversation, you're just going to go there.
Little like last minute homecoming shopping related things for my daughter.
There you go. That's a big weekend for you. That starts in Scottsdale. Actually, it starts right now talking about ASU football. That's where it starts.
Yeah. Is that homecoming is usually later, right?
No, by the way, was it Texas Tech's coach that was talking? It was Texas Tech's coach going into the game last week. He's like, ASU's going to be wearing the throwback uniforms, and it's homecoming for them.
Oh, yeah, last week was homecoming.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. It's mid-November. He just was throwing that out there.
You know what's kind of crazy? At Miami this year is a big reunion thing going on and all that. And everyone's like, aren't you coming to homecoming this year? And I'm like, no, I'll be near Corpus Christi. I'll be watching Connor.
The Miami of Texas.
Yeah. Something like that.
Actually, it is on
it's
the water, isn't it? Yeah, there you
go. But yeah, so I was like, I'm going to miss it, but it's fun. I don't do that, me being out here it's something I don't really go to a lot, but I imagine it'll be cool for ASU.
Yeah. Yeah, but it was just funny that Texas Tech was trying to use it as like, and we're going to go in there and beat them on their homecoming. It's like, you're going to have to come back when they're playing a different team to do that.
Homecoming is against Wolf's Mountaineers.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, wow.
Yet another reason we got to get Wolf out there for that game. That's going to be...
It's West Virginia. The fighting Mountaineers or something.
Something about the Mountaineers, yeah. Well, we haven't won a game in years.
Speaking of one quick... Oh,
so
wow.
you did hear it.
Already clipped me.
I didn't know if anybody heard that.
Clippable.
All right, let's get into this ASU game. This is probably the last time we're going to get to talk about it before we go off the air today. So if they win this game, Jody, they not immediately, but they have a pretty good shot at being in the driver's seat when we come back in here on Monday. I mean, they still are going to need some help from some of these other teams, but I mentioned this earlier. There's enough season left where you feel like either BYU or Cincinnati, who would be the only two teams ahead of them if ASU beats Houston on Saturday, you feel like at least one of them is going to lose a game or two. They play each other, so one of them is definitely going to lose a game. Cincinnati plays Baylor this weekend. We'll know that result before ASU's game kicks off. And BYU plays Iowa State. That's far from a gimme, and that's a road game, and we'll know that result before ASU kicks off too.
Yeah, and I think, Iowa State's obviously one that you know what they're about. We saw them last year in the Big 12 championship, and they're going to be a challenge. And so I think that's the thing. You really can't predict how it's going to go down as far as like within the conference. So you have to look at it like, again, these are all must wins, given that you had your game at Utah, did not go well. What was the other loss? Why am I blanking on the other loss?
Mississippi State, we
did
all
you
blocked
shut yourself
that out.
off?
I did. I was trying to.
Yeah,
do
we
something
blocked
top
that one
secret.
out. I was sitting in New Mexico Highlands. I remember. Oh my God, I couldn't believe they got down. They got down by the 17-0.
That's
right?
the part you couldn't believe. What about the 58-yard touchdown or whatever it was? At the end of the game?
I know, but again, it's the whole game. I look at the whole thing. I did not expect them to get down like that.
I actually have been able to process that loss. Two things, actually.
You've gone through the therapy of that and you've processed.
I actually buy what Sam Levitt has been saying since that game, that loss made them better. I actually do buy that, and since it wasn't a conference loss, it doesn't destroy everything. But it's how just ridiculous it was that they were all making a big deal about. I don't even what Kenny Dillingham saying their hotel wasn't huge there, and they
that
took
whole
offense.
week, and that whole thing about the food going
and how
to
it's a
get
small
the
town
food or whatever.
Okay, so can I tell you what I saw during an Ole Miss game 2 weeks ago, I think. So first of all, credit to Mississippi State for advertising.
Because
during
by
an Ole
the
Miss
way,
game.
you were a college football expert. So you have.
I don't know about that, but I was watching an Ole Miss game, and I'll give Mississippi State credit because they ran a commercial during an Ole Miss game, which I think is kind of the ultimate troll job. But in their commercial, in Mississippi State's commercial, they say you'll never meet a small town you love like Starkville. So they called it a small town themselves.
Right. They were owning that as their identity.
But they freaked out for a week going into the ASU game. You can't call our town of 8 people small. Like, what are you doing? Anyway, here's Kenny Dillingham on Sparky's Den this week talking about what to expect from Houston.
They play complementary football. They still have a chip on their shoulder because they're 6-1 and they're not ranked, and nobody talks about them. So you're going to face a team who is really good, but he still thinks they're not. And because they are worried about last year. This is a phenomenal team. They're really good in all three phases. I think when you talk about what this team does well is they don't turn the ball over, they create takeaways, they don't take negative plays, they don't give up big plays. They play a style of football that shrinks the game and leans on basically what team's going to make the most mistakes. And that's how Coach Fritz has won for a long time. He's run the ball, he's stopped the run, he shortens games, he makes you make mistakes, and then they win football games, and they do that a lot, and that's why they're 6-1. So this is a really, really big challenge. We got to get these guys behind the sticks.
The other thing he said, and it's not in that cut because it was kind of like as I was asking the question, so it wouldn't make sense to have it in the cut. But whatever I said about Houston, they were 4-8 last year. They're 6-1 this year. They're not ranked. People aren't really talking about them. And Kenny jumped in. And he's like, "Does that sound familiar at all?" Comparing, what ASU was doing last year. I can't see a way where this isn't a pretty close game when you consider the injuries ASU has and the fact that Houston is good. And I said this earlier, if both teams were at full strength, I think ASU wins, fairly comfortably. But I just feel like this is going to be a close game tomorrow.
And Houston won on a field goal to end the game against Arizona.
Yeah. And the week before they came back to beat Oklahoma State. So
yeah,
Oklahoma
They've
State's
been through some battles too. So these are two teams that are coming in, maybe not as beat up as Arizona State, but a lot of emotion coming off the last game and having to win it late. So I just think it's another big test, and I think they have to have it and in front of the home crowd. That does matter. It's been a great home field advantage this last year and really two seasons.
Yeah, yeah. To be able to do that, they've won 10 in a row at home. They do seem to take a certain level of pride in not losing at Mountain America Stadium, which obviously every team wants to win at home, but they keep doing it. I was trying to. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was trying to pull out of all these papers the list of players on the availability report, and it's so long I need like 3 pieces of paper for it. So I only have part of it here.
Oh, it looks like a long list.
It is. I can tell people that are just tuning in. Jordan Tyson obviously ruled out of the game. He only leads the Big 12 in every major receiving category.
Only the top receiver in the draft, I think, by far.
Not a big deal.
Not a big deal.
Prince Dorba is doubtful. I think earlier in this week I was a lot more optimistic that they would have him. He's doubtful, so I have zero optimism about that now. Ghosts, Miles Rouser, Boogie Wilson, and Jordan Crook all questionable in this game, in addition to all the guys they already don't have, like Kyson Brown and Ben Coleman and Xavier Alford. So the questionables, they may end up deciding a lot of this game. I don't know that you can. I don't know how you win if you don't have Rouser or Wilson or Crook on top of Dorba and Alford. And, I mean, at a certain point,
the defense is really
is
looking different. Yep, you're exactly right. And when you hear Kenny say we got to put him behind the sticks, it's like, how are you going to do that? How are you going to – it's going to be having to scheme up certainly some very different things than we've seen thus far.
Yeah, which this coaching staff's been good at, but they're going to have to be good at it again tomorrow. All right, when we come back, we'll get back into the Cardinals. What are the biggest obstacles facing them after the bye week? And we're going to play some of that Kurt Warner audio. He weighed in on the Kyler Murray debate. We'll get to that next. It's Wolf and Luke. Jody Jackson's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620.
May apply.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Football season equals the tailgate season, which means the Ford F-150 at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvisi are just the best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. All right, so how? Why? Well, it's no one thing. It's the combination of everything, right? From smart tech to powerful engines. You want productivity? How about available built-in electrical power and a convenient tailgate work surface? You can customize the F-150 pickup to fit your needs. And right now, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 in cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. Yep, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. But hurry, these deals won't last long at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. That's buyfordnow.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and fall is a great time in the Valley. It's also the best time to replace your windows, so do what I did. Take advantage of a great special from my friends at Advanced Window Products, where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. You will not be disappointed. My new windows look awesome. The installation process was fantastic and professional, right down to the cleanup process. Highly recommend Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public, where there are no middleman markups. They build your windows, they install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. By the way, that lifetime warranty is transferable. It's serviced by a local team with labor, glass, and parts included, and with financing options available. It is a great time to invest in your number one asset. Call 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns look to improve to 2-0 tonight at the Los Angeles Clippers. Tip-off is at 7:30, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU football has another big one tomorrow against the Houston Cougars. Pre-game coverage begins at 2 with kickoff at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. And the World Series begins tonight. We have Game 1 for you on ESPN 620 AM with pre-game coverage starting at 4. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football fans, legendary quarterback Phil Simms is joining the Sunday watch parties on October 26th for a live Q&A. Don't miss it at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Hey, we gotta score! We gotta score!
Every Friday during football season is a Red Friday.
It's Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
That's what I'm talking about!
Wolf and Luke.
I'm talking about, boy.
Red Friday.
Wolf and Luke on a Friday. Jody Jackson is in for Wolf. And Jody, you referenced this earlier when we were having the Cardinals conversation about the quarterback position. Kurt Warner on the morning show this morning. And, I mean, look, anytime Kurt Warner's talking about quarterback play, I'm going to listen.
Yep, the Hall of Famer.
Rick, we're having technical issues. You have the cuts there, though, that you can play, right?
I do. In just 1 second, I will have them.
Okay.
Just 1 second.
This is live technical issues.
Yeah, live technical issues.
Well, when you get it fixed, tell me so we know.
All right. He talked about the commitment to Kyler Murray. I will play that right here.
I think the bottom line is you've made your commitment to Kyler, and I don't know if there's really a chance to make a move. Again, whether it was Kyler in there or Jacoby, they were still playing close games. They were still in situations to win every football game. So it's not as if, this team was struggling and getting blown out with Kyler, and now all of a sudden Jacoby comes in and,
That was abrupt.
I think your commitment is to Kyler to go, we're going to give him every opportunity to, see if he's that guy and that guy that can lead us, to the next phase of things. That Jacoby is probably not that guy for the Cardinals, as much as I love Jacoby and think he can be a starter in this league. I mean, they made the commitment to Kyler.
I would say off that, I don't know, maybe this is not popular opinion. Maybe it is. I don't know. But, what Kurt Warner's saying right there, they've made the commitment to Kyler. I'm taking that commitment as through this year. I mean, it's the NFL. That we were looking at this earlier in the week. 11 teams have new starting quarterbacks right now that they basically voluntarily went with. They weren't. I mean, that's not counting teams that are playing guys because other guys are injured. If you're not getting it done in this league at that position, teams will make change. I mean, look at Daniel Jones. He got a huge deal with the Giants, and they were like, this isn't working, and they moved on, and his career is thriving, and theirs is until the final 5 minutes of games against Denver when they give up 33 unanswered or whatever they did. But I think the thing I was going to say that might not be popular is I think Kyler has earned the opportunity to show you what he can do the rest of this season. But if he doesn't show you he can make you a playoff team, and that's going to be really tough now, then I think everything's on the table this offseason. It has to be. Otherwise, you're just going to repeat this every year.
Yeah, I agree that I took it to mean for this year. But, again, when they signed, when you draft someone, number one, when you sign them to the big contract, that's your project. That's your, I say project. I would say that for anyone. All right. I'm not talking about Kyler as a project. I'm just saying that's the person who you are investing in every way, emotionally, financially, organizationally. And so I think that's what Kurt means is, you've made that commitment. And so you're riding with that and you want to continue to, and that's where, you asked me earlier in an earlier segment about would it have mattered with Jacoby if they won the games? I mean, I guess perceptually, if they were 2-0 in those games, there is a little bit of a difference. But would it change?
Well, also you'd be 4-3. That was the other part of that. Is like, how could you go away from Jacoby if you're 4-3 at that point? Because right now he gives you a better chance to win.
It would make it. Again, my brain thinks analytically first, and that's that the facts are the facts with the play on the field, and how that looked. Not the numbers, but just how everything looked in the moment and how you evaluate film. So it shouldn't change it, but it would perceptually. It really does. It would change it. So that's not really an issue because he didn't win, but it still puts you and so it also though feeds into Kyler being back in because again it's the team around him. It's everything you've planned for. But they did sign Jacoby Brissett to come in and help. And the goal is to win games. Yeah. I mean, the goal is to win games. I know 2-5. A lot of people have already written the Cardinals off. The division looks tough. The schedule looks tough.
That's what's tough.
It all looks tough. But, it takes me, it's almost like the Suns. It's like, how do you want to go, how do you want this to go? How do you want to go down? Do you want to go down slinging the ball down the field or do you want to go down kind of like running and pointing and how do you want it to look?
Just kind of slowly just
I'm not disagreeing with Kurt.
I'm
not disagreeing with Kurt Warner. I'm just saying that's the other option is, people that want to see what it looks like the playing ball the other way. I mean, they just have two styles of play. But again, you've wrapped the whole organization around Kyler Murray and how he plays. So I do get that.
Here's more from Kurt Warner on Kyler in the pocket.
I think the bottom line is you've made your commitment to Kyler, and I don't know if there's really a chance to make a move. Again, whether it was Kyler in there or Jacoby. Right. A guy like me, my fallback was I had to process, I had to get it out, I had to get through my progressions, I had to stand in the pocket because there was no other options. For these guys, there's another option, and that option has been a great option for them their entire lives. And so to ask them to rewire and figure out the balance between the two and having to do this more or learn this at the highest level when the stakes are highest and you're playing a football game, I think is a very hard ask. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm not saying that someone can't do it and they can't get better at it. I just think it's really hard to get to the highest level and then somebody say, okay, now you got to change the way you play. You got to rewire yourself to play a different way.
Yeah, look, I think there's a lot of truth to that. And what Kurt's essentially saying there is that he, if you hear the whole interview together, he didn't have the option of just being able to take off and rip off a 35-yard run like Kyler Murray can do. I don't think anybody's questioning Kyler's talent. And I'm not even saying you're done with him, but I'm saying if you go through this season and you miss the playoffs again and you're not at least questioning it, then at a certain level, you're okay missing the playoffs every year. There's just no way around it because it's not like they made the playoffs last year and, they missed this year. They made it too. If they go through the playoffs and miss them again, you will have been to one playoff game with Kyler Murray as your quarterback in 7 years. I said this to you earlier, Jody. I have been one of those people that's like, hey, let's kind of cool it on the 7-year talk because it's only 2 years with Drew Petzing and this offense and this team that they're putting around him. But if you miss the playoffs again and Kyler doesn't look better this year than he did last year, I know it's still kind of early, but also it kind of isn't. You're already almost out of it. If you miss the playoffs again and you refuse to even look at changing anything,
yeah.
Why would you expect anything to be different?
In the 5 games, he's 2-3, Kyler. The first 2 wins, obviously, Saints, Panthers, but I think this is what's harder to stomach is 6 passing touchdowns, 3 interceptions. He's had 1 rushing touchdown. That ability to run the ball, and that's the thing when you hear other teams every week. You guys might not play it, but I usually read articles, and you hear the opponent saying he's so hard to prepare for.
They don't want to deal with it.
And I get that, but how much is that actually winning you the game? It is great on a 3rd and 2, and maybe you get it that way. Although it's more. I feel like a lot of times it's more on a 1st down or a 2nd down, but there was a 3rd down. There was a game earlier this year where he got a key 3rd down conversion. I mean, there have been moments, sure, and he has 1 rushing touchdown this year.
But it did feel like it felt like it was more of a weapon earlier in his career.
Well, the 1 year he had 11 touchdowns rushing.
Yeah.
2021 he had 5. It's been less and less, and obviously again he came off the injury. He had 3 in 23. 3. I can go down the line, and again,
he's running the ball less.
How do you slice it? Right, you can slice this a lot of different ways. I think what Kurt was saying is just it's been a trend in the league. I mean, everybody in the league wants a mobile quarterback. Mm-hmm. They just do. But I think it also speaks to there are definitely moments in the NFL. And there was a later cut, which maybe we'll hear. It's on your website too. Anyone can listen to the whole Kurt Warner interview. I thought it was very good. He kind of talks at the end about how you really can't be elite in the NFL unless you can stand in there, process, and deliver the ball.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing. And when I say if you miss the playoffs again and you're not at least looking at the possibility of changes, you're just accepting it. I mean, that's the truth. But I'm not saying Kyler's the only problem, but you need to evaluate that in the offseason. You need to be honest with yourselves and be like, okay, if Kyler, if it's the same thing every year, and if anything, Kyler's numbers are going down, then do we need to change something about the offense? Do we need to invest more in the pieces around him? I don't know, but you can't just keep doing this if it doesn't happen this year. And now for it to happen this year, they're probably going to have to go 8-2 the rest of the way.
there's a lot to evaluate in the future, that's for sure, and that's what you're getting at. And I do think, though, that right now, if they don't go to Dallas and come away with, if not a win, a more productive offense, the Kyler questions are going to just
Can you imagine
continue.
if he comes back against Dallas and they don't win against Dallas? I mean, I've kind of have it in my head he's going to come back and he's going to have a great game against Dallas because he always does in that stadium.
He's been good there. That's for sure.
All right, when we come back, we got 2 games coming up for the Suns tonight and tomorrow against the Clippers and Nuggets. What are we going to learn about this team in the next 48 hours? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Jody Jackson's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I'm starting to think about, if you look at sacks, the Denver Broncos lead the NFL with 34.
Ooh, I like where you're going.
The Rams are 26, the Lions are 23, Seattle's 23, Pittsburgh's 22, Tampa's 20. The Arizona Cardinals have a measly 12 sacks in 7 games.
Okay.
I think they got to blitz more.
Ah, you got it. That's it.
I think they got to bring. I think they got to blitz more.
That's where I was hoping you were going. That's a big reset of what they need to do.
They're not getting home.
Nope, they're not.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Ron Wolfleader from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You know what I love? Moving Team 6, they utilize a military-like approach. That's right. They're professional, they're efficient, they're on time, they're reliable. It's one of the reasons why they love to support and hire our veterans. And they do it proudly, my friends. Not only that, too, Moving Team 6, they believe building trust starts with you, the customer. They want to earn your trust. It's one of the reasons why they require no upfront deposits and no hidden fees. This is a company that is built on a family, the Lee family, as in Tim Lee, who owns and operates the company with his sons Garrett and JT right here in North Phoenix. It's built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Help DEA keep our communities safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, October 25th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
This is David Kimmerly, president of Sanderson Ford, along with my good friend Glendale Mayor Jerry Wires. Mayor, tell us about your Great American Flag Tour.
I came up with this idea about 7 years ago, and when I finally figured out exactly what I want to do, and to do anything, you have to have a purpose. And my purpose is to try to honor veterans, people that have served this country, the opportunity for you and I to sit and do what we're doing right this minute.
And you've already flown at over 49 of our 50 state capitals?
I personally have taken this flag to all 49 states.
And you saved the best for last. Arizona's capital will complete the Great American Flag Tour.
I can't think of a place that I'd rather fly this flag at than over Arizona's capital to show our patriotism and what we believe in, our liberties and our freedoms.
Mayor, we're proud to be involved.
I've only got the one sponsor, Sanderson Ford, that agreed to do this.
Thank you, Mayor. Congratulations. We'll see you at the ceremony this Saturday at 10 a.m. at the state capitol.
Sanderson Ford.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
The Cardinals will head to the bye with a 2-5 record.
I was gonna watch the Cards, but it's a bye. The season has been hard, and it's a bye. They got a whole week off, and I know why. Hey, hey, 'cause it's a bye. 'Cause it's a bye. 'Cause it's a bye. I wanted to see Marie, but it's a bye. See him back at QB, but it's a bye. The offense cooked without him, I don't know why. Hey, hey, but it's a bye. But it's a bye. But it's a bye. They keep losing close games, now it's a bye.
Is this still going?
Yeah, it never ends.
Driving me insane, but it's a bye. Can they turn the season around? They're gonna try. Hey, hey, after the bye. After the bye.
Wow.
After the bye.
Wolf is in there.
Oh,
Wolf making a cameo.
Ended. The I will say,
I like when he's like, hey, 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 hey. Is that a new musical styling? Or
Yeah,
he's been always doing that.
That was my idea, by the way.
Was your idea for the song?
The song. And that,
Well, thanks a lot, Jess.
because it's like, because, the bye.
Well, thanks.
And I came up with the song, and then he did the rest.
The offense cooked without him, and we don't know why. that was a good line, but
I thought it was great personally, and I think my idea was great.
The idea is not bad, and Jarrett's writing, I will say this again, is typically pretty good, but the delivery is like.
Does he really sing that much worse than Afro Man?
Well, if you had asked me that an hour ago, I would have said no, but now that I've heard the song, yes.
We didn't want to test it, but now we know. Now we know what it's like.
The bracket of who sings worse, it came down to Jarrett and Afro Man. Now we have an answer.
It's good stuff, Jarrett.
Aren't you glad you were here on a Friday to hear that firsthand, Jody?
It's just production, Jarrett, and we like it. I like the production. It's kind of like the effort. Like if the Suns lose, but they give effort.
Yeah.
I'm okay with it.
I hope the Suns have a better season than Jarrett's singing career, because last year for the Suns was like Jarrett's.
Are you going to enjoy the bye?
Blue Screen Sugar on YouTube says it's the best cover yet.
Oh, okay.
Wow. I like the That's Amare earlier in the season was pretty good.
Oh, that was good, yeah.
There's this only a certain range. Like Jarrett, his singing range, I know nothing about singing, is it fits best if you're like kind of like shady 70s singer or like early 1930s singer. That's his range. Anything
I thought
after...
you were going to say hard of hearing if you were...
That's another way, I guess, to put it.
Okay, so I see what you're saying.
His singing is the best if you have the volume turned down on the radio.
Right.
That's typically yes.
I just want to say, by the way, since this is a random segment.
Yeah, why not?
I think we might talk some
It just
sports.
got pretty random.
I did the whole show without the windscreen.
Oh, yeah. You get
and
some
for those
sort
watching
of
on
award.
YouTube, that has, the spongy thing. You call it a windscreen or
the spongy thing.
And I usually realize that I don't have it in the first hour and I'll put it on, but I just did the whole show. And so whatever that means.
Well, you still have 4 minutes left to put it on.
No, we're good.
There's no
We're good,
point
yeah.
At this point, yeah. So, all right.
I'm ready to go get ready for a weekend of college football, but also homecoming.
Oh, yeah. You've had some adventures here with this.
Yeah, I was saying my daughter, I'm banking on her not listening to this.
I would hope so because you're going to see her pretty soon.
I will be dead later if.
Okay.
But yeah, she had a homecoming dress teed up, and it's really cute on her. It's great. Then she decided doesn't love it totally, not 100% on it. Went out, bought a pretty cheap dress. So I mean, put it on, and I thought this was the new one. I walk into the bedroom last night. She's like, I'm like, it's cute. I look at the bottom of it. She had cut it. She went all Chris Sale up on that dress.
The second you told me that, all I could think was Chris Sale just carving up the White Sox jerseys.
You brought that up, and that was crazy too. I was like, I forgot he was with the White Sox, and he tore up the jerseys and got booted from the game.
That is
got booted from the locker room, the clubhouse that day. Like, yeah, she was. I don't know if she was in a fit of rage like Chris Sale was, but she did decide to just do some tailoring. So, I don't know where we are with it.
Well,
so I just want to help her. She's 17, so she can probably figure something out by tomorrow.
Hopefully, she turned the show off when she heard Jared singing, as most people do. So you're okay right there.
So anyway, but it's fun. Yeah, she'll look great in whatever she's going to wear. But I was 17 once, and I remember crisis moments like that. So we'll see. I'm sure it'll be good.
The Chris Sale story, too, for people that don't remember this or whatever.
Yeah.
We double-checked. I had to double-check because I was like, why do I have it in my head that Chris Sale cut up a bunch of jerseys?
And I read with it. You made me, I looked it up.
I thought it
with
was
a knife.
Yeah, well, that's a whole different level. So
he tore it up with a knife.
He didn't like the throwback jerseys the White Sox were going to wear that day. So he went through the clubhouse and just cut them up so they couldn't wear them, which is hilarious, but also kind of something you would expect like a 5-year-old.
Yeah,
to do.
and Chris Sale, as recent as this year, he's been good with the Braves, and then he got hurt, but he's a good dude. I had forgotten about that weird moment with the White Sox.
Great pitcher too. We've only got about a minute.
A minute. What do you? Yeah.
I'm enjoying. I hope this stays this way, where I'm looking forward to Suns games. I was driving
right
in this
there
morning.
with you.
I'm like, hey, the Suns play tonight. I'm looking forward to this.
The grit, the hustle, the effort. Dylan Brooks, the whole villain thing is cool. To a point.
Jr.
To a point.
With Colin Gillespie now. He's now Villain
Oh, really?
Jr.
I didn't know that narrative was occurring.
That's what they're working on.
Okay, all right. And by the way, Devin Booker, he's still really good.
Yeah, he's decent.
He's decent. He dropped 31 the other night, so.
And then spent all post game criticizing himself, even though he dropped 31. He was pretty tough on himself.
He was tough on himself. So yeah, they've got the thing about it is it's not like Monday you can come in and talk about like a great Clippers win because there are still you got to play Denver. So we'll see though. How excited are you going to be though if they just split?
If they beat
still
the
excited,
Clippers,
right?
yeah. If they go out there and play well tonight against the Clippers and then lose to Denver, I'm just going to come in here on Monday and ignore that the Denver game happened. That's
I
going to
like
be my
that.
stance.
You
All right.
should do that. All right. And thanks, Wolf, if you're listening. He's not listening, right?
Who knows?
We had
I think
fun.
he knows. Yeah.
I'm excited that
Thanks to Rick and
to
Jamal
be back in
there.
the chair. But
Yeah.
Wolf, I'll be glad to have Wolf back on Monday.
Good luck with homecoming. We got Burns and
you.
Gambo coming up next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Who's on top in high school sports in Arizona and who's building up a powerhouse to unseat Arizona's best programs? Kevin McCabe talks with Arizona high school coaches and athletic staff Saturday mornings at 9 on The Kevin McCabe Show, presented by Brooklyn Betting. The Kevin McCabe Show, Saturday morning at 9 on the local sports leader, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Progressive knows owning a home can be hard, but not always. Like when you're relaxing on your patio, enjoying a nice, quiet evening. So quiet. Except for the sound of the neighbor's party. Which you said you'd go to if you weren't busy. And your quiet night on the patio, that's not exactly busy, is it? Maybe you should just stay inside. At least Progressive's Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance is the easiest part of owning a home. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Need space that's designed to last? Mueller Incorporated delivers pre-engineered steel buildings customized for your style. From garages and workshops to barns, warehouses, even airplane hangars. Our bolt-together buildings are designed to last decades with proper installation and maintenance. Designed for strength. Engineered to last. Visit us today at our West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or go to MuellerInc.com to learn more.
Hey folks, it's Vince Marotta here to let you know about the amazing deals being offered now at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. General Manager John Nissen and his team are marking down nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model, like the Ford Explorer 3-row SUV, now available at 0.9% APR financing plus $2,000 in Ford bonus cash. Or America's favorite F-150 trucks with a 2.7-liter EcoBoost engine, ready to roll with 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $1,250 in Ford bonus cash. Find these deals and more on the rest of their award-winning lineup, including electric and hybrid options. Just stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers require approved credit, and they've got the no-bull deals you've been looking for. Check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no-bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, APR terms limited. 3.9% financing is $1,560 per $1,000 financed for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end 11/3/25.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, let's talk fees. I hear people all the time saying, I don't want to pay too much for advice, but sometimes they're looking at it the wrong way.
Exactly, Gambo. Too many folks, especially the middle market, people with $750,000 to $1 million saved, get fixated on finding a discount advisor. But being penny wise and pound foolish can cost them way more in the long run.
Yeah, meanwhile, the ultra-rich don't blink at fees. They pay 2% plus 20% of the upside because they know the value is there.
That's the key. At Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, we are fiduciaries. That means we're legally obligated to put your best interests first. And our pricing is fair, transparent, and reasonable without all the Wall Street games.
So folks, don't settle for cheap when your retirement is on the line. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns look to start their season 2-0 tonight when they take on the Los Angeles Clippers. Tip-off is at 7:30, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU football hosts 6-1 Houston tomorrow at Mountain America Stadium. Pre-game coverage begins at 2, and the game kicks off at 5. Over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. And Game 1 of the World Series is tonight between the Los Angeles Dodgers and the Toronto Blue Jays. Pre-game coverage for that one begins at 4 on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Friday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Bernsey, what's going on?
Not much, my friend. How we doing
Got
today?
an odd weekend this weekend. No Cardinals this Sunday or next Sunday.
I know, right?
Odd, yeah.
Very odd, very odd. It's kind of like it's a buffet platter on Sunday. You can kind of watch whatever you want to watch. Whatever game kind of moves you, or you want to check out, or whatever you can. You also got the World Series, which starts tonight.
The whole World Series tonight. Yeah, my interest level is so small because I hate the Dodgers.
So small.
I love baseball. I love baseball, but
it really is. It's so small. No, it's true. I just saw this online before we walked in here. 2 years ago tonight.
They beat the Phillies.
They beat the Phillies.
2 years ago tonight.
Game 7 in Philly. Game 7 was 2 years ago tonight. Yeah.
We still got the birds. Trey Turner.
I stole a cigarette off a homeless guy on the street.
Where'd you get that banana?
Our system is a little shaky right now.
Oh, yeah, we can't play it.
We might be.
That guy sucks.
On
Trey Turner, that guy sucks.
The file we have of the Philly fans, God, that was 2
years ago today. The Philly fans, yeah.
Yes, a happy anniversary. Maybe if we get our file fixed, we'll sprinkle in some Philly fan over the course of today because that's good stuff. Okay. But that was 2 years ago today. I got a busy show today. We're going to talk with our guy Kevin Pelton, little NBA. He's the guy who
we set out the bat signal.
We set out the bat signal. He responded. He was the one who had one of his simulations had the Suns making the play-in. Remember from a week ago?
He did.
He had the Suns making the play-in.
And then you told me it was like one of 5 million.
We're going to find out how many simulations he ran and why he chose that one in particular. But with him, we're going to preview the Houston game as well. In fact, that is our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Yeah, I think they saw the intensity of practice and how it correlated to game day. So I think anytime you see that, you have to understand that that's not a coincidence. So I think they brought it again this week. The difference is, we're a little dinged up, so a lot of our guys who may play in the football game didn't even get to practice. Mm-hmm. And if those guys don't play in the football game, then the younger guys, these guys that got all the reps in practice, they got to step up because nobody cares. So we got to get ready to play a 6-1 football team again. Another team with one loss or undefeated. We're really good at facing those teams. We faced them a bunch.
Kenny Dillingham this morning with the Bickley and Murata Show, talking about tomorrow's game against Houston. That is our top story of the day because that is the football game that matters the most this weekend as ASU, this newfound life after beating Texas Tech last weekend. They need to keep that thing going by beating Houston. Otherwise, it didn't mean a thing what they did last week.
Well, I will say, I just hope what happened the last time these two teams played each other doesn't happen again. The last time Arizona State played Houston, their quarterback threw for 716 yards and 7 touchdowns. Some people right now are like, what are you talking about? Mm-hmm. Yeah, the last time
I know what you're talking about.
The last time ASU played Houston, the Houston quarterback threw for 716 yards. He threw the ball 70 times, and he threw for 7 touchdown passes. And I know some of you are like, wait a second, that does not compute. Like, it does not compute. Yes, December 1st, 1990, David Klinger completed 41.
Klingler.
Did I say Klinger? Klinger from MASH. Not the guy from MASH.
Not the guy from MASH.
David Klingler. I know that. David Klingler completed 41 out of 70 passes for an absurd 716 yards, 7 touchdowns, 1 interception. He broke the single-game FBS record for passing yards, a record that stood for over 20 years. And also, by the way, they played that game at the Tokyo Dome in Tokyo, Japan.
Yeah, I believe there were no hash marks on the field. I think they played on a field without hash marks. Doug Haller, our buddy, has written a story about that game. I have no memory of that game at all.
Paul Justin was the ASU quarterback. He threw for 474 yards.
I have no memory of that game whatsoever. Not even a lick, not even a hint. And in 1990, where I would have been a student probably at either U of A or NAU at that point, I don't remember that game. And I don't remember David Klingler setting an NCAA record with 716 passing yards and 7 touchdowns.
I'm sure the game was at a weird time, so you didn't watch it.
That might be the reason why.
Because it was in Tokyo.
Sure.
But somebody like Eric Gilliford, I know that name, the wide receiver. He had 12 receptions for 232 yards for ASU in that game.
Yeah. Hopefully, it'd be fun to see not a Houston quarterback throw for 7 touchdowns, but it'd be fun to see a little bit of history. Hopefully, we don't see 716 passing yards and 7 touchdowns out of the Houston quarterback. What you hope you see out of ASU is how they
balance all of these injuries and how they deal. Jordan Tyson obviously is the latest. And Kenny Dillingham spoke today when he was on with Bickley and Murata about Jordan Tyson helping the other wide receivers.
And even though he's not going to play this week, we got to have other guys step up. And he's been out there at every practice. He's, been talking to guys, helping guys, seeing how he sees the game. So even though he's not physically there, he's going to be there emotionally because he's a competitive individual, which is why, I was so proud, he put, himself underneath the team. A guy who's going to probably be the first wide receiver taken in the draft. He said, this team, this game, winning is the most important thing. Singularly minded last week. And that's so cool to see in today's generation, a guy who just wants to win so badly and loves his team that bad.
Said it, you knew it immediately he was playing hurt. Like, it wasn't hard to tell. He was playing hurt. He had a hamstring injury, and he still had the biggest play of the game. That pass play that went for like 30-something yards to get him in position to win the football game with the touchdown by Raleek Brown. It was an incredible performance by Jordan Tyson. He should be the first wide receiver taken in the draft. But I love that, too. I mean, here's a guy, and I thought Raleek Brown was cramping up all game. I respect the hell out of those guys. They were playing hurt. They're like, we got to get this one. We want our chances for the Big 12 championship to be alive. We loved that tape. Jordan Tyson didn't get to play in those big games last year.
Yeah.
He didn't get to play
Iowa
in the
State,
Big 12
the Big 12,
championship game. He didn't play in the Peach Bowl against Texas. He didn't get to play in those games. The fact that he gutted it out, played as hard as he could, as hurt as he was, I got a lot of credit for him. And I'll tell you what, NFL scouts, they're going to be loving that too.
Oh, absolutely.
They're going to know that guy was hurt and still making plays down the field.
Yeah, and we'll talk a little later in the show about how they're going to replace Jordan Tyson, what they have to replace in Jordan Tyson. Kenny Dillingham, very happy that this game has been announced as a sellout.
We have another sellout this week. Sold out every game all year. Sold out, I think, 6 straight going back to last year. We're about to sell out. We're very close to selling out our next 2 games. We're creating a home field advantage here, and it's because of the fans and the community, and it's really cool to see.
We've been talking about it all week, Gambo. You can hear Kenny Dillingham. I mean, the only thing keeping this game from being a trap game is Houston's record. That, like, you look at it and you go, oh, it can't be a trap game. They're 6-1. They're already bowl eligible.
Right.
Everything else about this game, Kenny feels like he's treating it like a trap game. You're coming off an emotional win against Texas Tech the week before. You got a big road trip coming up against Iowa State. You're back in the game. You don't want that emotional letdown off of the big win. People are looking at Houston and they're going, yeah, but. I mean, how many times have we talked about that this week in terms of
all week?
The record, sure, yeah, but look at this, yeah, but look at that.
Yeah, they were picked to finish 12th in an unofficial preseason poll by Tulsa World.
Kenny it's got all the makings of a trap week, and I think Kenny feels that. Even though Houston's record kind of demands that it isn't, he feels that, and he's treating this week according. He's been pressing hard on his guys and on everybody else to let everybody know just how good Houston is and the danger they pose.
I think there's. I remember when we were previewing ASU against Utah, and we had one of their writers on, and I said to him, I go, look, this is a big game, but then next week you got BYU, and that was an emotional win for them, beating ASU, getting revenge against ASU, keeping their alive there, beating the Big 12 champion from last year, and then the next week they lost to BYU. They lost that game to BYU.
Mm-hmm.
Now, again, you've got to like Utah had to get up for ASU. Then you got to get up for you always got to like even at ASU you got to have to get up for Iowa State. They're picking you to lose that game. Everybody's picking you to lose that game. Like the stats that you were showing me yesterday, which shocked me. But you always have to find a way to get back up for each game.
The punting, one more from Kenny this morning on Bickley and Murata.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where, work does not guarantee success. It just puts you in the best position to be successful. And you can't just snap your fingers and say, whoa, we're going to be good in the red zone. Whoa. Our defense is going to be really good at the end of games, right, in the last 6 minutes of games. Whoa, special teams is going to be top 10 in the country all of a sudden. That doesn't happen. It takes the process over time. So did we put in the work this week and were we detailed this week to go perform really well? Yes. Does that mean it's going to happen with 1 week? No. But we put ourselves in the best position to do it, so I hope it does.
ASU has been really good this year at fixing things. fixing things that aren't working well. No, I mean, they've been exceptional at it. They really have.
Sure.
Other than the red zone. They haven't been able to fix that all year. But
they get the touchdown last week when they needed to
did,
in the red zone.
I know they did, but early in the game,
Yeah,
it
3 field goals.
was a struggle still. But like the big play defense that they were giving up against Mississippi State, they kind of fixed that. The tackling against Utah, they kind of fixed that, right? Like they've had these little issues crop up, and they've been able to solve most of them. Let's see how many inroads they make and how much success they have punting the ball, because that and their coverage was awful. Last week.
I mean, it's the only reason that they didn't absolutely blow Texas Tech out of the waters. That's the only reason why they didn't, because the special teams allowed them to take the lead.
Arizona Sports and Redbird Farms Chicken are teaming up to bring you an exclusive tailgate package that includes a grill set, Yeti cooler, and Cardinals tickets. Plus, be among the first 25 fans to join us today at the Safeway located off Frank Lloyd Wright in Scottsdale between 4 and 6 p.m. Our promotions team will be out there. You can claim your free shirt with a proof of purchase of any Redbird Farms chicken product. When we come back, 2-0. Can that happen tonight in L.A. for the Phoenix Suns? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Suns are now one of the NBA's youngest teams, with a new style of play on the court that you can hear.
Dunn in transition. He'll throw it down with both hands. Ryan Dunn explodes to the rim.
On Arizona Sports.
Booker has it in the forecourt. Jam time for D-Book.
Suns at the Clippers tonight. Pre-game at 6:30. 7:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, it's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Hey, Wolf here with Dr. Justin Field at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. DISC is who I chose when I had back issues, as they have been a pioneer in spine treatments. Dr. Field, what are the cutting-edge treatments for neck pain?
For the many patients that come in to see us for neck pain, a lot of times they may have herniated discs in their neck or bone spurs that are pinching in on the nerve roots, causing neck pain, also weakness and numbness in their arms. A great cutting-edge treatment is an artificial disc replacement. These have been around actually for well over a decade, but the technology has improved vastly. And so patients are able to recover quickly, their mobility is maintained, and they're able to get back to the activities in life that they really enjoy.
Thank you, Dr. Field. If you suffer from neck or back pain, go see the spine experts at DISC at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. There's a lot to love about the Sonic $1.99 menu, meaning a lot of deliciousness for just $1.99 each. And with that much deliciousness on one menu, it's impossible to name every single item. But I'll try. Junior double cheeseburger, croissant bites, cheesy bala crispy tender wraps, creamy mustard crispy tender wraps, green apple slush with blue raspberry balls, cherry slush with blue raspberry balls. Whew. Get them all on the Sonic $1.99 menu. Man, I gotta lay down.
Tax not included. Exclusions apply. Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
We make the claims process easy so you can get back on the road in no time. It's why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us Monday morning as we dissect another huge game for Arizona State's football program. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, or the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Back here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Happy Friday, everybody. Happy Friday to the folks in Wickenburg. They love their Fridays in Wickenburg.
They do.
Sources close to me can confirm.
Yes.
It's a well-known Friday destination in the valley in Wickenburg.
Next Friday is going to be crazy in Wickenburg.
It really is. On Fridays,
it's going to go nuts in Wickenburg.
I think the kids call it lit. I think the kids say it's lit in Wickenburg. I just made the actual kids on the other side of the glass roll their eyes. I'm so old. I know it's great. I just embrace it. I just embrace how old I am. I don't care. It's like, fine, whatever. So welcome back. It's the Burns and Gambo Show. Can the Suns go 2-0? Wow. I didn't think I didn't. Who had 2:17 in the afternoon on October 24th is the over-under on that?
Listen, I like that it wasn't a back-to-back to open. It was 24 to 48 hours to just, enjoy what was a nice win with a team that played really hard. We all know, every one of us listening, we all know the lumps are coming. We all know they're going to take their lumps. They're going to get drubbed in some of these games. They're going to get blown out. They're not going to be able to compete with everybody. Now, is that tonight? Is that tomorrow? I mean, I don't know. But, the Phoenix Suns are not winning 50-something games and going to the playoffs. They're not. So I saw somebody posted, they reached out to Kevin Durant. How many games do you think the Suns are going to win? And he said 55. And the guy screenshotted it. He's doing that to raise the expectations. And then when they don't do well, he can't believe that. But somebody tweeted that out, Kevin Durant. I was talking to Kevin Durant, and here's the screenshot. He thinks the Suns are going to win 55 games this year.
Kevin and his little reindeer games.
Oh, I know. It is a reindeer game.
It is a reindeer game.
There's two things. One, the Suns played well enough in that second half that gives you a little belief in what they're capable of. And then the Clippers, with one of the oldest rosters in the history of the NBA, played so poorly that the Utah Jazz were punking them the entire game. And you're like, okay. There was some thought that the Clippers could be really good. I looked at that roster and I'm like, oh my God, that roster's old.
It is the oldest in the NBA, right?
By average age. Old roster. Yeah. So it's like, okay, all right, I know you guys, but yeah, they got worked, but routed by the Jazz in that game.
Yeah, and I mean, if you want to talk about how upsets go and how crazy upsets are, the Clippers at the beginning of the season had an over-under win total of 49.5. Okay, so they were expected to be, if not elite, certainly one of the better teams in the Western Conference. The Jazz came into the season with an over-under of 18.5 wins, and they worked the Clippers. Kawhi was a no-show in that game. All the starters were benched by the fourth quarter. It was humiliating, embarrassing. After the game, Tyronn Lue was cursing on his way out of the interview room, I'm responsible for this bull bleep, sort of thing.
They're not very athletic. They got Derrick Jones Jr. Who else is athletic? Leonard, Beal, and Harden combined for 30 points. Beal was on a little bit of a minutes restriction, but here's the thing that kind of baffled me. Utah made 19 shots in the paint. That bodes well for Mark Williams. The Jazz had 38 assists on 48 baskets. When do you ever see that? 38 assists on 48 baskets?
It's hard to do.
They only had 10 baskets that didn't have an assist?
It's hard to do.
They shot 55% from the field?
Yeah.
Okay, it was the most lopsided season-opening loss in 17 years for the Clippers. So you go into this game tonight, and you're happy about the way you played. You build a little momentum going. The Clippers are probably down. Now, maybe you get worked. I don't know. Again, I know, there are going to be games when the Suns just get worked.
Yeah, it's coming, but I think... Look, and I'm not going to read too much into anything that happens this early in the season. It's a long season. There's a lot that can happen. We all remember last year the Suns started 8-1, and we thought, oh, man, this is it. It's here. And so I'm not going to read a lot into, but I do think these back-to-back games in particular provide, okay, let's see if they get worked. Let's see if they're competitive. Let's see how they hang. They got the Clippers tonight and the Nuggets tomorrow.
Nuggets lost last night.
And the Nuggets lost last night to the Warriors.
47 three-pointers.
Yeah, they still lost because
NBA record.
Jonathan Kuminga playing really well again for the Warriors. He's playing real well.
The
Steph
Warriors
Curry doing Steph Curry things.
There's a Jimmy Butler factor there.
It's undeniable. It is absolutely undeniable. I want to see how they do in these next two games. Now, I'm not going to reach any conclusions about how they do, but they're playing two really talented basketball teams the next couple of nights that I'm just curious how much of what we saw in game one translates to game two and game three when the talent level they're playing. I mean, say what you want about the Clippers. Yeah, they're old as dirt.
Average age over 33 years.
That's a very talented basketball team. They got a lot of skilled guys on that team. Let's see how the Suns do now that the competition gets ratcheted up a notch or two. I'm very curious. Are they going to start 2-0? It doesn't matter if they start 2-0, 1-1, whatever. Are they competitive? The stuff they showed us on Wednesday, does it filter into tonight? Or do we start to see the team that everybody was afraid we were going to see? I think we'll start to get a little hint of that tonight.
Yeah, I think that's the most important thing. And I know, if they lose by 12, you see this. I was excited about the way they played. The fact that they won the game was good, but I wanted to see a team that got down and came back. I wanted to see some fight. I wanted to see, I called it mental fortitude, right? I wanted to see a team that just didn't quit on themselves when they got down. That happened in that last game, and it's going to happen more often than not. Is that they're gonna fight to get back in the game. Now, sometimes they're just not going to be as talented as the other team. They're just not going to be. Thing to watch for tonight too. I want to keep an eye on this. Because I don't think that Mark Williams plays in the back-to-back games. But we didn't see Malawach. We didn't see Fleming. We didn't see Kobe Brea. We didn't see any of the rookies.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be curious today to see if they try to incorporate any of those guys into the game with a few minutes.
Yeah, we know Jalen Green's still not going to play. I saw some video from Dwayne Rankin of him doing some early morning shoot-around work today. This is Jordan Ott yesterday before they took off on the question that you've been talking about on Mark Williams and playing in the back-to-backs.
We're going to continue to assess. I think there is a build-up to all this, and it's a tough back-to-back to open the season. So see how he feels, and we'll take it a game at a time to see exactly how he feels tonight into tomorrow. But it looked on the court pretty good, and his initial reaction right here has been pretty good.
But I'm guessing based off of what he won't. It's just a question of which one does he play in. Do they?
I'd play him tonight.
Do they sit him tonight and play him tomorrow? Vice versa.
I'd play him tonight because Denver altitude in Denver. I'd play him tonight because they gave up how many points did they give up in the paint? They gave up a lot of points in the paint. The Clippers did in that season opening loss. Utah made its first 19 shots in the paint. Their first 19 shots were in the paint. So I would probably play Williams tonight and then see how he feels and then make a decision tomorrow if you want to rest him or not.
But like you, I'm curious when we start to see the rookies a little bit because I understand. I really do. I understand the fine balance that the balancing act they've got right now between trying to win and wanting to bring their young guys along slowly. And I'm not saying that I'm getting impatient after one game. I'm not. I got plenty of patience on this. I'm just curious to see when it starts and what it starts to look like. Because, Malawach especially, I understand. You're going to bring that along really slowly. He's just a kid. Rasheer Fleming, we talked about this a little bit yesterday. I would have liked to have seen him some against the Kings the other night. I'd like to see him some over these next couple of games. I'm very excited about him and the very unique skill set he brings to this roster. There just aren't a lot of guys on the roster who can do some of the things that he can do. I was a little disappointed he didn't play the other night against Sacramento.
I think there's a built-in advantage playing against James Harden and Brook Lopez and Kawhi and Chris Paul, and I think there's a built-in advantage of being younger and athletic against that team. So Fleming can give you a few minutes of getting up and down the court. Like, go wear those guys out. They'll be huffing and puffing. Like, go run against them. They're not going to want to play. They're going to want to play a half-court game, and they're not going to want to go up and down the court. So, that's where the youth could come in this game.
Yeah, when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show. Jordan Tyson is out for ASU. So who steps up, and what's the key to them winning this game? That's coming up next on the Burns and Gambo show.
A huge home win for Sun Devil football last Saturday. Now the Devils face Houston at home without Jordan Tyson.
Obviously a tough loss for us, but our guys have done a good job responding and coming out to work. I think their attitude's been fantastic in regards to how we've gone about the week and re-engaged.
Pre-game at 2, kickoff at 5, Saturday. Listen to ASU Houston on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, back here to say about the law firm of Berg Simpson. And I hope sincerely that you don't have to call them, that you're not in an accident, that you haven't been injured, because that would be great. But if you have, you're going to want somebody on your side, and you're going to want somebody on your side who has the resume and the credentials that the Berg Simpson law firm has. Over 24 lawyers named among the best lawyers in America publication. Over a dozen lawyers named in the Super Lawyers publication, listed as one of America's most influential law firms by the National Trial Lawyers. Over 40 years of trusted, exceptional service, achieving over $2 billion with a B settlements for their clients over the years. You do your research, you do your homework, and you find that they're just at a different level. There's a lot of choices out there, a lot of different ways you can go. Berg Simpson is the right one. If you're ever in need, let the best team represent you. Call Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000, or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Hey, when it's time to ride, Arizona, time to tackle all the AZ has to offer, you know what's made for the desert, a Bronco or Bronco Sport at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Take that 2025 Ford Bronco, engineered to dominate. The Bronco off-road racing legacy, it's made on meticulous design, merciless testing, from rock-crawling showdowns to grueling desert courses. It is Ford performance at its best. Even better, right now, get $399 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,709 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend SUV. Or check out the Bronco Sport, because right now, get $299 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,219 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend SUV. Both exclude taxes, titles, and license fees. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Don't miss one of the crown jewel events in all of racing, the Western World Championships. It all kicks off tonight and tomorrow at Central Arizona Raceway at the Pinal County Fairgrounds in Casa Grande. The stars of the USAC National Sprint Car Series, with drivers from all over the country, will be taking on the Arizona Heroes with $35,000 to win on the line. Tickets, camping, and directions at centralazraceway.com. Central Arizona Raceway. We sell excitement.
At Fry's, you never compromise. You get high quality and low prices. Like you never compromise your meal with our spring salad mix that's guaranteed fresh. And you never compromise your budget with low prices in every aisle. Fry's shoppers never compromise. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
Right now, 2-pound packs of Kroger brand 93% lean ground beef are on sale for only $4.99 a pound with your card. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing.
and electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back on the hardwood tonight for Game 2 of their NBA season. They are in Los Angeles taking on the Clippers. Tip-off for that one is at 7:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona State will be looking to keep the momentum going after beating undefeated Texas Tech last week. They will be hosting the Houston Cougars tomorrow. Kickoff for that one is at 5 o'clock, and you can listen to that one over on ESPN 620. And the World Series begins tonight. The Toronto Blue Jays will be hosting the Los Angeles Dodgers in Game 1. First pitch for that one is at 5 o'clock with pregame coverage starting at 4 o'clock, and you can listen to Game 1 over on ESPN 620. This report is brought to you by the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
A huge home win for Sun Devil football last Saturday. Now the Devils face Houston at home. Pre-game at 2, kickoff at 5, Saturday. Listen to ASU Houston on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app.
This is courtesy our Damon Allred over at ArizonaSports.com. Jordan Tyson has 75% of the catches by ASU wide receivers. Running backs Raleek Brown and Kyson Brown and tight ends Shimon Mateer and Cameron Harpole all have more catches than the second most productive wide receiver on ASU's roster in Derek Eusebio. Malik McClain has got the most comparable snaps, but he has nearly as many drops as he does catches. This is going to be, we've seen them do this before, albeit under different circumstances last year in the Big 12 title game and certainly with Cam Scadaboo. But replacing Jordan Tyson, they have become very Tyson-dependent offensively.
Well, you're not going to be this
in
time.
many ways. You're not.
So you're going to have to figure it out. There was an encouraging sign in the game last week, a really encouraging sign. And you're doing what? Percentage of catches, right?
Yeah.
The percentage of the catches. There was one guy that only had 2 catches last week, but they went for almost 100 yards. And that's the Jaron Hamilton kid. So he had a 49-yard completion, big explosive play down the field, led to a field goal. And then he had another explosive play that led to another field goal, 45 yards down the field. Those are big plays. So that was, to me, that was an encouraging sign. I like Matei as a pass catcher. I think he's a good tight end. I like the running game with Raleek Brown. But you're exactly right. McClain, Eusebio, somebody's got to step up in the absence of Jordan Tyson. Now, you don't have to be Jordan Tyson, but you've got to step up and make sure that Sam Levitt has options down the field.
Yeah, and I think more than anything, or as much of anything, it's going to be getting Sam Levitt's trust, right? Like that 4th and 2 last week against Texas Tech. It's very obvious Sam Levitt in that moment. You pointed it out in almost real time. He could have ran for that first down if he wants to, right? But he's got so much trust in Jordan Tyson, and they've developed such a bond and such a connection that who does he have? Is it Eusebio? Is it Jaron Hamilton? Is it Malik McClain? Or do the drops hurt him in that regard?
Did they go 2 tight ends with Harpole and Matea? Can you go 2 tight ends there?
Many have speculated you could see a lot of 12 personnel, a lot of 13 personnel out of
Harpole's
ASU.
a good player. Matea's a good player. You can go with those tight ends, big targets. Sit down, and then you could go shorter game there, short to intermediate game with those guys, and take some home run shots with Hamilton. That could be the recipe for success tomorrow.
I think, and what we don't know, and what they're not going to say, and although you've kind of hinted at this, and I'm not trying to paint you into a corner on this one,
okay.
What we don't know is how long this is going to be. I think they can survive a week without Jordan Tyson.
Yeah.
If we're talking about multiple. And that's something Kenny was asked this morning when he was on with Bickley Murata.
Yeah, I definitely think so. I mean, last year, we had Guillory and Melquan Stovall, and those guys, when JT went out at the end of last year, those guys stepped up in the Iowa State Big 12 championship game, and there was an instant connection through the work. So I'm hoping that, this week builds a relationship, builds some connection with some of those guys, and then we can get hopefully JT back here in the future. And when we get him back, now there's JT and a connection with these guys that we've been working with. So, sometimes, you don't know why things happen, but we got to find a way to win this one without JT, and it may make our team better in the end.
Stovall had 4 catches for 91 yards in that game against Iowa State. Guillory had 2 catches for 26 yards. So you got 6 catches and 115 yards or so out of those 2 guys.
Yeah.
And that's what he's saying. Like, somebody's got to step up. Like, somebody's got to step up and be that guy. Like, Jordan Tyson's not going to be here.
Well, what he's saying too, and this is vintage awesome Kenny Dillingham. He's trying to take an extreme negative, Jordan Tyson's out for the foreseeable future, and turn it into kind of a sort of a positive in that he's saying, hey, look, if we can develop that chemistry with these other guys, if Sam can build that rapport with the other guys, imagine how much better we'll be when Jordan Tyson comes back. And now Sam's got this rapport with all the other guys in addition to getting Jordan Tyson back. And it's a real positive way of looking at missing Jordan Tyson for the next week or two. Like, it just gives us a chance to build everything up with all the other guys. Okay, I hope it works out that way. I mean, that's a really glasses half full way of looking at this. I hope it works out this way. I think they've got enough weapons to get past Houston. I mean, like I said yesterday, thank goodness this didn't happen against Texas Tech. Thank goodness you weren't dealing with this last. You would have been screwed if this had happened.
I told you, I think there was a little strategy with Sam. Like, we're going to sit out Utah and we're going to punt on that game.
Are you hinting the same?
No.
Okay. Oh, okay.
No, Jordan can't play. Like, I knew Jordan couldn't play.
Okay.
I hinted at it right after the game. Like, he's in doubt. That you saw my reporting on Jordan Tyson. This isn't strategy. I think Sam was strategy. I think Sam could he have played against Utah? Probably. Like, he wouldn't have been 100%, but he would have been better than what they had in Sims. But I think it was like, you know what? We're going to have to sacrifice this game, and just because Texas Tech is the big one. We have to beat Texas Tech if we want to be back in the Big 12 championship game. So I think there was a little strategy there with Sam. I'm not saying there's strategy here with Jordan. It's not. Now, if you get to next week and, Jordan's 80%, 85%, that's a road game against a tough team. I don't think they're that good. And part of me is like, they beat them 45-19 last year. They beat them so bad in that Big 12 championship game.
Yeah.
And everybody thought they were going to be good this year, and they're not. Like, they're not. They've lost a few games already. So, but I do think you have a much better chance to win, obviously, if Jordan Tyson's on the field.
I still think it's the toughest game you have left this season.
On the road at Iowa State?
I think it's the toughest game. I think it's the toughest game.
Where's the U of A game?
That's here.
Okay, yeah.
That's here. I think it's the toughest game you have left on the schedule. I'd really like to see Jordan Tyson back for that game. Michelle Gardner covers the team for AZ Central. She does this every week as part of her preview for it, and we've kind of latched onto it here the last couple of weeks. ASU will win if, and she lists 3 things. She actually lists three things for Houston, 3 things for ASU. The 3 things she has for ASU will win if special teams issues get resolved. Okay. ASU ranks last among FBS schools in net punting.
Wow.
Okay. The ASU Sun Devils are also 119th in punt return defense and 107th in kick return defense.
God, how can it be that bad?
They're that bad. No wonder Kenny made the whole team sit and watch special teams film on Monday. Number 2, it can work through the red zone issues. ASU is 79th in red zone offense. Now, I did read another preview where Houston's red zone defense, not so good. So maybe there's a nice little get healthy kind of moment for ASU. And as you pointed out, they did have a red zone touchdown last week. It just took them, it felt like forever to get it.
Yeah.
A lot of work to get.
It was very needed.
A lot of work to get both of those red zone touchdowns. And if they were both needed, they both took a lot of extra work, I thought. And then number 3, obviously, they survived key injuries. Boogie Wilson's been filling in well for Xavier Alford. But the big one is Jordan Tyson. Prince Dorba's also a big one. He's doubtful for the game on the latest availability. We haven't talked any about him.
Such a good player.
He's such a good player, and he left that game early last week, and they obviously survived and thrived without him. But overcoming their injuries are a biggie. But the red zone and the special teams, those have been the 2 areas that have really stood out the most almost all season long, and hopefully they can fix one of them.
There's no doubt that special teams almost gave that game away last week. That shouldn't have been a close game. There's no way Texas Tech should have ever been in a lead. But I mean, one return, they brought it back to ASU's 12-yard line. They had 12 yards to go for a touchdown. You can't have that happen. You just can't have these things happen. So those mistakes better be fixed by this week.
Yeah.
They better be.
And then one other thing that Michelle points out in her story, and this is a credit to every single person who goes to those games every single Saturday. ASU has gone 699 straight days without losing on that field at Mountain America Stadium. The last time they lost at Mountain America Stadium, the regular season finale against Arizona in Kenny's first year, November 25th, 2023. That was the last time they lost in that building.
699
days later, they still haven't lost in that building since then.
Well, they have a incredible fan base now, incredible support from the student section. Weather's nice. Like there's no question that the crowd lifts that team up.
Yes, no
causes
question.
Penalties for the other team, all that stuff you want in a home field advantage.
Yeah.
It's built in right now.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the Arizona Cardinals going into the bye week obviously have a lot to work on. When they come back, are there a certain number of players who are going to get more playing time or who need to get more playing time? We'll get into that, so stay with us here on the Burns and Gambo show.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. Rates may apply.
No better plumbing company out there than Christian Brothers. Christian Brothers AC Plumbing and Electrical. Right now offering you $500 off a tankless water heater. $500 off. Regular water heater, standard water heater, $150 off. You having a problem with some of your drains? The water's not flushing properly? Well, they've got an $89 drain clearing. If you've got some clogged drains, and you can just tell slow-moving water, the sink fills up quickly, you got to kind of wait for it to go down, your drain is clogged. They'll do a drain clearing for $89. They're offering $60 off of any plumbing repair with Christian Brothers as well. Take advantage of these incredible specials by going online at cbrothers.com or calling Christian Brothers. Just tell them, hey, Gamble told me about these specials. I want to take advantage of it. 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Lauren's here. She's got our poll question. Hi, Lauren.
Hi, guys.
I have no idea what the poll question is today. I haven't seen it yet.
Me either.
Ooh, a blind poll question.
We're going into
okay,
blind.
let's yeah, I'm going to say it's ASU related.
Suns related.
Oh, okay. What do we got?
Suns.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
All
Because the Suns are in LA tonight to face off against our old friend Bradley Beal and the Clippers. And with that in mind, and the fodder in the YouTube chat today sparked this. Which former Sun would you most like to see them beat this year? Bradley Beal or Kevin Durant?
Bravo, YouTube.
Durant.
That's a good question.
It's a good question. I like it.
It's a good question. I mean, I don't know. They already took it to Drew Eubanks and Dario Saric. Doesn't that count? Oh, man.
Maybe not the same level there.
Not the same level. Which one of them would I like? Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant. Yeah, I had to think about it for a minute just to be sure. Take the temperature of my heart a little bit. Kevin Durant. That'd be kind of fun.
Yeah, and Kevin Durant is leading the way with 51% of the vote.
Close.
Oh, I'm going to give this the retweet. I'm going to give this the retweet.
It's close.
Yeah, listen. Part of it, 50% of me wants them to beat Durant. The other 50% wants them to beat Durant's fan base, the KD honks. So, like, 50%
I'm sorry, the KD
is
honks
KD.
was not an option.
50% KD honks.
Do you still hear from the KD
Oh,
honks?
they're all over my timeline.
Do you really?
All the time. Yeah, all over my timeline.
Boy.
You blaming Kevin Durant for that? They were 8-1. Look at their record with that. I get it. Like, he's a great player. They didn't win. Like, they went 2 years without winning a playoff game. Now, Kevin Durant, they couldn't win a playoff game for 2 straight years. Like, come on.
No wonder he blocked you.
Hey, he did. He blocked me after he sent me 4,000 messages.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, no thank you, man. I'm so glad. I'm so glad that's you, not me. I want nothing to do with that, man.
I would gladly trade places with you.
Yeah, you can't have it.
Not gone through that. But then, like at the games, he'd see me, come over, big high five, he'd give me a hug, not that I wanted it. You know,
I get the,
okay.
That's not worth the trade-off.
And then
I don't think a high five from Kevin Durant and a hug is worth.
Oh, trust me, there are some people in the media, I'll keep them nameless. Oh, they love the fist bump. They love it. They love the fist bump, some of those media people.
They love, they love getting the fist bump?
Oh, they love it. Yeah, they love it. They love putting it on their timeline.
Wow.
This guy gave me a fist bump.
Now I need to go back and look through people's timeline and see who he's.
This guy said nice things about me.
See what the subtext is all about here.
Yeah.
I don't know who Gambo's talking about. I want to know.
There are some.
Inquiring minds want to know. All right, that's
I'm
the
just
poll question.
To...
It's a good one. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page, at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at. We're looking forward to you responding to that. Cardinals bye week. We'll kind of look through the schedule a little bit, the games that we could watch on Sunday with the Cardinals not on. There's some decent offering this week, I think. The Giants and the Eagles rematch is one that's a little interesting.
How about the Packers-Steelers?
Packers-Steelers is interesting. There's a couple
49ers play.
That popped out a little bit. The Rams are off this week.
Seattle is off this week.
Too.
Yeah, thanks for telling me to play Jordan Mason, everybody. He got me like 1 point last night.
This is why I didn't tell you either way.
Thank you.
I didn't. I
already lost.
I gave you no advice either way. I am not going to be held responsible for your fantasy football team.
Right.
Do not ask me for advice on your fantasy team.
I won't.
Because it's not my fault.
Where's your new GM? I thought this was his job.
Where's your guy?
I got a guy.
Well, where is
he? The problem is that I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, but Anthony Dunlap, our promotions guy, I've told him 4 times, can you delete fired Sean? Can we delete fired Sean and put the new guy on. I had to run it myself. I won 2 in a row. So I won 2 in a row. I don't want to do it. So I want somebody else to run it. I got a guy, but I can't get Anthony to figure out how to get rid of Fire Sean.
I love that it started with I don't want to throw anybody under the bus. First and last name dropped, and here we go.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't want to blame anybody, but Anthony Dunlap in promotions.
Anthony Dunlap, I need to get rid of.
We got a break coming up in 5 minutes. March on over to his office.
You know what? I'm gonna.
He's right
I'm going
Put your foot down,
I'm going to put my foot down.
When the Cardinals do come back, they'll play the Dallas Cowboys on Monday Night Football. And this was a story on Sports Illustrated on guys who potentially could or should get more snaps when they start resuming play. And
I always like these.
Yeah, I do
like
too.
these.
I mean, there's some interesting names in here, and it's kind of based off of the percentage of snaps that they've played so far.
Okay.
So here are the 5 guys. Zay Jones, who has played in about 48% of the snaps so far.
I think him and Michael Wilson have both stepped up in Kyler's absence and looked good. I don't want to just put, and that was an interesting one to me because Zay Jones has done it before. Michael Wilson could be a big part of your future. I would almost rather see Michael Wilson over Zay Jones. I saw that and it was interesting. And Zay Jones is a good player, but I want to give Michael Wilson some credit because we always say one catch. He's going to have 17 catches. With Jacoby Brissett instead of Kyler Murray, I like what I've seen out of Michael Wilson.
I like Michael Wilson a lot. I think he needs more.
So you agree with me on
that?
Yes,
I do. He
Michael
needs
Wilson
more targets
over Zay Jones.
Elijah Higgins, the tight end who has gotten 31% of the snaps.
Yes,
I would agree, especially with the kind of style they like to run. It seems like he should get more than that. Jordan Birch,
let's go.
Who's running at about 44%. Absolutely.
We need somebody that could get some pressure on the quarterback. Jordan Birch was very, very good at it, extremely good at it throughout his entire career at Oregon. To me, that would make a lot of sense that he would be the guy that you would say, okay, pin back your ears, go get the quarterback.
Yeah, he's probably number 1 on my list, to be honest with you. If I were doing this list, I think I'd put him at number 1.
Okay.
Dadrian Taylor Demerson, Rabbit, who's playing at about 55% of the snaps so far. I'm surprised the number was that low. I thought it would have been higher.
I'm okay with him there. He had a hard time in the last game. But I think he's fine where he's at. I think Higgins I could see for sure. Michael Wilson I could see for sure. I'm sure there's some other guys, but part of this reset, is that what Gannon called it, a reset?
Yeah, that's what he called it.
Part of this reset is trying to look like Jordan Birch to me, definitely. Part of this research is trying to find guys that you feel like this guy can give us more than what the other guy is. There's got to be some subtle changes in the amount of snaps. Some guys' snaps have to go down, and some guys' snaps have to go up.
And some of it, at some point, I don't think we're there yet, but maybe soon, is going to be about getting guys ready for next season. And I do think in defense of Rabbit getting more looks, he might fall in that category. Jalen Thompson's not going to be here. This is probably going to be Rabbit's job next year. The more reps, the more snaps, halfway through a year, the better I think it would be for him if he got it. And then the other one is Keaton Crawford, the backup safety, who's only getting about 6.6% of the snaps right now. And they're making a case for him getting. I don't have any feelings either way about Keaton Crawford.
You got Booty, you got Thompson.
Yeah.
He's a young player. He's very athletic. I would think that there's probably some opportunities to get him in there a little bit. We haven't seen him a whole bit. He was
a pretty deep position for him.
Yeah, he was the 225th pick in the draft. He was at Texas, and he didn't really fulfill his promise there. Then he went to Nevada. He was just a defensive back there, but he had a really good combine, and that's what got him drafted. He was all Mountain West honorable mention. So there's some talent there. And he played a lot in college. So, he's got a lot of experience, 46 games in 4 years. So he's got experience.
There's another name I'll put on the list that isn't here. Kelvin Beachum. He needs to...
tight end or at tackle?
At right tackle. He needs to be the
Not
right tackle.
tight end?
Nope. He needs to be the right tackle.
You want to say goodbye to Jonah?
Yeah, I do. I want to see somebody else at that spot. I want to see how they do. And it's not just because of the Micah Parsons thing wasn't even all Jonah's fault per se. In terms of the help that he wasn't in. Micah Parsons is amazing.
He beat Paris Johnson.
And they didn't get a lot of help to him. I just think, in terms of revitalizing that offensive line, they made the one move with Will Hernandez. I think the other move that needs to be made now is Kelvin Beachum at right tackle for Jonah Williams to see if you can get better out of that offensive line.
Somebody offers you a 6th-round pick for Kelvin Beachum right now. Do you take it? Some team just I want depth. I want depth on the offensive line. He's could play left, right tackle.
I probably would, but I'd rather start him at right tackle first. I don't know if I'm going to get. He's an old player. I don't know if someone wants to give up a sixth-round pick for him. I'd like to see him start at right tackle and see if that makes a difference on the offensive line. I'd put him very high on my list.
It's fair.
When we come back, the bat signal has been answered. An ESPN NBA writer that we have on many, many times here on the Burns and Gambo Show has responded. Kevin Pelton will join us next here on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
I have become so overreactive in real time watching sports in my old age.
You're becoming everything you despise.
I was ready to punt the whole season, to give it up after 24 minutes of basketball.
Listen, I watched that first half and I thought to myself, I can't believe I picked this team to win 38 games. And by the end of it, I had a friend texting me how much he loved Dylan Brooks. Everything they promised, they delivered.
Tone of what I wanted to talk about changed greatly in the second half of that game because of what they were able to do.
I agree.
They were competitive. Even better, they got the win.
1-0, baby.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I do love telling you about something that I really believe in, something that for many, many years, my mother first taught me as a young kid, the importance of saving money, investing money, putting away for a rainy day, making sure you have your family taken care of. Well, at Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax, it really is about making sure that you have a financial plan, a retirement plan, a tax plan, an estate plan. They're with you every step of the way. Now, Stuart Willis is a fiduciary. Okay, the highest level of care that you can get from a financial advisor is what you get right here in Arizona with Stuart Willis. He's been helping me for a long, long time, for many years, and he's done a great job for me, putting me in place for my retirement plan. So if you are looking for somebody that can help you, and look, the truth is the sooner you start, the better. So anybody that's in their 30s right now, it's a good time to call, but there's never a bad time to call, right? 40s, 50s, 40s is a good time too. You still got another 20 years left to work when you're in your 40s at least. So there's a lot of abilities and avenues to gain on your investments. Call Stuart, get a free portfolio review, 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You've got brothers. Huh? $50 and $200 bills just like you.
Hey, what's up?
What? We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a game plan for your appetite. Meet the Sonic Smasher, the QB1 of burgers. 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, always made to order with melty cheese and Smasher sauce. And this month only, buy 1 Sonic Smasher, get a free large drink when you order in the Sonic app. Hydration, covered. Flavor, elite. Open the app, call to play, and score yours now. Only at Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then just moving in right away. Not waiting around to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. That's it. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. I've tried to buy and sell at the same time before. The double moves are rough, let me tell you. But Orchard cuts that hassle right out of the process for you, which is huge. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. Orchard agents are local experts. They're some of the most experienced around town. Plus, they're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. This is what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes without the stress. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, buy before you sell, but still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey, it's Mitch Vareldis for Ojos Locos Sports Cantina, where bold flavor meets big energy. Ice-cold 29-degree beer, massive 100-ounce bolones, and street-style tacos and wings that don't hold back. Wall-to-wall TVs, fight nights, football, and the kind of deals that keep the crew coming back. 4 Arizona locations, this is how real fans do game day. Ojos Locos, Mas Tacos, Mas Wings.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back on the hardwood tonight for Game 2 of the NBA season. They are in Los Angeles taking on the Clippers. Tip-off for that one is at 7:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona State will be looking to keep the momentum going after beating undefeated Texas Tech last week. They'll be hosting the Houston Cougars tomorrow. Kickoff for that one is at 5 o'clock, and you can listen to that one over on ESPN 620. And the World Series begins tonight. The Toronto Blue Jays will be hosting the Los Angeles Dodgers in Game 1. First pitch for that one is at 5 o'clock with pregame coverage starting at 4 o'clock, and you can listen to that one over on ESPN 620. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. If you're having neck or tingling pain issues, go with the best, and that's DISC. Voted America's leading doctors in 2025. Text SPINE to 620-620. That's SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Suns at the Clippers tonight. Pre-game at 6:30, 7:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
3 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo show. Last week, Gambo brought a story to the table in which, in one of many simulations which had been run, this particular simulation by our next particular guest had the Phoenix Suns in the play-in tournament, and Gambo was very excited about it, and so we have to light the bat signal. We have to fire up the bat signal into the sky, and we have to call upon Kevin Pelton, the man responsible for said prediction and for said simulation. And joining us right now, welcoming him back to the show for the first time this NBA season. We love him. We talk to him a lot. He's our guy from ESPN, Kevin Pelton, and he joins us here on Burns and Gambo. Glad to see that the bat signal found you well, Kev.
It's amazing it made it through. There's a lot of clouds today, a lot of rain in the Pacific Northwest. But, somehow I can still tell. And how excited are you guys to have simulations to talk about once again?
Okay. First off, we feel for the Mariners. We wanted them to win with Naylor and Suarez.
That,
we do feel we wanted the Mariners to win. That's number one. Number two, the thing we're most excited about is not simulations. It's the fact that Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal aren't on a team anymore. So that is the number one thing. What most excites you about the Suns? Durant and Beal are not here. Like, that's the most addition by subtraction. Okay, then we get to the simulations because me and my partner here, we have a bet, a very big bet, like a very big lunch bet. Not the type that's going on right now in the NBA type of betting with the mob and poker. But we have a very... Yeah, we have a very big bet on, I think the Suns will be better than they were last year, and he doesn't. So when you run a simulation and you're like, the Suns in the play-in, I'm like, I'm all over that because it just backs up my theory that they'll be better than they were last year.
Yeah, it sounds about right. Anything that confirms your prior is going to be exciting. No, I think, it is ridiculous to say, they're going to, Bradley Beal at this stage of his career is a different story, but get rid of Kevin Durant, who is still a very good player, was still instrumental in the start that the Suns had last year before, he suffered the injuries and everything kind of fell apart. But I do think there's an element where so much went wrong last season that it can't go that badly in some ways again. And I do think there is some underrated talent here. So I don't know for sure if I would take your side of the bet, but I would consider it.
Wait,
it's a good bet. That's why it's a good
It's a
one.
good bet. I'm not looking for 50 wins.
It's 37 wins or more, and it's a very expensive restaurant. We've already chosen to be the place we pay off this bet. So it's 37 wins or more. He wins. 35 or less, and I win. I think it's going to be close. I think it's going to come down to the last week of the season, probably before we know. We've got a long relationship with you, going back to the bubble when we used to ask you to run the simulations and things like that. From your perspective, though, what the Sun, and it's just one game, so we're not going to read a whole lot into that. But tell me, what do you like about this year's Phoenix Suns team?
So I think everybody is a little bit, this is maybe to Gambo's point, that everybody's a little more bought into their roles than they were beforehand. And obviously there's still, we need to see how the whole idea of playing Jalen Green at point guard is going to shake out, the wing rotation and everything. But, I think there's an enthusiasm that wasn't there particularly in the second half of last season when this seemed like a slog and everyone was sort of, hoping to just get to the finish line. And, I think that probably starts, as much of a believer as I am in Mike Budenholzer with the coaching change and just, getting more buy-in from that element and, a roster that maybe, is transitory, but again, has players who are more excited about the opportunity.
Give me your thoughts. We had Dylan Brooks on our show yesterday, and he brings something that they didn't get with Durant or Beal, and they haven't had since Paul, and that's leadership. He is a leader. And we had him on yesterday, and he loves and embraces the role of villain. He's going to do whatever he can. He'll guard 1 through 4. He'll guard anybody that's not a center and take pride in it. Give me your thoughts on Dylan Brooks. Because when you on the outside, like Dylan Brooks, I hate that guy. Then when he's on your team, you're like, oh, my God, I love that guy.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Yeah, is he's the kind of guy that you want on your side, and when you definitely don't like him when he's on the other side. But yeah, I think you go back to Memphis. There were some things that went wrong with the culture there, and I think a lot of that got attributed to him, which is part of why he ended up leaving and going to Houston in unrestricted free agency without really much of an offer from the Grizzlies. I think what we've seen subsequently is maybe the issues in Memphis were not, specific to Dylan Brooks or were created by Dylan Brooks. And in Houston, I think he was a big part of improving that culture, as part of the veterans. Obviously, Fred VanVleet, a big part of that, and Ime Udoka coming in as head coach. But, the young guys really bought into that, and people seem to follow him. And, if he's pulling in the right direction, you're going to get everybody else behind him.
Kevin Pelton from ESPN is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show, talking NBA. Suns are taking on the Clippers tonight at 7:30. You'll hear the game here on Arizona Sports. A guy that we've talked a lot about early on in the season is Mark Williams. Gave him 24 good minutes the other night against Sacramento. They're obviously being very, very cautious with him. In your opinion, how high is the upside on Mark Williams? If and I know this is a big if, he hasn't been healthy much his first 3 years, but if he is, what is the upside for a Mark Williams on this roster?
Yeah, I think he can be an average to above average starting center in the league. All the physical tools are there, the finishing ability without question, and that's something that, I'm sure the Suns are really excited about. As compared to a year ago when you were talking about Yusuf Nurkic is your starting center and the difficulties that he had finishing around the basket. Besides the health piece, the other part of it is going to be the rim protection and being that consistent, in the right place, deterring shots on a regular basis, because that in Charlotte wasn't always the case, but it wasn't a very good defensive culture in Charlotte. There were a lot of issues at that end of the court for them the last couple of seasons. So, I think this is an opportunity for him to sort of reset at the end and try to, make good of the potential that we certainly saw at Duke, and I think early in his NBA career at that end as well.
Yeah. We haven't seen it yet. So they didn't play any of the rookies in game 1. They didn't play Kaman Malawach. They didn't play Rasheer Fleming or Kobe Brea. But they do have 7 guys 23 or younger. Nobody's putting any of these players on, everybody's top 25 list, although Jalen Green does fit into that category as well, so maybe. But like last year, Kevin, like we knew when they would play young athletic teams, they had no chance. Like they had no chance. And now they are younger, they're more athletic, they've got more length, they've got more size, they can run up and down the court if they want to. I'm not saying that's going to lead to 50 wins, but it should lead to just a much more competitive style of basketball for them.
I think the other thing that's sort of breaking in their favor, you look at the early part of this season, is you worried at the start of the year, like, where are the wins going to come from in the West because of the fact the conference looked so deep. And it's interesting because I guess the one team that we all agreed was going to be really bad in Utah was remarkably impressive in their opening night win over the LA Clippers. But you've got a lot of other teams in the West that have kind of gotten off to shaky starts, whether it's due to injuries or other factors. I think, Sacramento is a good example of that, who Phoenix was able to take advantage of in the opener. So, yeah, I think there is an opportunity there to be competitive for a play-in spot.
All right, so be honest, when you published on ESPN.com the simulation that had the Suns in the play-in tournament, you knew we were going to be calling, right?
Absolutely.
You knew it, right? And that was one simulation of how many you ran, Kevin. Just curious.
That was 1,000.
That was out of the
my goodness. How many out of
That's not the only one.
Okay, let me just. What percentage out of the 1,000 had him as one of the top 10 seeds? Any idea or no?
I did not look at that actually because I was so focused on just writing about that one particular one. But I guess it's probably in the ballpark of about 10%.
10% chance to be a play-in team.
Okay. Because I know what it's cool. I know what you do. You're like, okay, I run 1,000 simulations. I'm just going to randomly pick number 620, and I'm going to write about the crazy things that happen in it, which, if memory serves, it was Orlando and Golden State in the NBA Finals, I think, was the one that you wrote about. It just so happened that the Suns were in the play-in. So you think about 10% of the time you're guessing is how many of your simulations had the Suns in the play-in tournament.
Yeah, just knowing where their projection is overall and sort of the spread that's inherent, and I think it's around 10%. Yeah, I did look at one other simulation, and I don't think anyone won more than 55 games in that one. So I was like, well, that one's going in the trash heap.
Oh, wow.
We'll go with the second one. But I hadn't done the playoffs when I chose it. So Orlando coming out as the champion was as much a surprise when I was, finishing up as it was to everybody who read the story.
I'm sure it was. Kevin, we appreciate you and coming on and putting up with the two of us. So thank you. I'm sure we'll be talking to you at some point again during the season, man. Have a good one.
Well, you'll probably need me to run the simulations on the chances of winning the bet. So, yeah, I'll stay tuned on that.
Just run a whole bunch of simulations that haven't beaten the Rockets the first time they play them, and then we'll have you on.
Thanks, Kev. We appreciate it.
All right, thanks for having me.
Kevin Felton from ESPN.com. He's a good sport to put up with us. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, will the Big 12 championship be a rematch? One very prominent college writer believes that is the case. That is next on Burns and Gambo.
The Suns are now one of the NBA's youngest teams with a new style of play on the court that you can hear.
Dylan Brooks skies to the rim and throws it down.
On Arizona Sports.
Now a lob to Williams. He'll throw it down with a right-hand jam.
Suns at the Clippers tonight. Pre-game at 6:30, 7:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Global Credit Union, 10 branches throughout the Valley, an easy-to-use mobile app. I mean, everything that you've come to count on from your bank, where you do all your banking services, they offer at Global Credit Union, and they offer it better. A better way to manage your money, a better way for you to do your banking, checking accounts, savings accounts, loans. They've got it all at Global Credit Union with a real commitment towards not only saving you money, but allowing you to use that money for the things that really are important for you in your life. $195 million, that's the number I keep throwing out there, but it's legit. Global members pay low to no fees on their accounts. They get better interest rates than they can at a bank. And because of that, last year, Global members collectively saved $195 million doing their banking with Global Credit Union as opposed to a bank. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, Your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected. Your floor mats are cleaned and delivered. And your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Football season equals the tailgate season, which means the Ford F-150 at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvisi are just the best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. All right, so how? Why? Well, it's no one thing. It's the combination of everything, right? From smart tech to powerful engines. You want productivity? How about available built-in electrical power and a convenient tailgate work surface? You can customize the F-150 pickup to fit your needs. And right now, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 in cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. Yep, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. But hurry, these deals won't last long at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. That's buyfordnow.com.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, it's Luke. What are we going to learn about the Phoenix Suns this weekend against the Clippers and Nuggets? We'll discuss that Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Friday afternoon edition here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Hope everyone out there is having a very good Friday so far and get ready to go into the weekend. Levine, we hope you are having a good Friday. Happy Friday to Levine.
Yeah, especially in Levine. The rest of you, not so much. But in Levine, we really hope you have a good Friday.
See, I didn't say that. It just
yeah.
Just
you're in another part of the state.
I wish everybody a happy Friday. I'm just specifically mentioning
Yes,
Levine, but it doesn't mean I'm wishing them a bigger one.
Somebody
than
over there?
anybody
You have a
else.
good friend over there? You said hi to?
Do I? I'm sure if I thought long and hard about it, I would come up with someone that I know in Levine. But off the top of my head, no. But I'm sure if I thought about it, there's somebody there.
It's good to know.
Pat Forty, longtime college football writer. I don't believe he's got any connections in Levine, although he could. I don't know. Pat Forty.
Oh, I liked this.
I like this too. He's predicting a Texas Tech ASU rematch in the Big 12 title game, and it wouldn't surprise me one bit.
You know, he's got his, instead of 40-yard dash, he calls it the 40-yard dash, sorting out the chaos in college football. And he goes over the title races in the Power Four conferences. And he goes to the Big 12. And the first thing he says is the number of teams with one or fewer league losses, 5. BYU, Cincinnati, 4-0. Arizona State, Texas Tech, Houston, 3-1. So 5 teams that have either no losses or 1 loss. Games left between those teams, 3. BYU has 2 of them. Cincinnati, Arizona State, Texas Tech, and Houston have 1 apiece. So BYU has 2 games against those top teams. Cincinnati 1, ASU 1, Texas Tech 1, Houston 1. Then he says the best guess at final league records.
Ooh, this is interesting.
This is where it gets interesting. He has Texas Tech 8-1. He has Arizona State 7-2.
Okay.
He has Cincinnati 7-2, BYU 6-3, Houston 5-4. Now, this is a prominent college football writer, okay? This is a prominent guy. He's got Houston falling off the wagon at 5-4.
Mm-hmm.
He's got BYU right now undefeated, losing 3 more games. He doesn't think they're going to win any of the tough games. So he says the key toss-up game, BYU Iowa State Saturday. That's a big game, he says. He says the most likely title game is Texas Tech and Arizona State.
Huh.
And Arizona State would get in on a tiebreaker over Cincinnati.
Okay, so you mentioned he's got Houston hitting the skids. He's got BYU hitting the skids.
Oh, BYU losing 3 games, starting I think this week against Iowa State.
And kind of has Cincinnati hitting the skids to a certain extent, losing 2 of their last 5 games or whatever it is in conference, however many they have left.
Right.
That's
right.
I mean that's and so it's look, and what this does, and I'm just kind of realizing this real time. What this does is it predicts that ASU can lose another conference game and still be okay, and that's, I don't know if I buy that or not, I don't know if I trust. And what that requires you to do, if you believe in that, is to trust that BYU will fall apart, that Cincinnati will fall apart.
Let's talk about Cincinnati for a second?
Sure, yeah.
Home versus Baylor, not an easy game.
No.
On the road at Utah.
Hard game.
Home against Arizona.
Should be win.
Not an easy game.
An easy game, but
okay. Home against BYU. Somebody's losing.
Somebody's losing.
I think he's got them beating BYU at home. I think he's got them losing to Utah and Texas Tech and Texas Christian on the road. So they play TCU on the road. They play Utah on the road. So if he's saying 2 losses for Cincinnati, I think he's picking that. The interesting thing, and we don't know the answer to this, is which game is he picking ASU to lose? Is it the Iowa State game? Because if they finish with 2 losses, and then you get into tiebreakers, ASU doesn't play Cincinnati, so I don't know what the tiebreakers are, but he would have ASU over Cincinnati in a tiebreaker. I found it fascinating. Again, this is not a fly-by-night guy. This is a prominent college football guy.
Yeah.
And he goes through the whole gamut. And he says the most likely title game is Texas Tech versus Arizona State.
Well, and I mean, especially since he's got BYU losing 3 games as well. So you're trying to figure out which 3 games those are. I would look. I don't want to assume it's going to be Iowa State. I still think Iowa State's the toughest game on ASU schedule.
I can tell you what I think they are, the BYU games. I think he believes they lose to Iowa State this week.
Okay.
They lose to Texas Tech, and then they lose to Cincinnati. All road games. All road games.
Okay, so
I think he's got BYU losing this week on the road at Iowa State.
Okay.
Losing the next week to Texas Tech.
Okay.
And then losing to Cincinnati 2 weeks after that.
Okay. So
I think that's his 3 BYU losses.
Cincinnati's 2 losses, one of them can't be to BYU. One of them has to be to somebody else. Right? Like since you say, someone's got to lose that game, somebody also has to win that game. So if he's got BYU losing 3 of their last conference games and Cincinnati losing 2 of their last conference games, and he's got BYU beating Cincinnati, then you have to find 2 losses for Cincinnati. One of them is not BYU. Right?
So you're saying find 2 losses for Cincinnati?
And one of them's not BYU because
Utah and TCU.
Those are the 2?
That's the ones I said. On the road at Utah, on the road at TCU.
I don't know if TCU's that good or not. I don't know if they're, but I don't know how good Cincinnati is either.
I know. Right.
Honestly, I don't know how.
TCU's beaten Baylor and Colorado. They lost to Kansas State. They lost to Arizona State by 3.
What time is that Iowa State BYU game this weekend? Is that let's see. That is a 12:30 p.m. game Saturday on Fox.
Okay.
So
I'm going ASU tomorrow.
That is a Fox. I am too.
Yeah.
Although you're going to be in the press box, and I'll be downstairs with some friends. BYU Iowa State's a 12:30 game. That game's at Ames. That game's gonna show us a couple things. Number one, how is Iowa State? Was it a blip them losing to Colorado last week, or are they still good? Is that still a dangerous team that you have to worry about? Is BYU a little overrated if they lose that game, and will they go on this little slide that 40 is talking about?
He's got the conference being a mess.
Yeah. Well,
because he's got 2 teams that are undefeated right now, neither one of them making the championship game.
I at least halfway agree with them. I think at least half of the conference final is going to be a mess to get there. I think one team's going to get in easy. I don't know which one it is, but
Texas Tech?
I don't know, BYU. I think one team is going to be like no tiebreakers. They're in. They got it. Okay.
Yeah.
And I think the other spot in the Big 12 title game is going to be a
tiebreaker,
a ungodly mess.
Right.
Just with two lost teams. Everybody trying to figure, just like it was last year.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out who got in. Right.
Yeah, it was 4 teams for 2 spots.
But if it's like that again this year for both spots, then that chaos really helps ASU. Right. Like if it's chaos for one spot, I think ASU could be in a little bit of trouble. If it's chaos for 2 spots, I think ASU's in a great spot. A great spot, especially if they can afford to lose one more of these conference games and still win tiebreakers.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be good.
I think, you know me on the tiebreakers. I think, like you go back to last year, going into the last game of the season, there were 4 teams that were tied at 6-2.
Yeah.
If they all went out, it was Arizona State and Iowa State. And guess what? So there were 4 teams at 6-2. It was BYU, Arizona State, Colorado, Iowa State. If all of them won out, Arizona State and Iowa State were going to go play. Guess what? They all won out.
Yeah, I remember.
And Arizona State played Iowa State.
I remember watching the final weekend of college football up at my mom's place in Flagstaff for Thanksgiving and literally just be like, okay, who am I rooting for again? What do I need here? Remember that?
Well, there was a possibility of an 8-way tie going. You're not going to believe this.
Nuts.
There was a possibility of an 8-way tie going into the last week of the season.
I believe it.
Yep.
I remember it. It was crazy. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we'll play devil's advocate next. The case for and against Kyler Murray to remain the starter this season for the Cardinals. That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. May apply.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Oh, the autumn wind is blowing, and that means football and the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through October 30th, everything in store and online is 25% off. Sheets, pillows, mattresses, adjustable frames, everything is 25% off. The game plan to score on this great deal is to get on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and more these days, people who are in pain are taking control of their health and looking beyond traditional medicine, and that is why QC Kinetics is so successful. People with chronic joint pain are learning that there are other options besides steroids, meds, and surgery, and they're getting lasting relief from QC Kinetics, where they use advanced cellular level treatments and regenerative medicine to revitalize revitalize your aching joints using growth factors from your own body. So if your back or knees or shoulders hurt all the time, you need to explore all of your options. Do not let them tell you that more pills or surgery are your only choices. Thousands of patients around the country are finding a better life with QC Kinetics' amazing regenerative treatments. So look beyond the old solutions. Call QC Kinetics. Get your free consultation. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back on the hardwood tonight for Game 2 of their NBA season. They are in Los Angeles taking on the Clippers. Tip-off for that one is at 7:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona State will be looking to keep the momentum going after beating undefeated Texas Tech last week. They will be hosting the Houston Cougars tomorrow. Kickoff for that one is at 5 o'clock, and you can listen to that over on ESPN 620. And the World Series begins tonight. The Toronto Blue Jays will be hosting the Los Angeles Dodgers in Game 1. First pitch for that one is at 5 o'clock with pregame coverage starting at 4 o'clock, and you can listen to that Game 1 on ESPN 620. This report is brought to you by Ojos Locos Sports Cantina. Grab your crew, enjoy daily specials, cold beer, and the best sports ambience in the Valley. 4 Phoenix locations, Ojos Locos Sports Cantina.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. We won't be talking about a Cardinals loss, but we will be covering the Suns and everything else that happened in the NFL. Join us starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, Jamal, I don't know if you know, I was watching you on YouTube doing the update. You forgot to take the sticker off your hat.
No.
Yeah. I don't know if you realized it, but I'm just trying to help you out here. Like, you got a little sticker on the inside of your cap.
Where?
Yeah.
Where?
Oh, wait. You have it on the outside, too. Oh, yeah.
What is wrong with me? Why wouldn't
I'm
I
sorry.
take off?
I don't know.
Why would
sometimes
Jamal do that?
I don't know. Sometimes
Oh, my
I always wonder. Like, I see so many kids that still have their stickers on the hat. They must be very forgetful.
Yeah.
Like, there was such a rush to wear it that they forget that you know.
How to tell everybody you're an old man without saying you're an old man?
I mean, do you guys leave the tags on your clothes too?
Okay, well, some designer ones you're supposed to. Like off-white shoes, like there'll be like a little tag on them, and you're not supposed to take it off because
You're
it shows
supposed to
like,
leave the tag on the shoes.
Yeah, like I'll find a picture and I'll send it to you.
Because it shows what?
Like the brand.
That they're legit.
They're legit.
That they're actually legitimately that brand of shoes.
Well,
Because
you
it
just
has
walk
the
around
tag
telling
on.
everybody, hey, my shoes, they're legit. Just say that. You don't have to walk around with the tag on.
Well, the problem is people don't believe people for whatever reason.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it's a very untrusting world we live in.
Very
You see,
much.
well, you're on
Yeah,
YouTube right now. There you are. There you are. I can see. You see the sticker on the inside of the cap. Forgot to take it off. I apologize to everybody on your behalf on YouTube. Right now.
You're such an old.
I did.
I swear to God, you're such an old man over there. Somebody get him his Metamucil. He's somebody please. Is there Metamucil back there in the first aid kit in the kitchen? Like somebody's a little backed up over here. I think we need some help.
Just trying to help a guy out, man.
I think we need some help.
Wow.
You want to talk about Kyler Murray?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to talk about him a lot, but I'll talk about him a little bit.
Okay, that sounds good. Because something tells me we're going to be talking about him a lot next week.
After the Dallas game.
Well, no, even going into the Dallas.
Okay,
Because when he meets with the media next week and he's declared the starter because he's held, I don't know for a fact these things are going to happen, but I'm pretty sure the next week at some point he's going to be declared the starter and he's going to meet with the media. And when he does, he's going to be under a lot of scrutiny for what's gone on the last couple of weeks without him and how he's going to respond to that and things like that. So today on Sports Illustrated, why Kyler Murray should or shouldn't start moving forward. And it was our guy, Donnie Druin, who took a look at...
Donnie does a very good job.
He really does. He does a very nice
good job.
Looking at both sides of the coin and basically saying, you decide.
Yeah.
Here's the reasons
so he's
for,
not
here's
saying
the reasons
He's
against.
not saying one way or another. He's just saying, here's the pros, here's the cons.
He did give a final verdict in his opinion. I'll save that for the very end.
All right.
Why Kyler Murray should start. The Cardinals are deeply committed to Murray financially. It simply doesn't make sense for their largest asset to sit on the bench when healthy. When it comes to Brissett, and I'm just kind of reading the bullet points here. When it comes to Brissett, it feels like the magic will run out at some point. How often do we see backup quarterbacks play good for a few weeks before teams figure him out? If the Cardinals are looking towards the future, they'll need as much sample size as possible with Murray to make the most informed decision. Okay? Here's why Kyler Murray shouldn't start. If Arizona is serious about competing here and now, the Cardinals are better off with Brissett at the helm. His timing and offensive coordinator Drew Petzing's system simply looks more in tune compared to Murray's time on the field. If the Cardinals want to protect Murray as a tradable asset next offseason, would it be in their best interest to sit him and keep him healthy? Final verdict, Murray should get an opportunity against the Cowboys. Should he be expected back at full health? If he fails to deliver, it'd be hard not to look towards Brissett and let him take the wheel.
Dallas Cowboys have only beaten the Arizona Cardinals once in their last 8 meetings. And that was since 2006. They have 1 win against them. The Cardinals have had their numbers. Everybody knows about this unbelievable success that Murray has going into Texas Stadium and never losing. If he loses this game to the Dallas Cowboys, and that would be coming off of a bye week, I think you can make the argument. Now you got Seattle the next week. That's a tough physical team you've got to play, but it might be better suited to have Brissett for that game. I was thinking if you lose the next 2, you go to Brissett.
Yeah.
So I would say I would give Kyler 2 more starts here. And if they lose 2 games and they drop to 2-7, like for all intent and purposes, you're now in the market for a top 5 pick in the draft at 2-9. At 2-9, you're probably in that 5th rank because right now they're
2-7, not 2-9.
2-7 in 9 games.
In 9 games, yeah.
9 games.
I just wanted to be clear.
Right, yeah. They'd be 2-7 with 9 games. They'd probably be 5th in the pecking order for a draft pick, 6th at the worst.
Probably.
And then for all intent and purposes, your season's over. I don't know how you would be able to sell the fan base coming back for the home game. Hey, we're going to start Kyler Murray. Yeah, thanks, but no thanks. So think about this. You're a fan. Most fans believe that Jacoby Brissett is better suited to run this offense. Not all, but most. You go back to Kyler Murray, you lose to the Cowboys. You never lose to the Cowboys. The Cardinals have owned the Cowboys. Okay, you lose to the Cowboys. You play against Seattle, you lose to Seattle. Now you're 2-7. You're coming back for a home game. Hey, home fans, guess what? Kyler Murray, come watch Kyler Murray take on the 49ers. Yeah, thanks, but no thanks.
It's a tough sell.
It's a tough sell.
It's going to be a tough sell no matter who's the quarterback if they're 2-7.
Easier with Brissett.
A little bit, but it's still going to be you're going to be a tough draw to get anybody out there no matter who your quarterback is. I guess a lot of it is what's your end game?
My end game is I need the starting quarterback of the 2026 Arizona Cardinals to be somebody that is not on the roster right now, unless you've drafted a kid that you don't think is ready and you want to go a year with Brissett.
Kurt Warner was on this morning with Bickley and Murata, and he was asked about the commitment to Kyler.
I think the bottom line is you've made your commitment to Kyler, and I don't know if there's really a chance to make a move. Again, whether it was Kyler in there or Jacoby, they were still playing close games. They were still in situations to win every football game. So it's not as if, this team was struggling and getting blown out with Kyler, and now all of a sudden Jacoby comes in and, and they're winning football. Like, it's not a drastic difference from that standpoint. And so I think your commitment is to Kyler to go, we're going to give him every opportunity to, see if he's that guy and that guy that can lead us, to the next phase of things. That Jacoby is probably not that guy for the Cardinals, as much as I love Jacoby and think he can be a starter in this league. I mean, they made the commitment to Kyler.
I got one more. Can I play it?
Yeah.
Or do you want to react?
My reaction to that is we've waited a long time for Kyler to be elite. I've waited a long time.
Yeah.
It's
not like he just got here.
Me and you have added a lot of gray from the time Kyler got here. Like,
Yeah, that's a lot of gray.
I don't want to be John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt by the time he gets it turned around.
He called it not much of a debate.
I don't know if there's really much of a debate here. Even though, Jacoby, like I said, has played good football and the offense looks different because they're built a little bit differently as quarterbacks and how they play these last couple games. But I mean, to me, this is Kyler's job. And I guess you can say Kyler's job to kind of win or lose, just for the long term, of the team saying, hey, this is our guy and we're going to commit to him for the long term, or if they decide to go a different direction at some point. But I think this is Kyler's job. And I don't think this is one of those things where, you're looking in the locker room and going, oh, do we start Jacoby or do we start Kyler? If Kyler's healthy, I believe he's the guy.
I cannot wait to see how he responds to all this. I really can't. Like now, my curiosity level for that Monday night game is at an unusually high level for a team that's 2-5 and has a 1% chance of making the playoffs. Like it's not only because it's on national TV and it's Kyler against Dallas, assuming that Kyler is the start. How is he going to respond to all of everything that's happened in the last 2 weeks? And I don't know. I wonder if me to you sitting here, I have no idea how he reacts to getting pushed the way he has been pushed the last couple of weeks.
I wonder if Kurt Warner thought the same thing about Matt Leinart in 2006. They drafted him. They made the kind of financial commitment to him. He was the starting quarterback, and then he got benched for Kurt Warner. I mean, I really would like to ask Kurt that. Like in 2006, did you feel like Matt was the guy? Did you feel like, because they had made an investment in Matt, they had drafted him high. They had now Kyler's was the quarterback longer than Matt was, but you see what I'm saying here.
I understand what you're getting at. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I do. You've got his number if you
want. I know.
If you want to text him.
I love Kurt. I love Kurt.
I know you do. I know you guys talk all the time. I know you do.
There was a time to bench Matt Leinart and go with Kurt Warner.
Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. The gambling scandal that has rocked the NBA. The folks on Inside the NBA, still one of our favorite shows, they took their hacks at that topic last night. It was a very interesting conversation. That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-347-1173. That's 800-347-1173.
Toyotas are always a great value. Choose from best-selling models like Camry and RAV4 or rugged and dependable trucks like Tundra and Tacoma. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Yeah, sure. I'll call it a guilty pleasure. It's football season, and football is best served with food, wings, chips, veggies, you name it. I love it, and I love it even more with Daisy French Onion Dip. Dave Burns here. You're sitting down to watch a game with friends, and your football just isn't complete without your snacks and your Daisy French Onion or your Daisy Ranch Dip. It goes perfectly with everything you've got while watching the game. It's a staple of the weekend grocery list during football season. So give it a try. Look for Daisy French Onion Dip at a grocery store near you.
We make the claims process easy so you can get back on the road in no time. It's why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
Suns at the Clippers tonight. Pre-game at 6:30, 7:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
The gambling scandal that's rocking the NBA right now. Have we, and I'm asking this pure ignorance here because I haven't seen anything. Has Adam Silver addressed it? Has there been an Adam Silver
Of course not.
press conference?
I
mean,
commissioner.
like anything at all?
Terrible commitment. Needs to come out right away and say, we're going to investigate this fully. The integrity of our sport is the most important thing. They have so much money tied to gambling. And if people stop gambling because they think the games are being thrown, like, you can't risk it. Like, you're Adam Silver. You've got to come out and be strong on this topic. And he hasn't been, of course.
I just want to make sure I didn't miss it because I would have thought by now we would have heard something. From the commissioner.
I haven't seen
about
Adam
this,
Silver say anything.
I haven't seen anything either. They certainly were very vocal about it last night, as you'd expect on Inside the NBA, which is it still looks and feels and sounds like exactly the same show. It's just on ESPN. We might not get it as often as we're used to getting it.
Yeah, they didn't avoid the topic.
No,
some people did.
They didn't at all. This is Kenny and Chuck going kind of back and forth about the stupidity of what Terry Rozier did, and then Kenny kind of chimes in, and it's good stuff.
Rozier makes $26 million. Him betting, giving people information or taking himself out of games, how much is he gonna benefit taking himself out the game to get unders? Like, he's making $26 million. The notion he gave, how much of these guys he gave a head up, he took himself out of games on prop bets. How much money is he gonna make?
Well, if he did that, you're proving my point.
What do you mean?
That means
that's
that
not
it's
addiction.
an illogical thought process.
No.
If you're making $26 million to try to win $50,000, like, that's illogical. So that you're proving my point.
No, that's not addiction. That's stupidity.
The same reason someone someone goes and uses drugs when they're in the NBA.
Hey, drugs are addiction.
So there's no gambling addiction?
No, yeah, they are gambling addiction. But the notion that you're trying to make sure these guys being addicted, you can't fix basketball games. You cannot fix. Like I say, this is separate from Chauncey. But the notion that guys are making all this money and giving information, come on, man, stop that. Ain't got nothing to do with addiction. That's just total stupidity on these two dudes' parts.
I think he's right. I think, I saw something today. This blue checkmarks guy brought up this thing with Chauncey Billups, and he goes through his whole game. Chauncey Billups down 5, and with his team on a 10-0 run, pulled his top 2 scorers in the fourth quarter. One of them had 37 points. These games weren't chance or skill, pathetic. It was a game, and he shows it was a game, Portland against the Bulls, and they're down 5, 3 minutes left to go, and he took his top 2 guys out of the game to make sure that they lost by more than 5.
Well, that's interesting because I thought Billups was more accused of the poker thing and not of throwing games or manipulating outcomes or things like that.
I don't know.
Chauncey Billups was
maybe
different.
they're bringing that up. I mean, maybe they're showing here that he was somehow manipulating games too.
I know this is like a cop-out answer here, but I mean, I think they're both right. Yeah, Chuck, you're right. It is stupid. It's stupid for a guy making $26 million to risk it all for a $50,000 bet. But Kenny's right, because when you're addicted to gambling, you're addicted to that rush. Right, that rush that comes. Oh, I want to bet. Oh, look at that! I got one right. It's not about the money. It's not about the money you're making off it. It's about the rush that you get when you win, which is half the reason why professional athletes are professional athletes anyway. Right? They like the rush that comes with succeeding and winning. And I think that's where Kenny is absolutely right.
Didn't Pete Rose say he only bet on his team to win?
Well, yeah, but
so if you're Terry Rozier. And if you really want to gamble, I'm going to get more than whatever they say I'm going to get. I'm going to get more than.
But you can't control that if you're Terry Rozier. If you're Terry Rozier, you can control the under. You can't control the over. I can easily control the under by just, I'm hurt, a hamstring. Coach, come get me out of here. But like if my point total over, what if I don't get enough shots? What if I don't make enough shots? I can't control that. But the under, I can control that. I can take myself out of the game.
I agree with Chuck. It makes no sense to me somebody that's made $160 million in his career is going to put it all on the line for a couple $100,000.
Here's Shaq.
I know everybody that's at play, and I don't like to sit up here and be hypocritical about certain things. I homeboy gamble, Ernie. Bet it. We've been on teams. We played cards. We played spades. We played tonk. But with that being said, every year they would give us forums on what and what not to do. One of those things where if somebody asks you if a certain player is playing, you say no. So all these guys knew what was at stake. And I'm just ashamed that they put themselves and put their family and put the NBA in this position. We all know the rules. We all know the letter of the law. And it's just unfortunate. Innocent till proven guilty. But usually when the FBI has something, they have you. FBI, I know a lot of people from the FBI, and I've been in many of those investigations. They'll wait 2, 3, 4, 5 years, but when they come knocking on your door, they have something.
I saw the video of Chauncey Billups leaving I guess it was the courthouse or wherever it was that he was yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing you worry about too, if you're Adam Silver, is like, okay, where else is this going to go? Is it done?
What about Roger Goodell?
Is there more?
Is he going to go into football?
Sure.
Like prop bets in football.
Oh my gosh, everybody, like all sports needs. I don't know what the solution is there. But if what happened in the NBA yesterday and 2 days ago didn't scare the crap out of you if you're running a professional sports organization, right, a professional sports league, I don't know what will, because Did we not know eventually, like, it was going to get to this point? I think once they legalized gambling the way they have? Well, I mean, gambling wasn't legal and it still happened in ASU basketball back in the day. Right. I mean, it wasn't legal then. So, I mean, it was still going on. It's always they could make gambling illegal now, and people are still going to do it. People are still going to make bets, and people are still going to throw games. It was happening before they legalized gambling, right? Yeah. Right. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Okay. So I don't think it's. I mean, I would agree it's far more common now because it's legalized and it's everywhere. I mean, you can't go anywhere without getting hit in the face with a bet here, do this, do that. You know, like it is true. It's way more widespread, obviously, now than it ever was before. But I don't think the fact that it's legal means that it wasn't happening before when it was illegal. We are living, breathing testaments to that here in Arizona with what happened at ASU with Hedrick Smith and all of that. So,
but see, the thing that gets me is just the whole mob involvement, because like back in my day, the mob would have these little sheets of paper that were, you know, about a quarter of the size of this. It would have all the games, and you would fill out the things. I forgot what they were called, and that's how the bets were made. And then you would have credit, and you have a certain amount of credit, and when you hit a certain number, you had to pay. You could ride it for a couple of weeks, but eventually you had to pay. You could gamble on your own phone and everything now. Why do you need the mob? Why do you need the mob to make a bet?
This story is. I don't pretend to even know all the details of all this or all of it, but
that's a lot of the poker part of it.
It is. It's a separate story. The poker thing and the Chauncey Billups part of it is just a completely separate thing. Arizona Sports and Redbird Farms Chicken are teaming up to bring you an exclusive tailgate package that includes a grill set, Yeti cooler, and Cardinals tickets. Plus, be among the first 25 fans to join our promo team today at the Safeway located off of Frank Lloyd Wright in Scottsdale. They are there right about now, 4 to 6, and claim your free shirt with proof of purchase of any Red Bird Farms chicken product. When we come back, the reset, 4 o'clock. We'll get you caught up on what's going on in sports next on Burns and Gambo.
High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage team, where they're helping people every single day. Local people right here in Arizona that want to get the right mortgage for them. Whether it's a new home loan, getting pre-approved for a mortgage, the Lund Mortgage team does an outstanding job of helping you. All you have to do is contact the Lund Mortgage team. Matt Alba, Lisa Lund, they'll take great care of you. I just saw a referral that came in, and people were like, hey, well, I had such a great experience with the Lund Mortgage team. Somebody wanted to charge us $20,000 to get us out of this adjustable rate. We thought it was too much. We called Matt Oliver. He got us through the whole process, couple $1,000s. We got a fixed rate that's really working for us. And they were just so happy to work with the Lund Mortgage team. You can call them at 623-889-0130. They're available nights, weekends, anywhere you are in the Valley to help you with all of your mortgage needs. The number again is 623-889-0130 or go to lundmortgage.com.
Gatos, it's really coming down right now at Casa Calvisi. Did you see that tree over there? Just fell over.
I saw it. It's crazy. But man, I got to tell you, your roof looks good. Didn't America Roofing just repair it for you?
Replace the entire roof. It was time, and that meant it was time to call Jake, Josh, Tracy, and the entire team. They came over, and man, am I so glad they did.
You know, they're the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year in the state of Arizona. That's why we love telling folks about America Roofing.
Everyone else is realizing what we already knew, why they're the 2025 Arizona Roofing Contractor of the Year.
They give back to the community. They run their business the right way.
So you're telling me they're going to do a great job and save everyone money? No wonder they're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. You can get a free estimate at americaroofingco.com. You want to win? Go with Arizona's 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year.
602-960-ROOF.
AmericaRoofingCo.com.
America Roofing.
We've got you covered.
When it comes to your electric bill, saving energy means saving money. That's why SRP offers many ways to help you cut costs and boost comfort. From rebates and discounts that can save you thousands of dollars, to expert insights that can help make your home more energy efficient. SRP has tools and programs that give you many ways to save. Explore your options today at srp.net/savings. That's srp.net/savings.
Hey folks, it's Vince Marotta here to let you know about the amazing deals being offered now at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. General Manager John Nissen and his team are marking down nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model. Like the Ford Explorer 3-row SUV, now available at 0.9% APR financing plus $2,000 in Ford bonus cash. Or America's favorite F-150 trucks with a 2.7-liter EcoBoost engine, ready to roll with 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $1,250 in Ford bonus cash. Find these deals and more on the rest of their award-winning lineup, including electric and hybrid options. Just stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers require approved credit, and they've got the no-bull deals you've been looking for. Check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no-bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, APR terms limited. 3.9% financing is $1,560 per $1,000 financed. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 11/3/25.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. Arizona has the hardest water in the nation, and your home feels it every day. A new water softener makes the water so soft you can actually feel the difference on your skin, your hair, and your laundry. And right now, when you purchase a water softener, we'll give you a free reverse osmosis system, an $1,800 value. Pure, clean drinking water straight from the tap. Make the precision decision today. Call us at 602-765-PIPE.
At Fry's, you never compromise. You get high quality and low prices. Like you never compromise your meal with our spring salad mix that's guaranteed fresh. And you never compromise your budget with low prices in every aisle. Fry's shoppers never compromise. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
Right now, you can save on large avocados. They're perfect in so many dishes and are just 99 cents each with your card. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back on the hardwood tonight for Game 2 of their NBA season. They are in Los Angeles taking on the Clippers. Tip-off for that one is at 7:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona State will be looking to keep the momentum going after beating undefeated Texas Tech last week. They will be hosting the Houston Cougars tomorrow. Kickoff for that one is at 5 o'clock, and you can listen to that over on ESPN 620. And the World Series begins tonight. The Toronto Blue Jays will be hosting the Los Angeles Dodgers in Game 1. First pitch for that one is at 5 o'clock with pregame coverage starting at 4 o'clock. And you can listen to Game 1 over on ESPN 620. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset.
Hello, Lauren. Lauren is here with...
Hello, Newman.
Hello. Fascinating to hear you make a Seinfeld reference. You didn't watch that show.
I never watched Seinfeld, no.
Wow.
Hello, Newman. But I know of it.
Okay,
I know of it.
It's pop culture.
Yeah.
It's so pop culture that Gambo didn't watch Seinfeld. He knows. Hello, Newman.
I was going to say, if you're dropping a fairly accurate Hello Newman on the air, you're up to date.
I was watching a war movie not too long ago, and I think I told you the other guy, the male guy.
Cliff. From Cheers.
Cliff was in this war movie that I was watching. Yeah. Like Uncle Cliff from Cheers. He was in the war movie. Like, that's the guy from Cheers. He's doing in this war movie I'm watching.
It's a little known fact that John Ratzenberger has been in every single Pixar movie, too. The guy who played... I know.
That's a well-known fact.
Look at you.
If you
Jamal, did you know that?
If you like Pixar movies...
Lauren, no. Me, no. It's
well,
not a well-known fact.
No. Hold on. That's what Cliff used to say on Cheers when he was the mailman. He would say it's a well-known fact, and then he would say something that wasn't a well-known fact. But the guy who, he actually his voice has been in almost every Pixar movie. The guy who played Cliff.
The more you know.
God, it's Friday, right? It really, geez.
Good night, everybody.
Seriously, bye. Thanks for listening. God. Jamal's even leaving.
Jamal's out of here. Jamal's done with us.
This show is cooked, man. I'm out of here.
He's going to take the sticker off his hat.
I'm going to take my hat with the stickers on it, and I'm getting out of here.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Lauren, take it away, please.
All right. Well, we're back in action, and that being the Phoenix Suns tonight against the Clippers in L.A. Game start is at Gambo's favorite time, 7:30. game start against the Clippers.
At least it's not 8:30.
Yeah.
A week from now, it's going to be 8:30, right?
8:30 is the okay. I can't. 8:30 is too late.
Yeah. I do when the clocks change, and my football watching goes from 10:15 to 11:26. I really like the 10:15.
You stay up late most times, right? You go to bed, right? The second you know, like you really know you're old, is when you can't wait to go to bed early. That's when you're like, I'm old. You enjoy it. You look forward to it. It's like it's comparable to watching your favorite show. You're like, 9 o'clock.
Then I'm very, very.
It's 9 o'clock. I get to go to bed.
Yeah, that's when you know you're old.
He's not wrong.
Okay, well then I'm youthful.
Oh,
I have not reached that
You're not
phase.
there. No, you're
One
not
day
there.
you're gonna be like,
there.
oh,
You're
yeah.
not there. But he's not wrong. I love it when I get to go to bed early. It's
Oh,
exciting.
it's my time, yes.
Anyway, Suns LA tonight,
Suns
7:30.
LA tonight. Yes, this is the first night of a back-to-back for the Suns too. They will play the Nuggets tomorrow at 6. And the NBA Cup court has also been released for the Suns. Another thing Gambo's thrilled about. Basically, the whole court, for what you need to know, is orange.
I do wonder, and I mentioned this in my email, and I don't have an answer to this, but for a young team like the Suns who don't have anything really big, truly big to play for this year, I think
Could this be something to get behind?
Yes. Could this be
Fair,
something for them to go, okay,
Fair.
you know what? We're not going to win a championship, obviously. We're probably not going to the playoffs. We can win that. We can at least try to win that.
Okay.
As a small feather in your cap. It might not mean a hill of beans to most fans. I know Gambo doesn't care for it, but I do wonder if for a team with scaled back expectations, is a really scaled back championship something worth fighting for? I don't know.
It's like winning the NIT.
It's better than nothing. I don't know.
I guess so.
Just a thought.
I guess so.
I'm not
Okay.
saying I'm married to it, but it's just a thought.
And Kenny Dillingham was on Bickley and Murata this morning. As we've already known, he ruled out Jordan Tyson for this matchup against Houston tomorrow. He did not go on to expand how long Jordan Tyson could be out for as well, leaving the door open for him to miss the next game as well.
I've talked about that. That he could miss the Iowa State game and then be back for West Virginia. That's probably a more likely target date. I'm not ready to report that. As you followed my reporting, I basically told everybody Jordan Tyson was going to play in this game, I think on Sunday. And but I don't know about next week. But I do think it's in jeopardy for sure. It's a hamstring injury. How many people come back up from a hamstring in a week?
Yeah,
doesn't happen a lot.
It doesn't happen a lot. It's a very tricky injury, obviously. And I hope it doesn't. The season is back on track. I hope it doesn't derail it again. You know, not again, but you know what I mean. Like felt like we were kind of hanging by a thread there for a second. Now we've got some footing. I hope we don't slip again.
Don't make it bumpier than it has to
Exactly.
be. Yep. And a former Sun Devil was fined today. Yes. Cam Scatterbu and Brian Dable have been fined from an issue stemming from violations of the concussion protocol.
Oh, the
surrounding
tent.
Jackson Dart.
Why'd
yes.
Scatterbu get fined? He was in the tent.
Yeah, but he's not allowed to be it. You're not allowed to be in the tent when somebody's in there and communicating what you want because of that.
Because Dart was in the tent.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Because of that, the Giants were fined $200,000. Brian Dable was fined $100,000, and Cam Scatterbu was fined $15,000.
The Scatterbu thing, I didn't realize he was messing around with a tent or doing stuff like that. Dable, you got to know better than that, man.
He busts right in.
You can't do that. That is not your. I know you're the coach and you think everything is your domain. That is not your domain on that sideline. It's not. No. Can't do it. Just because any undue pressure you're exerting on anybody in that tent to make a decision,
you're not allowed in there.
Not allowed. Good.
It's like these foreign countries. What is it called when a foreign country has like a building that you're not allowed into, like in a certain state?
Like an embassy?
An embassy.
Like
the
an
embassy?
Yeah.
Like, you can't go into the embassy. Right, no, there are like embassies, right?
The blue tent is the embassy.
The blue tent is the embassy. It's the medical embassy, and you are not allowed in here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You don't have the right paperwork to be in here, Coach. Go away.
No, unless you want to be fined $100,000.
Unless you want to be fined $100,000.
Yes. And looking around at the rest of the NBA, the Chargers beat the Vikings 37-10
What a crap
last
game
night.
that was last night. I tried to watch some of that. I was bored out of my mind. It was a terrible football game.
The NFL has done a fantastic job of giving us all these close games. That one was very easy to turn off.
Yeah.
Very easy. You know what?
I'm like,
hey, honey, what do you want to watch tonight? Because it ain't going to be Thursday night football.
I'm like, hey, listen, I don't have to watch this much longer. She goes, The Diplomat, put it on. I'm like, all right. The Diplomat.
That's good. That's what we're watching, too.
Kerry Russell.
Kerry
right?
Russell. Although
Yeah.
we just started season 2, and I know they just dropped season 3, so we're a little behind.
Okay, yeah. I'm
like that show.
season 3.
Yeah.
You're not going to believe what happened. Oh, my God.
No spoils. No spoils.
Yeah, a little big twist coming in like episode 2. Season 3.
Oh, no. In an NFL injury news, Michael Penix Jr. is questionable for the Falcons with a knee injury. It is being described as a bone bruise. So Kirk Cousins would be the starter against the Dolphins.
Do you know, I'll tell you, because we're all friends here, just talking. I was looking through some list somewhere, looking for a story to present. Maybe we should talk about this, maybe not. And I saw Kirk Cousins' name on a list as part of this story, and this thought went through my head. Oh, my God, is he going to be the Cardinals quarterback next year?
We almost pushed for him to be the quarterback here. Do you remember?
I do remember that.
Apparently, he had a sister that lived here.
Yes.
He had a sister.
Or
you can get
Tucson
Kirk
or
Cousins.
something. Yes.
He's got a sister that lives in Arizona.
I remember that.
He loves her.
I remember that. I don't remember exactly what year that was, but I do remember that.
Yeah.
I just saw his name, and I just randomly thought, I wonder if he's going to be the quarterback of the Cardinals next year. Swear to God. And then I didn't think about it since then until just now.
Really hope not.
No, me too. Andy Dalton is starting for the Panthers against the Bills.
What is this? What kind of week is this?
Bryce Young is dealing with an ankle sprain. I got
I got Carson Wentz last night.
Oh,
I get Andy Dalton.
There's more
I get Kirk
updates
Cousins.
here. The Jets, Aaron Glenn is refusing to name the starting quarterback. So
Kenny O'Brien out of retirement.
Don't know who's starting
Kenny
there.
O'Brien, baby. Let's go.
He refused all quarterback-related questions at the presser, shutting everybody down before they could finish their question, refusing to answer.
His tenure there is off to a fantastic start. He's feuding with the media, and he doesn't have a win. Bravo, Aaron. Way
It's
to go.
so bad that I picked up the Cincinnati defense, even though their defense sucks.
Because they're playing
for this
the
week's
Jets?
game.
Yeah, fair.
Smart.
Give me Cincinnati's defense. What? 'Cause they're playing the Jets.
That's smart.
Not good. And Lamar Jackson is looking like he will make his return this weekend. He was a full participant in practice today, but is still questionable on the injury report.
And who are they playing again? Remind me who they're playing. Who are the Ravens? The Bears. Oh, that's right. I knew it was somebody significant and I couldn't remember why. The Bears.
The Bears. And the Bears are down their top 4 cornerbacks. All on the injury report.
Sounds like a good
This guy I'm
weekend.
playing got 14 points out of the kicker last night from the Chargers. Jeez.
Dicker the kicker.
Yeah, Dicker the kicker.
Dicker the kicker.
Yeah, and quickly we'll wrap this one up because it starts here shortly. The Dodgers are facing the Blue Jays in Game 1 of the World Series. That one starts in just about 50 minutes from now. You can listen to that one over on ESPN 620.
I can't fake it. I can't fake
I don't
enthusiasm for this World Series. I don't.
Okay, Game 7, and it's tied at 3. You're going to watch.
I mean, look, like we've talked about, I watch sports sometimes a little different, not all the time. Sometimes I just have it on and I'm not like paying attention to every single thing that's going on with the game, but it's on. I'll have the World Series on. It's the World Series. But like riveted by every pitch, this one's just not doing it for me. I'm sick of them. Sick of them.
What if your wife says, I don't want to watch this?
Then we probably won't.
Okay.
Well, you think I call her the decision maker for no reason? She said she didn't want to watch it. We're not watching it.
Like, honey, House Hunters International just popped.
Well, I don't know if we're watching that.
They're in Ireland. You want to watch it?
I don't know if we're watching that.
All right, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Taking you inside the inner dynamics of the Burns household and how we decide what's on TV. If I really wanted to watch the World Series, we would watch the World Series.
Oh, okay.
We would. No, if she knew it meant that much to me.
Everybody's got enough TVs in the house. They could all go to separate rooms now.
Well, that's true. We do. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we mentioned this as a change that we'd like to see out of the Arizona Cardinals when they come back from the bye, because their pass rush needs some help. We'll tell you what the change is next on Burns and Gambo.
A huge home win for Sun Devil football last Saturday. Now the Devils face Houston at home without Jordan Tyson.
Obviously a tough loss for us, but our guys have done a good job responding and come out to work. I think their attitude's been fantastic in regards to how we've gone about the week and re-engaged.
Pre-game at 2, kickoff at 5, Saturday. Listen to ASU Houston on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Help DEA keep our community safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, October 25th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Getting engaged? So friends, listen up. Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Mitch Vareldas here for Ojos Locos Sports Cantina, the home of the 29-degree beer and the legendary 100-ounce Balón, served ice cold and even better during happy hour, Monday through Friday, 2 to 7 p.m. Wind down with more deals that bring the flavor and the fun. With 4 Arizona locations, the party's always close. Ojos Locos, más tacos, más wings.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us Monday morning as we dissect another huge game for Arizona State's football program. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, or the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Broadcasting live here from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios in Phoenix. Talking about Phoenix sports here on Burns and Gambo.
We're in Phoenix.
We're in Phoenix. Yes, we're in Phoenix. Just in case you were unaware of where we were at.
Cardinals used to be called the Phoenix Cardinals.
They did back in the day. Yeah, when they first moved here. I don't remember when they made the switch, but yeah, for a while there, they were the Phoenix Cardinals for sure. They're now the Arizona Cardinals, and the Arizona Cardinals. And I'm telling you, your suggestion was brilliant the other day when it comes to changes we need to see in the last 10 games of the season.
A lot of people jumping on that now, huh?
Blitz. You need to blitz more. You need to because you sent over the numbers today, and I know we're just 7 games in. The Arizona Cardinals pass rush is not getting the job done so far this year, are they now?
No. Their sack rate is 28th. Their pressure to sack rate is 29th. And you might think, okay, bring more players. Their blitz rate is 28th. Like, it's a direct correlation. Well, you're 28th in sacks. You're also 28th in blitzing. Like maybe if you blitz, your sack numbers could come up. Maybe if you blitz, your pressure rate will go up. So sack rate 28th, pressure rate 29th, blitz rate 28th. To me, and we talked about this, the reset, and you had a couple of ideas, good ideas. And to me, what stood out to me is you've got to start sending more people. You have to. The secondary, the quarterbacks do not have an interception. It's not like we've got all these ball hawks back there and we want to be in, nickel and dime coverages all the time, just sitting on the secondary waiting to pick off passes. They've got to start sending some guys because the front 7 is not getting through. The front 4 is not getting through. They've got to blitz more to become more effective with that defense.
Yeah, especially, and when we had Tyler Drake on yesterday, our Cardinals guy, he brought up an even better specific point to this. Especially late in these games when the Cardinals defense is not making the opposing team feel them at all, right? It's just game-winning drive after game-winning drive after game-winning drive.
Yeah.
And we can point to 100 different reasons why the Cardinals are losing these games late the way they are. And some of it is the defense's inability to get a stop. And you just wonder how much of the equation would change. Nick Rallis was getting universally praised this time a year ago for how exotic and different and unique the Cardinals defense was, right? And I know we had Jonathan Gannon on in the preseason, and he said, look, it's not that different. It's not that unique. But it does seem like that the Cardinals defense, I don't want to say they've gotten comfortable with how they're operating things, but it doesn't feel as if they're making anybody uncomfortable late in these games. And certainly not. Is it because they don't trust their secondary? Is it because they're young? I don't know what the reason is, but they're just not sending guys the way I thought they were going to.
Let's just play a game for a second here. Call up the standing. Go to ESPN and call up the standings. Teams that would be in the playoffs right now.
Okay, give me a minute.
Yeah, I'll give you a minute here. I just want to we'll just have fun for a second here.
Well, we're 2 hours and 20 minutes into the show. You're not having fun by now?
I'm having fun, but I have a little more fun.
Okay, we're going to have more fun than we were having before.
This is not...
if the season ended today, I've got the playoffs as they were. Yes.
Right. Would you give a mustache or not a mustache? No, we're not doing mustache.
Mustache, not a mustache.
Denver Broncos lead the NFL in sacks. Are they a playoff team?
The Denver Broncos are a playoff team. They're the 3rd seed in the AFC.
The Los Angeles Rams are 2nd in the NFL in sacks. Are they a playoff team?
They are the 7th seed in the NFC, yes.
Okay. The Lions are 3rd.
The Lions are the 5th seed.
Oh, okay. Seattle Seahawks are next. They are now 1, 2. They are 4th in the NFL in sacks.
Not a mustache. Oh, I'm sorry. They're
Seattle.
the 6th seed in the NFC.
Seattle
sorry, they're not a mustache.
Okay, so they're in. Wow, okay. Yeah. Okay, the Chargers. Give me the Chargers.
Chargers are the 6th seed.
Okay, they are next. Okay, the Pittsburgh Steelers
are the 4th seed.
Okay, they're the 6th team. The 7th team in sacks is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
They are the 4th seed.
Oh, this is getting ridiculous. Okay, let's play one more time.
Okay.
The Indianapolis Colts are 8th in sacks.
They're the number 1 seed in the AFC.
See where I'm going here?
No, I'm missing the whole point.
Anybody?
Of this.
Good night, everybody.
No, your point is completely lost on me. I don't understand the point of this exercise. Yes, I see your point on this. Clearly, there's a correlation that there's the teams that have the best sack rates also just happen to be the ones that are all playoff teams right now.
They're all playoff teams. The teams with the best sack rates. Sounds like there's a couple outliers. But for the most part, you go to the bottom, Dolphins, Saints, Titans, Cardinals, Panthers, Jets, 49ers, Ravens, Jaguars, that's where you get to. You start to get to all of these teams at the bottom, these teams are not good.
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple. 49. You mentioned the 49ers.
Eagles.
The Eagles are another one that are a playoff team without a great. But it's
But
not,
if you look at the bottom 10, they're all bad teams. Most 8 out of 10 of them are bad teams.
And I don't think anybody would say that's, and I know you're not, that's the only reason why all of those teams are playoff teams. But clearly, the ability to affect a quarterback and get them off schedule is one of the most important things a team can do on a routine basis to
quarterback hits,
success.
Quarterback pressures, sacks. I mean, it's all
quarterback
sacks aren't the be all end all.
Yeah, but just making a quarterback uncomfortable.
You can't have a guy sit in the pocket and just make pass after pass after pass. You can't have it.
Yeah.
And the Cardinals, to me, have to do a better job of starting to sell out a little bit more to go get that pressure and go get those hits and go get those sacks.
And I hate to put it on him. And by put it on him, I don't mean to blame him, but to say, hey, dude, whenever you come back, but whenever Walter Nolan comes back,
you'd really like to start to see almost immediate dividends from his return. Now, that's probably a little unfair to ask that of somebody who, is just now starting to have padded practices after missing all of training camp. But the defensive line, outside of Calais Campbell, you're not getting anything from anybody up there in terms of pressure. It'd be nice to see Walter Nolan pay immediate dividends in that regard when he comes back. It would be nice to see Jordan Birch, as we talked about, get some more snaps and see if he can make a difference impacting the quarterback a little bit. You know what I mean? Like some of the drafted guys in that regard, I'm not even going to bring up B.J. Ojulari because I don't even know what the status of B.J. Ojulari is. It doesn't feel like there is a status to B.J. Ojulari. But those are you hate to put that kind of pressure on Walter Nolan when he comes back, but it would really be nice if he shows up on the field and he's a force of friggin' nature the minute he's out there to make us all feel better about this.
Josh Sweat's 11th in sacks. I think Calais is like 39th in the league. But then after that, like there's nothing. Like there's just nobody else. And, you can't rely on Calais to go get you double-digit sacks at his age.
No.
That's not going to happen.
No, it's so like I can't remember what we talked about it, but it's great that Calais Campbell has been one of their best defensive players.
Yeah.
It's also not great that Calais Campbell has been one of their best defensive players, right?
Fair way to look at it.
I mean, it really is. It's not, it's cool. It's cool, but it's not. He's 39 years old. He should not be your best defensive player.
Right.
Or at least one of your top 2 defensive players. He shouldn't be, and yet he is, which says more about the other guys around him than it does about him.
Yeah, it's just, but I think overall, outside of so if those guys are not getting home, you're gonna have to find a way to block. I'll bet you the game against Dallas that they'll blitz a lot more and try to get the Dak.
Be curious to see that when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show. A lot of people think Houston is the next version of ASU.
Houston. Oh, that Houston.
Yeah,
sorry.
that Houston. Yeah, no, we're not doing a city shout out here. Is Houston primed to be the next ASU? We'll find out next on the Burns and Gambo show.
The Suns are now one of the NBA's youngest teams with a new style of play on the court that you can hear.
Dunn in transition. He'll throw it down with both hands. Ryan Dunn explodes to the rim.
On Arizona Sports.
Booker has it in the forecourt. Jam time for D-Book.
Suns at the Clippers tonight. Pre-game at 6:30. 7:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Dr. Jay Schwartz did LASIK surgery on my eyes about 15 years ago. One of the best things I've ever done for myself was getting that LASIK surgery done. I don't wear glasses or contacts or readers or anything. I see great. Daytime, nighttime, up close, far away. I prefer driving at night. I know some people that can't drive at night, that don't like to drive at night because their eyes are not very good. Well, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. J. Schwartz has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. Dr. J. Schwartz, as many of you know, Team Eye Doctor for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks, and just does an outstanding job of helping people with their eye care needs. A lot of people out there, dry eye, glaucoma, cataracts, if you need glasses or contact lenses, or maybe you just need an eye exam, Dr. Schwartz can take care of that. They take all major medical, and all you have to do is call them at 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. Or go online for more information at teamidoc.com.
And we're back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how is the service at Arrowhead Honda?
I trust my friends at Arrowhead Honda's service department to keep my Honda in tip-top shape. Their expert team always gets it right. From quick oil changes to major repairs, they will literally handle it all. Thanks, Arrowhead Honda.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 and Bell Road, or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Tell them Michael Wilson sent you. Go Red.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
Don't miss one of the crown jewel events in all of racing, the Western World Championships. It all kicks off tonight and tomorrow at Central Arizona Raceway at the Pinal County Fairgrounds in Casa Grande. The stars of the USAC National Sprint Car Series with drivers from all over the country will be taking on the Arizona Heroes with $35,000 to win on the line. Tickets, camping, and directions at centralazraceway.com. Central Arizona Raceway. We sell excitement.
Hey, Vince Marotta here, letting you know that the biggest savings of the season have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC. General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are rolling out fall savings on their entire lineup of award-winning Buick and GMC models. Like on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab, save up to $12,000 off MSRP, or while they last, get 0% APR financing on remaining 2025 units. Or go all electric in a 2025 GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup model with huge savings up to $15,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR on these too. All offers require approved credit and they do end soon. All this and more in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 11/3/25.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back on the hardwood tonight for Game 2 of their NBA season. They are in Los Angeles taking on the Clippers. Tip-off for that one is at 7:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona State will be looking to keep their momentum going after beating undefeated Texas Tech last week. They will be hosting the Houston Cougars tomorrow. Kickoff for that one is at 5 o'clock, and you can listen to that one over on ESPN 620. And the World Series begins tonight. The Toronto Blue Jays will be hosting the Los Angeles Dodgers in Game 1. First pitch for that one is at 5 o'clock with pregame coverage starting at 4 o'clock, and you can listen to Game 1 over on ESPN 620. And that is what's trending now.
A huge home win for Sun Devil football last Saturday. Now the Devils face Houston at home. Pre-game at 2, kickoff at 5, Saturday. Listen to ASU Houston on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app.
Back here on the Burns and Gambo show here on this Friday afternoon. ASU taking on Houston tomorrow, 5 o'clock kick time over at Mountain America Stadium. You'll hear it on ESPN 620. And one of the many different ways we've been talking about this game over the course of this week is how Houston coming in here with a 6-1 record. There's been a lot of talk out of Houston and a lot of talk from our next guest who's joining us about Houston. Could they be the next ASU? Are they patterning themselves after ASU? And is that the blueprint for what's going on in Houston? And joining us right now, the Houston and Big 12 beat writer for the Houston Chronicle, Joseph Duarte, who's joining us on Burns and Gambo via the video. Joseph, hello, I'm Dave. This is Gambo. Thanks for coming on the show. We appreciate it.
Hey, thanks for having me on, guys.
Joseph, you weren't in Tokyo the last time these two teams played, were you?
No, that was a little bit before my time.
Me too. Yeah, a little bit, not too much before my time, but that was a crazy game in itself with Klingler and the 7 touchdowns and the 700 yards. That was crazy. But To my partner's point, ASU came out of nowhere. Were picked to finish last in the preseason poll, won the Big 12, made it to the Peach Bowl. The unofficial Tulsa reports that Houston would be last this year, and here they are having a great season. Is ASU a blueprint for them? Do you see similarities from last year's Sun Devils with this year's Cougars team?
Well, first part, yeah, the blueprint, if you're any team, you want to do what Arizona State did last year. You saw what they did the year before, and then to come in and I don't know how much people take out of those polls, but I think Arizona State obviously proved that they were much better than what a lot of people were expecting. But any team that can win the conference the way they did and then go and get into the college football playoff, that is the blueprint. But to your question with the similarities, Houston does not have that, in my opinion, that offensive explosion that you could just dial up with the Sun Devils last year. But when you're 6-1 and you're playing well and maybe coming out of nowhere, you could make that argument. But Houston, in my opinion, you'll know a lot more about them at about 8:30 p.m. Local time here.
I'll be there
on Saturday. So I'm going to hold off with the first playoff 12, the order when it comes out in November. I'm not sure Houston's going to be on that one, but it's one of those seasons. Anything could probably happen at this point.
They're bowl eligible to go to a bowl game. Last week, Arizona State played Texas Tech. In all honesty, the score wasn't very close. The score was close, but ASU kicked their ass physically in that football game. And we talked about Texas Tech, and they spent the reason they're different is they spent $28 million. They bought an offensive line. They bought a defensive line. What Houston didn't spend $28 million in NIL money. What's different about this Houston team compared to last year?
Houston is the version of the smart shopper compared to Texas Tech. They go to the grocery store and they're probably buying out of different aisles in terms of the money spent because that's a lot of money. I don't know exactly what the total is right now for Houston, but what they did was they were very smart in the offseason. They knew what they needed to upgrade. They knew what they needed the most, and that was on offense. This was the worst or next to last offense in the country last year. So what do? You go out first and get you a quarterback, and that's Connor Wegman, who started at Texas A&M, was a top quarterback out of that, I believe, was 2022 class. And then you go and you get a running back. They go across town to Rice and pick up their best offensive weapon. And then you go and get the best tight end in the portal with Tanner Kozel. So right there, those three, and then you pick up 5 offensive linemen with a lot of experience, and it's paid off. You've gotten the most bang for your buck out of those signees alone by doubling your offensive production. So, yeah, Texas Tech has made a lot of headlines, not only in the state of Texas, but nationally for what they spent. But Houston, on a discount scale, has done pretty good for what they went out and got and needed.
Joseph Duarte joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. He covers the Houston Cougars football team, who's taking on ASU tomorrow. We've been talking about this matchup a lot, obviously, this week. We've been looking at Houston's schedule a lot this week, as I'm sure a lot of people are doing. How many people in Houston? What's the fan base waiting to see how real this is? How real do they think it is, and how real do they feel this 6-1 is when it comes to who they've beaten and how good they actually are, Joseph?
Well, at the beginning, you asked me if I was around for 1990. I wasn't, but I was around for 2015 when they went to the Peach Bowl and a New Year's Six Bowl. They started 10-0 that year, and Houston is like Phoenix in a lot of ways with the pro market. A lot of it's hard to get the fan interest going, and that's what Houston struggles against. They don't sell out games even when they're good, because that's just the way things go when you have the different pro teams. But at 6-1, you see glimpses of the interest level. They're not like the University of Texas or Texas A&M, the larger state flagship schools in terms of the sheer numbers of fans. But they do have a passionate group, and it's kind of been interesting to watch how the season so far has gone. They drew fairly well for the Colorado game. The Texas Tech game was a sellout, but probably about 40% of that was Texas Tech fans. And they had the last game against Arizona. That was an 11 a.m. game, and not too many people get up anytime, anywhere for 11 a.m. games. So it's been slow coming, but Willie Fritz has started to regain, I believe, the belief from the fan base, because there were some stretches there during the Dana Holgerson era at the end that people had just jumped off the ship. They wanted change. They didn't like the way the program was going. And now that they have a winner and a team that I think within the next 2 years will be in a Big 12 championship game, they're starting to see and support it by attending the game.
How much do you think a win this week for Houston would galvanize that fan base?
Absolutely. I mean, it puts you in the top 25. And you got to remember, you look at the other teams in the conference. BYU, Cincinnati still play each other. There's Texas Tech, I think, has probably the easier path, and I think they eventually are one of the teams there. But if you win this weekend and you're Houston, you're playing some serious, meaningful November games for the first time in a long time. And then you're not just talking about a bowl game. You're talking about a really good bowl game, or even cracking that upper tier that could get to Arlington that first week in December. So this is a huge litmus test for them. They win it. It's a signature win for the Willie Fritz era. And it really, I think it could catapult them in the direction a lot faster and sooner than many people thought.
Give me your thoughts on ASU after they lost to Utah, and they did not play well, and they didn't have their starting quarterback in that game, and they were very much not a very good team. They weren't physical. They bounced back and beat the hell out of Texas Tech last week. Just give me, when you saw the score or the highlights or you read about the game, what was your initial thoughts about the Sun Devils taking down Texas Tech?
Well, I've always been of the belief when you're the defending champion, you earn a certain level of street cred, and things shouldn't come as a surprise. But to give you an idea, we had just gotten done with our game in Houston, tried to take the family out to dinner, so I'm following a little bit on the phone. And it looks like, okay, they're comfortably ahead, and then Texas Tech has the lead. I'm like, what the hell's going on? It's hard to, it's just hard to follow it. And then you see how it ends. But to me, that was just a gut check type game that you expect and get out of a defending champion. And I know things are different in terms of personnel and stuff, but Sam Levitt, just going back and watching some of those throws that he made, I mean, that was huge, big time quarterback right there. But they did what Texas Tech hadn't been able to do. Teams hadn't been able to do. But Texas Tech didn't have their quarterback, and the injuries are gonna, I think, be their downfall. And versus just losing more games, I think they're just gonna struggle to keep guys healthy. But when you can take advantage of it, Arizona State did, and to me, that's probably, if not the biggest win in college football this season, it's one of the top 2 or 3.
Yeah. Well, Joseph, we do appreciate your time. Thanks for coming on a Friday. We appreciate it. Good stuff. And safe travels. We'll if these two teams meet again, we'll catch up with you again. Thank you for coming on.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me on.
You got it. Thank you. Joseph Duarte from the co-covers Houston and the Big 12 beat writer for the Houston Chronicle. He was good, although he was, that part he said the second to the last answer about, if they win, galvanizes the community, and now it's not just about going to a bowl game, it's about going to a big bowl game. We could have been talking to ourselves a year ago, right?
Yeah.
Like that was us. That was us a year ago when he said, now you start changing what you're capable of doing, and maybe you can get to the Big 12 title game if you can win this game. It was like talking to us a year ago, just about this time when ASU, whether it was beat Utah or whether it was Kansas State, whichever game you want to choose, that was us. That was us. And I don't think it's going to be them, but if they beat ASU, it's going to be them. People will start taking that program very seriously if that happens. If you want to stay up to date on all of our contests at Arizona Sports, from tickets to the Cardinals, to the Suns, to Innings Festival, and more, text the word contest to 620-620, and we will send you the latest on all our giveaways. Again, text contest to 620-620. Hindsight is 2020, so do we have our glasses on when it comes to Mike Hazen's best moves as maybe being not that great? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Sink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. May apply.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Help DEA keep our communities safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, October 25th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing, and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Southwest Gas is committed to delivering safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Every thriving community starts with a strong foundation. From warming homes to fueling industries that drive our economy, natural gas provides the energy you can count on. Because energy does more than fuel your day, it provides comfort, reliability, and connection. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. For more information about how Southwest Gas is supporting a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
They say revenge is a dish best served cold. Find out how cold it is in LA tonight when the Suns take on the LA Clippers and Bradley Beal.
And Chris Paul.
Chris Paul, too. It's beating Chris Paul is not. It's funny, though. It actually has been old home week this whole week for the Suns. In that Dario and Drew Eubanks in the opener.
Yeah.
Chris Paul and Bradley Beal tonight. Cam Johnson tomorrow. Yusef Nurkic on Monday.
Oh.
it's like a greatest hits.
Who do they have Wednesday?
The Memphis Grizzlies. I do not know if there are any former Suns on the Memphis Grizzlies roster. I mean, there are former Suns everywhere.
Jock
but
Landale?
is he on Memphis? Is he?
I think so.
Yes, he is. I just looked up the roster. Ty Jerome's
on that
is
team
on
too,
Memphis
but I think
too.
is he hurt? I think Ty Jerome's
I don't know.
hurt.
I just googled the roster.
These are some really heated revenge matchups.
But that is the source of today's Twitter poll question, which got the Gambo retweet, so it got the big.
did.
You got the big boost, right?
Yes,
You got the big Gambo boost.
Did I retweet it?
You said you were going to.
Yes, if I did. Okay,
Did you
maybe
do
I did.
it?
Did you?
Maybe I know. I'm gonna look. I don't think I did.
Oh, okay.
But we'll do it.
Also, to Burnsy's point, revenge tonight is going to be served at 74 degrees.
Oh, okay. Not cold.
Not cold.
No.
No.
But it's not hot either.
No.
It's not that.
It's nice.
What are we asking the folks today?
We're asking, with the Suns in LA tonight to face the Clippers, which former Sun would you most like to see them beat this year? Bradley Beal or Kevin Durant?
KD.
I
just retweeted it for you.
Oh, here we go. Now it's going to get the boost. We're going to be off the air in an hour and 11 minutes, but now we're getting the boost.
Kevin Durant leading the way with 52% of
It's
the
close.
vote.
Still close.
It's close.
Still close. Yeah,
Let's do one more check-in in the 5:45 hour. Let's just see if that changes. 52 to 47 right now.
Sure, we can do that.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that Kevin Durant is more to blame for what went wrong. I just, and I've said this a lot about Bradley Beal.
Yeah.
The Suns knew exactly what they were getting when they got Bradley Beal. It shouldn't,
Did they?
Yeah. An often hurt player who was overpaid, who had a contract that was going to be next to impossible to move on from. Yes, they knew exactly what they were getting with Bradley Beal. Now maybe the other stuff, was he playing as hard as he could? Was he giving everything he could? Maybe that stuff they weren't aware of. But the parts about Bradley Beal that made him the hardest to deal with, yes, they knew exactly what
He
they
had
were
never
getting
really
with Bradley
won
Beal.
anywhere. And I think maybe when you brought him in here, you thought that a team with expectations and trying to win would change him a little bit. But I never saw that.
No, I didn't
never
either.
saw that, willingness and whatever it takes to win. I didn't see that out of him.
But I know of the two that I'm happiest to see not here, that's Kevin. I mean, that's of the if I'm ranking them in order of which one am I happiest to see somewhere else, Kevin's number one. Bradley's number two. I would think.
I'm just happy for
ready to be done with that.
I'm just happy we're done with that era. I just want to move on and have a team that you can enjoy.
Yeah. So the World Series begins tonight, not that long from now, like 10 minutes from right now. Today is the second anniversary of the Diamondbacks clinching a spot in the World Series. Game 7 against the Phillies was 2 years ago tonight. That's a fantastic moment. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to follow things up like that. And Mike Hazen, to his credit, has repeatedly, time and time again, said it was his fault. It was his fault for not putting together a good enough roster, his fault for the deficiencies and kind of what he handed Torey Lovello this year, and obviously that season let us all down. It really crystallizes that when you see this story on Sports Illustrated, the 4 best moves Mike Hazen made in 2025.
Right.
Ooh. When number 1 is signing catcher James McCann.
Right.
When number 2 is signing left-handed pitcher Jalen Beeks, who I liked.
He did a good job for them.
I thought Jalen Beeks did a pretty good job for them.
That was number 2.
That was number 2. When number 3 is signing right-handed pitcher Shelby Miller, who, again, did a good job for them, but the injury and the trade. And then 4 is the Diamondbacks signing right-handed pitcher Nabil Crismatt.
Wow.
Yeah, it was...
Crismatt was in your top 4 moves that you made, and he pitched in like 7 games, I think.
I mean, but it's like if I would have told you that Corbin Burns wasn't going to be on this list, you know what I mean?
Yes.
Or Josh Naylor wasn't going to be on this list, like the moves that I'm trying to think what other move.
Okay, but why didn't Naylor come in higher?
Because he didn't finish this. Well, I guess Shelby Miller didn't either.
Shelby Miller got traded to the Milwaukee Brewers. On the same
Josh
day.
Naylor
On
was
the same day.
Was a great move.
Like to me, I would look at Naylor and say, okay,
he should have made the list.
Yeah,
Naylor was a great move.
Josh Naylor batted .292 with 59 RBIs and 11 home runs and 11 stolen bases.
So the list probably forgot him.
Like, I just wonder if why not Naylor? To me, like Naylor is a better move than Krismat. It's a better move than Shelby Miller. Now, the Beeks move was a good move. Like, that was a solid move. Like, the Corbin Burns move is incomplete. That was incomplete.
Totally.
I would say. Now, this isn't about this story. I'm trying to pull it back up.
Okay, I've got it here in front of me. I think we need to be more fair to Mike Hazen. Because I could make an argument that the best move Mike Hazen made this offseason was signing Geraldo Perdomo to that contract.
Yes.
That should be on this list.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. You know what? This is what I get for not thinking about things before I just open my mouth and start talking. I should have lied. No, really. I should have looked at this list and go, okay, well, wait a minute. That's not fair.
See, is there any? And Alex does a great job over there.
Oh, and I'm not trying to knock Alex. Alex does a nice job. For the signings, trades, and roster moves. For the purpose of this article, we'll be taking a look back at 4 of Hazen's most beneficial moves in the 2025 season. And it's signings, trades, roster moves, the whole deal. I'm not trying to knock the guy who wrote the article, but signing Geraldo Perdomo was a stroke of genius by Mike Hazen, and he should be absolutely praised for that. Acquiring Josh Naylor, even though you had to move him at the deadline, was an unbelievably swift way to replace Christian Walker at first base, right?
Right.
Almost perfectly replaced him at first base. Corbin Burns didn't make this list, probably shouldn't make this list because he got hurt as early as he did. But it's not like this season was a total disaster for Mike Hazen either. There were some good things that were done.
Yeah, and the trades are a little bit of an incomplete because none of the guys really popped. Like Tyler Locklear didn't really pop, and so we didn't get to see a lot of the, some of the relief pitchers, that they brought in, Brandon Garcia and guys like that. Like, they might be really good, but probably hard to say that now. But I would say the Perdomo extension should rank high. The trading for Naylor should rank high. That was a good trade. Then you were also able to unload Naylor and get prospects back for him as well. So it's not like you let him walk for nothing.
Yeah, but you won't know whether any of those were good until...
Right, like even the Merrill Kelly. You got 4 players for Merrill Kelly.
Yeah.
I don't know. Look, you got 4 players for Zach Greinke. None of them were any good.
Right. We won't know. We won't know whether any of those moves were good for a long time.
No, but when they traded Zach Greinke, they got 4 players from the Astros. You're like, oh, okay, well, this is a pretty good haul. It didn't work out to be anything.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we preview Houston and ASU. Can ASU keep Houston from chewing the clock with long drives? What are the keys to winning this thing for ASU? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Morana mornings.
I don't know if there's ever been a player, certainly in this city, where the chasm between the haters and the lovers is so wide. There's an unbelievable number of people who are convinced that he can do no wrong.
Yep.
I don't care what anybody says. He's special. And then on the other end of the spectrum, you get Kyler can't do anything right. He's the worst quarterback ever. The truth is in the middle. But the fact that that spectrum is that wide in year 7,
it's crazy.
It hurts your brain.
Bickley and Morana, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Great lease deals right now. Sanderson Ford. Let's get you in tonight, tomorrow to Sanderson Ford where you can lease. If you like to lease, and there are a lot of people out there that just prefer leasing over buying. They don't want to have a car payment for 5 years. They want to be able to have a car for a few years, turn it in, get a new car. That way you don't have to put new tires on it. You're always in something new. Sanderson Ford, check this out. Lease a brand new 2025 Bronco Big Ben for just $399 a month for 36 months. Lease a new 2025 Bronco Sport Big for just $299 a month for 36 months. You're saying that's a smoking deal, but is there a big down payment? No, not really. The Bronco offer requires just $1,810 down. The Bronco Sport, $1,920 down. So if you're looking for a great lease deal, Sanderson Ford, drive on in and ask them about these great lease deals on the Broncos. They are at 51st Avenue in Glendale or online at sandersonford.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Hey, it's Mitch Vareldis for Ojos Locos Sports Cantina, where bold flavor meets big energy. Ice cold 29-degree beer, massive 100-ounce bolones, and street-style tacos and wings that don't hold back. Wall-to-wall TVs, fight nights, football, and the kind of deals that keep the crew coming back. 4 Arizona locations, this is how real fans do game day. Ojos Locos, Más Tacos, Más Wings.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back on the hardwood tonight for Game 2 of their NBA season. They are in Los Angeles taking on the Clippers. Tip-off for that one is at 7:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona State will be looking to keep their momentum going after beating undefeated Texas Tech last week. They will be hosting the Houston Cougars tomorrow. Kickoff for that one is at 5 o'clock, and you can listen to that one over on ESPN 620. And the World Series begins tonight. The Toronto Blue Jays will be hosting the Los Angeles Dodgers in Game 1. First pitch for that one is at 5 o'clock with pregame coverage starting at 4 o'clock, and you can listen to Game 1 over on ESPN 620. And that is what's trending now.
Here are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Bailey Leisure. Kenny Dillingham is confident in ASU's wide receiver room despite Jordan Tyson's absence. Suns get aggressively orange with 2025 NBA Cup court design. And Mo Odom is looking to elevate ASU men's basketball with ability to distribute. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
when I look at them, I look at us last year. I look at a team with a quarterback that's a transfer. I look at a team with a whole bunch of new guys who just win. They win close games and people don't give them credit. And then one day they're going to wake up and they're going to be somewhere nobody dreamt they should be. And they're going to say, well, what happened there? Maybe they are pretty good, right? What I don't want our team to do or our fans to do is, look over a team that is 6-1 because they find ways to win. And, we kind of find ways to win too. So it's a battle of the teams who find ways to win football games.
Yeah, those two guys on the radio in the afternoons who've been telling you that Houston's schedule sucks, don't listen to them. Don't pay any attention to them.
Doesn't mean they're not good. It just means a lot of people aren't giving them, a lot of credit because I do.
Sarcastic.
I mean, 6-1 is 6-1.
6-1 is 6-1, but not all 6-1s are created equal when you look at the schedule.
Right, but there's other way. True. But like last year, they scored over 30 points one time. They've already done it 4 times this year. Their offense is better with Wegman as a quarterback, right? They're just he's better. Their running game is better. They can run the ball better. Their defense, they might have some issues, but it's better than it was last year.
Sure. No, it's. I was mostly kidding, but there is. I mean, it's the whole conversation we just had with Joseph Duarte a half hour ago.
Yeah.
It's like, it's been a great season. You beat ASU and it goes to a whole different level. Like suddenly it's a totally different thing now when you beat a team that's that high quality.
Yeah.
So Kenny's not going to allow that message to seep into the room. Houston comes in here 6-1. They've outside of Texas Tech, they've beaten everybody they've played. Their offense is better. Their defense is better. Their offense likes to hold on to the ball a lot.
Let's talk about that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because that is something that really sticks out when you look at them. They had a 17-play touchdown drive that took 9 minutes off the clock against Arizona. 9 minutes of clock, 17 plays. To date, they've got 7 scoring drives of 12 plays or more. 6 of those drives have taken at least 6.5 minutes off the clock. 11 of the 13 plays in the big 13-play drive were on the ground. So they like to chew the clock up. They like to hold the ball for a while. They're not in a rush. Their goal is to put together these long drives and wear you out. 17-play drive, 13-play drive, 12-play drive. That's what they like to do. So they try to use the clock to their advantage, wear you out, catch you out of your rhythm offensively, and just run the ball at you quite a bit. So that is pretty impressive, the amount of drives they've had that have been long drives.
Yeah, the thing is that ASU is kind of the master at that. ASU is one of the best teams in the country when it comes to time of possession and running long drives. They haven't always been able to pay it off with touchdowns at the end of those drives instead of field goals. But ASU, I saw some crazy stat about ASU today. I think I included it in my email about this game, about how good ASU is at time of possession. Where is it? I've got it right here. 34 minutes of possession ASU is averaging per game. 3rd best in the FBS, trailing only Army and James Madison.
Right, which makes it odd that their red zone struggles are so bad when they're so good at holding on to the ball and taking it all the way down the field on you.
It's not. I mean, yeah, it's odd. It's also the one thing holding ASU back from being
dominant.
I mean, it really is. It's like it's the one thing. And the special teams to a certain extent too. But all of these games, all of them, you talk about Texas Tech, it shouldn't have been that close. Baylor shouldn't have been that close. TCU shouldn't have been that close. You know what I mean? There's at least 3 wins in there where you're going, man, if you just finish in the red zone with touchdowns instead of field goals, you're kicking their butt. But you can't. You don't. You haven't figured out a way to. It's the thing that's keeping ASU from being dominant in college football this year. Outside of what Utah was because you got physically outmanned in that game. It had nothing to do with how you did in the red zone. That had nothing to do with that game at all. But that's really kind of the only one where every other game that you played, just about, you should have crushed the team you played if you just finished these drives. Because if they're gonna play the clock possession game.
Yeah.
ASU is a master at that this year. There have been few teams that have been better at it than they have. It was a big reason why they beat Texas Tech last
Look at the
week.
reason they got the ball back, 2 minutes left, and that wasn't a clock. That wasn't a use a lot of time off the clock. But we could go down the field in no time and score if we want to.
Yeah.
If we have to get down the field in 2 minutes and, get down inside the 10, we could do that. We got no problem. We'll do it. And that's what it did. Sam took over with 2 minutes left. And even at that time, I was like, oh, Texas Tech. I mean, they scored, but they left a lot of time on the clock for ASU. Now, Sam had to make some big plays, including that 4th and 2. And I think there was a 3rd and 8, but there was some big plays in there he had to make, but he made them.
Kenny Dillingham was on with Bickley and Murata today. That's where I played that earlier cut from. He was asked about his team's response, not only this week to the success, but just week in and week out.
Yeah, I think they saw the intensity of practice and how it correlated to game day. So I think anytime you see that, you have to understand that that's not a coincidence. So I think they brought it again this week. The difference is, we're a little dinged up, so a lot of our guys who may play in the football game didn't even get to practice.
Mm-hmm.
And if those guys don't play in the football game, then the younger guys, these guys that got all the reps in practice, they got to step up because nobody cares. So we got to get ready to play a 6-1 football team again. Another team with 1 loss or undefeated. We're really good at facing those teams. We faced them a bunch.
He's not wrong.
You just wonder if they'd ever take the philosophy of the SEC. Give me the Tennessee Chattanooga on November 7th as my game to just sit back and rest some guys and kick some. Right, the SEC's famous for
for scheduling a non-conference.
How do you guys feel about playing Abilene Christian today instead of having to play, I don't know, Georgia or Auburn or Alabama, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, we're going to play 3 non-conference games. We'll start with 2, and then we're going to save 1 for the middle of the season. Here you go, Sacramento State. Come on in.
It is crazy. I'm going through all of the teams, and but just about everybody ASU has played.
Every game is a tough game.
Is that team has had no or 1 losses when they played them. It's kind of nuts.
Oh, don't forget, hey, Alabama in November. Oh, Alabama, they're rolling right now. They've won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in a row. They beat Wisconsin, Georgia. They beat Vandy. They beat Missouri. They beat Tennessee. But they got that big game coming up at home against Eastern Illinois.
Yeah, little breather.
Yeah, from the OVC Big South. It's a tough game. Tough game.
See, the crazy thing about, and you mentioned earlier in the week, we were talking about Kenny wanting to schedule some games in California.
Yeah.
Okay, this is 1, 2, 3, their 5th game out of their last 6 in which they've played a Texas team, and they've beaten them all.
Right.
They've beaten them. I mean, I saw, I think it was Cartman who tweeted about this earlier during the show, and I just kind of stashed away in the back of my mind, like, recruiting in Texas probably goes really well when you keep beating Texas. Right? Whether you're here or there.
Yeah, you get noticed.
You get noticed in Texas when your team keeps beating Texas.
Right.
You're 5-0 so far this year against Texas, or you will be 5-0 if you win this game so far against Texas. I imagine when you go to recruit in Texas and you can just pull out this laundry list of all the Texas teams that you just beat time and time again, year in and year out, the way ASU has done the last couple of years. That's a nice calling card. It would still be nice to get back in California.
Yeah.
But it's a nice calling card.
Well, they will get back in California. They're talking to Sacramento State, UCLA, USC, Cal, Stanford. They are talking to those schools. Hey, don't forget about that big game Georgia's got coming up against Charlotte. Yeah, it's going to be a big one next month. Make sure you tune in for that one. Georgia versus Charlotte. Doesn't get much better than that.
You got one more in the year, or you're done?
You want one more?
No, I don't. I was kidding. I don't. But
all
I
right.
know you're going to go find one.
Don't forget about the big Auburn game coming up against Mercer. Like, I mean, that's a big one. The Mercer Bears. It's going to be a big game for Auburn. I just wonder if, like, the Big 12 would ever start to think about all of these games are so tough, right? You would love to get a mental break.
It wouldn't be bad.
It wouldn't be bad to have a mental break and go play Mercer.
Suns are in Los Angeles tonight to face off against the Clippers and their old friend Bradley Beal. It's already time to have that conversation, and we will next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Suns are now one of the NBA's youngest teams with a new style of play on the court that you can hear.
Dylan Brooks skies to the rim and throws it down.
On Arizona Sports.
Now a lob to Williams. He'll throw it down with a right-hand jam.
Suns at the Clippers tonight. Pregame at 6:30. 7:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So, what's that about?
So, let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake, limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA Dental Implant Center.com.
Football fans, the ultimate watch parties are happening every Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. On October 26th, a legend steps into the spotlight. Phil Simms, former quarterback and game day icon, is joining the watch parties for a live Q&A. Ask your question, hear his stories from the field, and catch every play in an electric atmosphere surrounded by fans like you. Don't miss Phil Simms. Don't miss a moment. Only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Ready! Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling.
ReadyServices.com. Ready. Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or at newnordicusa.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. We won't be talking about a Cardinals loss, but we will be covering the Suns and everything else that happened in the NFL. Join us starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Question is, what are we going to be talking about when it comes to the Phoenix Suns on Monday as we welcome you back into the Burns and Gambo show here? Hello to everybody in Peoria joining us on Burns and Gambo. Hi to Peoria. Suns in Los Angeles tonight taking on the Clippers. Then it's the Nuggets tomorrow. Clippers, both of these teams 0-1 to start the season, the Clippers and the Nuggets are. Nuggets lost last night to the Warriors in a game in which Aaron Gordon went crazy, and they still lost. The Clippers, even crazier. I mean, the Utah Jazz are pretty much considered to be one of, if not the worst team in the NBA. And they throttled L.A. a couple of nights ago, just embarrassingly so.
I think a lot of people were really shocked at that, just routed by the Jazz. Utah made its first 19 shots in the paint. They had 38 assists on 48 baskets. When does that ever happen? 38 assists on 48 baskets. They shot 55% from the field. It was just terrible. The Clippers don't run. This is why, youth and athleticism may clobber that team. They scored 8 fast break points the whole game. 8 fast break points. Then they're not getting out and running. They're not a very athletic team. They're the oldest team in the league, averaging over 33 years of age. That's their average, is over 33 years of age.
Yeah, it's obvious they've got a lot of skill on the team. I mean, there's no question between Harden and Kawhi and Chris and Bradley Beal and Lopez. I mean, they're loaded with talent, but they are very old and they are very unathletic. And Utah just ran circles around them in the game. I know this. I know that even as old as they might be, I think opening up the season 2-0 for the Suns, it's not going to mean everything's changed, and it's not going to mean people are going to go changing their minds about the Phoenix Suns. It would still be a nice little feather in the cap to start the season 2-0. It'd be a nice. Be a little nice notch in your belt for you to beat the LA Clippers, and it doesn't hurt that Bradley Beal's over there either.
Yeah, no, exactly.
It doesn't hurt.
Yeah, he had 2 injury-riddled seasons here. He was on a minutes restriction already in that first game. I think a lot of people are waiting for the Suns to go get clobbered for the first time. So I see. They're not that different. They're not that, and it's coming. I know. You don't have to tell me. The Suns are going to get blown out in a couple of games. Might be tonight. It might be tomorrow night. Heck, it might be both nights. But I just want to continue to see a team that fights hard and doesn't give up and dives on the floor for loose balls. And I think with your youth and athleticism, if they play them right, they didn't play any of the rookies in the last game. I think that they can run with a lot of these teams now that they couldn't run with before. It'd be interesting tonight to see if they want to try to run the Clippers out of the building, considering the Clippers are an older team that doesn't like to run.
I would assume the Suns would want to flex their athleticism tonight. Absolutely. Against the oldest team in the NBA.
Right.
Yeah, I would think they'd want to flex that a little bit.
Kawhi's been in the league for 14 years.
Yeah.
I mean, he only played 37 games last year. He's always injured. Now, Ty Lue said, give us 15 to 20 games, to establish chemistry, rotations, and all of that stuff with this roster of a lot of newcomers coming in. So that might be a good time to get them now before they've had their 15 to 20 games.
Sure. But I also think a team like this, between Kawhi Leonard and Bradley Beal, I think a team like this is going to have a lot of guys who are going to be hurt a lot of the time. I think you just have to you bake that into the equation. If you're Ty Lue or if you're a Clippers fan, you kind of figure out that's going to be part of it. It sort of reminds me of what we're looking for from the Suns, and I know it hasn't turned out great, but it sort of reminds me of Jonathan Gannon's first year with the Arizona Cardinals. Okay, we knew that team was bad.
Yeah.
We knew that team was really bad.
Right.
We understood it. But every single Sunday they played, it was also understood very quickly that they were going to play very, very hard. And that they were gonna make things as difficult on you as they possibly could. And even though they didn't win a lot of games, it was and they did quickly. And it's kind of strange almost how far we've gotten from that in such a short amount of time. But word spread around the league very quickly. Oh, they're tough. That's a hard
they're bringing
team
in lunch
to
pail.
play.
They're going to make it hard on you.
I want exactly the same thing for the Suns, especially in moments like this, where they're playing a deep, skilled basketball team in the Clippers, and then on the second night of a back-to-back, they have to go a mile high on altitude and play the Denver Nuggets. I want to see, blown out, not blown out, like you say. It's going to happen at some point, right? We understand the talent deficit they're bringing. But that hard-nosed style of play that they kind of endeared us with, the other night, I want to see that. And whatever the record is,
more often than not,
whatever the record is, the record's going to be. Whatever the result is, the result's going to be.
But I
want to see that
because you could like a team like that.
Oh yeah,
you could root for a team you get behind a team like that.
I liked that first Cardinals team. They weren't any good, but I liked watching them because they. You remember the first time in the first game of Jonathan Gannon's era when Kaiser White just laid out that dude?
Yeah,
and it was totally illegal. And he got flagged for it, but it was just like, hello.
We're here.
We're here. We're a little different now. We're doing things a little different around here. I want to see the basketball equivalent of that now that they're playing some of the better teams in the West, like they are the next couple of nights.
Dylan Brooks was jarring with DeMar DeRozan in that first game against Sacramento. He'll probably be jarring with somebody tonight. His ability to guard all of those guys is special. Dylan Brooks could guard 1 through 3. He could guard power forwards at time. Like he can guard Kawhi, he can guard Chris, he can guard Beal, he can guard just about anybody. But he's also gonna try to get under their skin.
Yeah, and honestly, I never thought I'd say this about Dylan Brooks. That's part of the tune-in factor too.
Is
right?
what he's gonna do?
Is what is he gonna do to get under the skin of the guy? I mean, we had him on yesterday, and we asked him the question, like, how do you think you would handle facing somebody like you out there?
I wouldn't like it.
I wouldn't like it. He goes, I'd probably frustrate the hell out of people.
Yeah.
Because even I don't know some of the bleep I'm doing out there. Like, I didn't know some of the bleep that I'm capable of doing out there. Almost that in itself becomes a nightly tune-in thing to see what crazy stuff is Dylan going to do tonight.
So what do you want to see get fixed? Now, they won, but what do you want to see get fixed from the last game?
Devin Booker. I'll put him at nearly the top of the list.
Number one.
I don't know if he's broken, but I'd like to see him. I'd like to see him play way better than he did in that game.
I'd like to see them not get off to such a slow start.
There's that. Yeah, there's that. I'd like to see Rasheer Fleming play a little bit more.
Okay.
I'll put him on that list. Fixed. What would I like to see fixed? Those are probably and then I'd like to see them. This one's going to take a while, but I hope they get to the point where we can count on more from Mark Williams.
Okay.
I'm not saying game 2 or tomorrow night in Denver, because as you've reported, you don't believe he's going to play in this particular back-to-back. I understand how cautious they're being with him, and that's the right play. At some point, I'm gonna hope that they can get more out of him than 24 to 26 minutes a night, because I just don't know if that alone is worth all of the hubbub of what it took to get him, given that they drafted a center number 10 overall. But I don't need that tonight.
I'm not going to say this is something they're going to fix, but I would like to see them continue to play well when Booker's off the court. Because I thought that was the whole catalyst to the comeback, was the minutes when they were down 5 and then they were up 7. You had a 12-point swing when Booker was on the bench. So to me, I'm also going to pay very close attention to the non-Booker minutes and to see how they do.
Yeah, that's a good one too. When we come back, ASU will beat Houston tomorrow if they can do blank. We'll tell you what blank is next on Burns and Gambo.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. Rates may apply.
Back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Nowhere can you get a GMC for less than you can at Liberty GMC. So if you're talking about terrains and Acadias and canyons, you're talking about Sierras, you're talking about Yukons, you're talking about Hummer EVs, nowhere in the valley are you going to get the best trucks and the best SUVs for less than you will at Liberty GMC? Nowhere. And that really includes this month, the Sierra. Best truck out there on the market. A beautiful truck. It gets all the work done. It's so comfortable, all the tech. And right now at Liberty GMC, amazing truck deals. $13,000 in savings on a new 2026 Sierra 1500, or $6,000 in savings on a new 2026 Sierra Heavy Duty. They've got the trucks. They've got the deals. It's at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center, and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, it's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
We know exactly what you're not thinking about right now. Wiper blades. But now that you are, take a moment to think about how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America. Why? Because Rain-X thinks about wiper blades all the time. We obsess, so you don't have to. Simply install our blades and then think about literally anything else. So choose Rain-X, America's #1 wiper blades, and then go back to not thinking about wiper blades. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
Hey, when it's time to ride, Arizona, time to tackle all the AZ has to offer, you know what's made for the desert, a Bronco or Bronco Sport at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Take that 2025 Ford Bronco, engineered to dominate. The Bronco off-road racing legacy, it's made on meticulous design, merciless testing, from rock-crawling showdowns to grueling desert courses. It is Ford performance at its best. Even better, right now, get $399 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,709 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend SUV. Or check out the Bronco Sport, because right now get $299 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,219 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend SUV. Both exclude taxes, titles, and license fees. Just click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back on the hardwood tonight for Game 2 of their NBA season. They are in Los Angeles taking on the Clippers. Tip-off for that one is at 7:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona State will be looking to keep their momentum going after beating undefeated Texas Tech last week. They will be hosting the Houston Cougars tomorrow. Kickoff for that one is at 5 o'clock, and you can listen to that one over on ESPN 620. And the World Series begins tonight. The Toronto Blue Jays will be hosting the Los Angeles Dodgers in Game 1. First pitch for that one is at 5 o'clock with pregame coverage starting at 4 o'clock, and you can listen to Game 1 over on ESPN 620. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? Arizona's largest roofer, A+ with the BBB, and winner of 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
A huge home win for Sun Devil football last Saturday. Now the Devils face Houston at home. Pre-game at 2, kickoff at 5, Saturday. Listen to ASU Houston on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app.
One of our commenters on YouTube had fun with my tease there at the end of the last segment. ASU will beat Houston tomorrow if they can do blank. We'll tell you what blank is next. Somebody on the YouTube chat said outscore them.
Funny guy.
Funny guy.
If they could outscore them, they should be able to win that one.
The key to the game, outscore Houston. You heard it. Good night, everybody. Thanks for listening. Yes, outscore them. That would be nice. We're teasing. We have fun with the YouTube. We go back and forth with them all the time. The YouTube chatters and things like that. Outscore them, yes, but the question is, how are you going to outscore them? And what do you have to do to be able to put yourself in the best position to do that? And today on AZ Central, Michelle Gardner, she does this every week, kind of her Houston will win if they do this, ASU will win if they do that. And two of the things she had for ASU are two of the things that we've been harping on quite a bit. And that is their special teams, which have been woeful. I mean, nationally, some of the worst in college football. And their red zone issues, which it seems like we're talking about that every week. It seems like the one itch that Kenny can't scratch when it comes to this football team and fixing
how to get in the end zone,
and how to finish off these long drives with touchdowns instead of.
Well, thank God they did it the last time, because they got in with the 1 yard touchdown run by Raleek Brown. Had to push him in, but they got him in. And you hope to fix that stuff. You hope to find ways to get more creative. Now, no Jordan Tyson in this one. Jordan Tyson had 4 catches on that final drive. 4 catches. He was huge. So, you got to get the ball to your best players. So you don't have him. But you do have Sam Levitt. You do have Raleek Brown. So you got the running game. I like Matei as the tight end. This Jaron Hamilton kid, say what you want, but those were 2 gigantic plays that they got out of him. Eusebio's a good player, good possession receiver. They got talent. You're just going to miss Jordan Tyson. And for we haven't talked about this, but makes it a lot easier for the opposing defense to say, okay, I'm going to really gear up now to stop Raleek Brown in the running game.
100%.
And you know what? I'd rather get beat by Eusebio or Hamilton or Matea or Harpole if they go 2 tight ends than I would by Sam Levitt and Raleek Brown. So I think that's the one thing not having Jordan Tyson we haven't talked about is just how much that changes the defensive approach of Houston.
Because we're gonna make you. We're gonna make you find somebody else to trust. We're gonna make you find somebody else to believe in, and it allows us to play a more even defensive coverage rather than focus so much on Jordan Tyson. Yeah, and it's gonna put Sam in a position that he hasn't been in a ton this year, and that's having him to rely on guys other than Jordan Tyson. I do think, I really do. Not that it was practice last week against Texas Tech, but I think they got accustomed a little bit to targeting guys other than Jordan Tyson. I think they targeted 8 different players last week. Now, some of those are running backs, and it's crazy that the stat that Damon Allred had at ArizonaSports.com is still nuts to me. Running backs Raleek Brown, Kyson Brown, tight end Shema Mateer, and Cameron Harpole all have more catches than the second most productive wide receiver in this offense. That's crazy.
Sounds like the Arizona Cardinals.
It
sounds like what we talk about the Cardinals.
A little bit, right?
Like you've got your number 1 receiver, and then you've got your tight end and your running back, and then by the time you get to the number 2 receiver, you've gone through like 4 other guys.
2 running backs and 2 tight ends all have more catches than the next wide receiver on the list after Jordan Tyson. And so you can, now that's why a lot of people think maybe it's going to be 12 personnel, 13 personnel, more tight ends, and maybe it will be. Or, maybe this is the Malik McClain game or the Eusebio game, although Eusebio had his big moment against Baylor. The Jaron Hamilton game, where you look at, okay, there's another option. And because they did, look, we can't forget, they crushed Iowa State last year without, now this is with Cam Scadaboo, I'll give you that.
Yeah, without Jordan Tyson.
But without Jordan Tyson, they crushed Iowa State last year.
And they almost beat Texas.
That close to beating Texas. Yeah. It can be done.
Dalton Varsho just flied out with the bases loaded.
Oh.
By the way, Blake Snell, the most pitches thrown in the first inning in any game this year. 28 pitches thrown in the first inning.
Okay, so he's not going to last.
No, not going to last very long. They worked him. They worked him.
Okay.
Sam threw the ball 47 times against Texas Tech. I don't think they want to throw it 47 times without Jordan Tyson. I wouldn't expect that. So I do think it'll be the running game and try to run the game a lot more with Raleek Brown and see if you can win the game that way. And Sam's going to run a little bit too. But I don't think you want to throw it as much as they did against Texas Tech. That's probably too much for their liking.
Houston's defense, they're number 22 in the nation in yards per carry allowed. This is from devilsdigest.com. Number 27 in scoring defense, 31 in total defense. And again, this is where I'll kind of filter the schedule in a little bit to it and go, yeah, but who have they played? And are they the best offensive teams? ASU's certainly a lot better. But I would agree. I think this is, you would hope this is a Raleek Brown goes nuts game. Because last year, this was no Jordan Tyson, Cam Scadaboo, go nuts. go nuts, and good luck stopping them, and I know Cam Scadaboo's a different cat than Raleek Brown is, but a healthy run game where you've got that dominant guy would go probably more than anything else, more than which guy do we target and what style offense do we run, and do we do 12 personnel, do we do 13 personnel? The one simplest thing you could do to alleviate the loss of Jordan Tyson, run the ball down their throats the whole game. I just hope they have the offensive line to do that with all the injuries they've suffered up front, right? Like they've really had to do some shuffling on that offensive line the last couple of weeks.
I think it's mentally too. I think, coming off of such an emotional game like that, Kenny's doing everything he can to get these guys up for this game. And, we hear too is like Houston haven't beat anybody. Like, okay, they're good, but how good are they really? And that's up to Kenny and the coaching staff to make sure that they're ready. I think that they will be at home, sold out game again. And in Houston, this. We said that you're going to have a target on your back with everybody you play this year. Mm-hmm. You're the Big 12 champions. Houston, everyone they're talking to Houston, ASU provided the blueprint. Houston was picked to finish 12th in the Big 12, according to an unofficial preseason media poll. Everybody's looking at the Big 12 say, okay, it's good. It's not that good, but it's a good conference. This is their chance to make their mark. You've got to know that. You've got to not allow them to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd be really disappointed if ASU doesn't, if there's that letdown from last weekend. That would mean that Kenny's message was not received, that the physical practices this week. Yeah. Because talent-wise, even with no Jordan Tyson, I think we can all see who the better football team is here. If they lose, part of it, I would imagine, is going to be due to some sort of mental letdown coming off the high of last week's win. And that'd be a shame, because that would mean that Kenny's message didn't stick, didn't resonate with the team. And that would be a bad sign if that happened this weekend. It wouldn't, like we talked about earlier, would it eliminate ASU from the Big 12? I think so. I think you think so, that a second loss is really damaging.
I thought this could be an elimination game right here. But some people don't think so.
Pat Forty doesn't think so.
No.
He thinks that a 2-loss ASU team
is playing for the championship.
Is playing for the Big 12 championship game against Texas Tech. He is predicting that much chaos in the Big 12 over the last month of the season.
Yeah, that was fascinating to look at his breakdown of the Big 12. And you look at it and you say, okay, number of teams with one or fewer league losses. Five teams have either one or no losses. BYU, Cincinnati, then ASU, Texas Tech, Houston. Games left between those teams, 3. BYU has 2 of them. Cincinnati, Arizona State, Texas Tech, and Houston, 1 each. And his best guess for the final records, and this is a guy that covers college football really well. Texas Tech 8-1, ASU 7-2, Cincinnati 7-2. BYU 6-3, Houston 5-4. So he's got it as Texas Tech is in, ASU Cincinnati ties, ASU gets in with the tiebreaker.
Yeah, it's crazy, which means, first of all, you would think that means that BYU loses this weekend to Iowa State. Right? You would assume if he's got BYU at no losses right now, finishing with 3 losses.
I think he's got him losing 3 games on the road.
Iowa State, Texas Tech, and Cincinnati.
Yes, I think he's got him losing those.
And if he's got Cincinnati beating BYU, that means he's got Cincinnati losing to Utah
and TCU.
And either Baylor or TCU, one of the two.
Right.
And so, again, whether any of this happens or not, I don't know. But if there's going to be that much chaos again in this conference, and I get it, I actually understand why you might be voting on the side of chaos. It's kind of a chaotic conference.
You root for Baylor over Cincinnati this week for sure. One of the reasons why is ASU's already beat Baylor. So the teams that ASU has beat, you're kind of like, okay, go win that game. Baylor, go beat TCU if you're Baylor. Go beat Cincinnati. Go beat Cincinnati if you're Baylor, because you already beat them. Same with TCU. If TCU can get a win down the road against Cincinnati, that's good because you have a win over TCU.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, no Cardinals this weekend. They are on the bye. So what are we going to be watching in the NFL on Sunday when we've got the whole league to choose from? We'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
Are A huge home win for Sun Devil football last Saturday. Now the Devils face Houston at home without Jordan Tyson.
Obviously a tough loss for us, but our guys have done a good job responding, come out to work. I think their attitude's been fantastic in regards to how we've gone about the week and re-engaged.
Pre-game at 2, kickoff at 5, Saturday. Listen to ASU Houston on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app.
I was at ProSmile today. I was at ProSmile this morning, and I was out there at the Scottsdale location, and I actually went around the lab and checked out the whole lab. I am absolutely blown away by their ability to just give you a brand new smile, temporary in one day. One day. You walk in, you don't like your smile, you need a little cosmetic dentistry work. They can get you a temporary smile in one day, and within 2 weeks, your brand new smile complete. Veneers. Yeah. Financing available, up to 10 years financing. You can also do 1 year, 2 year. You can do it however you want. They've got lots of financing options. But I am blown away because everything's right there on site. The lab, the anesthesiologist, the oral surgeons, all right there on site. Nothing gets farmed out. Nothing is like, okay, we're going to mail it out and we got to wait 4 days for it to get there. And then they got to do the 3D imprints and then send it back. And the whole process takes forever. No, at ProSmile Dental, you walk in there and you want to fix your smile, and you get a beautiful temporary smile the first day you're there, and within 2 weeks, you're done. You're done. You've got your complete new veneers. You look great. You feel great. You're going to love the price. They've got locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, and they offer free consults. How do you get one? I will send you all the information. Just text PRO to 620-620. I'll get you started. Text PRO to 620-620.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Help DEA keep our communities safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, October 25th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
We are back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how's your new Honda?
Man, I love it. It's so smooth, reliable, and perfect for my busy life. Whether I'm heading to practice or a game, my Honda from Arrowhead Honda gets me there in style.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 at Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and fall is a great time in the Valley. It's also the best time to replace your windows, so do what I did. Take advantage of a great special from my friends at Advanced Window Products, where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. You will not be disappointed. My new windows look awesome. The installation process was fantastic and professional, right down to the cleanup process. Highly recommend Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public, where there are no middleman markups. They build your windows, they install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. By the way, that lifetime warranty is transferable. It's serviced by a local team with labor, glass, and parts included, and with financing options available. It is a great time to invest in your number one asset. Call 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Oh, the autumn wind is blowing, and that means football and the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through October 30th, everything in store and online is 25% off. Sheets, pillows, mattresses, adjustable frames, everything is 25% off. The game plan to score on this great deal is to get on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
It's on tonight, the games that we're going to watch this evening, and it is brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. I don't know if I'm going to be watching it, but it is what's on tonight. And it's game one of the World Series right now between the Dodgers and the Toronto Blue Jays. And the Dodgers are already winning the game.
Oh, man.
1-0 the score.
The Blue Jays had the bases loaded in the first inning, and Dalton Varsho flies out.
Kike Hernandez, RBI single, scored Teoscar Hernandez, and it's 1-0. That was in the top of the second. So Dodgers are up 1-0. And they have the bases loaded and 1 out, I think.
Oh, boy.
I think the base is full of
Hold
Dodgers.
him to one. Hold him to one.
Bases loaded, 1 out. Maybe Savage can get himself a double play and get out of this inning. Yeah, it's I don't remember ever being less interested in the World Series than I am in this one. I just got to be honest. It's just not doing much for me. It's not.
How is this kid starting game one of the World Series?
I don't know. Wow. What they had to do to get here. 7-game series against Seattle Mariners.
I know. But we had a few days off here. Like, I guess they had to pitch everybody in all these games. Yeah, but this kid's a rookie. He's barely had any starts.
Game 7 was Monday night, I think. So they've had a few days to kind of reset some things. I don't know. He's
maybe just to get everybody in line.
He's had a good year. But anyway, that's what's on tonight. And there's NBA action tonight. Phoenix Suns on tonight. 7:30 tip time. They're taking on the LA Clippers.
This is last year, Suns playing on a Friday night. No, thank you. That's how much I hated the team last year. Now it's like, all right, I'm in. I'm in. I want to watch it.
Suns on a Friday night.
I mean, I do.
7:30. The 1-0 Suns taking on the 0-1 LA Clippers. And then tomorrow night, the second night of a back-to-back, the Suns are in Denver taking on the Nuggets.
Right now, we're in first place.
Don't say it like that.
If the season ended today.
Don't say it like that. Stop it.
I'm teasing. It's a joke.
Stop it.
It's a joke.
That's what's on tonight. Suns basketball and World Series. Those are the and just so I make everybody happy here, Suns will be on 98.7. The World Series is currently airing on ESPN 620. If you want to listen to you're a big Dodgers fan and you want to, thumbs up, says Lauren. And then, of course, the Cardinals are on the bye this week, which means carte blanche, man. Watch whatever NFL game you want. You can check out anything. You can. All the games are out there, and you can watch whatever you want to watch. And Cardinals game. Is there any game in particular? I got a couple that are jumping out to me a little bit as ones that I want to check out, to be honest with you.
What's your best game of the week?
My best game of the week is going to be the Giants and the Eagles rematch.
Okay.
That's the one I'm probably the most excited to watch. Because that was fun when they met the first time. Then you've got the fines for Cam Scadaboo and for Brian Dable, and the Eagles seem like they have righted the ship after losing to the Giants.
Yeah,
I want to see this rematch. What about you?
I think Dallas-Denver's a good game. Because I think there's a chance here. There's a chance. Follow me for a second.
Okay.
Minnesota, the Cardinals are 2-5, and for all intent and purposes, they're out of it, right? We kind of look at that. Minnesota lost last night after they allowed Carson Wentz to get his brains beat in the entire game.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can't like that. It was incredible. But you start to look at the games this week, and you start to see, like the Bears are playing the Ravens in Baltimore. Okay, that could be a loss for an NFC team. The Panthers are playing the Bills. Well, that could be a loss for an NFC team. The 49ers are playing at the Houston Texans. At the Texans. Okay. I mean, that's not a given. I mean, that could be a loss too. So the Giants and the Eagles. Maybe the Giants could beat the Eagles, but even if not, so I look at some of the games and I'd be like, okay, if Denver's able to beat Dallas, that's the team that's ahead of you. They're 3-1. So I look at this week's game as the possibility to where maybe the Steelers beat the Packers, that there could be a bunch of losses coming for the NFC. Kansas City beats Washington.
It's the Monday night game, yeah.
Right. So I looked at this week's schedule, and the first thing that popped to me is, I think the NFC might take a beating this week.
Okay.
I think they could lose some games. There's some difficult matchups for the NFC teams.
And like you say, we're past the point of looking for advantages for the Cardinals. We're just not quite feeling that with them being 2-5. But I get it. I get what you're saying. I think if Lamar Jackson does play this week, that Bears-Ravens game becomes very interesting for me to see because I think with Lamar Jackson, you just assume they're going to be better. That defense is dreadful. You just assume Baltimore's going to be better. So you'll look to that. The Bills, who they were on the bye last week, they're taking on the Panthers this week. That's 4-2 versus 4-3. Carolina remarkably is 4-3.
Okay, something's wrong with Buffalo.
Something's wrong with it. The teams they've beaten so far this year are hot garbage, and the teams that they've lost to are like the better teams. Not saying that Carolina's better, but I wonder how Buffalo kind of fixed itself going out of their bye week because there's a lot of concern over Buffalo and how they started this season.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I don't think Carolina's a very good football team, but maybe they can beat them. Maybe Carolina can find a way. I mean, maybe
Andy Dalton is starting that one though.
For Carolina.
Buffalo's just not right. Carolina's played well. But I don't know. Anyway, if Buffalo should win, that would be a loss for Carolina. That would help the Cardinals. So there's not what guaranteed win is there for an NFC team this week? Maybe Atlanta against Miami?
Guaranteed win for an NFC team when they're not playing another NFC team. There's
because it's a lot of mix up. It's a lot of NFC versus AFC.
Like guaranteed. Yeah, no, there's none that I would say is guaranteed. And then the Steelers and the Packers on Sunday night. Aaron Rodgers against his old team, the team that he says he wants to retire with when he finally retires from the NFL. He wants to retire as a member of the Green Bay Packers, which kind of makes sense. But
so let him.
Oh yeah,
I don't understand. I don't understand the retiring as a member. I've never understood that. It doesn't mean anything. You're not playing. You don't get a real contract. It's like I don't get it. But go into the Hall of Fame as a Packer. Or. Yeah, actually, the NFL's a little bit different. You just get your bust and everything.
I get for some guys, it's just a sentimental thing. The team I came in with is the team I want to go out with.
But are you really going out with them?
Yeah, even if it's just a one-day contract that you sign and it's all for pomp and circumstance and show. I don't know. For some guys, it's important. For some guys, it's not. For Aaron Rodgers, who
didn't like
loves
Patrick
the
Peterson
spotlight.
do it here.
I believe he did. Yeah.
Did Patrick Peterson do it here?
Yeah.
Okay, but if I look at Patrick Peterson, like if you go to Patrick Peterson, you look up his record, it says, the last team he played for was not the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah.
It was Pittsburgh.
By the way, because today is the 2-year anniversary of the Diamondbacks beating the Philadelphia Phillies to get to the World Series.
Hey, wait, where'd you get this banana?
From a homeless guy.
Hit the ball, man. Come on, really?
Yeah.
Hit the ball.
Phillies need to sell Trey Turner. That guy's a idiot. We went farther without that guy. The Phillies, honestly.
I want to say that I'm depressed. I had to ask 9 people for this cigarette.
Fire Topper. Topper! What's up, man?
That's going to do it for us here on the Burns and Gambo
Good memories, good
Dylan
memories.
Olsen is next. We'll see you tomorrow. Or we'll see you Monday, straight up 2 o'clock on Burns and
Have
Gambo.
a great night, everyone.
You're still here? It's over. Go home.
Go.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
He's hit. He's sacked. It's Calais Campbell.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning 2 homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility with decades of experience and thousands of smiles